Tang San, an outer disciple of the Tang sect, dared to study the inner sect's forbidden techniques, earning the sect's disapproval. In a moment of defiance, he leapt off a cliff to declare his resolve. Instead of meeting his end, he found himself transported to another world, the sacred soul village of Douluo Continent. Here, there is no magic, no martial arts, and no inherent combat prowess. Instead, the land is imbued with mystical entities known as martial souls. Every child in this world undergoes a martial soul awakening at the age of 6 within the martial soul hall, guided by a soul master. Martial souls manifest in various forms: animals, plants, or artifacts, and can aid in daily life. Those with exceptional talent can cultivate their martial souls for both personal growth and combat. Tang San embarked on a rigorous journey to master his martial soul. Step by step, he ascended from a mere mortal to a divine being. His relentless pursuit of power led him to dismantle the martial soul hall, avenging his mother's death. Ultimately, Tang San emerged as the strongest force on Douluo Continent, his name etched in legend. Prologue: the third young master of the Tang family's journey. In the land of Bashu, renowned as the land of abundance, the most illustrious sect is none other than the Tang sect. The Tang sect is situated in a place shrouded in mystery. Many are aware that it rests upon a mountainside, and the peak of this mountain bears a name that instills trepidation: Jianshou. To cast a stone from the cliff of Gue Jianshou requires a full count of 19 echoes to reach the valley below, a testament to its towering height. It is precisely this 19 seconds that surpasses even the 18 levels of hell, thus earning its ominous name. A young man clad in gray stands atop Gue Jianshou, impervious to the fierce mountain winds that cannot stir his frame. The large character Tang emblazoned upon his chest reveals his affiliation with the Tang sect, while his gray attire signifies that he is an outer disciple. At the age of 29, he was brought into the Tang sect shortly after birth by Elder Tang Lan, and among the ranks of outer disciples, he is regarded as the third young master. Within the inner disciple circles, however, he is simply known as Tang San. Since its inception, the Tang sect has been divided into inner and outer sects. The outer sect comprises those of external lineage, or those granted the Tang surname, while the inner sect consists of the direct lineage of the Tang family, passed down through generations. At this moment, Tang San's expression is a tapestry of emotions, sometimes smiling, sometimes weeping, yet none can conceal the profound excitement radiating from within him. It has been 29 years since he was welcomed into the Tang sect, and throughout his journey, the concealed weapons of the Tang sect have become his very essence. Suddenly, Tang San's countenance shifts dramatically, but he quickly regains his composure, muttering to himself with a hint of bitterness, "What is destined to come will ultimately arrive." 17 figures clad in white ascend from the mountainside, moving with the grace of shooting stars towards the summit. Each of these figures is aged beyond 50, their expressions grave. The white robes they wear signify their status as inner disciples, while the golden Tang character on their chests marks them as elders of the Tang sect. The Elder Council of the Tang sect, including the esteemed Master Tang Da, comprises a total of 17 elders, and it is precisely these 17 who now approach the peak. Even at a martial arts convention, it would be rare for all the elders to mobilize simultaneously, considering that the eldest among them has surpassed 20 years. The cultivation of these elders has reached an unparalleled level of mastery, and in the blink of an eye, they have arrived at the mountain's apex. Outer disciples are expected to kneel in reverence upon encountering the inner elders. Yet Tang San remains steadfast, silently observing as the solemn elders block his path, with the precipice of Gue Jianshou looming behind him. With a final lingering gaze upon the 3 blossoming Buddha's fury Tang lotuses, Tang San reveals a faint, contented smile. After 2 decades of relentless effort, he has finally achieved the pinnacle of the Tang sect's outer, hidden weapons, an accomplishment that defies verbal expression. At this moment, Tang San feels that nothing else matters, whether in defiance of sect rules or in matters of life and death. It all seems to culminate with the sight of these 3 flourishing Tang lotuses. The most formidable hidden weapon in existence has been birthed from his hands. And what could be more exhilarating for a man whose life has been devoted to concealed weaponry than this? I understand that infiltrating the inner sect and clandestinely learning the sect's ultimate techniques is an unforgivable crime against the rules of our order. Yet, Tang San vows to the heavens that he has never disclosed a single fragment of the techniques he has surreptitiously acquired to the outside world. My intention in stating this is not to seek the elder's leniency, but merely to convey that Tang San has never forgotten his roots. He did not before, nor will he in the future. In this moment, Tang San's demeanor is remarkably composed, perhaps the most composed he has ever been. Gazing at the vast, antiquated courtyards of the Tang sect below, inhaling the air that belongs to the Tang sect, his eyes glisten with emotion. From the day he became aware, his existence has been for the Tang sect, and now it is time to pursue his lifelong ambition anew for the sake of the Tang sect. The elders remain silent, still reeling from the emergence of the Buddha's fury Tang lotus. For 200 years to full centuries, the Buddha's fury Tang lotus has never graced the hands of an outer disciple, and its manifestation signifies the arrival of another pinnacle for the Tang sect. Observing the elder's silence, Tang San breaks into a radiant smile, declaring, "Everything I possess is a gift from the Tang sect. My life and my abilities are bestowed by the Tang sect." Regardless of the circumstances, Tang San is a child of the Tang sect in life and a ghost of the Tang sect in death. I know the elders will not permit the body of an outer disciple who has violated the sect's rules to remain within the Tang sect. If so, allow my bones to merge with the natural world of Bashu. Tang San's calm, yet exhilarated voice finally rouses the elders from their stupor. As they lift their gazes toward him, they witness a milky white aura immediately radiating from his being. "You have even mastered the highest internal cultivation from the Xiantian treasure record?" Master Tang Do exclaims in disbelief. With a thunderous boom, as the elders instinctively retreat in anticipation of danger, they behold Tang San, entirely naked. Tang San smiles, his expression radiant. "I arrive bare, and I depart bare. The Buddha's fury Tang lotus is the final gift I leave for the sect. Now, apart from my own self, I take nothing else from the Tang sect. The secret manuals remain beneath the first brick in my room's entrance. I now return everything to the Tang sect." Ah! Tang San laughs maniacally, suddenly taking a step back. At that very moment, the elders of the Tang sect realize that none among them could intervene in time. His figure, enveloped in brilliant light, lunges toward the ominous Gay Jian Cho, his towering form soaring into the misty mountain air. Wait! Master Tang Da finally comes to his senses, but it is too late for any further words. The clouds are dense, laden with dampness, obscuring the sun and taking with it Tang San, who devoted his life to the Tang sect and concealed weaponry. Time seems to stand still as Master Tang Da trembles, cradling the 3 Tang lotuses before him, his eyes brimming with tears. "Tang San, oh Tang San, why must you go to such lengths? The astonishment you've brought us is truly boundless." "Elder brother," the second elder steps forward, "why lament for this traitor?" Master Tang Da's gaze turns icy in an instant, a wave of cold emanating from him as he glares at the second elder. "Who do you deem a traitor? Have you ever seen a traitor who, upon acquiring the highest secret manual of the sect, does not flee? Have you ever seen a traitor who chooses to die to make a point? Have you ever witnessed one who possesses a hidden weapon capable of annihilating any master of the Tang sect, yet offers it as a final gift to the sect? Tang San is no traitor. He is the most exceptional genius our sect has seen in 200 years. The second elder is momentarily speechless, but he has stolen our sect's techniques. Master Tang Da abruptly interrupts. "If you could produce the Buddha's fury Tang lotus, I would overlook any transgression you commit. You are mistaken, as am I. In that fleeting moment, we stood idly by as the opportunity for the Tang sect to reclaim its glory slipped through our fingers." The elders gather around, their expressions a medley of confusion, sorrow, sighs, and, most poignantly, regret. "You need not say anything further. Convey my edict. Summon all disciples of the Tang sect to search for Tang San at Gay Jianchou. Alive or dead, we must find him. Furthermore, from this moment forth, Tang San shall be elevated to the rank of inner disciple. If he still lives, he shall be the sole candidate for my position as the sect leader." "Understood, Master." The elders bow in unison, obeying. If Tang San were still atop the cliff and could hear Master Tang Da's words, even in death, he would surely find solace, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. However, all of this comes too late. Gui Jianchou, where a stone throne would require a count of 19 seconds, a place that seems to transcend the 18 levels of hell, could never allow a living soul to return through its mist. Tang San has departed, forever leaving this world behind, Yet another chapter of his fate is just beginning. Chapter 1, Douluo Continent, the Otherworldly Tang San, Part 1. In the southwest of the Tiando Empire, within the Fasnuo province, lies a quaint little hamlet known as Sacred Soul Village. Merely hearing its name evokes a sense of wonder. However, in reality, it is but a modest village comprising over 300 households, situated to the south of Notting City. The village earned its illustrious name from the legend of a soul sage who emerged from this very place a century ago, a source of eternal pride for its inhabitants. Surrounding Sacred Soul Village are vast expanses of farmland, the produce of which, grains and vegetables, serves to sustain Notting City. While Notting City may not be classified as a large city within the Fasnuo province, its proximity to the border of another empire renders it a bustling hub for trade between the two great empires, resulting in its prosperity and, consequently, an enhanced quality of life for the common folk in the surrounding villages. As dawn breaks, a gentle hue of pale white illuminates the eastern horizon. On a modest hillock nearby, barely 100 meters high, a slight figure can be discerned. This is a child, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, whose skin bears the healthy tan of one frequently basked in sunlight. His short black hair appears neat, and though his attire is simple, it is impeccably clean. For a child of his age, scaling such a hill would typically be a daunting task. Yet, curiously, upon reaching the summit, he displays neither flushed cheeks nor labored breath, exuding an air of serene contentment. Seated atop the hill, the boy's gaze is fixed intently upon the gradually brightening pale white light in the east. He inhales slowly through his nose and exhales gently from his mouth, creating a delightful cycle of breath. At that moment, his eyes widen in astonishment. Amidst the pale light on the horizon, a faint purple aura flickers. Such a phenomenon would have gone unnoticed by anyone lacking remarkable vision and focus. The emergence of the purple aura captures the boy's complete attention. He ceases to exhale, focusing solely on his gentle inhalations, his eyes locked onto the ephemeral violet glow. The purple aura does not linger long. As the pale white light transforms under the rising sun's embrace, the purple hue vanishes entirely. Only then does the boy slowly close his eyes, releasing a deep breath that expels the impurities within him. A stream of white mist billows from his lips, dissipating into the air. After a moment of stillness, the boy opens his eyes once more. Perhaps influenced by the fleeting encounter with the purple aura, a subtle shimmer of violet glimmers within his gaze. Although this hue fades quickly, its clarity is undeniable while it lasts. With a soft sigh, the boy adopts a look of resigned perplexity that seems far too mature for his tender years, shaking his head as he murmurs to himself, "It is still insufficient. My Shintian Gong remains unable to break through the first level's barrier. It has been 3 whole months. What could be the reason? Even the purple extreme magic eye, reliant on the purple aura of dawn, has made progress. Yet, without a breakthrough in Shintian Gong, my Xian Jade hand remains stagnant. In the early days of my cultivation, I encountered no such predicament between the first and second levels. The Shintian skill comprises 9 levels in total. How is it that the first level proves to be so troublesome? Is it possible that this world diverges significantly from my original one? It has been over 5 years since I arrived in this realm, and the child before me is none other than Tang San, who resolutely leaped from the cliff of the Tang sect to make his mark. Upon awakening from his stupor, he found himself unable to do anything but bask in a sensation of warmth. Yet, the anticipated death did not come. Soon, he underwent a process of compression that brought him into this world. It was not until much later that Tang San comprehended the nature of his situation. He had not perished, but he was no longer the same Tang San he once was. After his birth, it took him nearly a year to master the language of this world. He still recalls that, although he could not yet open his eyes, he heard a deep male voice crying out in heart-wrenching anguish. As he learned the language, aided by his remarkable memory, he could only recall that the man seemed to be shouting, "San Mei, do not abandon me," and that man was his father, Tang Hao. His mother in this world had already succumbed to complications during childbirth. Whether it was fate or mere coincidence, in honor of his deceased wife, Tang Hao bestowed upon him the name Tang San, a name that held a magical significance. The children of the village often mocked him for it, yet Tang San felt a profound satisfaction within. After all, it was a name he had borne for nearly 30 years in another life. Its familiarity had endeared him to those two characters long before. Arriving in this world, he transitioned from initial shock and fear to later excitement and now, a serene acceptance of reality. He perceived this as heaven granting him another opportunity. Perhaps the greatest wish of his past life could be fulfilled in this one, arriving in this world in a state of vulnerability. Tang San possessed the greatest wealth of all. His memories, as the most exceptional talent of the outer Tang sect, the techniques for crafting various concealed weapons were indelibly imprinted in his mind. Having previously pilfered the inner sect's secret texts, he had long yearned to practice, and throughout his studies, the esteemed Xintian treasure record of the inner sect had also been engraved in his memory. Tang San aspired to recreate the splendor of the Tang sect in this realm. It was time to return. Glancing at the sky, Tang San sprang to his feet, his diminutive form racing down the mountainside. Should anyone have witnessed him at that moment, they would surely have stared in astonishment, for with each stride, he covered nearly 10 feet. The uneven terrain of the mountains posed no challenge to him. He effortlessly dodged obstacles, moving at a pace far swifter than that of an adult. What is the essence of the Tang sect? Concealed weapons, poisons, and agility. The primary distinction between the inner and outer sects lies in the method of utilizing concealed weapons. The outer sect predominantly employs mechanical traps, while the inner sect focuses on true techniques. Poisons are typically reserved for the outer sect, as the inner sect's direct disciples seldom resort to them. They simply do not require such measures. Chapter 1. Douluo Continent, The Otherworldly Tang San, Part 2. The Xintian Treasure Record documents only 6 martial arts techniques, which are the internal cultivation method Xintian Gong, the hand technique Xin Yu Shou, the eye technique Zgmo Tong, the capture technique Kong He Qin Long, the lightness technique Gui Ing Mi Zong, and the method for using hidden weapons, and Qi Bai Jia. The first 5 comprise the foundational skills. Without a solid base, how can one possibly harness the quintessence of Tang sect's hidden weapons? Having commenced his training in Xintian Gong at just over a year old, Tang San is now approaching the age of 6, yet he remains focused on laying the groundwork. Tang San resides on the western side of Holy Soul Village, at the forefront of the settlement, where his family's 3 mud brick houses stand as the most humble in the entire village. Prominently atop the central dwelling, a wooden sign approximately 1 meter in diameter bears an unsophisticated depiction of a hammer. In this world, the hammer universally symbolizes a blacksmith. Indeed, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, is the sole blacksmith in the village. In this realm, blacksmiths are regarded as one of the most menial professions. Due to certain peculiar reasons, the finest weapons in this world are not forged by blacksmiths. However, as the only blacksmith in the village, Tang San's family ought not to be so impoverished. Yet, their meager income scarcely suffices. Upon entering the home, Tang San was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of food, which was not prepared by Tang Hao for him, but rather by him for Tang Hao. Since the age of 4, even when he barely reached the stove, cooking had become an essential daily task. He often had to stand on a stool to reach the stove. This was not a demand from Tang Hao. Rather, it was a necessity, for without it, Tang San would rarely find himself satiated. Approaching the stove, he skillfully stepped onto the wooden stool, lifted the lid of the large iron pot, and was met with the fragrant scent of rice. The porridge within was already thoroughly cooked. Each day, before ascending the mountain, Tang San would place the rice in the pot and prepare the firewood, ensuring that upon his return, the porridge would be ready. Taking 2 bowls, already worn with over 10 noticeable cracks, from beside the stove, he carefully ladled 2 portions of porridge and set them on the table behind him. The grains of rice within could be counted at a glance, and for Tang San, who was in a critical growth phase, this meager nutrition was evidently insufficient, explaining his slender physique. "Father, it is time to eat," Tang San called out. After a brief pause, the curtain of the inner room was lifted, and a tall figure emerged, stumbling slightly as he walked. This was a middle-aged man, appearing to be nearly 50, yet possessing an imposing stature. His attire, however, left much to be desired. He wore a tattered robe, lacking even patches, revealing his bronze-hued skin beneath. His once handsome features were obscured by a layer of sallow pallor, and he bore a dazed expression, with hair disheveled like a bird's nest and a beard that had not been tended to for an indeterminate number of days. His gaze was vacant and dim, and despite the passing of a night, the potent scent of alcohol clung to him, prompting Tang San to frown involuntarily. This was Tang Hao, Tang San's father in this world. From a young age, Tang San was oblivious to the concept of paternal love. His father, Tang Hao, had always been indifferent towards him. In the beginning, he would occasionally prepare some meals for Tang San, But as time progressed and Tang San began to take the initiative in cooking, Tang Hao became even more neglectful. Their home was so impoverished that they lacked even decent tables and chairs, making mealtimes a challenge. The primary reason for this was that Tang Hao squandered his meager earnings from blacksmithing on alcohol. While other children his age typically had fathers around 30, some even younger due to early marriages, Tang Hao appeared significantly older, resembling more of a grandfather to Tang San. Despite Tang Hao's demeanor, Tang San bore no resentment. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, despite Tang Hao's negligence, he at least had a family member. For Tang San, this was a source of profound contentment. At the very least, there was someone he could call father. Tang Hao seized a bowl from the table, unbothered by the heat, and voraciously consumed the porridge, his dull yellow complexion gaining a hint of luster. "Father, please take your time. There's more," Tang San said as he took the bowl from his father's hands and filled it again with porridge, before also partaking himself. During his time in the Tang sect, he had never ventured beyond its confines and had little exposure to the outside world. Like a blank slate, he found it easy to adapt to this new life, returning to the innocence of childhood. Before long, nearly 70 to 80% of the porridge had been consumed by Tang Hao, who sighed contentedly and placed the bowl back on the table. His drooping eyelids opened slightly as he gazed at Tang San. "If you have work, go ahead and take it. I shall rest for a while." Tang Hao had a strict routine. He would sleep in the mornings, forge agricultural tools in the afternoons for income, and drink in the evenings. "All right, father," Tang San nodded in agreement. Tang Hao stood up, having consumed a considerable amount of porridge, and his body finally steadied as he made his way to the inner room. "Father," Tang San suddenly called out. Tang Hao halted, turned around, and looked at him with a noticeable hint of impatience. Tang San pointed to a piece of raw iron in the corner that had a faint, dark sheen. "May I use this piece of iron?" In his previous life, he was the most talented outer disciple of the Tang sect, intimately familiar with the crafting of various hidden weapons. Naturally, during that time, all materials were provided by the sect. Now, although he had practiced for a few years in this world, his abilities were still far from sufficient, and he had never considered relinquishing his expertise in weapon crafting. He had already begun attempting to forge some hidden weapons, yet the lack of quality materials posed a significant obstacle. The metals Tang Hao used to create farming tools were sourced from villagers, riddled with impurities, making it difficult to produce exquisite hidden weapons. The raw iron Tang San referred to had just been delivered the day before, and to his astonishment, it contained a certain amount of iron essence, making it perfect for weapon crafting. Tang Hao's gaze shifted to the raw iron. This contains iron essence?" He approached, leaned down to examine it, and then turned back to Tang Sa and "Do you wish to become a blacksmith in the future?" To be continued, Chapter 1, Douluo Continent, the otherworldly Tang San, 3. Tang San nodded slightly. The profession of a blacksmith was undoubtedly the most suitable for him to forge hidden weapons. "Father, you are getting older. In a few years, when I grow a bit more, you can teach me how to craft kitchenware, and I shall take over your work." Previously, he had engaged solely in the meticulous crafting of concealed weapons, and ironically, he was not adept at the simplest forms of forging. Tang Hao appeared somewhat lost in thought, murmuring, "Being a blacksmith seems rather agreeable." He pulled over a dilapidated chair and settled before the block of pig iron, languidly stating, "Little San, tell me, what kind of blacksmith is the finest?" Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, "A blacksmith capable of crafting divine artifacts must be the best, I suppose." He had once heard villagers speak of divine artifacts existing in this world, though he remained oblivious to their true nature. Yet, with the prefix divine, it must surely be something remarkable. A flicker of derision sparkled in Tang Hao's eyes. "Divine artifact? Little San is aware of divine artifacts now. Then tell me, what are they forged from?" Without hesitation, Tang San answered, "Of course, they are crafted from the finest materials." Tang Hao extended a finger, shaking it before Tang San. "If you wish to be a competent blacksmith, heed my words. Crafting a divine artifact from superior materials does not make one the finest blacksmith. At best, one is merely a synthesizer. It is the ability to forge a divine artifact from mundane iron that defines a true master blacksmith." Forging a divine artifact from mundane iron? Tang San looked at Tang Hao in astonishment. Normally, Tang Hao seldom spoke to him, and today had already been a considerable amount of interaction. Rising to his feet, Tang Hao pointed to a large block of iron, measuring 50 centimeters on each side, at the opposite end of the room. If you wish to become a blacksmith, learn to forge from me. First, you must strike it with a hammer 10,000 times to earn that right. That was a piece of mundane iron, riddled with impurities, far inferior to the piece that contained iron essence. Now, you can still change your mind, Tang Hao said lightly, already preparing to retreat to the inner room for a nap. Father, I am willing to give it a try. Tang San's voice was clear and calm, yet it carried an air of determination. Tang Hao looked at him with mild surprise. Very well. As he spoke, he walked over, lifted the large block of iron, and placed it directly onto the forge beside the bellows. Once the charcoal ignited, he could commence the forging process. Having completed this, Tang Hao returned to the inner room to sleep. Tang San was a person of unwavering resolve. Otherwise, he could not have crafted the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, the pinnacle of Tang's sect's mechanical hidden weapons, relying solely on a tattered blueprint. That endeavor had consumed him a full decade. Igniting the charcoal and operating the bellows, he began his work. The sound of the bellows whooshed forth, flames leaping from the charcoal furnace, scorching the block of iron. Although Tang San had no experience in forging, he had often observed Tang Hao crafting farming tools and was familiar with the process. As the iron block gradually turned red, he dragged over the iron hammer that Tang Hao used, placing it on the ground. This long-handled hammer was even taller than he was, impossible for an ordinary 5- or 6-year-old child to lift, let alone wield for forging. Yet, Tang San still lifted it up, channeling his Shintian power throughout his body. Although he had yet to break through to the first level, he possessed the strength of an adult. When the hammer struck the iron lump, it produced a crisp sound. This was Tang San's inaugural hammer strike, marking the commencement of the forging process. In the inner room, Tang Hao, lying on the bed, turned over. Despite his eyes being closed, a hint of astonishment lingered on his face as he murmured, "He can actually wield the hammer. Is he endowed with innate divine strength?" The rhythmic clangs began to resonate within the blacksmith shop. As father and son, Tang Hao and Tang San resumed their monotonous lives. However, from this day forth, Tang Hao arranged for another furnace in Tang San's room, allowing him to forge the iron lump independently. He offered no guidance to Tang San, but from that day on, Tang Hao consumed less alcohol, and the household provisions increased. Forging is undeniably a tedious and exhausting endeavor, yet Tang San regarded it as a means of honing his physical prowess. 11 days had passed, and he meticulously counted the number of strikes he had made. Wielding the hammer solely with his physical strength proved impossible. He required the assistance of Shintian power. His total energy sufficed for approximately 100 strikes, and whenever his power was depleted, he would sit cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. As soon as his internal energy was restored, he would resume hammering. This process not only strengthened his body but also served as an excellent exercise for his Shintian power and will. Regrettably, the bottleneck at the first level of Shintian power loomed like an impenetrable barrier. Tang San's dedication to his training was undeniable, and his talent was ample, yet he could not break through to the second level. Nevertheless, his efforts were not in vain. Although he had not achieved a breakthrough, his internal energy had grown more resilient through the forging of the iron lump, and his recovery speed seemed to have improved slightly. As 11 days elapsed, Tang San had delivered over 8,000 hammer strikes, and the iron lump continued to shrink, now less than a third of its original size. With the increase in physical training and provisions, his body had become sturdier, as if a latent strength was gradually infusing within him, leading to a gradual reduction in internal energy depletion during the forging process. Moreover, when he channeled all his internal energy, his strength significantly increased. Upon delivering his 1,000th strike, the iron lump had undergone a noticeable transformation. It had shrunk considerably, and although it glowed red in the charcoal fire, one could vaguely discern a substantial reduction in impurities within. The phrase "refined through 100 forges" surfaced in Tang San's mind, further solidifying his resolve to complete the 10,000 strikes. He was now perilously close to achieving this goal. Tang Hao was astonished by Tang San's perseverance. In his eyes, even if his son were endowed with innate divine strength, it was inconceivable that he could endure beyond 3 days. The hammer's handle, designed to prevent slipping, was exceedingly coarse. The continuous swinging and friction against his palms would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm. Yet, he observed that despite Tang San's earnest forging, his delicate hands showed no signs of change, not even a single blister had formed. To be continued, Chapter 1. Douluo Continent, Otherworldly Tang San, Part 4. Tang San was reluctant to lose this father and even more disinclined to have his past laid bare before others. Thus, he had no intention of revealing to Tang how that his progress stemmed from practicing the Tang Sec Xianyu hand. To master concealed weapons, one must fuse vision, strength, and willpower. As the saying goes, when the heart reaches, the eyes follow. When the eyes see, the hands act. Consequently, the training methods within the inner sanctum of the Tang sect demand exceedingly high standards for vision and strength. The purple extreme magic eyes, cultivated during the fleeting moment of the rising sun when the purple aura descends, greatly enhance one's visual acuity. The Xianyu hand fortifies the hand, rendering it exceptionally resilient and impervious to toxins. Mastery of these two abilities is essential for disciples of the Tang sect's inner circle. Although Tang San's Xianyu hand was still far from perfection, he could at least protect his palms from blisters. With a little more effort, he would soon achieve his goal. As Tang San diligently swung the iron hammer, his heart was anything but tranquil amidst the monotony of the task. His understanding of this world remained rudimentary. After all, it was merely a small village. This world was known as Douluo Continent, which boasted two great empires, or perhaps more aptly, two alliances. Within these empires, vast territories were divided among numerous feudal lords, each possessing armed forces. One of these empires was the Heaven Do Empire, where Tang San resided, while the other was the southern Star Luo Empire. The Fasnuo province lay at the border of both nations, and the city of Notting, adjacent to Holy Soul Village, was a mere 200 miles from the Star Luo Empire. Through the conversations of the villagers, Tang San learned that in Douluo Continent, the martial arts of his previous world did not exist. Instead, there was something known as martial souls. It was said that everyone possessed their own unique martial soul, and a rare few could cultivate theirs, thereby achieving the profession known as Soul Master. The most esteemed vocation across the continent was that of the Soul Master. The legendary soul sage who emerged from Holy Soul Village a century ago was one such Soul Master, with the title of Soul Sage denoting a certain level of mastery among Soul Masters. Martial souls were classified into two categories: weapon souls and beast souls. As their names suggest, those with weapon souls derive their powers from tools, while those with beast souls draw from animals. Comparatively, weapon souls encompass a broader range, with the majority of individuals possessing weapon souls, and the proportion of non-cultivable weapon souls surpassing that of beast souls. Tang San had once witnessed a villager whose martial soul was a hoe, evidently a non-cultivable martial soul. Nonetheless, the villager still plowed faster than the average farmer. This constituted the entirety of Tang San's knowledge on the matter. Since everyone possessed their own martial soul, he too yearned to discover what his might be. Would it be a weapon soul or a beast soul? And would it be cultivable? In Douluo Continent, individuals awakened their martial souls at the age of 6, and in a few days, Tang San would reach that age. For reasons unknown, he had an inkling that his inability to break through with his Shintian skill was somehow linked to this martial soul. Although Tang San harbored little interest in becoming a soul master, he was resolute in his aspiration to become a master of concealed weapons at the inner sect level of the Tang sect. How could he achieve this without internal power? Tang Hao, are you busy? As Tang San diligently devoted himself to his 10,000 forges, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of an aged voice from outside. It was afternoon, and Tang Hao was engrossed in his work, crafting farming tools, merely responding with a nonchalant HM. Curiosity piqued, Tang San stepped out of his room, only to find an elderly man before him. Appearing to be in his 60s, the man was tall and slender, yet vibrant and full of life. His attire was clean and neat, his hair meticulously arranged, presenting a stark contrast to Tang Hao. This man was none other than Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Spirit Village. Xiao San, come here and let Grandpa take a look. Old Jack waved at Tang San. This village chief was known for his kind-heartedness, earning the respect of all villagers. During the most challenging times for Tang San's family a few years back, he had frequently brought them food. Hello, Grandpa Jack. Tang San approached the elder and respectfully bowed. He always remembered those who had shown him kindness. Tang Hao, with a hint of coldness, interjected, "Is there something you need, village chief?" Although Old Jack was not even 10 years older than him, he insisted on behaving as if he were from a higher generation, which irked Tang Hao. Old Jack seemed accustomed to Tang Hao's demeanor. Tang Hao, Xiao San is nearly 6 years old now. He should partake in this year's awakening ceremony. Tang Hao cast a glance at Tang San and replied indifferently, "Then let him attend." "When is it?" Old Jack responded, "It will be in 3 days. I will come to fetch him then." His gaze at Tang Hao clearly suggested that relying on him for transportation would likely cause delays. Tang Hao nodded, choosing to disregard the village chief. However, Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony?" Old Jack adopted a serious tone, explaining, "Each of us possesses our own martial soul, and around the age of 6, we must undergo the awakening ceremony. Upon obtaining a martial soul, our abilities in certain aspects will be enhanced. Even the most ordinary martial soul can be of assistance. If you happen to possess an exceptional martial soul and can cultivate it, you might even become a soul master. The awakening ceremony occurs only once a year, and I cannot let you miss this opportunity. The esteemed steward from the Wulin division in Notting City will personally aid the children of our village in their awakening. That steward is a soul master of the Great Soul Master level. As he spoke the words Great Soul Master, Old Jack's eyes clearly reflected envy. Tang San had only a vague understanding of what a soul master entailed, but sensing an opportunity, he pressed further. What does Great Soul Master mean? Chapter 2. Useless Martial Souls and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 1. Old Jack displayed remarkable patience toward Tang San. In his eyes, the most sensible child in the village was none other than the one standing before him. It was hard to fathom how such a dutiful son could emerge from a father like Tang Hao. Great Soul Master is a title within the ranks of Soul Masters. Soul Masters are the most noble profession across the entire Douluo Continent. They can be powerful warriors or possess exceptional auxiliary abilities. Regardless of which type of Soul Master one is, their levels are categorized according to the same titles. Soul Masters possess their own martial soul power, which is classified into 10 titles based on strength. Each title is further divided into 10 ranks in the beginning. Those who are just starting out are known as Soul Masters. Once one's martial soul awakens, every individual becomes a soul master, if the martial soul is capable of cultivation. Upon reaching the 11th level of soul power, one ascends to the next title, which is Soul Teacher. The title of Great Soul Teacher follows, marking the third rank in the entire hierarchy of titles. Attaining the realm of Great Soul Teacher signifies that one has become a remarkably powerful soul teacher. The complete sequence of 10 titles is as follows: Soul Master, Soul Teacher, Great Soul Teacher, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Douluo, and Title Douluo. The name of our Douluo continent is derived from this. It is said that those who reach the rank of Title Douluo at level 90 or above can bestow upon themselves a title, rendering them virtually invincible beings with a proud gleam in his eyes. One cannot forget that our Holy Soul Village once produced an 8th-ranked Soul Sage a century ago. Such a feat is exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of Notting City, and indeed, the entire Fasnuo province. Beside him, Tang Hao scoffed, "Old Jack, that is merely a legend." As if provoked in his most sensitive spot, Old Jack erupted in fury. "What do you mean by legend? Legends are born from facts. Tang Hao, you have been in the village for 6 years. You should understand the esteemed position that Soul Sage holds in our hearts. Should I hear you insult the revered Soul Sage again, I shall expel you from the village. Were it not for Xiao San's sake, do you think I would willingly come to your wretched abode?" Yet, Tang Hao remained unfazed, continuing to hammer away at his farming tool as though he had not heard Jack's words. Jack shot him a fierce glare and then turned to Tang San. "You must not emulate your father's despondency." "Very well, I shall take my leave. 3 days hence, I will return to escort you." With that, Old Jack stormed out of the blacksmith shop. "Father," Tang San called out. Tang Hao cast a cold glance his way, and upon seeing the chill in his father's eyes, Tang San was compelled to swallow back his words. Bowing his head, he returned to his room to continue his relentless efforts of hammering 1,000 times more. As night descended, after dinner, Tang Hao wiped his mouth and, as a matter of habit, stepped outside. For him, it was a routine affair to indulge in drink, consuming the most inferior quality of barley wine. "Father, wait a moment," Tang San, unable to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks, hastily called out to Tang Hao. "What is it?" Tang Hao impatiently glared at him. Although Tang Hao had never struck Tang San, for reasons unknown, Tang San harbored a sense of trepidation towards his father. Even with the knowledge of having lived 2 lives, he could not alter this feeling. "I have completed the 1,000 strikes," Tang San announced. "Oh?" The light in Tang Hao's eyes seemed to brighten slightly. "Bring it to me for inspection." "All right." Tang San hurried back to his room and soon emerged, cradling a block of iron. The iron piece was entirely black, though its shape was irregular. Every fractured surface gleamed with brilliance, revealing a subtle sheen of darkness. The entire block was roughly 1/4 the size of the original mass of iron. Tang San wielded it effortlessly, employing his Shintian art. Tang Hao grasped the obsidian iron block and scrutinized it closely before inquiring, "Now do you comprehend the essence of my words?" Tang San nodded. Through relentless forging, even the most inferior metal, subjected to continual refinement, will ultimately transform into something of superior quality. "Father, are you imparting this lesson to me?" Tang Hao realized that his son had surprised him quite a bit these days. Returning the iron block to him, he stated, "Continue your work. When you have forged it to the size of a fist, bring it back for my inspection." With that, he turned and exited the house. According to his earlier words, forging that iron block for 10,000 strikes would suffice to teach Tang San the art of forging, yet it seemed he had reneged on that promise. However, Tang San paid no mind to this, as he was preoccupied with Tang Hao's words. Could such a large piece of iron truly be forged down to the size of a fist? Although it was merely a quarter of its original volume, Tang San understood very well that with each strike, the iron's density increased, making it progressively more challenging to reduce its size. Achieving a fist-sized piece was certainly not a matter of merely hammering it another 10,000 times. What then is the essence of 10,000 forges? A gleam of determination flashed in Tang San's eyes as he deftly maneuvered into his room. Soon, the sound of clanging hammers echoed once again in the blacksmith shop. 3 days swiftly passed. Each morning, Tang San continued his routine exercises atop the mountain. Upon returning home, aside from cooking, he dedicated himself to forging, engaging in a contest of wills with that block of raw iron. Each day, his hammering grew more vigorous. The Shintian skill aided him in rapidly recuperating his stamina, allowing him to sustain this relentless forging process. "Little San, your grandfather has come to fetch you." Old Jack arrived punctually at the blacksmith shop, and perhaps due to his disdain for Tang Hao, this time he did not enter but merely called out to Tang San from outside. Tang San glanced at his father, who had just finished breakfast. Tang Hao replied coolly, "Go ahead, don't delay lunch preparations." Chapter 2. The Useless Martial Soul and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 2. Tang San acknowledged and then stepped out of the blacksmith shop. Under Old Jack's guidance, he followed him to the Martial Soul Hall in the village of Zhongyang. Of course, this so-called Martial Soul Hall was merely a larger wooden cabin, since every individual possessed a martial soul. Each year, children underwent martial soul awakenings. Thus, in any corner of the Douluo Continent, one could witness the presence of a martial soul hall. However, these were merely branch halls, differing in hierarchy. This year, 8 children from Holy Soul Village were set to undergo their martial soul awakenings, and Tang San was the last to arrive with Old Jack. The village children looked down upon Tang San, as the prejudice of valuing wealth over worthiness was not confined to the nobility. It was even more pronounced among the common folk. Moreover, Tang San, having lived 2 lives, was well over 30 in actual age, and naturally, he had little desire to mingle with these children. For him, it was far more advantageous to devote his time to cultivation. Thus, he had no childhood companions. In addition to the village head, Jack, and the 8 gathered children, there was a young man within the Martial Soul Hall, appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp brows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome. Clad in a white attire, he wore a black cloak draped over his shoulders, and emblazoned on his chest was a soul character the size of a fist. This was the standard attire for personnel directly affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall. On his left breast was a badge engraved with a long sword, featuring a total of 3 intercrossed long swords. Individuals like Jack, well versed in the ways of soul masters, are aware that the number of blades signifies the 3rd rank title of a soul master, the Grand Soul Master. The long sword denotes that this individual, hailing from the Spirit Hall, is a Battle Soul Master. "Greetings, esteemed Battle Soul Master. I beg your pardon for the trouble," Jack said with a profound respect as he bowed to the young man. A hint of pride flickered in the young man's demeanor as he subtly inclined his body in acknowledgement. "I have little time. Let us commence without delay," Jack replied. "Very well, children. This is the Battle Soul Master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your own martial spirits. You must cooperate fully with the Master during this process. Your grandfather hopes to see at least one of you become a Soul Master." The young man, slightly impatient, remarked, "Enough of the same old lines from last year. Becoming a Soul Master truly that facile? I have traversed 6 villages, yet found not a single soul possessing soul power, nor a suitable martial spirit. A shadow of melancholy crossed Jack's eyes as he sighed. Indeed, it is only the heirs of the prominent sects who have the greatest ease in becoming soul masters. For us ordinary folk, it is an arduous path. Shaking his head, he exited the spirit hall. The young man's gaze settled upon the 8 children before him, as a patrolling attendant of the spirit hall. Assisting ordinary individuals in awakening their martial spirits was a duty he had long since grown accustomed to. Children, stand in a line, he instructed, adopting a considerably gentler demeanor towards them. The 8 children arranged themselves, with Tang San positioned at the far left. His stature appeared somewhat diminutive compared to his peers. The young man smiled and introduced himself. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 Grand Soul Master, your guide, and I shall now proceed to awaken your martial spirits, one by one. Remember, do not fear, regardless of what transpires. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his satchel on the nearby table, retrieving 2 items, 6 black, spherical stones and a gleaming blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation and gestured for the first child on the right to step into the center. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel intently. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly glimmered, and, to the astonishment of the children, he declared in a commanding voice, Lone Wolf, manifest. A faint azure light emanated from the center of his forehead, ascending along the line of his brow and into his hair. Originally black, Su Yuntao's hair transformed into a silvery hue, rapidly lengthening, while the same color appeared on his exposed hands. Simultaneously, he seemed to swell in stature, his physique becoming impressively muscular. The specialized attire of the spirit hall maintained its elasticity, not bursting despite his enlarged form. Su Yuntao's eyes glowed a haunting green, and sharp claws extended from his 10 fingers, shimmering with a chilling light. 2 rings of aura ignited beneath his feet, swirling from the ground to his head. One was white, and the other was yellow, an exceedingly peculiar sight indeed. The boy, who was called out from the black stone, gazed in astonishment at the transformation of Su Yuntao's body and let out a startled scream, nearly fleeing in fright. The eerie, greenish glow in Su Yuntao's eyes was indeed terrifying. He swiftly grasped the child, commanding him to remain still. Fear not, this is my martial soul, the Lone Wolf. Should any of you aspire to become a soul master in the future, you too will wield similar abilities. Only Tang San remained relatively unperturbed, though he quickly gathered his energy upon witnessing the changes in Su Yuntao. Compared to surprise, curiosity enveloped Tang San's heart. The emergence of gray fur and green eyes unmistakably bore the traits of a wolf. Could it be that upon the manifestation of a martial soul, one transforms into a wolf? No, that cannot be. Rather, it must be the acquisition of the wolf's capabilities. Thus, the profession of soul master ought to be about the adept utilization of martial soul powers. For the first time, Tang San found himself intrigued by the vocation of a soul master, eager to discover what his own martial soul might be. Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, sending forth 6 wisps of pale green light into the 6 black stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a layer of golden radiance emanated from the stones, forming a faint golden aura that enveloped the previously frightened child. Chapter 2. The Useless Martial Soul and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 3. For reasons unknown, the child, who had been wailing just moments before, immediately calmed as the soft golden glow surrounded him. Standing there in a daze, golden specks of light began to drift from the black stones, entering the boy's body. His form trembled slightly, yearning to cry out yet unable to produce a sound. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao commanded imperiously, his emerald eyes fixated on the boy. Instinctively, the boy extended his right hand, and in an instant, all the golden specks surged forth, coalescing into a scythe that appeared in his palm. This scythe seemed not an illusion, but a tangible reality. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. It was a weapon martial soul. Could the scythe serve as a weapon? It might be adequate, albeit barely so. As the golden light gradually receded, the boy gazed in astonishment at the small scythe in his hand, feeling somewhat bewildered. Your martial soul is a scythe, a weapon martial soul. Now, let me test whether you possess soul power. Even a weapon martial soul can engage in the cultivation of a battle soul master if it possesses soul power. After all, a scythe does hold some offensive potential. Master, what should I do? The boy asked timidly. Su Yuntao replied calmly. Reclaim your martial soul using your mind. Whenever you wish to use it in the future, you shall summon it forth with your thoughts. The boy struggled for quite a while before managing to retract the scythe back into himself. Su Yuntao then presented a blue crystal ball to him, gesturing for him to place his right hand upon it. The contrast between the boy's delicate hand and Su Yuntao's claw-like grip was strikingly apparent. Moments later, Su Yuntao, somewhat disappointed, declared, "There is no soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." The same scene unfolded repeatedly, as 5 children sequentially awakened their martial souls, each manifesting implements such as hoes and sickles, with not a single beast martial soul in sight. As for their soul power, it was deemed null by Su Yuntao. The 7th child, the last before Tang San, approached. Having continuously officiated the awakening, Su Yuntao appeared somewhat fatigued, yet he remained resolute in his commitment to guide these 8 children through the awakening process. Golden motes coalesced, and this time, a transformation occurred. No longer mere farming tools, a delicate blue grass emerged in the palm of the girl, gently swaying. Tang San felt a vague familiarity with this blue grass. Soon, he recalled its name. Blue silver grass, commonly found throughout the village, akin to the ubiquitous greenery of his former world. It possessed a robust vitality, but offered no other significant benefits. Only the faint golden aura enveloping the girl had obscured his immediate recognition. Despite not being a farming tool, Su Yuntao's disappointment was even more pronounced. It was a useless martial soul. Lacking offensive capabilities, defensive strength, or supportive attributes, blue silver grass epitomized the archetype of a feudal martial soul. As he spoke, he followed protocol and presented the blue crystal sphere to the girl, anticipating, as expected, that no soul power would manifest. At last, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, he stepped forward to stand amidst the 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power, the faint golden light brightened once more, warmth enveloped him. It felt as if he were cocooned in a cozy realm, an indescribable comfort. It was no wonder that the earlier children had calmed their emotions upon being enveloped in this golden radiance. The warm essence seeped into his being, and Tang San distinctly sensed a slight fluctuation in the inner energy of his Xintian skill. Soon after, under the guidance of this warm energy, it felt as though something within him shattered, and a surge of warmth rushed towards his palm. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness, for within that golden aura, the number of golden motes this time exceeded the combined total of all previous children. He sensed that a remarkably powerful martial soul was about to emerge, and his excitement was palpable. For those like him, responsible for the awakening of ordinary martial souls at the Martial Soul Hall. Awakening a child of extraordinary potential and subsequently recruiting them into the hall would yield substantial evaluative benefits, significantly aiding in promotion. However, Su Yuntao's hopes were soon dashed. Tang San instinctively raised his right hand, revealing blue, a shade he had encountered for the 2nd time that day within the village's Martial Soul Hall. Blue silver grass, identical to that of the previous girl, the quintessential embodiment of a useless martial soul. With a resigned tone, Su Yuntao remarked, "Another feudal martial soul. It appears that this time, Holy Soul Village has squandered its time. All right, children, you may leave now." The earlier plethora of golden motes had instilled him with considerable hope, yet the final revelation of merely blue silver grass left him feeling rather disheartened. "Uncle, you have yet to conduct my spirit power test." Tang San gazed at Su Yuntao, who was about to put away the blue crystal ball, and hurriedly reminded him. Without turning back, Su Yuntao replied, "There is no need to test. I have yet to encounter anyone with spirit power possessing such a useless martial soul as blue silver grass." "Allow me to try, uncle," Tang San insisted. The warmth emanating from the golden light coursed through his body, imparting a peculiar sensation, as if the open door within him hinted at subtle changes in his Xintian skill. Concurrently, he was eager to discern the distinctions between his inner strength and the martial souls of this world. Su Yuntao paused for a moment before turning around to meet Tang San's calm yet resolute gaze. He mused inwardly, "This child appears to be somewhat extraordinary." Chapter 2. Useless Martial Souls and Innate Full Spirit Power, Part 4, Very well. Testing the Spirit Power 1T consumed too much time. As he spoke, he extended the blue crystal ball towards Tang San. Following the method Su Yuntao had previously taught him, Tang San focused on retracting his blue silver grass into his body. He discovered that it was not difficult. As long as he controlled his power similarly to how he managed his Xintian skill, it could be accomplished. He also realized that the emergence of the blue-silver grass seemed to coincide with the outpouring of his Xintian skill, as though that blue-hued grass was formed from the condensation of his Xintian energy. The moment his palm made contact with the blue crystal ball, Tang San's body trembled violently, to his astonishment. He discovered that the seemingly beautiful blue crystal ball possessed an immense suction force, as if his inner strength had found an outlet and surged forth uncontrollably. He attempted to break free, but was utterly unable to escape the overwhelming pull. Su Yuntao, equally astonished, had initially believed that this would merely be a formality for the final spirit power test in Holy Soul Village. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball in his hand illuminated, radiating a dazzling blue light that rapidly spread from a mere point, transforming it into a radiant gem that shimmered brilliantly. A faint blue halo emerged, indescribably enchanting. According to traditional testing, as long as the crystal ball exhibited even the slightest response, even a glimmer of light, it would confirm the presence of spirit power in the tested individual. The resplendent glow emanating from the blue crystal ball could only signify one thing. Goodness, it is indeed innate full spirit power. Once more, a green light radiated from Su Yuntao, causing the crystal ball to bounce Tang San's palm away. At that moment, his gaze towards the boy before him had transformed entirely, as if he were observing a creature of legend. Tang San, too, recognized the divergence in his testing results compared to the other children, and, puzzled, inquired, "Uncle, what is innate full spirit power?" Su Yuntao stared blankly at him, instinctively explaining, "When one awakens their martial soul, in addition to the form of the martial soul determining its strength, the quantity of spirit power is also of paramount importance. Most individuals possess no spirit power upon martial soul awakening, much like the children before. They are destined never to become soul masters, as long as there exists even a trace of soul power. It can be cultivated through meditation. During the awakening of one's martial soul, the quantity of soul power is of paramount importance, determining the initial level at which a soul master begins their training. The higher the innate soul power, the swifter the subsequent cultivation becomes, and naturally, those who start at a higher level will excel beyond their peers. The term innate full soul power refers to the highest level of soul power attainable at the moment of martial soul awakening. Highest soul power? Tang San gazed at Su Yuntao, his mind racing. He was uncertain about the nature of his own soul power, but he was certain that the blue crystal ball designated for testing absorbed the internal energy of his Xintian Gong. Could it be that his internal energy transformed into soul power in this world? Perhaps due to the significant impact of Tang San's innate full soul power, Su Yuntao patiently elucidated, our martial soul levels are categorized such that every 10 levels corresponds to a title. Once a martial soul has awakened, one is automatically recognized as a soul master, albeit merely a first-level soul master. The levels are distinguished according to the strength of the martial soul power. The so-called innate full soul power indicates that after awakening, the soul power can reach the innate maximum of level 10. I have yet to encounter anyone with innate full soul power. When I awakened, I only had second-level soul power. Having regained his composure, Tang San was determined not to squander the opportunity of conversing with a genuine soul master. He hurriedly posed a question that lingered in his mind. Is level 10 the absolute limit for innate soul power? Can it not surpass that? Su Yuntao, his azure aura retracting as he withdrew his martial soul's embodiment, replied, of course not. The enhancement of a soul master's strength is not a trivial matter. To ascend to the next title, one must not only reach the zenith of the previous title's martial soul power, but also acquire a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no amount of diligent cultivation will allow one to progress to the next title. For instance, in your case, having attained innate full soul power, your soul power's advancement requires more than mere meditation. You must first obtain a soul ring. Only upon entering the next tier can you continue your cultivation. Tang San realized the soul ring. Was that the halo you bore earlier? You are at level 26, hence you possess 2 soul rings. Su Yuntao nodded, affirming, precisely. Your situation is quite exceptional. Innate full soul power is a rare talent, appearing once in a century. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that you possess a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul were merely a farming tool, it would still surpass the useless blue-silver grass. At this, Tang San understood the implication he left unspoken, and a veil that had shrouded his understanding began to lift. Tang San had always been a contemplative individual, as he was in his previous life. So too in this one, and according to Su Yuntao, if soul power truly aligned with his internal energy, Then upon arriving in this world, the internal energy cultivated would have transformed into soul power. The reason he could not advance to the second realm of his Xiantian was precisely due to the so-called soul ring. In other words, to further enhance his abilities, he must acquire a soul ring, akin to a soul master. But what exactly is a soul ring? Tang San was eager to continue his inquiries, yet Su Yuntao had already picked up his bundle and made his way outside. As the door swung open, old Jack anxiously greeted Su Yuntao. "Master, how is it? Are there any children in our village this year with the potential to become soul masters?" Su Yuntao glanced at him, sighed softly, and replied, "There is indeed one. But it is a pity that a flicker of uncertainty crossed Jack's eyes as he tentatively asked, 'Master, who is it?' Su Yuntao responded, 'Among the 8 children this year, only one possesses soul power, and it is innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial soul is blue silver grass. Do you understand? Blue silver grass? Innate full soul power? Good heavens!" The expression of disappointment on Jack's face was even more profound than Su Yuntao's. Having served as village chief for many years, he naturally understood the significance of innate full soul power. However, to see such potential manifest in the form of blue silver grass martial soul was truly disheartening. "Master, is there truly no way to cultivate it?" Jack inquired with a furrowed brow. Sensing old Jack's emotions, Su Yuntao no longer exuded the pride he had at the beginning. He patted Jack on the shoulder and said, "It is not entirely impossible to cultivate. But what do you think blue silver grass would evolve into as the martial soul progresses? A waste martial soul is ultimately a waste martial soul. Even if one becomes a soul master, they would likely be an ineffective one, and it is indeed a shame about the innate full soul power. Well, I must take my leave. I have to visit the next village." Su Yuntao departed without waiting for Tang San to pose further questions. Absent Su Yuntao, Tang San rushed to old Jack, urgently asking the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? How can one obtain a soul ring?" Old Jack, seemingly lost in thought regarding Su Yuntao's words, instinctively responded, "I am not sure what a soul ring is, but to obtain one, it seems one must hunt soul beasts. That is quite a perilous endeavor. Only soul masters would undertake it." To be continued, Chapter 3. Twin Martial Souls, Part 1. Soul Rings and Soul Beasts. These two novel terms echoed incessantly in Tang San's mind. Although he could not be certain whether his conjecture was accurate, the fact that his Xiantian had hit a bottleneck made it evident that the soul ring was a potential breakthrough. At that moment, Jack had regained his composure and looked down at Tang San in astonishment, saying, "Little San, could it be that you are the one Master spoke of, the one with innate full soul power and the blue silver grass martial soul?" Tang San nodded affirmatively, replying, "That is I." Old Jack crouched down to meet Tang San's gaze. "Little San, I never expected your talent to be so remarkable. What a pity that you have such a father who could not bestow you a superior martial soul inheritance. Otherwise, you might truly become the second soul sage in our village. Tell me, do you wish to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Only there will you find the most accurate knowledge regarding martial souls." At this juncture, Tang San had developed a keen interest in martial souls, particularly as they related to his own Xiantian. However, he still refrained from giving a definitive answer, stating, "Grandpa Jack, I must consult my father first." Jack suddenly awakened to the realization that, indeed, no matter how sensible a child may be, they ultimately remain a child. It was imperative to consult Tang Hao's opinion. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Despite his reluctance to encounter that disheveled fellow, for the sake of the village's hope to produce another soul master, he set aside his misgivings. "Come, Xiao San, I shall escort you home," he declared. Old Jack first returned to the other children, allowing their parents to take them away, before leading Tang San back to the blacksmith shop. In the morning, it was Tang Hao's customary nap time, and the forge was enveloped in silence. Tang Hao, Old Jack called out, indifferent to whether Tang Hao was asleep. His disdain for the untidy blacksmith was profound. Were it not for the remarkably low prices of the farming tools he crafted, Jack would have long wished to expel him from the village. As he called out for Tang Hao, his gaze wandered in search of a chair to sit upon, but upon surveying the dilapidated surroundings, he found himself lacking the courage to pull one over. At his age, he had no desire to suffer a fall that could lead to broken bones. Who was making such a ruckus? Tang Hao's voice, tinged with irritation, resonated as he parted the curtain and stepped out. He first spotted his son before shifting his attention to Jack. "Old Jack, what is it?" Jack retorted sharply. "Today marks the day of your son's martial soul awakening. Surely you recognize its significance. Other families have both parents accompanying them, yet you remain as always." Tang Hao appeared to disregard Jack's sarcasm entirely, his gaze returning to his son. "Xiao San, has your martial soul awakened?" "What is it?" Tang San replied. "Father, it is blue silvergrass." Blue silvergrass. For reasons unknown, Tang Hao, who typically showed little interest in external matters, trembled slightly upon hearing those three words, a unique light flickering in his eyes. Only Tang San noticed the change in his father's expression. Old Jack, of course, paid no heed to the blacksmith's demeanor and stated directly, "Though it is blue silvergrass, Xiao San possesses innate full soul power. Tang Hao, I have decided that this year's quota for an apprentice in the village shall be granted to Xiao San. He will attend the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City. The travel expenses will be covered by the village." Blue silvergrass, Tang Hao murmured, suddenly lifting his head, his eyes reflecting a firmness Tang San had never witnessed before as he declared. "No, what did you say?" "I must have misheard," Jack exclaimed, astonished as he rubbed his ears, gazing at Tang Hao in disbelief. "You should understand how precious this opportunity is. Even though our holy soul village once produced a soul sage, we have but one quota each year, and other villages must share their quotas among 2 or 3 villages. Do you realize this? It is a remarkable chance. Who knows, Xiao San may one day rise to prominence." Tang Hao shot Jack a cold glare. What use is it to rise to prominence? "All I know is that if he leaves, there will be no one to cook for me." Blue silvergrass. Do you truly believe it can be cultivated into something worthwhile? It is merely a useless martial soul. Old Jack retorted angrily, but he possesses innate full soul power. As long as he can acquire a soul ring, even the most inferior one, he will instantly become a soul master. Soul master, are you aware? It has been many years since a soul master has emerged from our village. Tang Hao replied nonchalantly, "This is your true intention, isn't it? If I say it is impossible, then it is impossible. You may leave now." Tang Hao's demeanor remained languid, undeterred by the escalating anger within old Jack, whose fury had reached its zenith. "There is no need to raise your voice. I am not deaf," Tang Hao stated. "I have said, you may go." "Grandfather Jack, please do not be angry. I will no longer pursue the abilities of a soul master. Father is right. Blue silvergrass is merely a useless martial spirit. I appreciate your kindness." Although Jack harbored a profound disdain for Tang Hao, he found great fondness for the understanding Tang San. His seething rage gradually subsided as he sighed deeply. "Good child. Grandfather is not angry. Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and walked outside, while Tang San hurriedly saw him off. While he could disregard his father, Jack was the village chief, and he had always treated him well. He would never skimp on courtesy. Upon reaching the entrance of the blacksmith's shop, Jack halted, turning to Tang Hao with a grave expression. "Tang Hao, your life has come to such an end, but little San is still young. Do you not think it wise to provide him with a means of livelihood? Do not hinder him. Becoming a soul master will ensure he does not end up as destitute as you. Should you reconsider, do seek me out. There are still 3 months until the enrollment period for this year's Notting Soul Master Academy." To be continued, Chapter 3, Twin Martial Spirits, Part 2. After bidding farewell to old Jack, Tang San felt a twinge of disappointment, for the soul rings mentioned by Su Yuntao might pertain to his breakthrough in Shintian Gong. Yet, he did not show his feelings. He believed there would still be opportunities ahead. As he slowly returned to the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao surprisingly did not retreat to his room to continue sleeping, but instead sat on a chair, eyes closed, in quiet contemplation. "Father, why not retire to your room for a bit more rest?" "I shall prepare lunch," Tang San suggested. Tang Hao, still with his eyes shut, replied softly, "Do you also feel disheartened? Do you wish to become a soul master?" Tang San paused momentarily. "It's all right, father. Being a blacksmith is also splendid. It can sustain us just the same. Did you not promise to teach me how to forge farming tools?" Tang Hao gradually opened his eyes, revealing a flicker of excitement within them. Unbeknownst to him, his right fist had clenched tightly, and a chilling aura began to emanate from his aged visage. "A soul master? What use is that? Do not speak of a mere useless martial spirit. Even the mightiest martial spirit, what can the strongest soul master achieve? They remain nothing more than worthless." Tang Hao's emotions were intense, his body trembled, and in that fleeting moment, Tang San discerned a glimmer of something crystalline in his father's eyes. Rushing forward, Tang San grasped Tang Hao's fist. "Father, please do not be angry. I shall not pursue becoming a soul master. I will stay by your side and cook for you." Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's fervor flared swiftly and subsided just as quickly. "Release your martial spirit for me to see." "Very well." Tang San nodded slightly, raising his right hand as he silently activated the Xintian skill within him. He felt a peculiar warmth merging with the essence of the Xintian skill, and a faint blue glow materialized in the palm of his hand. In an instant, a small, azure-hued grass had manifested. Staring blankly at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand, Tang Hao was momentarily lost in thought, gradually regaining his composure after a considerable pause. The light in his eyes flickered uncertainly as he murmured, "Blue-silver grass, indeed it is blue-silver grass. Just like hers." Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet and turned to stride towards the inner chamber, his abrupt motion nearly causing Tang San to stumble. The blue-silver grass spirit in his hand dissipated autonomously. "Father," Tang San called out, but Tang Hao, irritable, waved his hand dismissively. "Do not disturb me," he said, already lifting the curtain to enter the inner room. "But I possess another spirit," Tang San insisted, articulating the uniqueness of his awakening today. This was a question he had not posed to Su Yuntao and Jack. After all, they were merely outsiders. Tang Min Xintian Treasure Record. Article 1. Never allow those whom you cannot fully trust to know the extent of your true power. Tang San had long since memorized the Xintian Treasure Record, unwaveringly adhering to its principles. The curtain was suddenly drawn back, and Tang Hao reappeared in the outer chamber, his face now a portrait of shock, his eyes visibly red, as if he had recently wept. Tang San remained silent. Instead, he mirrored his previous gesture, slowly raising his left hand. This time, rather than a blue light, a subtle black glow erupted from his palm, condensing into a strange object that materialized within it. It was a hammer of pitch-black hue, approximately half a foot in length, with a cylindrical head resembling a miniature forging hammer. However, upon its obsidian surface, there was an unusual radiance, and faint patterns spiraled around the cylindrical head. For reasons unknown, when this hammer appeared in Tang San's grasp, the air in the room felt stifling, as if he could scarcely bear the weight of the small hammer, causing his arm to gradually lower. His complexion had turned somewhat pale. Unlike the blue-silver grass, which required little energy from the Xintian skill, this black hammer, upon its emergence, seemed to siphon away all of Tang San's internal strength. He could only barely manage to maintain his grip on the hammer's handle. Though it appeared diminutive, its weight far exceeded that of a forging hammer. What is this? Tang Hao nearly leapt forward, seizing Tang San's hand that clutched the hammer, bringing it closer to his own gaze. Tang Hao's grip was strong, alleviating the burden that Tang San felt from the hammer. When Tang Hao's hand enveloped his, a warm sensation of blood connection surged within Tang San, bringing him a comforting solace. "Father, is something amiss?" Observing the black hammer, the previously vanished excitement reignited in Tang Hao's eyes. "Dual spirit, it is indeed a dual spirit. My son, my son." Suddenly, Tang Hao opened his powerful arms, enveloping Tang San tightly in an embrace. Tang Hao's chest was broad, perhaps due to his long years as a blacksmith. Despite his seemingly languid demeanor, his muscles had not diminished with the passage of time, and his embrace radiated warmth. The sense of security that stemmed from paternal love was irreplaceable by anything else. "Father." Tang San found himself momentarily stunned. In his memories, this seemed to be the first time Tang Hao had embraced him in such a manner. The small hammer in his hand felt increasingly heavy, and while he cherished the warmth of paternal affection, he was more concerned about not dropping the hammer and inadvertently striking his father. "Father, I can't hold on much longer," Tang San couldn't help but utter. Tang Hao released his arms, pulling back. As the darkness dissipated and the weight vanished, Tang San felt perplexed. That hammer was clearly a manifestation of his Xintian skill mixed with a peculiar force within him. Yet why was he unable to lift it? Even more astonishing was the fact that after summoning that small hammer, his internal energy had been significantly depleted. Chapter 3. Twin Spirits, Part 3. Tang San had never seen his father's face so vividly illuminated. A myriad of complex emotions flitting across Tang Hao's visage. After a long pause, he slowly uttered, "Remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right." Always. Tang San nodded in confusion. Tang Hao stood up and, without a backward glance, retreated to his room. While preparing lunch, Tang San pondered the martial spirit world he had encountered that day. Twin spirits seemed to be a rare phenomenon in this realm. Otherwise, his father would not have been so astonished. It appeared that his hammer spirit had profoundly affected him. More importantly, he contemplated the relationship between his martial spirit and Xintian skill. If that spirit ring was indeed the key to breaking through his limitations, then he must find a way to obtain a spirit ring to test it. During lunch, Tang Hao remained unusually silent, his appetite noticeably diminished, his gaze often drifting towards Tang San, as if hesitating over something. After finishing, Tang San instinctively began to clear the dishes, but Tang Hao called him to a halt. "Let us wait a bit. Little San, tell me, do you wish to become a soul master?" Tang San was taken aback. Looking at Tang Hao, not wanting to deceive his father, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Tang Hao sighed, a look of age settling deeper into his features. "You ultimately must choose to walk this path." He spoke only this one sentence before retreating to his own room. Tang San noticed that while Tang Hao expressed a sense of lament, there was also an overwhelming sense of relief in his expression. He understood that his father seemed to harbor many unspoken thoughts. After clearing the dishes, Tang San returned to his room to continue his work, the rhythmic clanging of the hammer against the iron block resonating in the air. Though he was uncertain when he would be able to forge this piece of raw iron to the size of his father's fist, this method of crafting was undeniably beneficial for enhancing his mastery of Xintian skill and provided excellent physical conditioning. Tang San has begun to endeavor to wield the iron hammer with as little of his Xintian Gong internal energy as possible. This way, he can maintain his striking for a longer duration with each successive blow. As the afternoon wore on and he had struck over 300 times, feeling as though he had removed some impurities from the iron, the door curtain was lifted and Tang Hao stepped inside. It seemed he had not been forging agricultural tools that afternoon, for at least Tang San had not heard the familiar sound of hammering. "Father," Tang San glanced at his parent, and the hammer in his hand instinctively came to a halt. Tang Hao gestured for him to continue, moving aside to stand in silence, merely observing him. Tang San resumed his hammering. By now, his clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat. With his current internal energy, he had yet to adapt to the temperature. And furthermore, this was undoubtedly a strenuous physical endeavor. The rhythmic sounds of clang, clang, clang echoed continuously. Tang San's small frame was disproportionate to the hammer he wielded, yet with each swing, the hammer cut through the air with remarkable force. In his heart, Tang Hao mused, with innate strength combined with a full reserve of soul power, it is no wonder he can swing the hammer at such a tender age. Perhaps old Jack was right. One should not let their own despair hinder the development of this child. The path ahead should be his to tread alone. Observing Tang San, drenched in sweat, Tang Hao finally came to a resolution. "Pause for a moment," he spoke. Tang San set down the hammer, slightly panting, quietly employing his Xintian Gong to recuperate his strength. Tang Hao approached him, took the hammer from his hand, and glanced at the glowing red iron block in the furnace. "With strikes like yours, it would take a year to reduce it to the size of a fist." Tang San looked up at his towering father and asked, "Then what should I do?" Tang Hao replied coolly, "Tell me, when you swing the forging hammer to strike it, which part of your body exerts the force first?" Tang San pondered for a moment and answered, "It should be the waist, right? The waist initiates the movement of the back, which then drives the arms to lift the forging hammer." Tang Hao neither confirmed nor denied Tang San's assertion, continuing to inquire, "Aside from the brain, what is the most crucial part of the human body?" "The heart," Tang San replied without hesitation. The heart and the brain are both instantaneously vital areas, yet the brain is shielded by the skull. While the heart is merely protected by skin and muscle, as a disciple of the Tang sect, he was well aware of human anatomy. Piercing an enemy's heart with a hidden weapon is the most effective and straightforward method to deliver a fatal blow. After a brief pause, Tang Hao said, "Now tell me, how many hearts does a person have?" "Huh." Tang San looked at him in astonishment, somewhat bewildered. "Is it necessary to mention how many hearts a person possesses?" "Answer me." Tang Hao's cold gaze bore down on him, the weight of his presence making it difficult for Tang San to breathe. Point one. Tang Hao shook his head, saying, "No, you are mistaken. Remember, a person has 3 hearts, not 1.3. Tang San stared at Tang Hao, utterly baffled by his words. Tang Hao reversed the hammer in his hand, tapping the shaft against Tang San's calves. Right here. The muscles in a person's calves represent the second and third hearts. A person, in order to fully unleash their potential, must inevitably engage all three hearts in simultaneous operation. Thus, the initiation of power does not commence from the waist. Rather, it is the three hearts that serve as the genesis. When the heart within your chest beats with fervor, the flow of energy begins in your calves, surging upwards through your thighs, traversing your waist and back, through your arms, and ultimately culminating in release. This constitutes a true display of strength. The heart generates power, while the waist serves as the axis. Observe. To be continued, Chapter 3. Twin Martial Souls, Part 4, with a slight elevation of the forging hammer in Tang Hao's hand. Tang San was compelled to retreat a few steps. In that moment, the hammer was deftly reversed, and with a commanding shout, his body turned halfway, his feet firmly anchored to the ground. The exposed calves, protruding from the tattered pant legs, instantly tensed, rendering him akin to a tiger poised to pounce. Channeling strength through his legs and rotating his waist, the forging hammer returned invisibly, crashing down with a resounding clang upon the glowing piece of wrought iron. Tang San could distinctly perceive that this was merely a process of human exertion. Tang Hao lacked internal power, let alone any release of martial soul energy. This was purely the force of the body. Yet the previously incandescent iron block had been indented by nearly one-third, its deformation glaringly evident. By harnessing the power from his calves, he unified the strength of his entire body. This is what constitutes full force. As the iron hammer returned to Tang San's hands, Tang Hao urged him, "Now, it's your turn." Very well. Tang San had never contemplated that forging could encompass such a profound technique. This method of exertion was not merely applicable to forging. It could surely be integrated into his own Tang sect martial arts. Grasping the hammer's handle with both hands, he emulated Tang Hao's earlier posture, his gaze fixed intently on the glowing iron block. As the Xian Tian Gong began to circulate within him, penetrating deep into his calves, his feet remained steadfast on the ground. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the strength of his legs in conjunction with the Xian Tian Gong. The power erupted from his calves, swiftly radiating upwards, rotating his waist, engaging his back, shoulders, and ultimately his arms. He distinctly felt his strength burgeon to an unprecedented level. From the explosive force of his calves to the culmination of the hammer's arc, it was as if his body were to be lifted by this immense power. When the hammer struck the iron block with precision, it produced a thunderous sound. Tang San's entire body was propelled off the ground by the hammer's swing, causing him to stumble forward. The hammer rebounded, and though the Xianyu hand offered some protection, his arms were nonetheless jolted by the force of the rebound, leaving him with a lingering soreness. Fortunately, the timely operation of the Xian Tian Gong alleviated this sensation gradually. The results were unmistakable. Despite Tang San's youth and the enhancement of the Xian Tian Gong, the impact of this strike, while not as pronounced as Tang Hao's, was nonetheless substantial, capable of rivaling the cumulative effect of several previous blows. Observing Tang San's movements, Tang Hao refrained from commenting, yet a flicker of surprise in his eyes indicated that Tang San had clearly surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that Tang San could master this technique of exertion in such a brief span of time. How could he possibly know that Tang San had been diligently honing the Tang sect's martial arts? Not only did he possess a solid foundation in Xintian Gong, but with techniques such as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, as well as ghostly shadow and Xianyu hand, his coordination surpassed that of his peers. His innate understanding was commendable, allowing him to grasp the art of exertion with remarkable ease. Of course, this was his first attempt, and his execution was not yet flawless. "Father, am I doing it right?" Tang Hao nodded slowly. "Do you understand the function of the heart? The muscle most utilized by humans is the calf, which serves as the source of all strength. Mastering the power of the calves will significantly enhance your force." As he spoke, Tang Hao approached the bellows and seated himself beside it, retrieving a contraption forged from cast iron, a pair of pedal-like objects. He connected them beneath the bellows, grasping the handles with both hands. The role of the bellows in the forging process is paramount. Adequate combustion of the metal ensures superior forging, as it enhances the material's toughness. Every piece of metal, regardless of its impurities, possesses a soul of its own. If the temperature is insufficient and excessive force causes it to shatter during forging, even if remelted and reforged, that metal will remain as scrap. Thus, when you strike the iron block with all your might, it is crucial to maintain its temperature. Operating the bellows also requires calf strength, which not only minimizes energy expenditure but maximizes the bellows' efficiency. With both feet pressing against the pedals, he suddenly exerted force, using his legs as a springboard, propelling his entire body backward in a swift motion. His arms naturally pulled the bellows handles, transitioning from straightened legs to bent ones, then returning the handles. This rhythmic exchange caused the bellows to operate at full capacity. Although Tang Hao's movements appeared unhurried, each action optimized the bellows' performance. Guided by the strength of his calf muscles, his body and the bellows forged a unique rhythm, flames leaping up from the furnace as the iron block glowed a fiery red. "Now you take over the bellows, following my previous movements," Tang Hao instructed, relinquishing his position to Tang San. Having previously swung the hammer and observed closely, Tang San swiftly grasped the technique for operating the bellows from his new position. Though still somewhat clumsy, he initiated each exertion from his calves, as Tang Hao had advised. Indeed, as Tang Hao had claimed, not only was his strength conserved, but the effectiveness had improved exponentially. Holding Tang San's forging hammer, Tang Hao remarked, "Swinging the hammer with full force during the forging process allows your strength to be fully realized. However, beware that each strike generates a rebound force that can impose a significant burden on oneself. Without the proper technique to channel it, one risks injury and allows a portion of that power to dissipate, failing to impact the metal effectively. Watch my movements closely. This will be crucial for you to strike this piece of pig iron down to the size of your fist within a short period." Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's eyes sharpened with focus. As Tang San pulled the bellows, the iron block was ignited to a brilliant red, the scorching flames transforming the room into an inferno. Chapter 3. Twin Spirits, Part 5. Tang Hao sprang into action, his movements seemingly unchanged from before. With his legs driving his waist propelling his back, and his back guiding his arms, he swung the iron hammer down upon the anvil with a resounding clang. As the hammer rebounded from the impact, Tang Hao executed a sudden turn, once again channeling power through his calves. The hammer, having bounced back, was swiftly raised in a fluid motion, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. Another thunderous crash echoed as it struck the anvil once more. This blow was not only executed with astonishing speed, but also appeared to possess even greater force than the initial strike. The hammer soared high into the air, and Tang Hao's movements synchronized perfectly with the hammer's ascent. At the precise moment it reached its zenith, he propelled the hammer in a spiraling arc, bringing it crashing down again. Tang San's eyes gleamed with realization. This was evidently a technique of leveraging force, converting the rebound generated by the hammer's collision with the metal into the power for his subsequent strike. The motions were flawlessly coordinated, minimizing any potential harm from the rebound, transforming that energy into a relentless series of blows. From the second strike onward, each impact exceeded Tang Hao's full strength, yet remained firmly within his control. His movements quickened, the forging hammer striking the anvil with the ferocity of a tempest. The anvil deformed under the relentless assault, and astonishingly, Tang Hao's precision was impeccable. Whenever the anvil's thickness reduced to half, becoming increasingly flattened, he would deliver a precise blow to its edge, causing it to flip. Thus, the anvil endured his strikes uniformly, rather than being merely flattened into a disc in the blink of an eye. 36 blows had been delivered. With both hands, Tang Hao spun the forging hammer in midair for 3 complete rotations before dissipating its power, standing still as he withdrew the hammer. His complexion remained unflushed, his breath steady, as if the tempestuous barrage he had unleashed was not his doing at all. The anvil had visibly shrunk in size after those 36 strikes, rendering its impurities nearly invisible to the naked eye. This was the true artistry of a blacksmith. What a magnificent technique! Do you understand? Tang Hao inquired, observing Tang San as he diligently worked the bellows. Tang San pondered for a moment before responding. "I grasp the principle of leveraging force, but it seems rather complex." Tang Hao replied nonchalantly, "To reach my level, there is but one path. Practice makes perfect. Moreover, remember this. When striking a piece of ordinary metal, it is at its most fragile when it harbors the most impurities. During that phase, your strikes should be lighter. As the impurities diminish, you may gradually increase your force to maintain the effectiveness of your blows. The control of force is key. Practice at your own pace. Do not blindly increase power and speed. Accuracy is equally vital. At the very least, you must know precisely where your hammer will strike. Otherwise, what purpose does strength serve?" With that, The forging hammer was returned to Tang San, and Tang Hao turned to exit. The father remained true to his word, indeed imparting to him the methods of forging. Moreover, from the teachings passed down from his father, it became evident that every profession harbors its own secrets, none of which are as simple as they appear. Over the course of the following half-month, Tang San diligently practiced the casting technique of wielding the hammer with leverage, as taught by Tang Hao. Despite possessing the ability to control strength through the crane-catching dragon technique and ensuring precise striking points with the purple extreme demon eye, mastering this forging method proved to be even more challenging than he had anticipated. Since it involved a full-force strike, controlling the inherent power was inherently difficult. Utilizing the rebound force while maintaining bodily balance to strike the desired target added layers of complexity. For every additional swing of the hammer, the required control increased significantly. The constant rotation of his body not only induced dizziness, but also made the force of each strike increasingly difficult to manage. Fortunately, the iron ore he had been hammering for an extended period had minimal impurities, rendering it less susceptible to shattering. Otherwise, under the weight of his uncontrollable forging hammer, it would have likely fractured long ago. However, throughout this practice, Tang San subtly progressed in the application of the Xintian skill, the crane-catching dragon technique, as well as the synergy between the Xin Jade Hand and the purple extreme demon eye. From the first day, when he could only manage 2 strikes before deviating from his target, to today, half a month later, he had already achieved the ability to strike accurately 7 times in succession upon the iron block. A remarkable improvement indeed. Simultaneously, the iron block diminished in size under the force of his relentless hammering, yielding tangible results each day. This was certainly intertwined with the method of utilizing his calves for power, which significantly conserved the energy expenditure of the Xintian skill, allowing Tang San more time to operate the bellows and engage in forging. Initially, his father had wielded the hammer 36 times, seemingly with surplus energy, while he himself could only manage 7. He wondered when he might reach his father's level. Each time this thought crossed Tang San's mind, it infused him with renewed motivation in his practice. Lately, he seemed to have forgotten about martial souls and spirit rings. Even during his early morning ascents to the mountain top to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye, he pondered how best to wield the hammer. 3 months swiftly passed, and when Tang San could sustain 13 consecutive strikes, Tang Hao began instructing him on how to forge tools. Tang Hao's teaching method was straightforward. He would first demonstrate, then allow Tang San to replicate the process. As long as he exhibited some understanding, Tang Hao would permit him to practice independently, offering minimal verbal guidance, only speaking up at pivotal moments. Because of this approach, whenever Tang Hao provided insights, Tang San remembered them with exceptional clarity. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in Another World, Part 1. In the early morning, Tang San returned from the mountain, invigorated and ready to prepare breakfast. During this period, due to his daily use of the purple extreme demon eye and continuous morning training, he had made significant advancements compared to before. He could now discern the minute movements of mosquitoes flapping their wings from a distance of 10 meters. Had it not been for the bottleneck in his Xintian skill, Tang San believed his progress in other areas would have been even more substantial. The task of forging a block of cast iron, measuring 50 centimeters on each side, into a size comparable to that of a fist, once appeared utterly impossible. Yet, a fortnight ago, Tang San had already accomplished this feat under the tutelage of Tang Hao. He had mastered a technique of forging that utilized leverage, enabling him to execute 24 consecutive strikes, each precise and controlled in force. Although Tang Hao had never bestowed praise upon him, the rare glimmer of satisfaction in his father's gaze indicated to Tang San that he had made notable progress in his technique. However, he understood that further improvement would require relentless practice. As he approached his home, he gently caressed his wrist, a subtle smile of contentment gracing his face. Adorning his wrist was the very first creation he had crafted since arriving in this world. A piece he had meticulously fashioned through every step of the process. It was a sleeve arrow, a commonplace concealed weapon within the Tang sect of yore. The essence of crafting a sleeve arrow lay in the power of the mechanism and the ingenuity of its design. The sleeve arrow Tang San had created even boasted a safety mechanism, ensuring that accidental harm was out of the question. Typically, a set of sleeve arrows comprises 3 arrows and a sleeve, and the one he wore was no exception. The material for this sleeve arrow was the cast iron he had laboriously shaped over nearly 100 days. Upon completing the task assigned by Tang Hao, transforming the block of cast iron into a fist-sized piece. He was astonished to discover that the once impurity-laden iron had metamorphosed into a true mother of iron in his previous life. Not only he but even the finest craftsmen of the Tang sect would have deemed such a transformation from ordinary cast iron into mother iron impossible. Yet, in this world, it had become a tangible reality, an extraordinary occurrence in itself. The sleeve arrow he wore was crafted from that very mother iron, and the entire assembly, including the 3 4-inch arrows, consumed the entirety of the material in terms of casting. Tang San acknowledged that he was far inferior to Tang Hao. However, when it came to the creation of ingenious concealed weapons, he believed that not even Tang Hao, and perhaps no one across the entirety of the Douluo Continent, could rival the talent of this prodigy from the Tang sect's outer circle. While ordinary sleeve arrows typically have a shooting range of around 15 meters, the ones crafted by Tang San could maintain an effective attack distance exceeding 30 meters. This so-called effective range refers to the linear distance post-launch, where the arrows could inflict maximum lethality. Although Tang San's set comprised merely 3 arrows, each was exquisitely crafted, featuring 3 blood grooves. Had he not been constrained by the quantity, he had contemplated adding barbed tips to the arrows. The minuscule 4-point tail fins ensured that the arrows flew with remarkable stability. The conical tips bore spiral markings, enhancing their penetrative power upon launch. Tang San's pursuit of perfection in the design and manufacture of concealed weapons was unwavering. Even if this was merely a set of ordinary sleeve arrows, he was acutely aware of his youth and the fact that he had yet to break through the bottleneck in his Xintian skill. If he were to encounter a soul master like Su Yun Tao, who could wield a martial spirit, his own strength would fall short. However, with this set of sleeve arrows at his disposal, he felt a surge of confidence. He believed that he could contend with any soul master whose strength did not vastly exceed his own. In the Tangmin Xintian Baolu, General Principles, Article 2, what constitutes a hidden weapon? A hidden weapon is a special armament utilized covertly to vanquish foes. If the enemy is aware of its impending use, it ceases to be a hidden weapon and transforms into an overt one. Naturally, Tang San would not allow his hidden weapon to become an overt one, and Tang Hao had never inquired about the purpose of the Iron Mother. Thus, this sleeve arrow remained a secret solely belonging to him. Upon entering his home, the fragrant aroma of porridge wafted through the air, a daily ritual he had long grown accustomed to. "Father, it's time for dinner," Tang San called towards the inner chamber. Strangely, today, Tang Hao, who invariably emerged at the mention of a meal, did not appear. A sudden tightness gripped Tang San's heart. Could it be that his father was unwell? He hurriedly dashed into his father's room. Taking 3 steps at a time, to his surprise, Tang Hao was not within the room. It seemed to be the first time in years that he had not indulged in a morning slumber. As Tang San pondered over his father's whereabouts, Tang Hao returned. "Xiao San, where did you go this morning?" Tang Hao inquired casually. "I went out to exercise," Tang San replied. "Every morning, I take air." It was not a complete falsehood, as he indeed had gone to exercise. Tang Hao did not press further, stating nonchalantly, "You need not practice forging today. Pack your belongings, for tomorrow old Jack will take you to Notting City." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Notting City? What was the purpose of going there? The last time he visited Notting City was about a year ago when old Jack went to procure supplies and took him along for a glimpse of the world beyond. Tang Hao glanced at him and remarked, "Did you not wish to learn the abilities of a soul master? Old Jack will escort you to the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy to become a work-study student. There, you shall acquire the knowledge you seek." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San's heart raced with exhilaration. A profound opportunity had presented itself in the form of a soul master's spirit ring, which had long eluded him. "Father, what prompted this change of heart?" Tang Hao retorted. "So, will you go or not? But if I go, who will prepare your meals?" At that moment, Tang San realized that his father had risen early today to seek out village chief Jack. To be continued, Chapter 4, The First Hidden Weapon of the Otherworldly Tang San, Part 2. Tang Hao replied coldly, "Do you think I require your care? Simply go. This is the path you have chosen. Each year, there is a quota from Saint Soul Village. Not utilizing it would be a waste. The forging methods I have imparted to you will enable you to find an apprenticeship at any blacksmith shop in the city. Your funds for tuition and meals should suffice." Despite Tang Hao's indifferent tone, Tang San felt a wave of emotion swell within him. Over the past few months, although Tang Hao's demeanor towards him had remained unchanged, The process of teaching him the craft of forging had imbued this tall, elderly man with a growing sense of paternal warmth. While he yearned to acquire knowledge about soul masters, he also felt an unshakable reluctance to part with his father. Tang Hao continued, "I have conditions for your journey to Notting. Only upon agreeing to my terms may you proceed." "I agree," Tang San responded without hesitation. Tang Hao furrowed his brow. "You accept so readily without inquiring what my requirements are?" As a man, one must fulfill promises made and refrain from being a person of frivolous commitments. Tang San spoke naturally, stating, "No matter what my father asks me to do, I shall comply. He surely has my best interests at heart." Tang Hao paused momentarily. Although Tang San's words were spoken with casual ease, it was precisely that innate trust which stirred a subtle shift in his emotions. "Regardless of how you cultivate your soul power in the future, I need you to promise me that you will not bestow any soul ring upon your hammer-like martial spirit, nor allow anyone to witness its manifestation. Furthermore, do not let others know that you possess dual martial spirits. Can you manage that?" Tang San hesitated for a moment. "What about the blue-silver grass martial spirit?" Tang Hao replied, "You may utilize the blue-silver grass martial spirit freely. You can cultivate it and apply any soul rings without issue. A dual martial spirit does not necessitate both spirits to rely on soul rings for enhancement. As long as one martial spirit possesses a soul ring, the bottleneck in soul power enhancement will dissipate." Tang San inquired, "So, moving forward, I will solely employ the blue-silver grass martial spirit, correct?" Tang Hao nodded. "Unless you encounter life-threatening danger, refrain from using that hammer." "All right, I give you my word," Tang San affirmed solemnly. For him, the cultivation of martial spirits and the choice of soul rings were inconsequential. As long as he could discover a method to break through the bottleneck of the Xintian skill, that was sufficient. His Tang sect's hidden weapons did not require the assistance of a martial spirit. While others might perceive the blue-silver grass as a useless martial spirit, Tang San had never felt disheartened by it. The mastery of Tang sect's hidden weapons to a certain extent meant that even the slightest movement could be lethal. This was not mere rhetoric but a tangible reality. The blue-silver grass was formed from the condensation of soul power, that is, the internal energy of the Xintian skill. As long as the internal energy was ample, it could almost produce an infinite array of hidden weapons. "Now, let us dine," Tang Hao remarked. Their home, if not entirely destitute, was scarcely better. Tang San had little to prepare, merely gathering his patched clothing, which sufficed as completion. However, on this day, he did not heed Tang Hao's advice to merely tidy up. The sounds of forging continued to resonate throughout his room. In order to craft various hidden weapons in the future, Tang San understood that he must rely solely on himself. The forging techniques imparted by his father were absolutely essential to practice diligently. Until he had perfected the art of hidden weaponry, the quality of the weapons themselves would play a decisive role. Particularly for superlative hidden weapons like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, precision to the minutest detail was imperative. This day felt exceptionally prolonged, marking the first time since arriving in this world that Tang San felt a sense of unrest. Regarding the outside world, he felt both anticipation and a degree of trepidation. Whether in the Tang sect or at Holy Soul Village, he had never experienced the trials of the outside world, rendering him no different from a child in this regard. He pondered what wonders the world beyond could possibly unveil to him. After dinner, Tang Hao casually mentioned he was going out for a drink, seemingly unchanged from his usual routine. He instructed Tang San not to disturb him in the morning while he slept. In the early morning, Tang San sat atop a large stone on the mountain peak, delicately holding a leaf between his fingers. His eyes shimmered with a purplish hue, perhaps due to the recent vigor he had gained in his physique. The advancement of his purple extreme demon eye was remarkably swift. He could discern even the minutest veins on the leaf with crystal clarity. He was aware that his purple extreme demon eye had begun to approach the realm of meticulous observation. Unlike the nine-fold Xintian skill, which is divided into 9 levels, the purple extreme demon eye comprises only 4. Overview, meticulous, mustard seed, and vastness. The prerequisite for disciples of the Tang sect's inner circle is to reach the meticulous stage, which suffices for the use of hidden weapons. Having commenced his training at an early age and benefiting from the innate energy that lingered post-birth, he had, at merely 6 years of age, already grasped a semblance of the meticulous stage. However, he understood that nearly every disciple within the Tang sect could attain the meticulous realm, yet none, including the esteemed Master Tang, could advance to the subsequent stage of the purple extreme demon eye. Upon reaching the meticulous stage, The cultivation speed of the purple extreme demon I would significantly decelerate, and the daily absorption of Eastern purple chi could not merely be attributed to sheer willpower. Thus, it was rare for Tang's sect disciples to continue their cultivation after entering the meticulous realm. Legend has it that there once was an elder within the Tang sect whose purple extreme demon eye achieved the mustard seed realm. Yet he did not accomplish anything particularly extraordinary. It merely allowed him to see with greater clarity than those in the meticulous stage. That elder had devoted over 30 years to the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. As the internal force of the Shintian skill surged forth, it was suddenly infused into the leaf, causing the soft leaf to straighten under the influence of the power. With a flick of his right hand's index and middle fingers, the leaf spun forth, slicing through the air like a dart. To be continued, Chapter 4. The first hidden weapon of Tang San in another world, 3. The leaf traveled a mere meter before it could no longer maintain its spinning momentum. Having lost its rigidity, once it departed from Tang San's fingers, the effects of the Shintian skill's internal power dissipated naturally. His mastery was still too feeble. Shaking his head in resignation, Tang San rose to his feet. It was time to return. Today, he intended to leave the village, and he could not foresee when he would next visit this mountaintop. With a gentle push off the ground, he summoned his ghost shadow misty steps and descended the mountain. The familiar aroma of porridge wafted through the air, a final meal he would prepare for his father before departing. Tang San was determined not to be lazy. He glanced at the fire beneath the pot, adding a bit more water to the porridge, ensuring that his father could enjoy a warm meal upon waking. Old Jack had already arrived, perhaps due to his impending journey to Notting City. Today, Old Jack donned a smart outfit, appearing a tad more sprightly. "Xiao San, let us go. Your lazy father won't be waking up," Jack beckoned. Tang San gestured for silence, saying, "Grandpa, please be quiet. Dad dislikes being disturbed while he sleeps." As he spoke, he withdrew a piece of burning charcoal from the fire and inscribed a few lines on the ground. He cast a lingering glance back at his father's door, then shouldered his bag and quietly departed with Jack. His familiarity with the written language of this world was limited, having only gleaned knowledge during the village's private school sessions where children learned to read and write, occasionally catching glimpses of the characters. Having accumulated knowledge from a previous life, he possessed a certain grasp of basic literacy. As the curtain lifted, a tall figure emerged from the inner chamber. Tang Hao's eyes betrayed no trace of drowsiness. Upon reaching the doorway, he could still faintly discern the frail figures of Old Jack and Tang San. He remained motionless, standing there until the silhouettes of Tang San and the village chief Jack had completely vanished. As if recalling something, Tang Hao suddenly turned and retraced his steps to the blacksmith shop, gazing at the words Tang San had left on the ground. The two sentences were quite simple. "Father, Grandpa Jack and I have left. Please take good care of yourself and drink less." He shifted his gaze from the words on the ground to the side pot. Tang Hao rushed forward, flinging open the lid of the iron pot and lifting it with both hands. Since Tang San had just added water, the porridge within had yet to reach a rolling boil. Yet Tang Hao disregarded this and began to pour it into his mouth, swallowing it in large gulps. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of misty tears had formed in his eyes. As they walked, Tang San silently accompanied Old Jack, occasionally glancing back towards the village. "Xiao San, are you reluctant to leave the village, or is it your drunken father you can't bear to part with?" Jack asked with a gentle smile, ruffling Tang San's hair. "A bit of both," Tang San replied softly. Jack smiled slightly and remarked, "Compared to my worthless grandsons, you are far more sensible. How fortunate it would be if you were my grandson. That drunken father of yours is truly lucky. Do not dwell too much on it. The world outside is vast. Once you reach the academy, you will meet many friends and learn a wealth of knowledge. When you earn the title of Soul Master, the country will provide you with a monthly stipend, and your family circumstances will improve." Having lived 2 lives, Tang San listened to Jack's words, his emotions gradually returning to normal. Yet a yearning for the outside world stirred within him. "Grandpa Jack, could you tell me about the academy? What kind of place is it?" Jack smiled warmly and replied, "The academy is, of course, a place of learning. Although I have never attended, I am quite familiar with it. Our village has a quota for 1 work-study student each year, though it has been many years since anyone took advantage of that opportunity. The benefits for work-study students are substantial, including waivers for tuition and accommodation, only requiring them to cover their own meals. You can earn food by performing simple tasks at the academy, such as cleaning classrooms. Overall, the experience of a work-study student is akin to free education. If one were to pay for their studies, it would be beyond the means of us poor folk. Tang San interjected. Father said that once I arrive at the academy, I should seek work at a blacksmith shop. You? Work at a blacksmith shop? What a joke. I think Tang Hao has truly lost his mind, old Jack retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. You are barely taller than a forging hammer. Which blacksmith would take you on as an apprentice? Moreover, being a blacksmith is not a respected profession, and the wages are meager. All you need to do is focus on your studies at the academy. However, he added, that said, if you achieve something at the academy, perhaps your drunken father should save a bit of money for you. In the future, the Intermediate Soul Master Academy will not have any work-study positions available, and considerable funds are required to pursue studies there. Merely relying on the Soul Master stipend is far from sufficient. Due to Tang San's innate full soul power, old Jack has already regarded him as a soul master. Tang San gazed at Jack with a hint of confusion and inquired, is there truly an Intermediate Soul Master Academy? What distinguishes it from the primary Soul Master Academy? Both are academies, and they should impart the knowledge of soul masters, shouldn't they? Old Jack patiently elucidated, indeed, they are quite different. The primary Soul Master Academy teaches only fundamental concepts along with some cultural courses. It exclusively admits children whose martial souls have just awakened. With a curriculum lasting 6 years, by the age of 12, if one lacks promising potential, they may simply become an ordinary soul master. However, if one possesses considerable potential, most will opt to further their studies at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Continuing until the age of 18, the curriculum at the Intermediate Academy delves into more profound subjects, yet the difficulty of learning significantly increases. Should one fail to meet the Academy's requirements, graduating smoothly becomes impossible, a stark contrast to the primary Soul Master Academy. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in Another World. Part 4. Tang San remarked, if there are primary and intermediate levels, then surely there must be a high level as well? Old Jack nodded, a glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. As for the high-level Soul Master Academy, do not even entertain the thought. It is not a place just anyone can enter in our Tiendo Empire. There are only 2 high-level Soul Master Academies, collectively enrolling fewer than 100 students each year. It is a cradle of future potential. Graduates from the high-level academy, regardless of whether they join the national forces or the Spirit Hall, are fervently sought after and are directly bestowed with noble titles. Nobility? Such favorable conditions? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, old Jack replied. Being a soul master is the most esteemed profession, and a high-level soul master is even more so. They are all exceptionally talented individuals. Thus, for us commoners, aspiring to ascend and become high-level soul masters is undoubtedly the best shortcut. Yet, among ordinary folk, how many possess such remarkable martial souls? Even if they do, without the support of a prominent family, it is quite challenging to graduate from a high-level Soul Master Academy. Graduation exams are a personal matter. Why is external assistance necessary? Tang San questioned, somewhat perplexed. Old Jack sighed and explained, this illustrates the disparity, the gap between the wealthy and the poor, between commoners and nobility. The requirements for graduating from the primary Soul Master Academy are straightforward. As long as one's martial soul reaches level 10 and, under the guidance of the Academy's instructors, obtains a soul ring, they may successfully advance to the title of Soul Master. This is not arduous. Any child with soul power at the time of awakening can achieve it. It is said that progressing from level 10 to level 20 is the easiest phase for a Soul Master. However, the situation changes at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Graduate from here. One's martial soul must attain level 20 and acquire a second soul ring, thereby earning the title of Great Soul Master. The leap from level 10 to level 20 is one that many soul masters may never achieve in their lifetime. Moreover, once one reaches level 20, acquiring a soul ring necessitates hunting soul beasts independently, a venture fraught with peril. If one hails from an aristocratic lineage, accompanied by family warriors, the inherent risks are naturally considerably diminished. In contrast, soul masters of commoner origin, such as ourselves, must rely solely on our own abilities. The graduation criteria for the Advanced Soul Master Academy are exceedingly stringent. Only by overcoming the 30-level threshold and acquiring the 3rd Spirit Ring can one ascend from the title of Great Soul Master to that of Soul Sovereign. It is said that reaching the 30th level serves as a pivotal milestone. Surpassing it earns one the designation of a formidable Soul Master, thereby becoming a true aristocrat. Conversely, failing to do so presents significant challenges. Moreover, the acquisition of a spirit ring at the 30th level appears to be subject to certain restrictions, the specifics of which you shall undoubtedly learn at the Academy. In any case, it seems that less than 1/3 of those who enroll in the Advanced Soul Master Academy actually graduate. Having listened to old Jack's words, Tang San began to form a foundational understanding of the teachings regarding Soul Masters in the Douluo Continent. Grandpa Jack, did you not mention that there are as many as 10 titles for Soul Masters? If graduates of the Advanced Soul Master Academy are merely Soul Sovereigns, how then can one attain the subsequent titles? Old Jack smiled wryly. How would I know? Those titles beyond Soul Sovereign belong to significant figures. For instance, the Soul Sage who once emerged from our village was directly supported by the state. I have heard that the cultivation of a Soul Master becomes increasingly arduous and perilous as one progresses. How many can truly reach the pinnacle existence of title Douluo? One could even argue that I am uncertain whether such beings exist in our Tiando Empire or the Xingluo Empire at present. Old Jack's understanding of Soul Masters was merely superficial, and he provided little detail. Tang San realized that he would have to gradually explore this knowledge himself at the Academy, especially regarding spirit beasts and spirit rings. The journey from Holy Soul Village to Notting City was not particularly long. They traveled for half a day, pausing briefly for a simple meal. By the afternoon, the city walls came into view. Although Notting City is not considered large, its proximity to the border of the Tiando Empire necessitated robust fortifications. After undergoing inspection like the other travelers, Tang San and Old Jack entered Notting City. Little San, once I escort you to the Academy, I shall return home. While you are at the Academy, be sure to heed your teacher's guidance and do not venture outside without permission. I shall come to retrieve you when the term concludes, which will coincide with the New Year festivities. This being Tang San's first departure from home, a sense of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to instinctively inquire, Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon? Old Jack responded with a rueful smile. Inns are not accommodations fit for us impoverished folk. You must strive to excel. By the next time I see you, I hope you will have become a Soul Master. That way, our Holy Soul Village will take pride in you. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is situated to the west of Notting City. After inquiring several times with passers-by, Old Jack finally led Tang San to its entrance. In the distance, they could already see a grand archway, spanning 20 meters in width and soaring over 10 meters in height, constructed from solid rock. Below, 2 iron gates stood ominously dark, and Tang San immediately discerned that they were forged from high-quality refined iron. Through the iron gate, one can glimpse a winding path leading into a serene interior, with a broad avenue that stretches straight ahead, flanked by towering trees. The center of the archway, for grand characters proclaim, Notting Academy. Merely from the entrance of the Academy, one can discern the significance of the Soul Master profession in the Douluo Continent, and this is merely a primary Soul Master Academy. Old Jack and Tang San had just arrived at the gate when they were immediately intercepted by a young gatekeeper, who scoffed, What do you want? Is this a place for country bumpkins like you? Old Jack's attire was considered quite respectable in Holy Soul Village, yet upon arriving in Notting City, he appeared utterly provincial. The gatekeeper regarded him with a hint of disdain. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of the Otherworld. Part 5. Old Jack hurriedly forced a smile, saying, Young brother, we come from Holy Soul Village, and this child is a work-study student sent from our village this year. Please, what procedures do we need to complete? The gatekeeper frowned and replied with a sarcastic tone, Can a grass hut give birth to a golden phoenix? Does a small village really have someone with soul power? The Academy hasn't had work-study students in many years. Surely, you aren't imposters? A flicker of anger flashed in Old Jack's eyes, but he suppressed his irritation and produced the certificate issued by the Deacon Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall, handing it to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper took the document, scrutinizing it closely. Blue silvergrass? And innate full soul power? How amusing. This is truly absurd. I have served as a gatekeeper here for 4 years and have yet to hear of a student possessing innate full soul power. This boy's martial soul is blue silvergrass, and yet he has full soul power? I suspect this certificate from the Spirit Hall must be a forgery. Even with Old Jack's typically good-natured disposition, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his frustration. You are deliberately making things difficult for us. Fine, wait here. I will fetch the deacon from the Spirit Hall. Turning to Tang San, he declared, Let us go. Of course, the certificate from the Spirit Hall could not possibly be fake, and the gatekeeper knew this. However, those who come to deliver new students typically offer some form of inducement, especially when it concerns families of commoners. The saying goes, the king is easy to please, but the little ghosts are troublesome, and it rings true in this situation. Old Jack, despite being the village chief, was not privy to such nuances. The gatekeeper felt a twinge of unease. If someone from the spirit hall truly arrived, it would be beyond his capacity to handle. Nonetheless, he believed that the spirit hall personnel would never bother to question the academy over two rural folk. Frustrated, he let slip some unsavory words, Holy Soul Village, more like Beggar's Village. What did you say? Old Jack whirled around suddenly. The gatekeeper's words struck at his deepest pride. It was this very matter that had caused a rift between him and Tang Hao. Now, this gatekeeper, an outsider to the village, provoked his ire even further. He strode back, glaring fiercely at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper was taken aback by the furious old Jack and instinctively stepped back, but he quickly regained his composure and scolded himself for being intimidated, thinking, what is there to fear? He is just an old man. What, are you dissatisfied? I said you are from Beggar's Village. Is that wrong? Just look at this little pauper. His clothes are nothing but patches. I perceive that you might as well seek a place to beg. Our Nodding Academy is certainly not a charitable institution. Be gone. Be gone. As he spoke, the doorman raised his left hand and pushed it towards Jack's chest, intending to expel the toad. Just as old Jack was about to succumb to his anger, a slight figure suddenly appeared between them. This figure also lifted their left arm, their delicate hand barely reaching the doorman's hand. With a forceful push to the right, the doorman's left hand was instantly deflected. Simultaneously, the small figure stepped forward with their right foot, placing it precisely behind the doorman's left foot, while their right hand rose, working in concert with the left to sweep downwards. This maneuver was intended to strike at the crook of the opponent's left arm, rendering them powerless. However, due to the diminutive stature of the assailant, they could only grasp the doorman's wrist. The movement was executed with remarkable speed, the body leaning forward as both hands simultaneously disengaged the doorman's left hand and propelled forward, landing squarely against the doorman's abdomen. With the doorman's left foot hindered by the additional foot, albeit small, it sufficed to achieve the desired effect. The impact to the abdomen, combined with the obstruction, resulted in a resounding thud as the doorman collapsed to the ground. Little 3, you? Jack stared in astonishment at the figure that stood protectively before him. The individual who had intervened was none other than Tang San, employing a technique that was not even a hallmark of the Tang sect, but merely a simple maneuver from his original world, known as pushing the window to gaze at the moon. Naturally, given his stature, the execution had to be modified. Not only was he unable to strike at the crook of the opponent's arm, but the push that was intended for the chest instead landed on the abdomen, yet the outcome remained the same. Though Tang San was not large in size, his strength was undeniably formidable. The months of rigorous training had not been in vain. Even without utilizing his Shintian skill, he was still capable of toppling the doorman with a single blow. You little brat, you seek death. The doorman, humiliated by being pushed down by a child, scrambled to his feet, intent on charging at Tang San. Enough. Stand down. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice resonated, halting the doorman's advance. Initially taken aback, the doorman's fury swiftly transformed into obsequiousness, a transformation so rapid it was hard to fathom, as he bowed and nodded to the newcomer, saying, Master, you have returned. Tang San turned to look, and there stood a man of average height, somewhat on the lean side, who had somehow arrived at their side. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair parted to the side, his countenance was quite ordinary, yet he emanated a distinct aura. His eyes, when opened and closed, bore hints of languor and despondency. The master merely cast a sidelong glance at the doorman, ignoring him entirely, and addressed old Jack, saying, Sir, might I see the proof from the spirit hall? Being a village chief, old Jack was adept at reading expressions and could discern from the doorman's demeanor that this middle-aged man held significant standing within the academy, especially with the title of master accompanying him. He promptly extended the proof in his hand. The master examined the document before shifting his gaze to Tang San, scrutinizing him up and down. For reasons unknown, despite the master's gaze lacking sharpness, Tang San felt as though he were being seen through completely. It is indeed true, my dear sir, and I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. I shall take responsibility for this child. To be continued, Chapter 5. Master? Mentor? Part 1. A figure, no less than a soul master, offered an apology to old Jack, greatly satisfying his vanity, prompting him to hastily wave his hands in denial. No need for apologies. Truly, Master, I entrust this child to your care. Xiao San, follow the master inside and be sure to behave. Tang San nodded, yet refrained from speaking. Just moments before, when the master had intervened to prevent the doorman from charging at him, Tang San had already raised his left hand, the safety on his hidden arrow released. Had the master's words been any later, it was conceivable that a short arrow would have found its mark in the doorman's throat. Tang Min S. Xian Tian Bao Lu, Article 3. Identify your opponent as an enemy. Should they possess the means to kill you, show no mercy, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. In Tang San's eyes, the doorman's aggressive stance towards an elder like Jack, coupled with his malice, had already sealed his fate. Simultaneously, he held complete confidence that, including old Jack, none would suspect that the hidden arrow had been loosed by him. Without evidence, who could accuse him of murder? The silent hidden arrows of Tang Min flew with such speed that only a fleeting shadow would remain. How could a doorman of such character hope to evade them? After Jack had imparted a few more words of advice to Tang San, he took his leave. The master cast a calm yet piercing glance at the doorman, stating, "This is your first and final warning. Should you transgress again, your position here will be forfeit." His voice, hoarse yet tranquil, carried an undeniable authority. Cold sweat poured down the doorman's back as he hastily agreed and stepped aside. The master then turned his gaze to Tang San, managing a semblance of a smile, though the rigidity of his facial muscles rendered it somewhat ungraceful. Taking Tang San's hand, he said, "Let us proceed inside." The master's hand was soft and dry, providing a comforting sense of trust to Tang San. Under his guidance, Tang San finally entered the academy. "Thank you, teacher," he expressed to the master. "Teacher? I am not a teacher of the academy," the master replied, glancing down at Tang San. "Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy?" The master shook his head. Unusually patient today, he forced another of his rather unpleasant smiles. "Who says one must be a teacher of the academy to represent it?" Tang San realized. "I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader." The master chuckled softly. "You are quite clever for a 6-year-old, yet you are mistaken." Tang San, puzzled, asked, "Then who are you?" The master replied, "I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. Like everyone else, you may call me master. That is how all refer to me. I have even forgotten my own name. The certificate from the Wuhuan Hall states that you are named Tang San, correct?" "Tang San, you must understand that the terms master and teacher are worlds apart. Do not confuse them henceforth, unless," as he spoke, his words trailed off, yet his eyes shimmered with a fervent light. "Unless you truly wish for me to be your mentor. Are you intending to teach me about spirit cultivation?" Tang San inquired. The master halted his steps, facing Tang San with a steady gaze. "Are you willing?" Tang San naturally came to a stop as well, tilting his head to look up at the master before him. Observing closely from such a low angle, he noticed that the master's mouth was somewhat large, with notably thick lips. He remained silent, neither consenting nor declining. The master regarded the pair of bewildered eyes staring back at him, and that rigid smile reappeared. "Very well, you are indeed a clever child. Your silence conveys two meanings. First, you are not in haste to refuse, lest you offend me. Second, you seek to inquire through your actions, why should I take you as my teacher?" The master, reminiscent of old Jack, raised his hand to ruffle Tang San's hair. "Gifted and so astute, it seems I must be persistent this time. After all, you are the third individual in a century to possess a twin spirit." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, his gaze towards the master shifting dramatically. His left wrist had subtly lifted, revealing a look of uncertainty in his eyes. The master, composed, observed him and smiled. "Are you astonished at how I discerned your dual spirit?" As he spoke, he shook the certificate that old Jack had given him. "It is indeed because of this document. While others may overlook its flaws, if I too were to miss them, I would not be worthy of the title master. I have investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass spirit, of which only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Furthermore, none of those with soul power exceeded level 1, yet you possess innate full soul power at level 10. Considering one of the 10 core competencies of spirits that I have studied, the innate level of soul power correlates positively with the quality of the spirit. The blue-silver grass evidently does not satisfy this criterion, Thus I can ascertain that you must possess another spirit, and one of considerable strength. Tang San's gaze gradually calmed as he rebutted, there are exceptions to every rule. Why can I not be an exception? The master nodded earnestly, stating, indeed, there are exceptions to every rule, but your spirit is blue silver grass, hence you are evidently not that exception. In the past century, although only 2 individuals with twin spirits have emerged in the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, there have been 19 born with full innate soul power. I have meticulously studied each of their spirits, and not a single one was anything less than formidable. The youngest among them has already attained the level of a great soul master. Apart from 14 who inherited powerful spirits through family lineage, 5 are exceptions. To be continued, Chapter 5. Master, Mentor, Part 2, their origins may not be noble, yet they too possess innate full soul power. This anomaly arises from the existence of mutated spirits. Based on my years of research into mutated spirits, no type of spirit has ever been known to mutate alongside the blue silver grass spirit. As for your blue silver grass martial soul, it is merely the ordinary variant of the blue silver grass. Thus I can say with utmost certainty that my judgment is indeed correct. What is a mutated martial soul? Tang San inquired. The master patiently elucidated. This requires an explanation of how martial souls are inherited. A person's martial soul is directly related to that of their parents. In the most typical scenario, one inherits the martial soul from either the father or the mother. This is the familial transmission of martial souls. However, there are exceptions known as mutated martial souls. These also stem from the parents' martial souls, but due to certain variances between the father and mother's martial souls, the inheritor's martial soul may undergo mutation, resulting in a new type of martial soul. Mutated martial souls can indeed manifest extraordinary power, sometimes even exhibiting innate full soul power. Yet, the majority of mutated martial souls tend to be weaker. They resemble the outcomes of consanguineous unions, where the likelihood of producing an imbecile is significantly high. Yet there exists the possibility of birthing a sage far surpassing the common intellect. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly, he stepped back, creating distance between himself and the master. He then knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing 3 times before the master. At this moment, it was the master's turn to be taken aback. What are you doing, my disciple? Tang San respectfully addressed. I beseech you to accept me as your apprentice. The master smiled, his satisfaction evident, as he bent down to assist Tang San back to his feet. You foolish child, why must you bow in such a manner to pay respects to your teacher? Are you unaware that such gestures are reserved for sovereigns and parents? A mere bow would suffice. The customs of Douluo Continent were evidently different from those in Tang San's previous life. Yet he did not consider his gesture excessive, stating earnestly, once a teacher, forever a father. You are deserving of my homage. The Tang sect held strict teachings regarding etiquette, and the profound lessons ingrained in Tang San from his upbringing left an indelible mark on his heart. The master gazed at Tang San, moved, and said, once a teacher, forever a father. Very well, it seems I have indeed made the right choice. As the saying goes, from the small, one can discern the great. Details determine success or failure. Despite their brief acquaintance, the master had already formed a considerable understanding of the child before him. Come, I shall take you to the academic office for registration. The master once again took Tang San's hand, his previously dry palm now slightly damp with excitement. The nodding Junior Soul Master Academy did not appear as expansive as it seemed, primarily divided into several areas: the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building located to the east of the playground. Though it was merely a junior academy, the standards for students were quite stringent. Even those residing nearby were required to live on campus and adhere to unified management. The academic office was situated on the first floor of the main teaching building, where a teacher appearing to be in his 60s was responsible for receiving new students, assisted by 2 younger teachers under the age of 30. The master placed the documentation on the desk and addressed the elder teacher, Director Su. This is a work-study student sent from Shenghun Village this year. I would appreciate your assistance in registering him. Director Su, all smiles, responded, Master, what a pleasant surprise. It's rare to see you. Do take a seat. The master shook his head and turned to Tang San, saying, You may register yourself here. These teachers will guide you through the process. I shall take my leave now. I will seek you out later. Tang San nodded respectfully and said, Farewell, Master. The master smiled, gently ruffled his hair, and turned to depart. Upon hearing Tang San's address to the master, Director Su seemed rather intrigued. Young man, calling the master teacher is misleading. He is not a faculty member of our academy, Tang San replied, but he is my teacher. Director Su paused, his expression somewhat peculiar, a blend of amusement and restraint. Is there something amiss, teacher? Tang San inquired. Director Su shook his head repeatedly, chuckling, No, I never anticipated that the master would take on a disciple. However, you remain a student of this academy and must adhere to its rules and regulations. Do you understand? Tang San nodded in affirmation. The two young teachers beside Director Su, however, lacked his composure. One of them picked up the proof from the spirit hall, glanced at it, and remarked, So you are Tang San. As a teacher of the academy, I must remind you that a master is not to be chosen lightly. Any soul master, regardless of whether they graduated from the academy, can only recognize one master. Otherwise, they will be scorned by the world, though you truly believe the master is suitable. You are, after all, a naturally full spirit power, yet your martial soul is merely blue-silver grass. Upon seeing the words denoting natural full spirit power on the document, astonishment spread across the faces of the teachers present, but the mention of blue-silver grass transformed their surprise into regret. Tang San looked quizzically at the three teachers before him. Is there something inappropriate? Director Su shot a glance at the young teacher beside him and said, Although the master possesses a rather eccentric personality, in certain respects, he is an invincible figure in the realm of martial souls. Since your martial soul is also blue-silver grass, there is no harm in taking him as your master. Very well, this will suffice. Here is your attire, provided complimentary by the academy. You will reside in room 7 of the dormitory building. The supervising teacher there will arrange your duties as a work-study student. Off you go. Thank you. Accepting the standard uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy from Director Su, Tang San bowed and turned to leave the administrative office. As he stepped out, he faintly heard the voices of the young teachers from earlier within the office. Chapter 5. Master? Teacher? Part 3. The master is indeed invincible, albeit theoretically. Of course, those theories must also translate into reality. Director, I still recall the master's notion regarding the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. It is utterly laughable enough. The master is a friend of the principal. We must not speak ill of him. While no one has proven his theories correct, neither has anyone disproven them. In the realm of martial souls, the master is a figure of considerable renown. That's not quite accurate, Director. He is more of a renowned jester. Everyone regards him merely as a joke. Hearing the conversation within, Tang San's steps briefly faltered before he continued onward, a subtle hint of disdain gracing the corners of his mouth, not directed at his newly acknowledged master, but rather at the three teachers in the administrative office. One can discern the existence of a twin martial soul merely through a simple piece of evidence, and conclude that the other soul is remarkably powerful. Would such a notion not render one a mere jest? Is it merely theoretical invincibility? What I require most at present is indeed theory. The strength of a master cannot be bequeathed to a disciple. Rather, what is imparted is knowledge. It is rather unfortunate that these individuals, despite being educators at the academy, fail to grasp even this fundamental truth. There exists but a single dormitory building, making it quite easy to locate. Both the academy's students and teachers reside within its confines. Just as the venerable old Jack stated, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters is exceedingly rare, particularly in a remote town like Nodding. The overall count of students and teachers at the academy is modest, and thus a single dormitory suffices to accommodate them. The student dormitory comprises a total of 7 rooms, and since the students at the Junior Soul Master Academy are predominantly young, they are organized into a large dormitory for better management. Each grade contains approximately 40 students, making it feasible for them to reside together. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory house 7 large student rooms, each overseen by a teacher. The 7th dormitory, however, holds a rather unique status among these rooms, being the most modest in conditions, designated specifically for work-study students. After all, the academy is not a charitable institution. While the tuition for work-study students may be reduced, their accommodations cannot be as favorable as those of regular students. The 7th dormitory is also the only one with a mixed age group, as all work-study students, regardless of their grade, reside here. As Tang San approached the entrance of the 7th dormitory, he was greeted by the cacophony emanating from within. The door stood ajar, and he stepped closer to peer inside. The room was spacious, spanning nearly 300 square meters, furnished with a total of 50 beds. However, only 11 of these were equipped with bedding. That moment, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were creating a ruckus inside. Tang San knocked on the door, and the children engaged in conversation turned their gazes toward him. One older boy, who appeared to be significantly taller than Tang San, approached him. This child towered over Tang San by nearly 2 heads, and his physique was rather robust for his age. Standing before Tang San, he looked down upon him and inquired, "A new work-study student?" Tang San offered a gentle smile, responding, "Hello. I am a work-study student from Shenghun Village. My name is Wang Sheng, and my martial soul is the battle tiger. I aspire to be a formidable soul master. I am also the leader here. What is your name, and what is your martial soul?" "I am Tang San, and my martial soul is blue silvergrass." "Blue silvergrass? Since when can blue silvergrass be cultivated?" Wang Sheng feigned astonishment, prompting laughter from the other children, who regarded Tang San with expressions akin to that of viewing a fool. Tang San maintained his smile. "Could you please make some room?" Wang Sheng disregarded Tang San's plea, asserting, "Listen up, little brat. I am the boss here, and you shall obey me from now on, understood?" Tang San's smile gradually faded. "My name is Tang San, not little brat." While he might not mind being affectionately addressed as Little San by elders or receiving kind terms, it was evident that this so-called leader was attempting to assert dominance over him. Wang Sheng raised his hand and pushed Tang San's shoulder, causing him to stumble back a few steps. "I'm calling you Xiao Sanzi, what's wrong? You don't agree?" Tang San chuckled softly, shaking his head gently, as he placed his school uniform on a nearby bed. Just as Wang Sheng was puzzled by his actions, he suddenly noticed that Tang San had vanished from his sight. The other students clearly witnessed Tang San's astonishing speed as he stepped forward, appearing behind Wang Sheng without a glance back. With his right arm bent, he delivered a swift elbow strike to Wang Sheng's waist, while simultaneously positioning his right foot just in front of Wang Sheng's right foot. Before Wang Sheng could react, he was already sent sprawling out of the dormitory entrance, staggering but fortunately managing to maintain his balance. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a most humiliating position. "You little brat, how dare you strike me?" Wang Sheng roared in fury, spinning around like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, lunging at Tang San. Tang San merely wished to avoid excessive trouble in his future academic life, at the very least, to not have his normal routine disrupted. Thus, he firmly believed that it was necessary to teach this boss a lesson. This was the proverbial act of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. As Wang Sheng charged towards him, throwing a punch aimed at his chest, Tang San did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward to meet him. This step landed perfectly in front of Wang Sheng, while his left hand guided and his right hand led in a seamless, effective motion. Wang Sheng felt as if his right fist was being drawn by an unseen force, altering its trajectory. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged from Tang San's right hand, causing Wang Sheng's feet to be swept from under him, and his body was once again propelled through the air. This time, maintaining his balance was far more challenging. Tang San's simple movements had employed the Tang sect's ultimate technique, the control crane and capture dragon method. Harnessing Wang Sheng's own strength, combined with his own, Wang Sheng fell onto a bed with a resounding thud. To be continued, Chapter 5. Master, Mentor. Part 4. If the first incident could be deemed a coincidence, then the subsequent 2 instances of Wang Sheng being thrown out were evidently no mere happenstance. The gazes of the other children towards Tang San shifted noticeably. A low, guttural growl, one that should not have escaped the lips of a child, emanated from Wang Sheng's throat. A faint yellow glow began to emanate from him, and his body, which had just landed on the bed, sprang up with newfound vigor in terms of both speed and strength. He was clearly no longer comparable to before. The realization struck Tang San like lightning. He had unleashed the power of his martial spirit. But what of the martial spirit? As Wang Sheng's hands reached for his shoulder, Tang San similarly raised his own hands, forming claws to meet Wang Sheng's grip. His toes pointed inward, knees slightly bent, he assumed a standard horse stance. The 2 pairs of hands, differing in size, were now locked together. Wang Sheng, evidently enraged by Tang San's actions, displayed a fierce expression. At this point, he had summoned the power of his martial spirit, the battle tiger. Though he was aware that he could not truly harm Tang San, he was determined to use his strength to force this impudent boy, who had embarrassed him so, to the ground. With a powerful thrust of his tiger claws, Wang Sheng was entirely convinced that, with his strength ranking among the top 5 students, overpowering the lad before him should be a trivial matter. However, was it truly so? Although Tang San appeared slender, He could wield a forging hammer nearly 1,000 times daily. How could his strength be underestimated? As Wang Sheng exerted his force, he distinctly sensed that the hands, noticeably smaller than his own, were as unyielding as steel. In an instant, he found himself overwhelmingly bested in strength. With both thumbs engaged, Tang San pressed forward, leaving Wang Sheng's grip numb, as his soul power was entirely suppressed. In the next moment, Tang San leapt backward, taking Wang Sheng along with him. As Wang Sheng descended from the air, Tang San's sudden retreat caused him to lose his balance. He watched in horror as Tang San's knee loomed larger before him, instinctively sensing danger. The knee was aimed directly at his nose, and Wang Sheng realized that even without considering Tang San's own strength, the sheer weight of his body crashing down would likely shatter his nasal bones. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret surged within him. Just as he anticipated a devastating blow to his opponent, Tang San abruptly released his grip, effortlessly retreating due to his superior strength. He then transformed his bent right knee into a swift kick with the instep aimed at Wang Sheng's chest. This was a flicking kick. Though the distance traveled was short, the explosive power unleashed was undeniable. Even though Tang San converted much of the kicking force into propulsion, it remained formidable. The students in the dormitory watched in astonishment as Wang Sheng's body uncontrollably executed a backflip, landing with a thud, sprawled on the ground. Although the Tang sect was renowned for its hidden weapons, it also possessed formidable grappling techniques, overshadowed by the brilliance of its concealed armaments. The technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon was not merely a method of exerting force, but also an incredibly domineering grappling style, employing ruthlessly effective techniques to dislocate and incapacitate. Naturally, Tang San would refrain from using such methods in this context. Wang Sheng, having taken a significant fall, struggled for some time before rising to his feet. His gaze toward Tang San now a mix of astonishment and fury. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old boy, and faced with someone stronger, fear outweighed impulse. Tang San picked up his school uniform and asked, "Now, may I pass?" As Tang San approached, Wang Sheng instinctively stepped aside to clear his path. Tang San found a bed not far from the entrance and placed his uniform upon it. "Wait, oh no? Tang San, did you just use a soul skill?" Wang Sheng inquired tentatively. Soul skill? This term was not new to Tang San. What is a soul skill? Wang Sheng scratched his head and explained, it's a technique utilized through one's martial soul. But is your martial soul truly blue silvergrass? Raising his right hand, a faint blue glow emanated from his palm, as Tang San demonstrated to the dormitory students that he spoke the truth. Upon hearing the term soul skill, the other students, though intimidated by Tang San's prowess, gathered around, inquiring, is that really a soul skill? How impressive. Even brother Wang Sheng is no match for him. Tang San shook his head, stating that it was not a soul skill but merely a combat technique. Is there no betting here? A fellow student, slightly older than Tang San, cast a downcast gaze. We are merely work-study students. Our tuition has been waived, so where would we acquire betting? We all brought our own from home. If you wish, you may use mine. Tang San waved his hand, replying, no need, thank you. I will find a way on my own. Wang Sheng approached Tang San, inquiring, why did you show mercy just now? He had been studying at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy for 5 years. If he could not discern that Tang San's knee strike was to prevent serious injury, then his education had been in vain. Tang San replied nonchalantly, we are classmates, not enemies. That a flicker of complex emotion crossed Wang Sheng's eyes. I apologize for my earlier behavior. Every work-study student here must confront such challenges. We are often looked down upon by other students, so we must unite. I simply hope that you, as the newcomer, can stand with us. Tang San smiled gently, responding, so, you intend to assert your authority over me? Wang Sheng's face flushed, revealing a hint of naive amusement. No, it is you who has asserted authority over me. However, you are indeed impressive. You must have just turned 6, correct? Tang San nodded. To be continued, Chapter 6, My name is Xiao Wu. The Dance of the Dance, Part 1. Wang Sheng unceremoniously pulled aside a fellow student, sitting in front of the bed, and sat down next to Tang San. Tang San, you have defeated me. From now on, you shall be the leader of our 7th dormitory. Tang San quickly waved his hands, stating, I am here to learn. Wang Sheng replied earnestly, that is the rule. The one with the strongest fist is the leader. You may think being the leader is easy, but I am not being modest. Looked at as he spoke. He rolled up the sleeves of his uniform. To Tang San's astonishment, he saw 7 or 8 bruises adorning Wang Sheng's arms. Wang Sheng forced a smile, saying, "I got these just yesterday upon arriving at the academy. We work-study students come from impoverished backgrounds, and the students from other dormitories often bully those of us in the 7th dorm. As the leader, I must stand up for my brothers. I would gladly pass this responsibility on to you." The other students nodded in agreement, looking at Tang San with glimmers of hope in their eyes. Justice is a fundamental virtue of a hero, inherently encompassing the protection of the weak. Having received extensive education on this matter from Tang Min, Tang San no longer declined. "Very well, I will not stand by while my dorm mates are bullied." At that moment, a bright voice rang out from outside. "Is this the 7th dorm?" Everyone turned to the entrance, their eyes widening in surprise. A charming young girl stood there, seemingly of similar age to Tang San, her height nearly matching his. Her delicate face was a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Despite her plain attire, she appeared remarkably tidy. Her long black hair was styled in a single braid cascading down to her waist, and her large, sparkling eyes were filled with curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a brand new school uniform. Within the confines of the dormitory, the students were all boys, and upon the sudden appearance of such a lovely young girl, they all wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Tang San could not help but whisper to Wang Sheng, "Is it permissible for both genders to reside here?" Wang Sheng nodded, lowering his voice in response. "We are all still children. The school does not segregate dormitories by gender. It is said that such distinctions only occur at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy." He mused, "How peculiar. There were no work-study students last year. Yet this year, 2 have arrived. Boss, go on. Show her who is in charge. Perhaps that isn't necessary," Tang San replied, taken aback by the unexpected predicament of having just assumed the role of the so-called dorm leader. He found it impossible to intimidate a girl. The girl at the door blinked her large eyes, observing that no one was paying her any heed. She then glanced up at the sign indicating the 7th dormitory, and a sweet smile graced her face. "Hello, I'm Xiao Wu," as in dancing. Wang Sheng jabbed Tang San in the back, signaling him to adhere to the dormitory's rules. Reluctantly, Tang San rose and approached the girl. "Hello, I'm Tang San." He hesitated to declare himself as the boss and instead thought quickly, "I'm the dorm leader here. You may simply call me by my name. May I inquire what your martial soul is?" Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and smiled. "My martial soul is a rabbit. A very adorable little white rabbit, and yours?" When she smiled, 2 charming dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her all the more enchanting. Tang San responded, "In that case, you would have an advantage over me. My martial soul is its food, blue silvergrass." Having never engaged in conversation with a girl before, he felt a wave of nervousness, as his previous days in Tang's sect had been consumed by the study of hidden weapons. Xiao Wu giggled, "You're quite amusing. Are you not going to let me in?" "Well, you see, we have a rule in the 7th dormitory. New work-study students must demonstrate the prowess of their martial souls. Therefore, I would like to spar with you." Tang San reassured himself internally that sparring was not synonymous with bullying. He resolved to be cautious, ensuring he would not harm her, thus preserving the tradition of the dormitory. Xiao Wu regarded Tang San with a hint of skepticism. "Are you certain?" Tang San affirmed, "Absolutely." Setting her school uniform aside, excitement flickered across her face. "All right, then let us go." Before Tang San could fully react, her right leg bent at the knee, and her toes launched forward, aiming directly for Tang San's chin. Although the force appeared minimal, the speed was astonishing, startling Tang San. He swiftly evaded to the left, dodging her kick while simultaneously reaching for her ankle with his right hand, instinctively stepping forward with his right foot and leaning his shoulder against her chest. A textbook execution of the Iron Mountain lean. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Wu, balancing on one leg, were to be met with Tang San's approach, she would undoubtedly tumble backward. However, Tang San was keenly aware of the situation. He had already formulated a plan. Should Xiao Wu lose her balance, he was confident he could catch her in time, and his application of force was minimal. As long as this could be deemed a sparring match, it would suffice. The other students were all attentively watching as Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in their practice. Wang Sheng gazed at Tang San's movements, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he diligently memorized every detail. He realized that while Tang San's actions were remarkably succinct, they were also exceedingly effective. However, events did not unfold according to Tang San's anticipated script. Just as Tang San's right hand grasped Xiao Wu's ankle, he suddenly felt a slip, and what he believed to be an assured capture turned into a miss in an instant. Xiao Wu's leg, having kicked through the air, was now draped over his shoulder. Faced with Tang San's advancing right shoulder, she deftly blocked with her hands, using her right foot to leverage against Tang San's shoulder while raising her other leg, seamlessly climbing onto the opposite shoulder. At that moment, the scene appeared rather peculiar. Xiao Wu's legs were entwined around Tang San's neck. Utilizing the forward momentum from Tang San's shoulder, she leaned back, her palms planted firmly on the ground. Her supple legs coiled around Tang San's neck like springs, effectively throwing him backward. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was still young and clad in pants. Had she been wearing a skirt, the outcome might have been quite different. Tang San, lacking experience in combat with girls, could have reacted when Xiao Wu's first leg wrapped around his neck, yet as her leg ascended, the hem of her pants naturally slipped down slightly, exposing her fair and delicate calf against his neck. The smoothness of her skin stirred an unexpected flutter within Tang San, causing his reaction to momentarily lag. When Xiao Wu pushed off the ground with her hands and simultaneously exerted force with her legs, it was too late for Tang San to resist. After all, the neck is a vulnerable part of the body, and he was merely a child. Should he have attempted to endure the force with sheer strength, he risked injury. Left with no choice, he succumbed to Xiao Wu's throw. Tang San observed that Xiao Wu's method of exerting power through her legs while supporting herself with her hands allowed her to harness her full strength most effectively. Reminiscent of the technique his father had taught him, which involved using the calves for forceful strikes. He fell backward onto the ground. Although Xiao Wu's strength was not particularly great, Tang San was protected by his Xintian skill, ensuring he remained unscathed. After tossing Tang San aside, Xiao Wu gracefully landed on her feet, turning to regard him with a playful smile. Rising to his feet, Tang San was not like Wang Sheng. Defeat was defeat, and carelessness was no excuse. He understood that Xiao Wu had shown him mercy in her throw. Otherwise, the entanglement of her legs around his neck would have been far more severe. This technique was entirely new to Tang San, and he felt that there was no comparable method in the martial arts of his original world. Nevertheless, it was a perilous technique. Had he reacted more swiftly? Attacking Xiao Wu in such close proximity would have been far from difficult. That I lost. Could you tell me what technique you just used? Tang San inquired, his face flushed. He thought to himself that he might be the student who had held the title of leader of the 7th dormitory for the shortest duration. Xiao Wu replied with a playful smile, I call this soft skill. It is a technique that utilizes the flexibility and resilience of the body. At this moment, the students in the dormitory who had been watching were all rendered speechless, particularly Wang Sheng. The fact that Tang San had previously defeated him had already left him in disbelief, and now, seeing this pretty young girl effortlessly triumph over Tang San, his eyes widened in astonishment. He pondered to himself, why are all the work-study students this year so formidable? Tang San had never harbored any ambitions for the position of dormitory leader, saying, according to the rules of the dormitory, since you have defeated me, you shall henceforth be the dormitory head, the leader of our group. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes. Her astonishment was overshadowed by her delight. Leader? That sounds like fun. Very well, I shall be your leader from now on. It seemed this work-study student was quite impressive. Xiao Wu chose a bed next to Tang San, removing her belongings from her back and placing them alongside her school uniform. Could someone please introduce me to the situation at our academy? Xiao Wu inquired, looking at the silent crowd. Gradually, the students began to recover from their shock. The way Xiao Wu had effortlessly thrown Tang San earlier instilled a sense of fear in them. It was Wang Sheng who stepped forward. We, the work-study students, are responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the academy. The specific tasks are assigned by the teachers who oversee us. The academy comprises 6 grades, with each grade having its own class. Leader, you and Tang San are newcomers, so you should be in the 1st grade. The rest of us are at least in the 3rd grade, and I am advancing to the 6th this year. Classes are held every morning, with self-cultivation in the afternoon. Generally, there are 2 classes in the morning, one for cultural knowledge and one for martial souls. Most of us work in the afternoons, earning a little income to cover our meal expenses. Wang Sheng briefly introduced the other students. Among the work-study students, Wang Sheng possessed the strongest innate martial soul, being a beast martial soul of considerable combat prowess. His soul power had already reached level 9. With just one more level, he could participate in soul beast hunts upon graduation, thereby obtaining a soul ring to enhance his title. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and asked, Tang San, What level is your soul power? I sensed that your strength seemed quite formidable. Tang San did not conceal the truth, as his outwardly perceived martial soul was the notoriously weak blue-silver grass. I possess full innate soul power, which accounts for my considerable strength. Full innate soul power? The students exclaimed in unison. Wang Sheng finally felt a sense of balance. Tang San's soul power surpassed his own, and thus his victory over him was to be expected in a situation where no one possessed soul rings. Soul power played a decisive role. No wonder Tang San's strength was greater than his own. Wang Sheng felt a surge of confidence, secretly thinking that his martial soul was a battle tiger, and once he and Tang San both acquired soul rings and attained the title of Soul Master, that blue-silver grass would surely stand no chance against his battle tiger. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, murmuring something under her breath. Just then, a teacher in his 30s entered from outside. Are there new work-study students? Step forward. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu rose from their beds. The teacher had an unremarkable appearance, with light green hair, carrying a blanket in his arms. Which one is Tang San? Tang San hurriedly stepped forward. The teacher remarked, My name is Imo Hin, but you may address me as Teacher Imo Tang San. This is the bedding that the master has prepared for you. As Tang San accepted the bedding, he noticed that, although the fabric was not extravagant, a refreshing aroma wafted towards him, revealing that it was entirely new. Included was a pillow, indicating that the master had thoughtfully considered his needs. To be continued, Chapter 6, I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, Part 3, Mo Hin stated, Tang San, you and Xiao Wu are first-year work-study students. Henceforth, you will be responsible for cleaning the garden on the south side of the Chaotang. You will earn 10 copper soul coins each day. And remember, you must clean daily, be particularly diligent in clearing away any clutter. Failure to do so will result in deductions from your wages. Should there be any signs of negligence, the Academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand? Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in unison, acknowledging their comprehension. Mo Hin continued. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Classes commence the day after, with first-year students attending class in room 1 on the first floor of the teaching building. Be punctual for your classes starting the day after tomorrow. From that day forth, you may resume your regular duties. I will conduct random inspections. Now, you may take a rest. Wang Sheng, as the oldest here, please explain the rules to them. Clutching the bedding in his arms, Tang San felt a warmth enveloping him, and the somewhat rigid visage of the master surfaced in his mind. Bedding? This posed a dilemma. Xiao Wu gazed vacantly at the bedding in Tang San's hands, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. Work-study students, often hailed from humble beginnings, intended to be more sensible than the offspring of nobility. A few astute students promptly offered, Boss, you can use my mattress. I'll manage with half a quilt. Another chimed in, Boss, you can have my blanket. I can make do with the mattress. Xiao Wu surveyed the bedding of her fellow work-study students. While not overtly filthy, most were rather tattered. She frowned and said, Please refrain from calling me boss. It makes me feel aged. Wang Sheng replied, That is the custom. Xiao Wu countered, If I am to be the leader, then my words should be the rule. From now on, you shall refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu. As she spoke, her gaze finally fell upon the bedding in Tang San's grasp. Tang San, shall we discuss something? Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiao Wu likely coveted the bedding he held. He was not a stingy person, but this bedding had just been gifted to him by the master, and he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it. However, Xiao Wu was a girl, after all. Discuss what? Xiao Wu suggested, Your bedding appears quite spacious. It should suffice for 2. Why don't we push our beds together? Then we would both have enough to share? Tang San stared at Xiao Wu. His mind was not that of a mere 6-year-old. Though both he and Xiao Wu were still quite young, the prospect of sharing a bed, it seemed inappropriate, as propriety dictated that males and females should maintain a respectful distance. Xiao Wu huffed, What is wrong with that? I'm not concerned. Why should you be? Are you afraid I might assault you? It is said that girls mature faster than boys. Yet this girl before him was only 6 years old. Tang San found himself momentarily speechless, choked by the situation. The other students observed them, some with envy, others reveling in the spectacle, all displaying smiles yet remaining silent. Come on. Hurry up and bring the bed over. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Xiao Wu urged with a hint of impatience. Instinctively, Tang San pushed his bed next to Xiao Wu's. She took the bedding from his hands and first spread the mattress on the bed. This mattress, intended for adults, was indeed quite large. Although it couldn't completely cover both beds, it managed to cover over 70%. Xiaowu placed her bundle at the seam where the two beds met, saying, "Put your bundle over here as well. This will be our boundary if you cross it. Don't blame me for being rude." Observing Xiaowu establish the boundary, Tang San felt a sense of relief and quickly nodded, placing his bundle beside hers. It was only then that Xiaowu covered them with the blanket, thus forming a simple double bed, albeit with a clear division. Wang Sheng announced, "It's time for lunch. Xiaowu, Tang San, let's go together." Upon hearing about food, Xiaowu jumped up with excitement, exclaiming, "Great! What delicious food will we have?" Wang Sheng and the other work-study students exchanged glances, managing a wry smile. "What good food can we work-study students afford? We'll just grab some cheap meals at the cafeteria." Tang San shook his head and replied, "You all go ahead. I won't be joining. My family is quite impoverished, and Tang Hao has spent all his money on alcohol. To stave off hunger, I brought along some dry rations, which are just some coarse cakes I made myself. They'll suffice for now. Starting the day after tomorrow, I'll be earning a wage." Noticing the patches on Tang San's clothing, Wang Sheng vaguely grasped his meaning and didn't press further. "Xiaowu, let us go then." Xiaowu's excitement suddenly faltered. Does eating require spending money? Is it that soul coin thing? If it weren't for her considerable strength, Wang Sheng might have been tempted to scold her. Does it really need to be said that meals cost money? Who would offer a free lunch? However, he could also tell that this new leader likely shared Tang San's financial constraints. Wang Sheng declared grandly, "No worries, for these 2 days, consider your meal expenses covered by me. Tang San, from now on, we'll be dormitory mates, so let us go together. You can treat me when you have the money." Tang San hesitated momentarily, but ultimately agreed. He had never been particularly concerned about money, and Wang Sheng's generosity resonated with him. Xiaowu's face lit up with joy, casting a flirtatious glance at Wang Sheng. Yet, recalling her formidable skills, Wang Sheng kept a respectful distance. After all, when she had thrown Tang San earlier, she had done so with a smile. Who knew when she might become overly excited and turn that energy on him? Including Tang San and Xiaowu, a group of 11 students exited Dormitory 7, following Wang Sheng as they made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria, situated within the teaching building, required them to traverse the entire training ground. At this moment, the training ground was bustling with activity, as numerous students clad in the academy's uniforms headed toward the teaching building, clearly on their way to lunch. The cafeteria at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their instructors. By now, a considerable line had formed at the entrance of the cafeteria. The cafeteria is divided into 2 levels, yet the first floor hall alone boasts 300 seats. To be continued, Chapter 6. My name is Xiaowu, the dancer. Upon entering the cafeteria, an unpleasant voice immediately reached their ears. Tang San turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a group of senior students standing on the stairs between the first and second floors, looking down at them with an air of superiority. The speaker was a handsome boy, around 11 or 12 years old, whose eyes brimmed with disdain as he gestured dismissively at Wang Sheng, proclaiming that the poor would always remain on the ground floor, unable to ascend to the second. On their way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already informed Xiaowu about the rules set by the leader of the 7th dormitory regarding the work-study students. Xiaowu had readily agreed. Now, faced with provocation, her anger surged. "Who do you think you are? What's so great about the second floor?" A work-study student beside Xiaowu whispered in her ear. "The second floor is a place where one can order food separately. It is quite expensive. We truly cannot afford it." Xiaowu, whose stature was similar to Tang San's, had previously been shielded by Wang Sheng. Now, as she stepped forward, the students on the stairs naturally noticed her presence. The speaking boy's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "What a beautiful little loli! What a pity she is but a work-study student. Wang Sheng, I am going to eat now. Consider yourself lucky this time," he said as the group ascended the stairs towards the second floor. Xiaowu immediately attempted to follow, but Tang San grasped her arm, saying, "Let it be. We are here to eat." Xiaowu shot him a disdainful glance. "Are you so afraid of trouble?" Tang San offered no explanation and simply joined the end of the line for food. According to the Tang sect's rules, any disciple of the Tang sect must not easily provoke conflict, but if one is attacked, they are permitted to retaliate with thunderous force. From an adult's perspective, the students in this academy, regardless of their personalities, were merely children. Tang San, as a mature-minded individual, had no interest in squabbling with someone just over 10 years old. Nevertheless, Xiaowu's spirited demeanor only garnered more admiration from Wang Sheng. At that moment, Tang San spotted a familiar face and hurried over. "Teacher, you are here for a meal as well." It was none other than Master. Nodding at him, he inquired, "Have you gathered everything?" Tang San respectfully replied, "Thank you for the bedding, teacher." Master patted his shoulder and suggested, "Let's go eat on the second floor. Then I will introduce you to my place." Tang San shook his head. "No, teacher, I prefer to eat with my roommates." He had never wished to be an individual who stood apart from the group. Master did not insist, nodding in understanding. "Very well, that is the right choice. Go ahead. Wait for me at the entrance after your meal." With that, he ascended to the second floor. For reasons unknown, Tang San felt a resemblance between Master and his father. Though his father's words were few while Master's were plentiful, both exuded a distinctive aura. Especially Master, whose demeanor was markedly serious even when he smiled. Wang Sheng approached Tang San and inquired, "Do you know the Master?" Tang San nodded slightly and replied, "He is my teacher." Wang Sheng, with an odd expression, remarked, "Surely not. You revere the Master as your mentor, yet his abilities are rather unimpressive in our academy. He is merely a guest lecturer. It is said that he remains here due to his favorable relationship with the dean. To put it bluntly, he is nothing more than someone living off the generosity of others. Rumor has it that at nearly 50 years of age, he has yet to surpass the rank of Great Soul Master. With his martial soul only at level 20-9, it seems unlikely that he will ever achieve a breakthrough." Tang San lifted his gaze, his expression serious as he looked at Wang Sheng. "If you do not wish to spar with me again, please refrain from making unfounded judgments about my teacher. This is the first time, and I hope it will also be the last. Thank you for your concern, but I believe it is unnecessary for you to treat me." With that, he turned and walked towards the dining hall's exit. Wang Sheng was taken aback by Tang San's intense reaction, momentarily frozen in place. The nearby Xiao Wu and other students were equally perplexed by his response. For Tang San, the saying "once a teacher, always a father" was not merely rhetoric. Having taken the Master as his mentor, he held a genuine respect for him. Had someone else, rather than the well-regarded Wang Sheng, made disparaging remarks about the Master's character, Tang San might have resorted to physical confrontation. Wang Sheng, feeling somewhat frustrated, muttered, "How baffling is this fellow unhinged." Xiao Wu observed Tang San's retreating figure. Though clad in patched garments, his slight frame seemed to exude an unexpected sense of stature. After consuming some dry rations with plain water, Tang San soon returned to the dining hall, this time opting to stand quietly at the entrance. Numerous students passing by cast curious glances his way, yet he appeared oblivious, his eyelids drooping as he avoided their gaze. After waiting for a considerable half-hour, the Master finally emerged from the dining hall, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age. The man wore a long robe and was notably more handsome than the Master, with a slightly protruding chin and a gentle smile adorning his face. "Let us go, Xiao San," the Master greeted Tang San, who stood at the entrance. The middle-aged man chuckled. "So, this is your newly accepted disciple?" The Master nodded in affirmation. The man then patted the Master's shoulder, saying, "Very well, I wish you success. I shall take my leave." After casting a glance at Tang San, he departed in another direction. The Master's residence was a modest room located at the corner of the top floor of the dormitory, spanning roughly 30 square meters. The furnishings were simple, yet a bookshelf occupying 2 walls, brimming with various texts, caught Tang San's attention. The Master retrieved a paper package from his pocket and handed it to Tang San, saying, "Eat this first. You are in a period of growth, and you cannot afford to neglect your nourishment." Tang San paused momentarily, then opened the package to find 2 chicken legs and a bun. Still warm to the touch. "Teacher." "Enough," the Master interjected. "Hurry and eat. I have more to discuss with you once you finish your meal. We must not waste your youth." The Master's demeanor was calm yet serious as he spoke. The coarse cake is inherently insufficient to satiate one's hunger, and with Tang San possessing a robust appetite, he swiftly consumed all the food presented to him by the Master. The Master poured a glass of water for him before taking a seat behind the desk. "You are 6 years old this year, endowed with innate full soul power and possessing dual martial souls. Release your other martial soul for me to observe." Tang San nodded, realizing there was no longer any need for concealment, as the Master was already aware of his dual martial souls. He raised his left hand, and a surge of black light erupted forth, coalescing once more into a modest hammer. Due to the training undertaken during his time before arriving at the academy, he had made considerable progress in physical strength and could now grip the hammer without feeling excessive strain. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes shimmering with intense excitement. Fixating intently on the hammer, he murmured, Tang San, of the Tang surname very well. You may now retract your martial soul. Do not reveal it lightly before others. Without my permission, you must never attach a soul ring to this martial soul. Remember this well. Tang San gazed at his teacher in surprise, recalling how his father had spoken similarly. Why can't I attach a soul ring to this martial soul? The fervor in the master's eyes gradually waned. What is your father's profession? Tang San replied. He is the village blacksmith. A blacksmith. The master's expression turned peculiar, and he sighed, shaking his head. A blacksmith and a hammer indeed make a perfect match. It is not yet the time for me to disclose everything to you. You only need to understand that the restriction on your use of this martial soul and the prohibition against attaching a soul ring is solely for your future benefit. You must keep this in mind. With his father's words echoing in his mind, alongside those of the master, Tang San felt his trust in the master deepen. I will remember. The master continued, tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and the day after, formal classes will commence. However, for you, this is merely a waste of time. The pressing matter at hand is to ensure your martial soul continues its cultivation. After taking you as my disciple this morning, I contemplated, and tomorrow morning, you shall leave the academy with me to seek a suitable soul ring, enabling your ascension to the rank of soul master. Tang San was overjoyed at this news, for only by obtaining a soul ring could he ascertain whether his Xintian skill was constrained by it. The master's plan aligned perfectly with his own desires, and he promptly agreed. The master added, I will handle matters here at the academy, so you need not worry. During our journey, I will impart knowledge about martial souls to you. Tang San, what are your thoughts on your blue silver grass martial soul? Tang San replied, everyone claims it to be a useless martial soul. Yet I believe that everything possesses some value and unique characteristics. Even the most common blue silver grass should be no exception. The master nodded in satisfaction and remarked, indeed, every martial soul has its own unique traits. In my research, low-tier martial souls constitute a significant portion, and I have always maintained that there are no worthless martial souls, only individuals who are wasteful. Tomorrow we shall seek out your soul ring, and for now, you must decide the developmental direction of your martial soul. Tang San was taken aback. The developmental direction of my martial soul? Master, what does that mean? The master expounded. This must be approached from the classification of martial souls themselves. Broadly speaking, martial souls can be divided into two principal categories, beast martial souls and tool martial souls. Plant-type martial souls are also encompassed within the realm of tool martial souls, as exemplified by your two martial souls, which are classified as tool martial souls. The most significant distinction between tool martial souls and beast martial souls lies in their manifestation. When utilizing a beast martial soul, one harnesses the power of the beast, effectively embodying it, a process akin to the phenomenon of possession. By merging the human form with the beast martial soul, one enhances their own strength, achieving a state of unity between human and soul to unleash an attack. Conversely, tool martial souls function entirely independently. Consequently, the supportive nature of tool martial souls surpasses that of beast martial souls. To illustrate, if your martial soul were a rice stalk, the longest grain in our everyday sustenance, it could indeed serve as food. Moreover, as it is constituted of soul power, its efficacy would surpass that of ordinary rice. Tang San, astonished, inquired, can martial souls also be consumed? The master affirmed with a nod. Food-type tool martial souls are indeed consumable. Hence, high-ranking food-type tool spirit masters are always in great demand among military ranks. The sustenance provided by a food-type tool spirit master of over 30 levels suffices for 100 warriors, significantly diminishing the resource expenditure of an army. Tang San, still bewildered, remarked, I still do not comprehend. The master patiently elaborated. This principle is, in fact, quite simple. Food serves as a source of energy for all living beings, and soul power is a form of energy as well. When soul power can be transformed into energy that can be absorbed by humans, it becomes indistinguishable from genuine food, as both supply the energy necessary for the human body. Tang San listened, grasping the essence yet remaining somewhat perplexed, but he understood the general implication, that tool martial souls are predominantly utilized for support. Correct? The master replied. There are no absolutes. Some possessors of tool martial souls can also become battle spirit masters. For instance, if your tool martial soul is a sword, it may be wielded as a weapon, thereby allowing you to become a battle spirit master. The so-called divine artifacts spoken of externally are, in essence, the culmination of a tool martial spirit masters' rigorous training, achieving the pinnacle of their martial soul, thus earning the title of divine artifact. Although there exists a distinction between tool spirit masters and battle spirit masters, there are also commonalities between the two. Every spirit master has a developmental trajectory, such as food type, reconnaissance type, combat type, healing type, control type, and so forth. At this juncture, prior to acquiring a soul ring, you must first determine the future developmental direction of your martial soul. The cultivation of a spirit master's martial soul must progress in a singular direction. To be continued, Chapter 7. Xiao Wu, do you still desire it? Part 1. This implies that when obtaining soul rings in the future, one should strive to acquire soul rings with similar capabilities, not necessarily identical, but sufficiently aligned in direction, to avoid the occurrence of conflicting soul rings that might hinder one's own strength. At this point, a faint smirk appeared on the master's face. Many perceive blue silver grass as a worthless martial soul. Yet through my extensive research, I have discerned that blue silver grass possesses its own unique functions. Had the soul power generated during the awakening of blue silver grass not been so exceedingly feeble, becoming a battle spirit master would not have been an impossibility. Tang San nodded thoughtfully and said, Master, you are a renowned expert in the study of martial souls. Since you possess profound knowledge of blue silver grass, I humbly request your guidance. The master, perceiving Tang San merely as a child, did not hesitate to offer his insights, recognizing that the inquiry was largely symbolic. Upon the mention of martial souls, the master's demeanor visibly brightened, and he slowly nodded, stating, based on my conceptual framework and comprehensive analysis of blue silver grass, I recommend that you pursue a path in the control system. The control system can be regarded as a type of battle soul master, oscillating between that and a tool soul master. Control system? Tang San inquired, Master, what exactly are the abilities associated with the control system? The master replied, a control system soul master is one who utilizes their martial soul to restrain opponents, thereby achieving either supportive or offensive objectives. For instance, consider your blue silver grass. Although inherently weak, it is not devoid of advantages. Does blue silver grass truly possess merits? Tang San pondered, recalling how he had scrutinized the natural form of the grass following the awakening of his martial soul, yet had found nothing remarkable, only its vigorous life force and ubiquitous presence. The master lifted his right hand, extending a finger, and remarked, Firstly, the consumption of soul power when utilizing blue silver grass is remarkably minimal, even less than that of food-type martial souls. This allows you to employ it extensively without significant drain on your soul power. Tang San nodded in agreement. The master's assertion held true. The consumption of soul power when releasing blue silver grass in small amounts was nearly negligible. It was only when the grass reached lengths exceeding 10 meters that he began to feel a slight burden on his soul power. The master then raised a second finger, continuing, Secondly, the ordinariness of blue silver grass enhances its deceptive potential compared to other martial souls, particularly in the presence of low-intelligence soul beasts. Even if you summon your martial soul nearby, they may remain oblivious. Extending a third finger, he added, Thirdly, blue silver grass has a multitude of developmental avenues available to it due to its intrinsic simplicity, allowing it to evolve in various directions. Furthermore, its inherent weakness means it will not reject any attribute of soul rings. Martial souls can indeed reject soul rings. Tang San exclaimed in surprise. The master replied, Certainly, if the attributes of one's martial soul conflict with those of a soul ring, the latter cannot be successfully affixed. For instance, beast martial souls struggle to assimilate toxic soul rings. Though martial souls are energy entities, they are, in a certain sense, also forms of life, another expression of the host's existence. Imposing a toxic soul ring could result in the host suffering from poison. Few beast martial souls can absorb toxins without transferring them to the host. However, blue silver grass differs. Being a plant and inherently fragile, it can easily absorb toxins. As he spoke, he extended a fourth finger, concluding, Moreover, you possess the advantage of innate full soul power. The primary reason why a formidable blue silver grass soul master has never emerged in the Douluo Continent is that the soul power conferred to the host upon the awakening of the blue silver grass martial soul is exceedingly minimal. The innate soul power is directly proportional to the speed of postnatal cultivation. When one is endowed with an inherently weak soul power, it becomes exceedingly challenging to cultivate to higher echelons, making the hunting of soul beasts increasingly difficult in the later stages of cultivation. However, you are different. You possess innate full soul power. Whether this power is derived from the blue silver grass or another martial soul, it does not impede your ability to apply it to the blue silver grass. Thus, cultivating the blue silver grass will undoubtedly be advantageous for you. Tang San silently marveled, recognizing the wisdom of his master, realizing that his decision to take him as a mentor was undoubtedly correct. The analysis of such an ostensibly ordinary blue-silver grass revealed numerous merits, which attest to the depth of the master's research into martial souls. The notion posited by other instructors that such a profound martial soul researcher is merely a theoretical eccentric is utterly ludicrous. The master's emotions were evidently heightened as he continued. Through my meticulous research, it is most beneficial for the blue-silver grass martial soul to develop towards a control system. The grass is pliable and can be manipulated into various forms. The simplest application is to use it as a rope to bind adversaries. Tang San interjected, but the blue-silver grass is so fragile. It will snap with the slightest struggle. How can it possibly restrain anyone? The master replied, and therein lies the developmental direction. By progressing towards a control system, your choice of soul rings should focus on two aspects: resilience and toxicity. As your soul power increases, the martial soul will also grow stronger. Once you infuse more soul power into the blue-silver grass, it will become significantly sturdier than the natural blue-silver grass. Subsequently, with the enhancement effects of soul rings, ensnaring enemies will not be a formidable task. Furthermore, if the blue-silver grass possesses toxic properties, it can naturally serve an offensive function. At this moment, Tang San comprehended fully. Restricting opponents while incorporating toxins, if the blue-silver grass could indeed achieve this, then his hidden weapons would no longer target moving objects but rather stationary ones. Of course, all of this hinges on his understanding of the relationship between soul power, soul rings, and his own Shintian skill. After all, his so-called innate full soul power was cultivated through the Shintian skill, not derived from the awakening of his martial soul. The master took a sip of water and concluded, "For now, you may return. Tomorrow morning, I will come to your dormitory to see you." Very well. Upon leaving the master's chamber, Tang San found himself unable to settle his thoughts, for the master's discourse had illuminated the subject of martial souls with a clarity far surpassing any prior explanations he had encountered. Throughout that afternoon, through the master's elucidation, he had garnered a foundational understanding of the vocation of soul masters. Soul masters are categorized into two principal types: battle soul masters and weapon soul masters. Beneath these main classifications, there exist further subdivisions, such as food systems, control systems, combat systems, and healing systems, among others. The prowess of a soul master is intricately linked to their soul rings and soul power, forming a mutually reinforcing process of growth. This constituted the entirety of Tang San's current knowledge. He recognized that to acquire further insights into the realm of soul masters, he must continue to pursue his studies under the master's guidance. The master's decision to swiftly guide him in acquiring a soul ring was the source of Tang San's greatest joy. Once he obtained his first soul ring, regardless of the circumstances, he would be able to ascertain the connection between his Shintian skill and the martial souls of this world. Upon returning to the dormitory, he discovered that the others were absent, their whereabouts unknown. Having consumed 2 meals at noon, he felt no hunger, despite the evening gradually encroaching. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, he meticulously reviewed the concepts imparted by the master earlier that day, striving to ingrain them deeper into his memory. The day's travels had left him somewhat fatigued, and before he realized it, he had drifted into slumber. Hey! After an indeterminate interval, a sudden voice roused Tang San from his sleep. Although his cultivation was still modest, his alertness remained considerable. Instinctively opening his eyes, he beheld a charming visage. Xiao Wu gazed at him. "You're already asleep before nightfall? Are you planning to sleep tonight as well?" Embarrassed, Tang San hastily sat up, noticing that Xiao Wu was perched on the boundary line between their 2 beds. A playful smile gracing her lips. It was then that he realized the other students had returned. Sitting up, he pointed toward the demarcation line and remarked, "You've crossed the boundary." With a giggle, Xiao Wu responded, "What of it? I'm a girl, and you should yield to me, right? Of course, you must never cross the line." Observing her rosy cheeks, Tang San felt an impulse to pinch them, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "Suit yourself. Xiao Wu, I may need to step out tomorrow, though I cannot say how long I will be gone. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Step out? Where to? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San did not conceal the truth. The master mentioned that my soul power is at its full capacity, and I should promptly acquire my first soul ring to continue my training. He intends to take me to seek a suitable one. As the head of the 7th dormitory, it was only fitting that he inform her, especially in light of the earlier conflict with Wang Sheng. At present, he had no inclination to engage with Wang Sheng. Upon hearing Tang San's intention to acquire a soul ring, the faces of the other students, save for Xiao Wu, immediately reflected envy. For soul masters, nothing surpasses the significance of advancement. The difference between a 10th level soul warrior and an 11th level soul master is merely 1 level in soul power. However, the disparity in strength and status is vast. This divergence becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and remarked, "And you're already planning to leave before classes have even commenced? Is a soul ring truly that important?" Before Tang San could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already sensed a peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. The other work-study students regarded her with eyes that resembled those of a monster. Is the spirit ring important? This is hardly a question worth posing. For spirit masters, there is scarcely anything of greater significance than the spirit ring. Go ahead then, she said, but what about our work-study responsibilities? If you leave, I shall have to bear the burden alone. With a puffed-up expression, Xiao Wu glared at Tang San. Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, proposed, "How about this? For the next few days, I will trouble you to work a bit harder, and upon my return, I shall take over the remaining tasks for this semester. You will still receive half of the wages. How does that sound?" Given his physical prowess, tidying up a garden was hardly a challenge, and he was quite astonished by Xiao Wu's agility. He hoped to find further opportunities to spar with her in the future, as he was not one to take advantage of others. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Xiao Wu's face. "All right then, it's settled." Tang San's evening meal consisted once again of coarse pancakes. As dusk fell, all the work-study students settled onto their beds to begin their cultivation of spirit power. Unlike regular students, the work-study students had to endure a far more arduous training regimen. Despite their possibly average aptitude, cultivating their martial spirits represented their sole path to a promising future. Observing them, Tang San noted that their postures while cultivating were similar to his own meditation. Subtle waves of spirit power emanated from their bodies, though he was uncertain of their actual methods during the training. Only Xiao Wu seemed unable to remain idle. She refrained from cultivating and, as soon as Tang San finished his coarse pancake, insisted on taking a stroll outside. In the past, Tang San would have certainly devoted himself to practicing the Xintian skill. However, having reached a bottleneck, he could only practice the purple extreme demon eye in the early morning. Succumbing to Xiao Wu's urging, he relented and accompanied her out of the dormitory. The weather during this season was particularly delightful. The air was cool without being chilly. By this time, darkness had descended, and the sky was clear, with stars shimmering brightly overhead. Chapter 7. Xiao Wu, do you still want to? 3. Xiao San, look, there are so many stars in the sky, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Bouncing with exuberance, she possessed all the liveliness expected of a child her age. She addressed Tang San as Xiao San rather than Xiao Sanzi, and being a girl, Tang San did not contest this. With a touch of exasperation, he asked, "Did you drag me out just to gaze at the stars?" By this point, very few students or instructors could be seen outside the dormitory. Later, Tang San would learn that cultivating in the dark was a tradition among spirit masters. Xiao Wu laughed. "No, of course not that I want to have another match with you. During the day, I made the first move, which could barely be considered a sneak attack. Winning like that feels unjust, and I can tell you're not entirely satisfied with the outcome, so I'm giving you another chance." It was rare to encounter a girl as combative as Xiao Wu, yet it suited Tang San perfectly. Instantly invigorated, he replied, "All right, let us do this," with a playful smile. Xiao Wu gently brushed her fingers across her face and teased, "If I knock you down, don't you dare start crying. Are you ready?" Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang San momentarily froze, but quickly regained his composure. "Bring it on. All right, here I come." As she spoke, a mischievous grin spread across her face as she advanced toward Tang San. "Indeed, she has arrived, but it is not an attack." Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you doing? Wasn't this supposed to be a spar?" At that moment, Xiao Wu had approached to within less than a meter of him. Despite their youth and relatively short limbs, Xiao Wu continued to advance. having already lost the distance needed for a leg strike. From the perspective of their martial spirits, Tang San understood that since Xiao Wu's spirit was that of a rabbit, the most powerful aspect would undoubtedly be its legs. Thus, she should excel in leg techniques, a fact evident from their earlier encounter. Now, having forfeited the opportunity for a kick, what was her intention? Xiao Wu nodded with a smile. Yes, I did come here to spar with you, didn't I? While Tang San was still puzzled, Xiao Wu suddenly tossed her head, her scorpion braid transforming into a shadow that darted towards Tang San's neck. Was this even permissible? It was the first time Tang San had witnessed such a hair-based attack. However, he remained vigilant against Xiao Wu's assault. As her scorpion braid swung towards him, he stepped back and raised his left hand to entangle her hair. If he could seize her braid, she would be rendered powerless in combat. Xiao Wu's hand lifted in tandem with her braid, and as Tang San raised his hand, he abruptly realized that her hand had also ascended. Just as his hand was about to touch her flowing locks, Xiao Wu suddenly tilted her head back, and her scorpion braid had already surpassed Tang San's palm, while her own hand pressed against his. Xiao Wu's hand was soft and glistening, yielding to the touch like a cloud of cotton. Yet, Tang San had no time to relish this exquisite sensation. To his astonishment, he felt her arm twist in a peculiar manner, wrapping around his palm and instantaneously extending to ensnare his forearm. Meanwhile, her other hand rose as well, similarly coiling around his other hand, while the elevated scorpion braid descended as if it were a third hand, winding towards Tang San's neck. Though Xiao Wu's arms appeared delicate and rosy, they were remarkably resilient. Tang San found himself unable to escape her grasp, despite exerting his strength to leap backward. Yet, Xiao Wu's body seemed to rise with him effortlessly, akin to a feather. Even the most exquisite footwork, the ghost shadow misty steps, had become ineffective in this scenario. To evade Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, Tang San abruptly tilted his head back and fell backward, employing the iron bridge technique to dodge. At that moment, his Xintian skill could no longer be restrained. He was cautious not to injure Xiao Wu and utilized only 50% of his power. Little did he know, just as he summoned his energy, Xiao Wu's hands unexpectedly released their grip. Immediately, Tang San felt a tremendous force emanate from his waist, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. With a thud, he landed flat on his back, and Xiao Wu's small hands landed precisely on the joints of his shoulders, rendering his arms numb and powerless. At that instant, Xiao Wu straddled his waist, her expression one of triumphant delight as she gazed down at him. Tang San's abdomen was fully in contact with the delightful firmness of Xiao Wu's petite form. How about it? Are you convinced? Xiao Wu looked down at Tang San, her face radiant with joy. If the first time Xiao Wu had toppled him had left Tang San relatively unfazed, this time, he felt a surge of frustration. From a perspective of strength, Xiao Wu appeared to be considerably weaker than himself. Yet, her method of combat was exceedingly peculiar. Tang San, whose own experience in battle was not particularly extensive, found himself momentarily ensnared. Unwilling to accept this, he thought, let us go again. He gazed at Xiao Wu, a surge of indignation swelling within him. Xiao Wu, brimming with confidence, taunted, do you want more? But I shan't grant you the opportunity. If you possess the ability, first break free and then we shall see. With his shoulder joints under her control, how could he possibly extricate himself? The pathway of his Xintian skill was entirely obstructed. What are you all doing? Hurry up! A discordant voice suddenly pierced the air. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San turned their heads in unison, only to behold an irate female teacher striding toward them. Indeed, the posture of Tang San and Xiao Wu was rather unseemly at that moment. Tang San lay flat on the ground, arms splayed to either side, while Xiao Wu straddled his waist, her hands pressing down on his shoulders as she leaned over to gaze at him. Despite their youth, the nature of their position was undeniably. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily leaped off Tang San. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San rolled over and sprang to his feet. The female teacher approached, her voice laced with fury. What on earth are you two doing? Tang San, feeling it was his duty as a boy to explain, opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu interjected, Teacher, we were merely sparring. To be continued, Chapter 7. Xiao Wu, do you want more? Part 4, Sparring. Is this what passes for sparring while lying on the ground? What sort of upbringing do your parents provide? It appears you must be first graders this year. At such a tender age, engaging in flirtation. What will become of you when you grow up? The teacher's scolding echoed in their ears like a barrage of firecrackers. Stealing a glance at Xiao Wu, Tang San noticed she was looking back at him, playfully sticking out her tongue. Upon hearing the teacher mention parents, Tang San could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, we truly were sparring with soul skills." The term soul skills had been imparted to him earlier that day by Wang Sheng, and he felt it was an apt application. The teacher regarded him with a hint of disdain, remarking, "You have only just entered the academy. What soul skills could you possibly possess? If you are going to fabricate a story, at least make it plausible. Now, come with me to the academic office." "We refuse to go," Tang San and Xiao Wu replied almost in unison. Tang San insisted earnestly, "Teacher, we genuinely were sparring with soul skills. If you doubt us, we can demonstrate for you." Xiao Wu thumped her chest and declared, "Allow me, teacher. If you don't believe me, I shall spar with you as well." Before the teacher could react, Xiao Wu had already leaped into action. True to her rabbit spirit, her jump was impressively high, soaring more than a meter off the ground, her arms reaching toward the teacher's neck. The height of her leap startled the teacher, who instinctively raised her head and arms to block Xiao Wu's approach. Tang San could not help but chuckle inwardly, suspecting that the teacher was about to find herself at a disadvantage. As for Xiao Wu's true strength, he was uncertain, but he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although his Xintian skill had not yet advanced, his inherent strength combined with the peak of the first level of Xintian skill meant that even opponents with slightly higher power would not stand a chance against the martial skills of the Tang sect. However, Xiao Wu had just recently defeated him. Her soul skills were so peculiar and bizarre that anyone facing them for the first time would likely suffer a disadvantage. Indeed, the female teacher's hands were ensnared almost instantly by Xiao Wu's arms, and immediately thereafter, her scorpion braid was flung out, wrapping around the teacher's neck. After all, this was a junior soul master academy, where the teachers generally possess strengths only around that of a great soul master, most being at approximately level 25. Generally speaking, soul masters below level 30 rarely have their own soul skills. These teachers were vastly inferior to Tang San in combat techniques. Naturally, the female teacher, confronted by two first-year students, could not entertain the notion of employing her martial soul. Moreover, as a weapon soul master primarily focused on support, she had already incurred substantial losses within a single exchange. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid accurately ensnared the teacher's neck, while her arms constricted the teacher's hands, at the same time. Her leaping legs kicked out, striking the teacher squarely in the abdomen. As these movements were executed almost simultaneously, her upper body leaned back forcefully, pulling back the scorpion braid and her hands with vigor. Faint white light could be seen emanating from Xiao Wu. The teacher, gasping in shock, lost her balance, and Xiao Wu's hands released at just the right moment, performing a backflip, which propelled the teacher's body several meters away. Xiao Wu was decidedly less gentle with the teacher than she had been with Tang San. This action sent the teacher sprawling over 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Even though this female teacher had sole power to protect her, she found herself momentarily disoriented, unable to discern her bearings. Xiao Wu approached the fallen teacher, blinking her large eyes innocently and feigning concern. "Teacher, are you all right?" The teacher, straining to channel her soul power, managed to rise with great difficulty, her gaze toward Xiao Wu revealing a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Soul skill, indeed, it was a soul skill. Otherwise, how could someone so young hurl her away despite not being a battle soul master? Furthermore, when ensnared, the sudden flexibility of Xiao Wu's hands was undoubtedly a manifestation of martial soul enhancement. Who exactly was this girl? The teacher might have dismissed Xiao Wu, believing she could subdue the child with her martial soul, yet she could not overlook the origins of Xiao Wu. Typically, powerful soul masters on the continent inherited their martial souls from their families, and possessing a soul skill at such a tender age indicated the extraordinary nature of her martial soul. The teacher felt a surge of trepidation. She was merely a great soul master, while this child might be backed by a formidable soul master sect, something far beyond the reach of a commoner like herself. You all die in the future. Practice should not take place on the training grounds without a teacher present for protection. Understood? The teacher issued her brief instructions, disheveled and flustered, before departing. She resolved to investigate this girl's background the following day. Watching the teacher's figure recede into the distance, Tang San quietly inquired of Xiao Wu, "What was that move you just performed? It seemed quite impressive." Xiao Wu, brimming with pride, replied, "I held back, or else the consequences would have been dire. That technique is called rabbit kicks eagle, and it is my most treasured skill." As she spoke, she suddenly cast a vigilant glance at Tang San, inquiring, "Why are you asking so pointedly? Are you planning to devise a strategy for the future?" Tang San could only shake his head in resignation and replied, "You are clearly reading too much into my intentions." Xiao Wu retorted angrily, "Are you daring to accuse me of being petty? Then let us continue our sparring." Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed this girl had become addicted to teasing him. However, since they were to spar, he had no reason to be intimidated. He beckoned to Xiao Wu with a finger, "Come then." Xiao Wu was right beside him, and she instantly retaliated with a palm strike aimed at him. Having learned from 2 previous experiences, Tang San would not allow her to easily entangle him this time. He understood that, against an opponent like Xiao Wu, who excelled in close combat, maintaining distance was the best strategy. With a flash of his figure, he swiftly retreated several meters away. To be continued, Chapter 7. Xiao Wu. "Are you still going?" Part 5. Xiao Wu huffed, "Are you challenging my speed? I'm not afraid of you." She leaped into action, charging towards Tang San. He smiled slightly. This time he was well prepared. If he let Xiao Wu throw him out so easily, all his years of training would have been in vain. A faint, purple glimmer flashed in his eyes as he instinctively activated the purple extreme demon eye. Under its influence, Xiao Wu's movements appeared to slow down in his perception. With a swift step, he evaded her attack by sliding 2 meters to the side, just out of reach of her braids and long legs. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Though she was renowned for her agility, Tang San's movements seemed unhurried yet perfectly timed to evade her assault. For her, the soft techniques she excelled at required contact with her opponent's body to be effective, yet Tang San offered her no such opportunity. Naturally, Xiao Wu would not concede defeat. Executing a graceful flip, she accelerated and clawed after Tang San. He took a deep breath, channeling his Xintian skill into his legs, and began to dance around the empty playground with her. The ghostly shadow steps were remarkably exquisite. Although Tang San's movements did not appear rapid, each step he took was imbued with profound principles. Regardless of how fast Xiao Wu charged from any direction, he always managed to pivot at the most opportune moment, denying her the chance to close in. This was the true essence of Tang Sect's martial arts. Tang Sect warriors did not necessarily engage in direct confrontation but excelled in secret weapons. Their lethal combination of lightness skills and hidden weapons constituted the hallmark of Tang Sect disciples. They weaved through the playground in a chase, and soon enough, Xiao Wu began to pant, unable to catch up to Tang San. "Hey, you're playing dirty?" Frustrated, Xiao Wu ceased her pursuit, standing with her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. "This is sparring, not hide and seek. What kind of tactic is this? If you have the capability, attack me." Tang San smiled gently. "Very well, but be cautious." As he spoke, he casually picked up a few stones from the edge of the playground and held them in his palm. "I'll aim for your left shoulder." One stone flew forth. Xiao Wu huffed, her body swaying to the right to evade the projectile. With a swift motion, he struck his right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. 3 stones simultaneously soared from Tang San's hand. The first stone was indeed aimed at Xiao Wu's left shoulder. As she observed the 3 stones seemingly flying in a singular direction, a thought crossed her mind. This fellow must be deceiving me. Instead of retreating, she charged forward with sudden acceleration towards Tang San, her hands raised defensively before her chest. After all, they were merely pebbles. She could easily swat them away. However, to her astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as the stones approached within reach for her to knock aside, they abruptly diverged, tracing 3 arcs as they veered off in different directions. The proximity left her no time to react. Ouch! Ouch! The stones struck her right shoulder, left calf, and right calf precisely. Although Tang San had not infused the stones with any mystical energy, the impact still elicited a sharp sting for Xiao Wu. "You dare to strike me with stones?" Unbeknownst to her, this was Tang San's first genuine encounter with an adversary using concealed weapons since arriving in this world. The technique he employed was the Lao Yin Fin Fei from the secret techniques of the Xintian treasure record. It appeared simple, yet the finesse contained within was extraordinarily intricate. Due to the constraints of the Xintian skill, Tang San had only managed to master 2 or 3 techniques thus far, with Lao Yin Fin Fei being the one he had perfected. "You permit me to be struck, yet disallow my use of stones? This time, you have lost. Not counted, not counted. Let us try again. Xiao Wu firmly believed that with adequate preparation, she would never again fall victim to Tang San strikes. Xiao Wu, do you still wish to continue? Then come. The sparring persisted, enduring for quite some time, as for the outcome. When Tang San departed from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy with his master the following morning, he was still murmuring, hitting moving targets is truly exhilarating. That evening, however, no stories unfolded between the two as they shared a bed, for they were utterly exhausted from their intense sparring, in the early morning. While most of Nodding Academy's faculty and students were still ensconced in slumber, a tall and a short figure had already exited the academy gates. Master, where are we heading to find soul beasts? The pair who stepped out of the academy were none other than the master and his disciple, Tang San. We are heading to the soul hunting forest, located 400 miles northeast of Nodding City. It is a place where the Empire raises soul beasts. We are sure to find one that suits you. Today, his master donned a set of vigorous attire, exuding a touch of heroism, although his rigid visage still conveyed an air of disharmony. Can even raised soul beasts be tamed, master? Please enlighten me about soul beasts. The master nodded and replied, naturally, higher-level soul beasts cannot be domesticated, but lower-level ones can. Soul beasts are creatures that possess soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Therefore, we generally classify soul beasts into 5 categories based on their age. 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. As the names imply, a soul beast that has cultivated for over 10 years is classified as a 10-year soul beast, and so forth. The differentiation of soul rings follows the same principle as that of soul beasts. Soul rings of varying ages are easily recognizable, as their colors distinctly indicate their age. In this realm, the soul rings of 10-year soul beasts are white. Those of 100-year soul beasts are yellow. The soul rings of 1,000-year soul beasts are purple, while the soul rings of 10,000-year soul beasts are black, and the soul rings of 100,000-year soul beasts are red. The soul beasts, which are bred in captivity by the state for the purpose of being hunted by soul masters, predominantly consist of those that are 10 and 100 years old, with the appearance of 1,000-year soul beasts being quite rare. Chapter 8. Soul Guiding Devices, A Bright Moonlit Night on the 24 Bridges, Part 1, Master. The longer a soul beast is cultivated, the stronger its power becomes, and consequently, the effects of its soul rings are enhanced. In what specific aspects does this strength manifest? Tang San inquired. The master's rigid countenance broke into his signature unattractive smile, acknowledging, that is an excellent question. The distinction between soul rings produced by different levels of soul beasts primarily lies in the attributes they confer to the soul master and the potency of their skills. For instance, from a quantitative perspective, if your blue silvergrass martial soul is aligned with the control-type soul master path, acquiring a 10-year soul ring that matches your attributes would enhance your control over the blue silvergrass by 10. Conversely, a 100-year soul ring would increase it by 100, and so forth. Therefore, whenever possible, all soul masters strive to pursue more formidable martial souls. Tang San pondered, doesn't that imply that those with greater power can obtain superior soul rings? Those nobles could easily leverage their familial strength to hunt for stronger soul rings for themselves. The master's eyes glimmered with approval, recognizing that this line of thought indicated careful consideration on your part. Yet the reality is far more complex. Tio put it differently, the requirements for soul rings are exceedingly stringent. First and foremost, only by personally defeating a soul beast can one acquire its soul ring. The soul ring exists for a mere fleeting moment. If it is not attached to oneself within the span of an hour, its effect dissipates. Furthermore, soul beasts are inherently proud creatures. No soul beast would permit itself to be captured. Should they sustain severe injuries from an enemy, they would rather choose to self-destruct than be taken captive. This reality precludes the scenario you suggested. Even if one were to hire someone to hunt a soul beast, unless the final blow is struck by oneself, acquiring the soul ring remains a formidable challenge. Of course, this is not absolute. The ingenuity of humanity surpasses that of soul beasts. The optimal strategy for hunting soul beasts is to form a group to venture to their habitat, with the final strike executed by oneself to secure the soul ring. Thus, it is true that nobles and those with influence possess certain advantages in hunting soul beasts. However, the ease of obtaining soul rings does not necessarily translate to a corresponding increase in power compared to ordinary soul masters. No one can guarantee that the attributes of the soul beast encountered will be the most suitable for themselves. While the level of the soul beast is undoubtedly significant, the compatibility of attributes is equally crucial. Regardless of how exceptional a soul ring may be, if it is incompatible with one's martial soul, it will yield no beneficial effects and may even prove detrimental. Most importantly, each soul master faces limitations on the absorption of soul rings at different stages of their development. For instance, you are currently merely a level 10 spirit master. With your existing spiritual power, you can only absorb a spirit ring from a 100-year-old soul beast at most. Should you foolishly attempt to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, the outcome would be unavoidable. Your body would be incapable of bearing the force, leading to your destruction by the very power of the spirit ring. During the process of absorbing a spirit ring, no external force can provide assistance. One can only rely on oneself. Consider this. Those who require others' aid to hunt the soul beasts they seek, how could their own strength possibly be resilient? It is likely that even absorbing a spirit ring suitable for them, while still within manageable limits, could yield catastrophic repercussions. Tang San, remember this. The world is fundamentally just. To attain what you desire, corresponding efforts must be made. Seeking shortcuts is the folly of the inept. The theory of martial souls I have studied is merely intended to facilitate the journey of spirit masters in this arduous endeavor, enabling them to grow stronger under equal circumstances. Do you comprehend? Tang San nodded earnestly. He was not one to rely on cunning. Rather, he believed in the solidity of advancing towards his goals step by step through his own labor. The master did not rush Tang San out of the city, but instead led him further inward. "Teacher, are we not to leave the city?" he inquired. The master replied, "One must prepare certain provisions for hunting soul beasts, and we cannot simply walk there. Although 400 li is not excessively far, it is always prudent to make the most of our time." As the sun gradually ascended in the east, the streets of Nodding City became increasingly populated. Today was one of the rare occasions when Tang San did not utilize the purple chi from the east to cultivate his purple extreme magic eyes. The preparations mentioned by the master were uncomplicated. He procured 2 leather pouches specifically for carrying water, each capable of holding 5 liters of fresh water. Additionally, he acquired some cured meat, flatbread, and fruit, amassing 2 large bundles. While Tang San could comprehend these items, the master also purchased something that left him perplexed: 20 pounds of white radishes, which constituted the bulk of the purchases. Tang San's current task was to carry them. The weight of 20 pounds was not particularly daunting for him. However, traversing 400 li on foot would pose a challenge. Fortunately, after gathering these supplies, the master promptly hired a cart within the city, offering the driver 5 silver soul coins. The currency exchange in the Douluo Continent operates thus. 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin suffices for the normal expenses of an average family of 3 for several months, equating to what Tang San would earn from working for 3 years at Nodding Academy. The profession of spirit master is deemed the most noble on the continent, largely due to its substantial income. Even transitioning from a spirit scholar to a spirit master grants a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin, sufficient for a basic living. Naturally, this only covers essential needs. A lavish lifestyle remains unattainable. As spirit masters advance to higher levels, particularly beyond the great spirit master rank and into the spirit venerable realm, registering with the spirit hall allows them to receive direct noble titles from the state, becoming the lowest ranked noble baron. The higher one's strength, the more elevated their noble title, leading to a corresponding increase in income. Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Device. The Night of the Bright Moon at 24 Bridges, Part 2. This was the first time Tang San had ever ridden in a horse-drawn carriage. Despite the occasional bumps along the way, the novelty of the experience filled him with delight, prompting him to lift the curtain and gaze outside repeatedly as he observed the bustling crowd and the myriad of shops. A sense of longing stirred within him for the world beyond. In this lifetime, he was destined to lead a life far more complex than that of his previous one. He pondered what the future held as he stepped into society. "Xiao San, this is for you." The master's calm voice jolted Tang San from his reverie. When he turned his gaze toward the master, he noticed that, without his awareness, the master had produced a belt that was a strikingly beautiful belt. Entirely black with subtle dark stripes that were nearly indistinguishable at first glance. Embedded evenly across the belt were 24 pieces of creamy white jade, each no larger than an adult's thumbnail, perfectly round and exuding a warm luster, unmistakably exquisite. "Thank you, master." Tang San accepted the gift without hesitation. He recalled how, During his time in the Tang sect, it was customary for elders to present a token of welcome to their disciples. The master's gesture carried a similar sentiment. The master continued, "This belt has accompanied me for many years, though it has remained dormant for quite some time. I hope that it can shine in your hands in the future." Upon holding the belt, Tang San sensed its extraordinary nature. Subtle currents seemed to flow within it, with the belt serving as a bridge and the jade stones as reservoirs. 30 years ago, when I first obtained it, I did not know its name. However, from my years of research, I can assert that it is a premier soul guidance device, designed for storage. By simply infusing your soul power into it, each jade piece can provide a cubic meter of storage space, facilitating the concealment of various items. To Tang San, the term soul guidance device was entirely new. Although he did not yet grasp its full significance, the master's explanation had already left him astounded. With 24 jade stones, he could store an impressive 24 cubic meters, an ideal space for concealing an array of hidden weapons. His eyes ignited with fervor, and his yearning to enhance his Shintian skill reached unparalleled heights. He longed to possess the inner strength necessary to master the use of various concealed weapons. With this belt, he no longer needed to worry about storage issues. Before Tang San could inquire further, the master preemptively elaborated. A soul guidance device, as the name implies, is an instrument utilized through the power of one's martial soul. Such devices are exceedingly rare, and most lack offensive capabilities. Soul masters themselves typically do not require weapons. One might liken soul guidance devices to cultural relics, and the methods of their creation and origin have long been lost to time. This belt was acquired during an adventure with a few friends and was allocated to me as a reward. It holds little significance for me, but I believe it will be of great use to you. Now, name it." Gazing at the 24 lustrous jade stones, Tang San instinctively recalled a famous line from a poem in his past life. "The night of the bright moon at 24 bridges. Let us call it the 24 bridges under the bright moon." The master, momentarily taken aback, revealed no emotion on his rigid visage, yet he nodded and remarked, "It is a melodious name, albeit a tad lengthy." Tang San inwardly sighed. Perhaps this could serve as a fragment of reminiscence from his previous life. The master continued, "Using it is quite simple. Infuse your spiritual energy into the jade stone, and you will sense the existence of its space. If your reflexes are sufficiently swift, the items within may seem to materialize out of thin air. However, to master its unique characteristics, practice is essential. This will be one of your future endeavors." Without needing the master's admonition, Tang San understood the significance of honing his ability to retrieve items from the 24 bridges under the bright moon, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Initially perplexed by how the master intended to carry all these items into the soul-hunting forest, he now realized that with the 24 bridges under the bright moon, such concerns were moot. As they traveled, he began to practice controlling the retrieval of items under the master's guidance, using those white radishes for his exercises. The journey of 400 miles was neither excessively long nor particularly short. It was not until midday the following day that they arrived at their destination, the soul-hunting forest. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Tang San was astonished to find that the soul-hunting forest was entirely unlike his expectations. In his mind, a forest should exude the essence of nature, serene and tranquil, with fresh air and sparse human presence. Yet, before him, the soul-hunting forest, at least on its outskirts, resembled a bustling marketplace. Outside the forest stood numerous buildings, or rather shops. The cacophony of vendors' calls resonated through the air, while simple, artificially paved paths crisscrossed the area, and the uproarious atmosphere caused Tang San to furrow his brow. With a hand token, we seek 2 more individuals to form a team for hunting power-type soul beasts. For hunting agile-type soul beasts, we require 7 individuals, a voice called out. 10 gold soul coins. The similar cries echoed throughout the marketplace, where most shops sold weapons, armor, and various food supplies. The master led Tang San into what could be described as a small-town market. "Do you understand why I procured everything in Nodding City?" Tang San shook his head. The master gestured towards the prices displayed in the shops, explaining that here, prices were at least doubled. "Are you curious as to why a forest's exterior is so lively? It is quite simple. Where there are soul beasts, there are profits. This is especially true for forests where soul beasts are specifically cultivated by the state. Soul masters represent a wealthy demographic, and many seek to profit from them." "Master, what did those people shouting about forming teams mean?" To be continued, Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Device, 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon, Part 3. The master replied, Hunting soul beasts is not a simple endeavor. Some soul beasts, inherently powerful, possess formidable attacking capabilities even if their cultivation period is relatively short. This so-called team hunting involves multiple individuals coordinating with one another to hunt the soul beast they require, thereby obtaining soul rings. With the assistance of others, one merely needs to deliver the final blow to the soul beast. This method is the most common and safest approach to hunting soul beasts on the continent. Is it truly so effortless to form a team? At this juncture, the master cast a disdainful glance at the shouting soul masters. A truly exceptional spirit hunting group must consist of at least 5 components. A food system spirit master responsible for supplies, a recovery system spirit master tasked with restoring status and soul power, an agile battle spirit master dedicated to reconnaissance, a strength-based battle spirit master in charge of defense, and an attack system spirit master focused on annihilating enemies. Only a group composed of these 5 elements can be deemed complete. Moreover, the synergy among members is not something that can be developed overnight. The subtle process of mutual adaptation requires years of collaboration. Even more crucial is the necessity for absolute trust among the members of the same group. Without such unwavering trust, encountering danger could easily lead to a swift collapse. Tang San, astonished, inquired, "Why would there be a collapse? Is it due to insufficient strength?" The master shook his head and replied calmly, "In the future, you may have the opportunity to join such a group. When selecting a team, you need not concern yourself with the strength of other members. However, one point must remain etched in your mind. You should be able to present your back to anyone in the group." Tang San remained somewhat perplexed by the master's meaning, yet the master offered no further explanation, leading him deeper into the marketplace. Although the market was a cacophony of chaos, Tang San could not help but feel a sense of awe as they emerged into the vast forest. The towering trees bore testament to their age, and the perimeter of the forest was encircled by a formidable steel fence, bristling with numerous spikes. The fence soared over 10 meters high, appearing exceedingly robust. To add to this, outside the enclosure, a battalion of 100 soldiers patrolled, all clad in gleaming iron armor, wielding long spears, their military demeanor impeccable. The sight of 100 steel warriors standing together exuded an air of intimidation. The master whispered, "The spirit hunting forest, maintained under confinement, is not accessible to everyone. Only soul masters bearing the official orders issued by the spirit hall may enter the forest to hunt spirit beasts. While there are those who attempt to trespass, their fates often end poorly. These soldiers serve as the outer defense, but within the spirit hunting forest, there exists a dedicated enforcement team from the spirit hall, ready to inspect the orders at any moment. Those individuals are devoid of compassion." Tang San asked, "Master, does the spirit hunting forest belong to the spirit hall or the nation?" The master's expression shifted slightly, and he gestured for Tang San to silence his inquiries about such matters. "I will explain the relationship between the spirit hall and the nation at a later time. Acquiring the official order is not particularly difficult. It first requires the spirit hall's recognition, confirming that you indeed reach the pinnacle of a certain stage and need spirit rings to advance. Additionally, you must have the endorsement of at least 3 nobles." As he spoke, the master produced a dark token from his hand, the material of which was indiscernible. The emblem upon it was composed of 3 distinct shapes. Zhengyang, a sword with its tip facing downward, flanked on either side by a hammer and a beast that Tang San had never encountered before. The master discerned the curiosity in Tang San's eyes and handed him instructing him to remember this emblem, which is unique to the spirit hall. Within the spirit hall, there are 6 distinct markings. The differentiation of each token is quite straightforward, determined solely by the imagery it bears. The most basic token features a solitary sword, symbolizing the martial spirit of a former chief executive of the spirit hall. The next tier of token is distinguished by the addition of a hammer beside the sword, representing a once formidable elder of the spirit hall. Tang San's ability to draw inferences was commendable. He remarked that these 2 individuals must hold significant positions within the spirit hall. However, he recalled hearing that beast martial spirits were considered more powerful than weapon martial spirits, leading him to ponder whether these 2 soul masters possessed weapon martial spirits. The master gently ruffled Tang San's hair and smiled, saying, "Those who proclaim weapon martial spirits to be superior to beast martial spirits evidently lack a comprehensive understanding of martial spirits. The strength of any martial spirit hinges on 2 critical factors: the amount of soul power conferred at the moment of awakening and the subsequent methods and processes of cultivation. Perhaps, prior to reaching the 30th level, Beast martial spirits may appear somewhat more formidable due to their ability to enhance their wielders. Yet, as one ascends to higher levels, there is no discernible difference between the two. Strength is determined solely by personal cultivation. This hand token I possess is classified as a third-tier token from the Spirit Hall. With it, one can generally access most of the soul-hunting forest within the Tiando Empire, provided that no 10,000-year soul beasts are present therein. Unlike the first two types of tokens, which must be returned to the Spirit Hall after completing soul beast hunts, this one may be held for a lifetime. Adorning this token is an image of a blue lightning tyrant dragon, regarded as a top-tier entity among beast martial spirits. Although its owner is not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, the family it represents commands great respect from the Spirit Hall. For reasons unknown, a fleeting hint of unspoken melancholy flickered in the master's eyes as he spoke of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Tang San then inquired, "So the three higher-tier tokens represent an additional type of martial spirit?" The master nodded, affirming, "Indeed. These 6 martial spirit emblems represent 6 powerful soul masters, each corresponding to 6 formidable families. 3 of these families reside in our Tiando Empire, while the remaining 3 are located in the Xinglua Empire." To be continued, Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices, The Moonlit Night at the 24 Bridges, Part 4. As they conversed, the master led Tang San to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Upon seeing the 3 distinct markings on the token, the captain of the guard's face illuminated with respect, and he promptly commanded his soldiers to clear a path, inviting the master and Tang San to enter. No questions were posed regarding why such a young child was permitted to enter the soul-hunting forest. Upon traversing the iron gate into the depths of the forest, the cacophony of the outside world seemed to vanish, and the air transformed into the fresh, invigorating essence Tang San had envisioned, instilling a sense of tranquility. Once inside the forest, the master did not hasten forward but instead took a moment to observe his surroundings quietly. Tang San suddenly appeared to recall something, "Master. Regarding the 6 individuals you mentioned earlier who are revered by the Spirit Hall and have been inscribed upon the tokens, what are the titles of these soul masters? Are they Soul Sage Douluo or Title Douluo?" The master cast a profound glance at Tang San and replied, "They are Title Douluo. Moreover, they are the 6 most powerful Title Douluo." A flicker of excitement shone in Tang San's eyes at the mention of most powerful. The master sighed softly, stating, "Even among those of the same rank, the differences in soul rings and martial spirits result in vastly divergent strengths. These 6 Title Douluo are undoubtedly among the strongest. Even if other soul masters manage to reach level 90 or above and enter the realm of Title Douluo, they cannot alter the status of these individuals. Such matters are still far beyond your current reach. Now, we must prepare to enter the forest. From this moment on, do not stray a single step from my side." "Yes, master." The master's previously despondent gaze suddenly brightened, and with his hands clasped before his chest, he swiftly spread them apart, exclaiming, "Come forth, Luo San Pao." With a soft sound, a pale purple aura of soul power emanated from the master's palms, and Tang San felt a surge of soul power radiating from him. Before Tang San, a creature had materialized. Indeed, it resembled a creature, akin to a dog in appearance but larger in size, more akin to that of a pig. It measured over 1.5 meters in length, with a waist circumference that was likely comparable. Its entire body was enveloped in pale purple fur, with 2 small ears drooping down and a pair of deep blue eyes blinking gently, exuding a tender gaze. The rotund body shifted, causing its plump rear to sway from side to side. Its 4 short and stout legs made it difficult to imagine swift movement. Atop its head, there was a round bulge, the purpose of which was unclear. Upon its appearance, it scampered towards the master, nuzzling its large head against the master's leg. 2 rings of light arose beneath the master's feet, swirling around him, both presenting a yellow hue, evidently indicating 100-year soul rings. "Xiao San, were you not curious about my martial spirit? This is my martial spirit. You may call it Luo San Pao, or simply San Pao." Luo San Pao seemed to comprehend the master's words, casting a glance towards Tang San with a hint of amiability in its large eyes. "Master, is this your martial spirit?" Tang San inquired in astonishment. "But isn't the manifestation of a beast martial spirit supposed to be possession?" Setting aside the question of what exactly Luo San Pao was, it was clear that the master's martial spirit transcended the confines of a beast martial spirit. Luo San Pao appeared somewhat disgruntled, letting out a couple of gruff barks at Tang San. A trace of bitterness crossed the master's face as he explained, because my martial spirit is a variant martial spirit. Do you remember when I spoke of martial spirit mutations? Sanpao is one such case. However, its mutation has evidently taken a less favorable direction. When it first awakened, my soul power was merely at half a level. Otherwise, how could it be as it is now? No matter how hard I strive, I will never surpass level 30 in this lifetime, and I can only study martial spirits in theory. From the moment Tang San heard the rumors surrounding the master, he understood that the master was a person of unwavering dedication, his commitment to martial spirits akin to Tang San's own devotion to hidden weapons. This was precisely why Tang San had never regretted taking the master as his mentor. Perhaps this is what one might call a mutual appreciation. I apologize, esteemed teacher, for bringing up your sorrowful matter. The master shook his head with self-deprecating amusement, saying, "It is nothing. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Now, allow me to introduce you to Sanpao.it is named as such because its call resembles a series of luo-luo sounds, and its attacks can only be executed 3 times. Thus, it is called Sanpao. Sanpao, lead the way. Luo-luo." The rotund Sanpao ambled forward, swaying its head, and despite its corpulence, its movements remained surprisingly agile. It sniffed the air as it walked. The master's spirit rings shimmered with brilliance as Tang San followed closely behind Sanpao. Venturing deeper into the chaotic forest, Sanpao possessed a keen sense of smell, adept at detecting the presence and strength of soul beasts. Although it had become smaller due to mutation, its energy consumption was minimal, allowing me to keep it out for extended periods. This is for you. The final strike against the soul beast must be executed by you alone. The master produced a resplendent short sword from his robe and handed it to Tang San. The sword's scabbard was a clear blue, adorned with 7 sapphires. The hilt featured a piece of milky white jade, and the blade measured 1 foot 2 inches. Even though it remained sheathed, a chilling aura could be felt when grasping it. After not walking far, Sanpao abruptly halted, its large eyes fixed on a certain direction, emitting 2 luo-luo calls. A creature resembling a cat appeared within its line of sight, perched on a tree, watching the master and Tang San with caution. The master smiled lightly and remarked, "It is a 10-year-old spotted cat. Sanpao, do not disturb it. Let us proceed." The master never forgot to impart wisdom to Tang San as they continued onward. Explaining, "The spotted cat we just saw belongs to the feline family of soul beasts. While it possesses considerable aggression, it will not attack unless provoked. If a feline soul beast serves as your first spirit ring, it is indeed a commendable choice. Do not be misled by the apparent diminutiveness of that spotted cat. If it were 1,000 years old, even if we were 10-fold in number, we would still be insufficient to withstand its wrath." Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Device. The Bright Moonlit Night of 24 Bridges. Part 5. Tang San pondered an important question. "Teacher, how can we discern the strength of a soul beast, or rather, its age?" The master replied, "Determining the strength of a soul beast is not particularly challenging. Observe that solitary bamboo ahead. It is also a type of soul beast, belonging to the plant family. It has utility for you. The bamboo is resilient. While its offensive capabilities are not formidable, its defense is commendable. That is a 10-year-old bamboo, as its height does not exceed 10 meters. Only those over 10 meters are considered to be 100 years old. Therefore, generally speaking, the assessment of soul beasts primarily hinges on their size and the color of the soul power they wield during attacks. The color of the soul power corresponds to their strength. For instance, the soul power of a 10-year soul beast is white, that of a 100-year soul beast is yellow, and so forth. Of course, when confronted with an unknown soul beast, it is prudent not to gauge its soul power. If it is beyond your capacity to endure, you may face existential peril. "Teacher, shall we hunt this bamboo?" The solitary bamboo appears rather unremarkable, easily overlooked amidst the towering trees that encircle it rather than a grove of bamboo. Its slender body sways gently, the bamboo strips dancing in harmony with the breeze. The master advised, "Let us refrain for the moment. If no more suitable options present themselves, it shall be our last resort." The selection of a soul ring must be executed with utmost caution. Each soul ring is irreplaceable. A soul warrior, upon ascending to the rank of soul master, may absorb the soul ring of a soul beast that has lived for a century, or more precisely, one that has lived for no longer than 423 years. I have meticulously studied the growth and failures of numerous soul masters. 423 years appears to be the utmost limit that the first soul ring can endure. Thus, I ardently hope that your first soul ring will aspire to approach this threshold. The Master's insights into martial souls are perpetually precise. Tang San felt profoundly fortunate to have such a mentor. Though both are century-old soul rings, the rings derived from a 100-year soul beast, and those from a 900-year soul beast may share the same hue. Yet the enhancements they confer differ vastly. Pursuing the extreme of soul rings while ensuring safety is an essential lesson for every exceptional soul master. As they proceeded, the master seemed to conduct a vivid practical lesson for Tang San. With the keen sense of smell of his martial soul, the three cannons, even the hidden soul beasts would be unearthed one by one, perhaps due to the fact that most of these soul beasts were of the 10-year variety. Their desire to attack was feeble. The master patiently introduced the names, characteristics, and methods of identification for these soul beasts to Tang San. Gazing up at the sky, the master remarked, "It seems we shall be residing within the soul-hunting forest tonight. Let us first find a suitable campsite." After a lengthy search, despite encountering numerous soul beasts that met their criteria, the master remained unhurried and continued his patient quest. The chosen campsite was a depression in the ground, surrounded by a complex terrain and towering trees. The master retrieved a large glass vial from a wrist-mounted soul guiding device and handed it to Tang San, instructing him to sprinkle its contents evenly around the area. Understood. Tang San accepted the vial, which contained a powdery substance with a somewhat pungent odor. His keen senses identified it as akin to the realgar of his past life. Renowned for their expertise in concealed weapons and poisons, the Tang sect had imbued him, though an outer disciple, with a considerable acumen in poison identification. During their search for soul beasts, he had already discovered several identifiable poisonous herbs within the soul-hunting forest and collected them in the moonlight over 24 bridges. While the master's knowledge of martial souls was indisputable, his expertise in identifying these non-soul power herbs paled in comparison to Tang San's experiences across 2 lifetimes, especially since many of these poisonous plants required specific combinations to unleash their toxicity. After sprinkling the powder, Tang San returned the vial to the master. "Though you understand why I tasked you with spreading this around the perimeter?" The master's expression was grave. At that moment, he embodied the role of a teacher testing his student. Since he could identify the nature of the powder, how could Tang San fail to comprehend the master's intention? Without a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "It should serve 2 purposes. One is to mask our own scent, and the other is to repel creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents." The master nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Indeed, that is correct. This is called snake repellent powder, an essential for any adventurer. Remember, in the forest, especially one inhabited by spirit beasts, it is best to avoid using fire. Although most wild animals and spirit beasts fear flames, there are a few exceptionally powerful spirit beasts that are drawn to fire. If you encounter them, unless your own cultivation is sufficiently formidable, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." As twilight gradually enveloped the landscape, the forest was anything but tranquil, with the sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, and the roars of wild beasts echoing around them. Without a fire, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. After a simple dinner, Tang San and his master leaned against a large tree to rest. The master was undoubtedly a commendable teacher, or rather, he placed great emphasis on Tang San's development. Even though it was time to rest, the master took the time to quiz Tang San on the spirit beasts he had introduced earlier in the day, reinforcing his understanding. Tang San had a decent memory, and the novelty of encountering spirit beasts for the first time deepened his recollections, with any mistakes he made being gently corrected by the master. "Little San, do you know why I say that the cultivation of spirit masters is most crucial during youth?" The master's voice, low and hoarse, carried a hint of melancholy. Tang San shook his head, awaiting the teacher's explanation. The story continues. Chapter 9. The First Spirit Ring of Blue-Silver Grass, Part 1. The cultivation of spirit masters before the age of 20 is an exceedingly significant process. It can be said that achievements prior to this age dictate future success. Reaching level 30 is akin to crossing a threshold of ice and fire. If one surpasses this threshold before turning 20, the future prospects will be boundless. Conversely, failing to do so means that one will never leap beyond it. Youth is an advantage, and youth holds potential. Therefore, you cannot afford to waste even a minute. Your first and second spirit rings can still be assisted by me, but when it comes time for you to obtain your third spirit ring, I fear I will be powerless to help. At that point, you will have to rely solely on yourself. The cultivation of spirit power cannot be shortcut. It can only be enhanced through meditation to channel one's spirit power. Although you possess the innate advantage of full spirit power, you must not grow complacent. Otherwise, you will not be worthy of being my disciple. At that moment, the sudden call of the mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao, pierced the air. The martial soul is integrated with its host, and the master immediately sensed the urgency, springing to his feet and gazing in a particular direction. By now, the sky had fully darkened, and in the dim light, a dozen or so ghostly green points were advancing toward them. It is the nether wolf. The master's voice was grave, yet devoid of panic. Little San, do not move here. Luo Sanpao continued to emit its threatening calls, seemingly warning the approaching entities. Unbeknownst to the master, a hint of purple flickered in Tang San's eyes, rendering the obscured objects in the darkness vividly clear to him. A total of 6 wolf-like soul beasts, each measuring approximately 1.6 meters in length, are cloaked in a somber iron-gray hue, their eyes emanating an eerie green glow. They slowly advance towards Luo Sanpao, the air thick with an unsettling tension as they maintain a half-arc formation. The master scoffs disdainfully, remarking upon the audacity of a pack of level 10 wolves to disturb him. Luo Sanpao emits a low growl, the sound akin to a howling tempest, as his already ample belly expands at an astonishing rate, resembling an ever-enlarging sphere. The master raises his hand, dispatching a yellow halo that envelopes Luo Sanpao, issuing a thunderous command that resonates like a clap of thunder. Rumble forth, Luo Sanpao. In an instant, Luo Sanpao's bright blue eyes blaze to life, the surrounding yellow halo transforming into a radiant barrier. His rotund form suddenly leaps skyward, soaring to an impressive height of 5 meters, where he deftly pivots in midair, unleashing a cataclysmic roar that reverberates through the atmosphere. The master, unbeknownst to himself, has acquired 2 masks, swiftly handing one to Tang San while donning the other. Tang San instinctively places the mask over his face, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Luo Sanpao's actions. With a resounding boom, a yellow protective shield bursts forth, enveloping all 6 10-year-old nether wolves within its grasp. The wolves are sent flying as if struck by a sack of flour, landing more than 10 meters away. 2 of the nether wolves collide violently with a tree trunk, their anguished cries echoing as they struggle to rise. The remaining wolves tumble on the ground, and through the clarity of his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San observes blood seeping from their snouts, a testament to the ferocity of the earlier shockwave. Amidst a chorus of whines, save for the 2 incapacitated wolves, the others flee in haste. The master, ever the mentor, seizes the moment to educate Tang San, elucidating how the anatomical structure of wolves closely resembles that of dogs, often referred to as having copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, with the waist being their most vulnerable point. As he speaks, the master strides forward, revealing a short blade in his hand, swiftly dispatching the 2 immobile nether wolves with a precise stroke to their necks, subsequently scattering some yellow powder over their bodies to mask the scent of blood. As he observes, the soul rings begin to manifest. Heeding the master's advice, Tang San notes that with the demise of the 2 10-year-old nether wolves, a faint white glow gradually envelopes their forms, shimmering ethereally in the air, a delicate wisp that seems poised to dissipate at any moment. These are the soul rings, the fruits of his kills. If his soul power were to meet the requisite conditions for advancement, he could absorb these soul rings to facilitate his ascension. The method entails channeling his soul power to draw the rings toward himself, followed by immediate meditation to absorb their energy. A gentle purple light emanates from the master's hand as he gestures toward the soul ring produced by one of the nether wolves, and the ring floats gracefully to encircle his form, yet it does not penetrate. My current soul power is insufficient for advancement, thus the soul ring eludes my grasp. Within the span of a single hour, it would dissipate on its own. Xiao San, bring me 2 white radishes. Oh, Tang San, feeling around his waist, retrieved 2 white radishes from the enchanting night under the 24 bridges and handed them to the master. The master casually tossed them towards Luo Sanpao, who, with an excited series of chirps, swiftly devoured the 2 radishes. The characteristics of the mutated martial soul transcend the conventional theories of ordinary martial souls. Luo Sanpao can reduce my soul power consumption by consuming food. However, it possesses only a triad of offensive strength, necessitating immediate replenishment after each use of its attack. Does Luo Sanpao only consume white radishes? Tang San inquired. The master cast a bitter glance at him and replied, as you can see, Luo Sanpao's method of attack is through flatulence. Without a mask, you would likely be overwhelmed by the stench by now. Soul beasts are equally intolerant, which explains why those ghostly wolves fled so swiftly. White radishes are unmatched in their ability to induce flatulence. With the two radishes, approximately half an hour later, the energy expended in one of Luo Sanpao's attacks will be replenished. To be continued, Chapter 9. The first soul ring of blue-silver grass, Part 2. Is this truly viable? Tang San felt a chuckle bubbling within him, yet he refrained from laughter upon noticing the hint of bitterness in his teacher's gaze. He could easily imagine how awkward it must be for a soul master to possess a martial soul that employs flatulence as its means of attack. The master, being proud in nature, must have found it quite distressing. Suddenly, a series of urgent calls pierced the air, replacing the master's bitterness with a glint of vigilance. He grasped Tang San's hand firmly. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, and a faint rustling sound distinctly reached Tang San's ears. There seemed to be a trace of a metallic scent in the air, not overpowering, yet mingled with a subtle sweetness and the aroma of tea. Tang San's nose twitched, and he instinctively blurted out, "Toxic substance." The master waved his right hand, this time enveloping both of his rings around Luo Sanpao, casting a wary gaze towards the source of the rustling sound. It was an unusually tumultuous night. The rustling ceased, and Tang San activated his Xian Tian Gong, pushing his purple extreme demon eyes to their limits as he peered in that direction. Faintly, he appeared to discern a dark green serpentine head rising amidst the underbrush, its ruby-like eyes fixated upon them. Perhaps deterred by the effects of the yellow powder, it did not advance any closer. "Teacher, over there," Tang San pointed towards the direction of the serpent's head, a tea that moment. The master had no time to ponder how Tang San could see what he could not. He quickly retrieved a firecracker from his wrist soul guide and hurled it in that direction. The firecracker ignited in the wind, illuminating the area as it tumbled. This time, the master too beheld the serpent's head, inhaling sharply in surprise. "It's a mandrake snake. How could such a ferocious creature appear on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? I hope it is merely a 10-year-old," with a hiss, as if incensed by the firecracker. The serpent's head slowly lifted, emitting a series of sibilant sounds towards Luo Sanpao. Yet, the deterrent effect of the yellow powder lingered, and it ultimately refrained from advancing. The master spoke in a grave tone. "The toxicity of the mandala snake is exceedingly potent. Not only does it induce paralysis, but it also wreaks havoc upon the nervous system. It is one of the most fearsome entities among poisonous soul beasts. Its body is remarkably resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes serving as vulnerabilities. However, the mandala snake is notoriously adept at safeguarding these two weak points, and its speed is astonishingly swift. What is most alarming is its aggressiveness. It almost invariably attacks upon encountering humans. Yellow sulfur powder may not be sufficient to subdue it for long, as it lies in wait for the opportune moment." Tang San felt no trepidation despite the master's foreboding description. In his previous life at the Tang sect of Bashu, he had encountered a multitude of snake species. Although the mandala snake was not among them, he was far from lacking in experience dealing with serpents. From the sharpness of its head, he could discern its lethal venom, while the robust neck revealed that its weakness did not lie within the 7 inches. He was, however, uncertain of the attack methods employed by such a soul-powered serpent. The master drew Tang San behind him. "Xiao San, allow me to impart a theoretical principle. When the number of soul rings is abundant and the soul bones plentiful, one should unleash their soul skills and soul power with full force to utterly vanquish the enemy. Conversely, if your soul rings and soul bones are significantly fewer than your opponent's, do not hesitate, flee immediately. Preserving one's life is paramount. Reputation pales in comparison to survival. If this mandala snake is a 10-year soul beast, we may stand a chance, but if it is a 100-year beast, we must flee at once." With these words, the master swiftly commanded Luo Sanpao to initiate an attack. The yellow halo shimmered once more as Luo Sanpao inhaled deeply and propelled himself into the air. Although he had consumed a white radish, the energy expended against the nether wolf had yet to be replenished, leaving him with only the strength for 2 strikes. Chapter 9. The first soul ring of blue-silver grass, Part 3. The mandala snake swiftly darted through the yellow mist. Yet it was not ensnared by the hypnosis. Being a paragon of venom, its resistance to toxins far surpassed that of ordinary soul beasts. Its speed had only slightly diminished, with Luo San Pao's 3 strikes exhausted. His form had noticeably shrunk, and there was no time left to replenish his energy with more radish. The 2 soul rings returned to the master, his soul power radiating with a faint glow as he surged forward to the utmost of his speed. Grasping Tang San's hand as they leapt like stars fleeing from the night sky, hoping to evade the mandala snake's pursuit. The master understood the mandala snake's behavior well. This vicious soul beast possessed a notable flaw: impatience. If it could not capture its target within a certain time frame, it would readily abandon the chase. Nonetheless, the mandala snake they encountered today was unusually tenacious, perhaps incited by Luo San Pao's flatulence and yellow sulfur powder, relentlessly pursuing the master and Tang San with remarkable speed, their distance closing rapidly. San Pao, obstruct it! At the master's command, the plump Luo San Pao rolled over and charged toward the mandala snake, attempting to impede its advance with his own body. However, this mandala serpent was not only astonishingly swift, but also possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to its surroundings. With a swift movement of its body, it evaded the collision with Luo San Pao, simultaneously sinking its fangs into him. Luo San Pao cried out in agony as his body plummeted towards the ground. The master waved his hands, and in an instant, Luo San Pao's form transformed into a beam of purple light, reintegrating into his own being. At that moment, the master's heart was engulfed in despair, as the echoes of his past reverberated incessantly in his mind. He yearned to question the heavens about the misfortunes that plagued his life. Why was he so unfortunate? Why? What could possibly be the reason? He lamented that even the child Tang San was caught in this turmoil. Just as the master teetered on the brink of hopelessness, sensing the chilling aura of the serpent's venomous fangs, he suddenly noticed that Tang San, whom he held, had stirred. Turning his head, he observed Tang San's left hand moving towards the waistband of his garment. And without a backward glance, he hurled it behind him. The robust white radish shot forth with remarkable speed, striking the mandala serpent with a resounding thud, momentarily halting the beast that had been poised to launch its attack, thus creating some distance between them. The ability to discern sound and position was merely a rudimentary skill within the Tang sect, yet Tang San possessed it effortlessly. The subsequent scene filled the master's heart with astonishment. Tang San's left hand continued to sweep across his waist, flinging one white radish after another. Although the force was insufficient to harm the mandala serpent, each projectile effectively obstructed the creature's advance just as it was about to close in on them. His precision was remarkable. The master noted that each time Tang San dispatched a radish, his left hand was positioned with the thumb inward, palm facing downward, and the other 4 fingers extended forward, a movement both succinct and effective. Despite a hint of trepidation on Tang San's youthful face, he appeared undaunted. In his previous life, anyone within the martial world would recognize the technique he employed. The Tang sect's introductory skill, the flinging arrow. This technique utilized the inertia of the arm to launch concealed weapons. While not particularly intricate, it proved exceedingly effective in this dire moment. Though 20 pounds of radishes was considerable, Tang San's speed in executing the flinging arrow was no less impressive. In a brief span, the stock within the 24 bridges on a moonlit night was entirely depleted. At this critical juncture of life and death, Tang San understood the dire consequences of being ensnared by such a formidable soul beast, characterized by its size, strength, swiftness, and venom. It was no longer a time for concealing his abilities. Suddenly, he released the master's hand, spun in midair, and raised his left hand, unleashing a black flash that darted forth silently. The meticulously crafted sleeve arrow was finally put to use for the first time. Tang San's eyes had transformed entirely to a shade of purple, enabling him to perceive the mandala serpent's every movement with clarity, thanks to the effects of the purple extreme demon eye. The serpent's response was swifter than Tang San had anticipated. The sleeve arrow was aimed at its left eye, and as the creature's body twisted in midair, its head dipped, narrowly evading a fatal strike. Yet, the arrow's speed was too formidable, and it still struck the serpent's body. With a sharp clang, sparks erupted from the serpent's hardened scales, and the intense pain elicited another cacophonous cry from the creature. In Tang San's heart, a sense of regret surged forth. The hidden arrows he had unleashed via the mechanism exhibited no deficiencies in speed or power. However, they lacked the necessary finesse. They could only strike directly at the opponent, a common flaw inherent in mechanism-based concealed weapons. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the formidable defense of the mandala snake. It was crucial to note that although he possessed merely 3 hidden arrows, each was forged from Iron Mother, and the mechanism's shooting force was exceptionally potent. Yet, they still failed to inflict any genuine harm upon the soul beast before him. The mandala snake was thoroughly enraged, its scales glowing simultaneously. The dark green scales shimmered with a faint yellow light, and its speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Tang San. Tang San suddenly released his grip, but the master had already instinctively darted out over 10 meters. Everything transpired in a flash, and it was too late to rescue Tang San. At that crucial moment, Tang San's mind became remarkably calm. Channeling the Shintian skill throughout his body, this authentic and superior Taoist internal cultivation allowed him to enter a state of serene tranquility. As he beheld the mandala snake's gaping maw, he remained utterly unperturbed. With a swift motion of his right hand, he flipped the short sword gifted by the master into his palm. Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring of Blue-Silver Grass, Part 4. Neither the speed nor the strength of the mandala snake could be countered by the current Tang San. As he watched the snake's head close in, he employed the ghost shadow misty steps, his body swaying slightly as he effortlessly shifted 3 feet to the side. Tang San understood that he had only one opportunity. If he failed, the mandala snake would never fall for the same trick again. In that critical moment, he made a decisive choice, channeling almost all of his Shintian skill into his hands. A blue light flickered in his palms as he inhaled and exhaled with his left hand, once more altering his position under the influence of the ghost shadow misty steps. The mandala snake felt a sudden pulling force emanating from its side, causing its head to swivel uncontrollably. At that moment, as it lunged at Tang San with its mouth agape, a vivid blue radiance seemed to materialize out of thin air, waiting patiently. Just as the mandala snake's head turned and its jaws were about to close, a resounding thud echoed. Almost 4 meters of serpentine body stiffened instantaneously as the short sword, measuring over a foot in length, was fully embedded within its in the next moment. The mandala snake's body convulsed violently. Dust and debris rose in the air as its sturdy form swept through the surroundings. Whether it was shrubs or small trees, everything in its path was ravaged as if caught in a whirlwind, branches and leaves scattering in disarray. After thrusting forth that decisive strike, Tang San executed the ghost shadow misty steps and swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the mandala snake's sweeping tail. As the saying goes, a centipede, though dying, does not become stiff. Tang San, possessing an acute understanding of the characteristics of snakes, would never presume that the mandala snake would perish instantly. Xiao San. The master's urgent call jolted Tang San back to reality. He realized that everything he had just done had inevitably been laid bare before the master. His soul did not belong to this world, and it was evident that none could be privy to this truth. What should he do? Eliminate the master to ensure silence? Tang San firmly believed that with the lethal force and unique characteristics of his silent sleeve arrows, he had at least a 70% chance of succeeding, especially since Luo Sanpao had already lost its capacity to attack. Yet, how could he possibly proceed in such a manner? The master was his mentor. Despite their brief acquaintance of merely a few days, he had already earned Tang San's heartfelt respect. With no other recourse, he was compelled to fabricate a lie. Intentionally stumbling, Tang San collapsed to the ground. The master, being a formidable 29th level soul master, despite having a somewhat inferior martial spirit, still possessed sufficient soul power to catch Tang San. Xiao San, are you all right? He inquired. Teacher, you scared me to death. Why didn't that snake pursue us? The master gazed intently at the mandala snake wreaking havoc in a terrifying manner and admonished. Why did you suddenly let go just now? Do you realize how perilous that was? In truth, the master's perception was not as acute as Tang San had envisioned. After all, it was the dead of night, and he lacked the visual prowess of Tang San's purple extreme magic in the darkness. The master could only vaguely discern Tang San's body retreating and the glimmering light emanating from the blue short sword. He was unaware of the crisp sound made when the sleeve arrow struck the mandala snake. I don't quite understand what happened. My hands were sweaty, and it seemed to slip suddenly, Tang San replied. Teacher, I just swung the short sword you gave me, and it seems I managed to stab that snake. As the master grasped Tang San's hand, he could feel the cold sweat pooling in his palm. The master surmised that Tang San had indeed struck the mandala snake, likely hitting its vital point. Otherwise, how could such a ferocious and vengeful soul beast suddenly cease its pursuit? Stay back and wait. Serpentine soul beasts possess remarkably tenacious vitality. They are not easily vanquished. Tang San gasped for breath, not feigning fatigue, but genuinely exhausted. Confronted by the formidable 100-year-old mandala snake, he had expended all his strength in that fleeting moment. Had the control move not drawn the snake's head towards him, the outcome would have been entirely different. Following this harrowing encounter, Tang San silently resolved to find ways to arm himself as much as possible upon his return. Until he mastered the Shintian skill, various mechanical traps and concealed weapons were evidently the best choices, and they were his forte. The master and disciple stood at a distance, cautiously observing as the mandala snake's frenzied struggles gradually subsided, its body twisting on the ground, shattering the surrounding vegetation and exposing the earth beneath. The master had bestowed upon Tang San a short sword, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches, though not lengthy. It was sufficient to penetrate the mandala snake's brain, inflicting a fatal wound. As the snake's struggles weakened, the master gradually exhaled in relief, his expression shifting from panic to elation. Excellent. This is truly wonderful. Xiao San, your soul ring is within reach. Teacher, what do you mean? Are you referring to this snake? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment as he looked at the master. The master nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is. The mandala serpent, prior to achieving a millennium of cultivation, experiences a growth of 1 centimeter for each year of its life. This particular serpent has reached an impressive length of nearly 4 meters, indicating that it possesses close to 400 years of cultivation. This is precisely on the cusp of the limit for a spirit master to absorb their first spirit ring. With your innate full spirit power, absorbing its spirit ring should pose no difficulty. However, Master, my martial soul is of the plant variety, while this mandala serpent is a beast-type spirit beast. Can I truly convert it into a spirit ring without any conflict? Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion. To be continued, Chapter 9. The First Spirit Ring of Blue Silver Grass, Part 5. At this moment, the master had relaxed, his eyes brimming with confidence. One of the core competencies of martial souls that I have researched and proposed lies in the theory of martial soul mimicry. A plant martial soul is not necessarily bound to absorb spirit rings from plant spirit beasts. Conversely, beast martial souls can also absorb rings from plant spirits. Under certain conditions, these two categories can indeed be mutually absorbed. As I previously mentioned, one of the significant advantages of blue silver grass is its non-exclusivity. Due to its inherent fragility, it does not reject the attributes added by any spirit ring but rather passively assimilates them. Therefore, absorbing the spirit ring from the mandala serpent poses no issue. Do you recall the characteristics we sought in a spirit ring? Tang San's eyes brightened, and he replied, the addition of resilience, preferably with toxic properties. Precisely, the mandala serpent possesses both of these attributes. The master gazed deeply at his disciple and said, whether it be ordinary spirit masters or those individuals from the spirit hall, they all scoff at my theory of the 10 core competencies, dismissing it entirely. In the past, no spirit master has been willing to absorb rings of different types to enhance themselves. Xiao San, do you wish to give it a try? Although I am absolutely confident in the theory, no one has ever attempted it. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The reason my 10 core competencies remain merely theoretical and not truths lies in the reluctance of others to put them into practice. In the master's eyes, Tang San perceived a fervor. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, the master would never achieve greatness as a spirit master, yet he remained steadfast, dedicating his life's work to the study of martial souls. For such a person, Tang San held profound respect, not only for the master himself but also for his research accomplishments. Master, allow me to be the one to put your theory into practice. I believe in the validity of your research. The mandala serpent's body began to grow still, its vital point pierced by a sharp blade. Regardless of its tenacity, it could not escape the inevitable fate of death. Faint yellow light began to coalesce above the serpent's form. Unlike the spirit ring of the 10-year phantom wolf that Tang San had previously encountered, the yellow halo produced by the mandala serpent was remarkably clear and radiated a brilliance far surpassing that of the phantom wolf's ring. Even without direct contact, one could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within. Hearing Tang San's words, the master's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Xiao San, let us commence. Tang San nodded gently, lifting his right hand, suppressing the overwhelming sense of weakness coursing through him. He slowly gathered the remnants of his soul power into the palm of his hand. With a soft, pale blue radiance, the blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm, exuding a faint aura of life that swayed gently with the fluctuations of his soul power. Come forth, my first soul ring. You shall determine whether I can master the profound techniques of the Tang sect and whether I can inherit my teacher's hopes. Under the guidance of that pale blue glow, the century-old mandala serpent soul ring began to glide towards Tang San. The master's gaze was fixed intently on the approaching soul ring as he commanded in a deep voice, "Sit cross-legged and focus on your martial soul." Obeying, Tang San sank to the ground in a meditative posture, concentrating on the martial soul in his right hand. As the century-old mandala serpent soul ring drew near, an unprecedented pressure enveloped him, causing even his bones to emit faint cracking sounds under the weight of it. Soon, the yellow ring hovered above Tang San's head, granting him no opportunity for reaction. Suddenly, the yellow ring contracted, transforming into a solid golden band the size of a bracelet, which directly settled onto the blue-silver grass martial soul in his palm. Tang San felt as though his right hand had plunged into molten lava. A searing energy surged wildly within him, a fierce heat instantly coursing through his body, igniting a conflagration within. His body trembled violently. No matter how the power of the soul ring assaults your body, remember to remain conscious. Only then can you better harness its strength in the future. This was the last phrase he heard from the master. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, his consciousness submerging entirely into that scalding ocean. It seemed as if the internal energy of his Shintian skill had been ignited by this sudden force, the heat radiating throughout every part of his being, and Tang San felt as though he could breathe fire if he opened his mouth. What an overwhelming power! The surging force of the soul ring baptized Tang San's body in an instant. Yet, he found it peculiar that such a searing energy did not obliterate the blue-silver grass martial soul. Suddenly, his mind illuminated. He seemed to find himself immersed in a sea of flames, and at the very center of this inferno, a solitary blue-silver grass swayed gently amidst the fire, and no matter how fierce the flames raged, they could not destroy it. A surge of joy filled Tang San's heart. This seemed to be the inner vision realm within his internal energy in his previous life. Due to his advanced age while cultivating the Shintian treasure record, he had never experienced such a state. To his surprise, it manifested while he absorbed his first soul ring. Under the scorching heat, the blue-silver grass began to transform. The originally slender blades of grass grew longer and broader, the pale blue hue deepening into a profound shade. The deep blue leaves spread through the fiery ocean, dancing fluidly, reminiscent of countless serpents leaping through the flames. The pale blue leaves transitioned into a deep blue, adorned with faint black patterns that mirrored those on the mandala serpent. With a thunderous roar, all the heat surged forth, and Tang San felt as though the intense warmth had melted his very being. Unfinished, Chapter 10. The first skill of the first soul ring, Part 1. In the next moment, he seemingly heard a crisp crack, followed by a torrent of heat that surged wildly, only to then coalesce into a stream of milky white energy. The originally meandering brook transformed instantaneously into a flowing river, gurgling as it coursed, and wherever it passed, the searing agony dissipated, leaving only the soothing comfort in its wake. He had succeeded. Elation washed over him once again. He was no stranger to that sensation of shattering. It was unmistakably the feeling of breaking through the first bottleneck of the Shintian skill, where the internal energy melded with the power of the soul ring, evolving into a more formidable force, in a remarkably brief span of time. This energy spiraled rapidly around his meridians several times before gently flowing into his dantian. Just as Tang San had surmised, upon entering this world, his Shintian skill had, unbeknownst to him, formed a peculiar synergy with the soul power of soul masters. Each level of the Shintian skill corresponded to a title of a soul master. With the acquisition of this first soul ring, he had finally breached the first bottleneck of the Shintian skill, and of course, his current strength was by no means a mere advancement to the second level of the Shintian skill. He had also harnessed the power of a martial soul that the Tang sect did not possess, along with the skills bestowed by the first soul ring. The sensation of invigorating relief that accompanied the absorption of the soul ring was beyond words, akin to floating on clouds, unburdened by gravity, or reaching the pinnacle of bliss. Every pore of his body, all 36,000 of them, opened wide, greedily inhaling the exquisite air, as a qualitative transformation was unfolding within Tang San's physique. He endeavored to calm the excitement within, for the breakthrough of the Shintian skill, aided by the soul ring, illuminated his path for future development. He understood that, regardless of the circumstances, his life in this world would likely be inextricably linked to martial souls. Soul power was his internal energy, and internal energy was soul power. He was destined to embark on the path of a soul master. Naturally, he belonged to the Tang sect. As Tang San slowly opened his eyes, the sky had brightened considerably, and the vitality of a new day seemed to beckon to him. Lowering his gaze upon himself, he noticed that his body appeared to have undergone some changes due to the soul ring. His previously slender frame seemed to have gained a bit of height. His shoulders had broadened slightly, and his skin now radiated a lustrous sheen. With each movement, he felt a delightful lightness imbued with strength. And without needing to test it, he realized that not only had his internal energy broken through its bottleneck, but his bodily functions had also seen a significant enhancement under the influence of the soul ring from the century-old mandala snake. Master. Upon regaining consciousness, the first thought that crossed Tang San's mind was of his master. He was eager to share the news that his master's soul-beast mimicry theory had indeed succeeded. Throughout the entire fusion process, although he had endured considerable pain, there had been no sensation of conflict. However, when his gaze fell upon his master, he was taken aback. His master lay motionless on the ground, his body seemingly stiffened. Around him and Tang San, a circle had been drawn with sulfur powder, just as in the previous camp scenario. Master, what has happened to you? Panic surged within Tang San as he quickly flipped over and rushed to his master's side, supporting his body upright. Upon beholding the visage of the master, Tang San could not help but exclaim, "Poison." The master's previously rigid countenance was now enshrouded in dark miasma, his condition deteriorating as the vital energy within him waned, rendering his body stiff and devoid of sensation. How could the master have succumbed to poison? As doubt clouded his thoughts, Tang San suddenly sensed an anomaly in the master's physique, prompting him to swiftly pull back the sleeve of his right arm. To his dismay, he observed that the master's right arm had swollen to 3 times its normal size. The skin stretched taut and transformed into a vivid shade of purple. Fortunately, a cloth strap was tightly bound at the base of the upper arm, evidently a hastily devised measure taken by the master upon realizing his affliction. Despite this precaution, the majority of the toxin had not yet spread, yet he remained unconscious, a testament to the potency of the poison. A sudden epiphany struck Tang San as he recalled the circumstances of the master's poisoning. Previously, while fleeing from the mandala snake, the master's martial soul, the 3-headed flame, had been bitten on the right foreleg, only to be swiftly retracted by the master. The bond between a beast martial soul and its host is inseparable. Even if the master's beast martial soul were a variant, the principle remained unchanged. Poisoning of the martial soul equates to poisoning of the host. The master, in his fervent desire to assist Tang San in absorbing the spirit ring, had neglected his own safety. Once Tang San entered a meditative state, the master's soul power could no longer contain the toxin, leading to its manifestation. Comparatively, weapon martial souls possess a distinct advantage in this regard, as contamination by toxins does not adversely affect the host. Thankfully, the master had managed to halt the spread of the poison. Otherwise, Tang San would have been in dire straits. After gently feeling the pulse in the master's left hand, Tang San silently exhaled, relieved that the toxin had not yet reached a critical point, granting him a chance for salvation. With his background in the Tang sect, Tang San was well versed in the treatment of toxic injuries. At this moment, he disregarded the potential summons of spirit beasts due to the flames, hastily gathering dry branches and leaves from the surroundings, igniting a fire with a torch, and then tearing off the master's right arm's sleeve. Utilizing the short sword gifted by the master, he dug a small pit in the ground, subsequently fetching clean water to wash the blade. As the bonfire blazed increasingly bright, Tang San repeatedly heated the short sword over the flames before dragging the master's body to the side of the pit, allowing his right hand to dangle within it. Taking a deep breath, Tang San deftly maneuvered his wrist, delivering 3 precise cuts to the master's pulse points, elbow crease, and armpit. Instantly, 3 streams of purplish-black blood, reeking of a strong fishy odor with a subtle hint of tea fragrance, gushed forth, flowing like miniature rivers into the pre-dug pit. To be continued, Chapter 10. The First Soul Ring Skill, Part 2. With one hand pressed against the master's chest, Tang San summoned forth the inner strength of the Shintian skill he had recently enhanced. His left hand deftly sealed 4 meridians in the master's chest to prevent the spread of poison. while his right hand began to gently knead the master's torso, harnessing his inner energy to facilitate the flow of vital essence within the master's body, gradually forcing the toxin to one location. As the highest internal cultivation method of the Tang sect, the Xintian skill inherently possessed potent detoxifying properties. It was not a forceful surge of power, but rather an exquisitely delicate energy that penetrated the master's body like fine threads. Striving to eliminate any lingering threats, Tang San carefully unfastened the master's garment. He observed the dark energy enveloping him. Under the influence of the Xintian skill, the dark energy gradually coalesced, flowing towards the master's right arm. At this moment, Tang San had yet to untie the fabric binding the master's arm. Poisonous blood oozed forth, and the master's swollen arm began to recede, the color of his skin gradually returning to normal. A look of pain crossed the master's face, and soft moans began to escape his lips as the dark purple blood gradually drained away. Vibrant red blood began to emerge, rendering the master's arm somewhat pallid. Only then did Tang San remove the cloth from the master's arm, swiftly utilizing his inner strength to expel the remaining toxins in one go, before rapidly sealing the blood vessels on the master's arm. He tore strips of cloth from his own attire to bind the wounds. The reason for his initial hesitation in untying the fabric was his concern over the master's potential blood loss, considering the duration of his poisoning had been considerable. Once the toxins were eradicated, Tang San was drenched in sweat. Despite having entered the second level of the Xintian skill, his power was still not formidable, and employing his inner strength to assist in detoxification was immensely draining. The sense of strength he derived from the soul rings had also begun to feel somewhat feeble. Tang San washed the master's arm with clean water, subsequently burying the small pit filled with toxic blood with soil. Only then did he consider his task complete. In the following days, the master remained in a state of unconsciousness for a full 3 days, during which he experienced persistent fever. Each day, Tang San could only manage to provide him with small amounts of clean water. To ensure the master received some nourishment, he even carved a small pot from a tree trunk and cooked meat broth using the dried meat he had brought. Given that they were in the hunting soul forest, Tang San dared not stray far from the master. Fortunately, their luck held. Although soul beasts occasionally passed by, they were mostly 10-year-old ones and posed little threat, causing no significant trouble for Tang San. What has happened to me? When the master finally regained consciousness, it was already midday on the 4th day. His frail body could muster no strength, and he felt a haze before his eyes, the sensation of the world spinning leaving him disoriented. Even lifting his hand required immense effort. "Teacher, you are awake?" Tang San exclaimed in surprise, moving closer to the master and channeling a pure flow of inner strength into him. With the aid of the Xintian skill, the master's spirit was somewhat revitalized, and his gaze gradually began to focus. "Xiao San, am I still alive?" The master looked at Tang San, astonished. Tang San nodded and replied, "Teacher, you are quite well. However, you will likely need a long period of rest." The master managed to turn his head slightly to examine his right arm. "You saved me, didn't you?" Tang San scratched his head, saying, "When I was young, my father taught me simple methods for treating poison. Seeing you unconscious, I had no choice but to give it a try. There's always a chance in trying, even if it feels like treating a dead horse as if it were alive." "How irreverent! Are you implying that I am a horse?" The master forced a faint smile, though with his already rigid features rendered pale, the expression appeared more ghastly than sorrowful. To be alive is always a beautiful thing. Even for a proud individual who devoted his life to the study of martial souls, the master was no exception. Tang San chuckled lightly and said, "Master, please take a moment to rest. I will fetch you some hot meat soup. Once you awaken, you can rest for a few more hours before having some sustenance. We should also leave the soul-hunting forest as soon as possible. The environment here is rather harsh, and the humid air is not conducive to your wound's recovery." Suddenly, the master seemed to recall something. "Xiao San, have you succeeded?" For him, the theories he researched were even more significant than life itself. With a smile, Tang San replied, "Rest assured, Master, I have succeeded." Looked, as he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a faint white light shimmered upon the surface of his skin. Immediately, deep blue-silver grass surged forth from his palm. A clear yellow halo rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body in a graceful dance, an unmistakable characteristic of a spirit master at the first ring. Previously, the blue-silver grass was no wider than half a finger. but now it had expanded to the width of 3 fingers, with the blade significantly thicker, adorned with peculiar patterns. Dozens of strands of blue-silver grass swiftly spread outwards, their tips rising as if a dozen mandala snakes were foraging about. The blue-silver grass bore no trace of the mandala snake's foul odor, only a delicate fragrance of tea, an intoxicating scent laced with an undercurrent of danger. The master's eyes sparkled with immense excitement as he struggled to contain his elation, asking, "How is its resilience?" Seeing was believing. Tang San demonstrated with action. One strand of blue-silver grass that had detached from his palm suddenly soared up, coiling around a tree the thickness of an arm, while the other end returned to Tang San's hand. With a firm pull of his right hand, the tree's trunk bent downwards, causing the blue-silver grass to stretch taut, yet it showed no signs of breaking. "Excellent! This is truly remarkable. It seems my judgment was entirely correct. The blue-silver grass has indeed become resilient after absorbing the mandala snake's spirit ring. If my guess is accurate, it should also possess some of the mandala snake's venomous properties. However, what is its current skill?" To be continued, Chapter 10. The first spirit ring skill, 3. After acquiring a spirit ring, a spirit must undergo a process of mutation before its skills manifest. Different spirits will yield entirely different skills from the same spirit ring, and conversely, even variations in the age of the spirit ring will lead to significant differences in skills. Thus, despite the master's profound research into spirits, he could not ascertain what effect Tang San's first spirit ring would produce. Tang San said, "Master, over the past few days, I have experimented with some weaker 10-year spirit beasts. You were correct. The blue-silver grass has indeed inherited some venomous properties from the mandala snake, but it lacks the lethal potency of deadly toxins. Instead, it possesses the paralyzing effect of the mandala snake's venom. However, it must come into direct contact to be effective. The venom is not particularly strong, but its restraining effect is quite evident. The skill of the blue-silver grass is entanglement. By wielding my spirit power, I can bind an enemy's body, rendering them immobile." As he spoke, Tang San demonstrated the skill of the blue-silver grass he had unleashed, controlled by his spirit power. Before their eyes, over a dozen deep blue grass blades surged forth simultaneously from the underbrush, swiftly entwining around a stout tree trunk. The grass blades spiraled forth in a mesmerizing manner, encircling an area of approximately 10 square meters. Within this domain, evasion was utterly impossible. In an instant, the blue-silver grass had tightly bound the mighty tree. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in the master's eyes. Indeed, it was as he had surmised, the hallmark of a control-type soul master. If one could collaborate with a formidable attacker, the efficacy of your martial spirit would become even more pronounced. A control-type soul master is defined by their ability to manipulate the adversary's movements, constraining them as much as possible. This binding skill exemplifies such an ability. Moreover, it is imbued with a paralyzing effect. Unless the enemy possesses a soul ring 2 levels above yours, escaping this binding skill is an impossibility. Xiao San, we have succeeded. Speaking of martial spirits, the master bore no semblance of a grievously wounded individual. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his tone was laced with uncontainable excitement. The most notable characteristic of the blue-silver grass's binding skill is its suddenness. Tang San had tested it. Within a 50-meter radius, he could deploy the blue-silver grass to launch an attack from any position, rendering it utterly unpredictable. Especially within the dense foliage of a forest, the blue-silver grass found superior concealment. Tang San prepared a pot of meat soup and cut the thoroughly cooked dried meat into smaller pieces to feed the master. With sustenance in his belly, the master's recovery accelerated. However, they were compelled to prepare for departure from the soul-hunting forest, as the provisions and drinking water they had brought along had been nearly depleted over the past few days. Even with Tang San's efforts to conserve them, the master had yet to regain his mobility. Thus Tang San carried him out of the soul-hunting forest on his back. Due to the significant disparity in their statures, the master's legs dangled limply along the ground. Utilizing his extraordinary strength and internal energy, Tang San, under the master's guidance, painstakingly made his way step by step out of the forest and returned by carriage to the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Throughout the journey, whether while caring for the master or carrying him out of the forest, the master never uttered a word of gratitude. Nevertheless, the gaze he cast upon Tang San seemed to reflect more than that of a mere disciple fulfilling his master's dreams. It mirrored the emotions one should see in Tang Hao's eyes. Once a teacher, always a father. These simple 8 words were indelibly imprinted upon the master's heart. After several days of recuperation and Tang San's meticulous care, when they returned to the academy, the master could barely walk with Tang San's assistance. However, according to Tang San's estimates, the poison the master had suffered had severely depleted his vitality. A complete recovery would take at least a month. The master held only a guest status at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, maintained a decent relationship with the principal, yet had no kin. During this forthcoming period, Tang San naturally assumed the responsibility of caring for his teacher, a notion he had long since contemplated, even devising a rough plan for how to tend to the master daily during their journey. This moment, it was the morning class time for the students, and the academy exuded an air of tranquility. Tang San assisted the master directly to his room, helping him settle onto the deity last. "We have returned. Teacher, you should take a proper rest. During this period, you must take good care of your injuries and avoid any exertion. If there is anything you need, simply instruct me directly." The master nodded silently and remarked, "I never expected to escape death this time. My physical recovery is of little concern, but your training must not be interrupted. Additionally, there is something else you must attend to. Xiao-san, please retrieve the second book from the left on the third shelf of the left bookcase." Understood. Tang San complied with the master's request and brought over a substantial tome. To his surprise, the book bore no title. The master did not take the book from his hands but said, "This volume contains my research on the cultivation of soul power. Although soul power is cultivated through meditation and the circulation of one's own energy, there are numerous techniques involved to details which operational routes are most conducive to enhancing strength and what types of martial spirits are best suited for cultivation in various environments. I may not be able to guide you personally during this time, but you must not slacken your efforts." "Yes," Tang San replied respectfully. Though he had yet to open the book, he felt an inexplicable awe within him. Following his recent breakthrough with the soul rings, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of martial spirits. From his perspective, this so-called soul power was akin to inner strength, with most individuals merely practicing its circulation without any systematic approach. To be continued, Chapter 10. The first soul ring skill, 4. Tang San possessed the cultivation method of the Shintian Gong, which would undoubtedly afford him superior training speed compared to most soul masters in the future. According to the master, the cultivation method he had researched should resemble the operational routes for cultivating inner strength. To reach such an advanced understanding, one can only imagine the effort the master had invested, as the Shintian Gong was the culmination of countless generations of Tang sect ancestors' painstaking experiences. Yet, the master stood alone in this endeavor. Furthermore, you must visit the Spirit Hall in Notting City at once. You can easily inquire along the way to find its location, which is situated in the central part of the city. There, you will undergo a soul master assessment to evaluate your soul power and officially register with the Spirit Hall, allowing you to receive monthly subsidies henceforth, and you will no longer need to continue as a work-study student. Tang San carefully tucked the book the master had given him into the 24 bridges under the moonlight, whose material was unknown but exhibited remarkable flexibility. It could be shrunk to a minimal size, allowing even his youthful frame to barely secure it around his waist. Yet, when extended, it could accommodate a man with a waist measurement exceeding 4 feet. With the width of the belt remaining constant, that moment, clad in the uniform of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy and fastening the belt bestowed by the master, Tang San's demeanor had transformed entirely from when he first arrived at the academy. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Though he could not be deemed handsome, he appeared clean and exuded a refreshing aura. "Master, please rest for a while. I shall return with food at noon." As Tang San exited the master's room, he happened to hear the bell signaling the end of class. The class schedule at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was not lengthy, and after the midday session, there was a half-hour break before the cafeteria opened for lunch. As the class concluded, Tang San resolved to return to his dormitory first to greet his roommates and inform them of his return before venturing out again. However, upon his arrival, he was astonished to find the dormitory entirely deserted, devoid of any presence. His bedding remained untouched, still positioned alongside Xiao Wu's, separated only by a parcel. The absence of any returning students after class left Tang San pondering in quiet confusion. Turning away from the dormitory, he made his way to the playground. From the opposite teaching building, the last few students emerged, meandering in groups towards the dormitory. Just as Tang San was preparing to head to the Wuhuan Temple, as instructed by his master, to undergo his soul master certification, He faintly overheard some upperclassmen mentioning the term work-study students. He quickly focused his concentration, employing his inner strength to discern their conversation. Those work-study students were incredibly audacious, daring to challenge the formidable Xiao Laoda from the 6th grade. It was likely that they would be absent from class the following day. However, it would be unjust to dismiss them entirely. The work-study students had some basis for their confidence, as it was rumored that a new first-year student, a young girl, had joined them and was quite formidable. All the work-study students affectionately referred to her as Sister Xiao Wu. It seemed that she had instigated this challenge herself. The stakes of this confrontation were quite remarkable. Should Xiao Laoda emerge victorious, all work-study students would become his subordinates. But if the work-study students triumphed, then Sister Xiao Wu would be acknowledged as the Sister Xiao Wu of the entire academy. These work-study students were undoubtedly courting disaster. How formidable could a mere first-year girl truly be? Xiao Laoda was among the few 6th-grade students to have attained the realm of a soul master. It appeared that Xiao Laoda would soon acquire a new entourage. Upon hearing the conversation between the two upperclassmen, Tang San's heart tightened. Although his acquaintance with Xiao Wu had been brief, he had gleaned some understanding of her character. This seemingly delicate girl possessed a temperament far from gentle, exhibiting a rather fiery disposition. Coupled with the tales Wang Sheng had previously shared about the bullying of work-study students, he was certain that the claims made by the two upperclassmen were indeed true. As a member of the work-study students himself, Tang San could not stand idly by while his roommates were subjected to mistreatment. "Excuse me, seniors, may I inquire where Xiao Laoda and those work-study students are?" Tang San approached the two upperclassmen. They appeared momentarily taken aback, and the taller one on the left replied, "What's your business, Junior? Are you looking to get involved as well? Xiao Laoda has sufficient manpower. By your appearance, you seem to be in the 2nd or 3rd grade. I advise you to refrain from intervening. Being caught in the crossfire would be unfortunate." Given Tang San's tidy attire and the quality belt adorning his waist, the two upperclassmen clearly did not suspect his identity as a work-study student. "Seniors, I merely wish to observe from a distance," Tang San replied, naturally withholding his true affiliation. "They are likely to duel in the woods behind the academy." Armed with this precise information, Tang San took off running towards the rear of the academy. The so-called rear of the academy was not located within the confines of Notting Academy itself, but rather on a small hill beyond the back gate. Noticing the absence of others, Tang San swiftly unleashed his ghost shadow perplexing track and raced up the hill. The forest lay enveloped in a profound silence, yet this stillness belied a palpable tension, akin to the tautness of a drawn bowstring. All the work-study students, save for Tang San, stood behind Xiao Wu, facing a formidable assembly of over 20 senior students. At the forefront stood a tall, imposing figure clad in the uniform of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Despite the lingering traces of youth on his face, he bore the semblance of an adult, towering over Xiao Wu by at least half a head, and his features could be deemed handsome. However, the disdain and contempt etched upon his countenance marred this harmony. "Little girl, you might still regret this decision, and of course, I wouldn't mind having an additional pet rabbit. Your martial soul is indeed a rabbit, correct?" Chapter 10. The first soul ring skill, 5. Xiao Wu met his derision with equal disdain, her expression mirroring his, yet her youthful visage lent an air of endearing charm. She pointed decisively at him and declared, "Xiao Laoda, are you afraid? If you are, then you can be my little brother." With a feigned nonchalance, Xiao Laoda erupted into laughter. "Afraid? Me? I must say, Wang Sheng, have your work-study students lost their wits, sending such a little girl to challenge me? It's utterly laughable. You ought to inquire about my reputation, for within Notting City, I could stride boldly without fear of interruption, let alone within the academy." Xiao Wu's impatience was palpable. She retorted, "Enough talk, let us begin. How shall we fight?" Xiao Laoda's eyes gleamed with mischief as he proposed, "Fear not, I shall not take advantage of you. You have 10 here, so we shall field 10 of our own. We will alternate, and whoever prevails can continue to face the next opponent until one side is entirely vanquished." To ascend to the rank of leader among the students, Xiao Laoda was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Although Xiao Wu appeared to pose little threat on the surface, Xiao Laoda had been acquainted with Wang Sheng long enough to understand his character. If this little girl lacked merit, Wang Sheng would never have acknowledged her as a representative of the work-study students. Even if she were formidable, what of it? His side boasted an entire cadre of senior students, each possessing considerable strength, while the work-study students had only Wang Sheng who could be deemed capable. alongside this little girl. Merely 2 in total. He could dispatch his subordinates to exhaust them entirely, requiring not even his own intervention. This battle was already won. Was this seemingly equitable method of combat truly fair? Wang Sheng, discerning Xiao Laoda's intentions, intended to interject, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Wu readily agreed. All right, it's settled. Who among you will come forth first? At this juncture, it was too late for Wang Sheng to dissuade Xiao Wu from her decision. With a subtle gesture towards his comrades, Xiao Laoda summoned a tall senior student who immediately stepped forward. Wang Sheng grimaced, "Sister Xiao Wu, let me take the lead." He recognized this senior student, having faced him in numerous duels, each resulting in a dismal defeat. The soul of this student manifests as a staff. However, it is not merely an ordinary staff. Xiao Wu, exuding an air of leadership, nodded in agreement to Wang Sheng's request. Taking a deep breath, Wang Sheng stepped forward to the center of the arena. "Lu Long, let's begin." A radiant yellow light emanated from Lu Long's hands, and a staff over 2 meters in length materialized instantaneously within his grasp. "Wang Sheng, if I don't incapacitate you for a few days today, I shall not bear the surname Lu." Before Wang Sheng could respond, Xiao Wu behind him chuckled, "If you lose, you shall henceforth be known as Songhua Bai Lu." Lu Long's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he swiftly advanced, swinging the staff overhead and aiming directly at Wang Sheng in response. Wang Sheng's body was similarly enveloped in a luminous aura of soul power. With a fierce roar, he stood his ground. Crossing his arms to meet the descending staff, a resounding thud echoed as Wang Sheng let out a muffled groan. Stumbling back 2 steps, his arms, infused with soul power, instinctively recoiled, and he grasped at the staff. But despite the protective aura, the initial contact left a gash on his arm, blood seeping from the wound. Bruises were inevitable. Lu Long smirked, "You still fail to learn your lesson. This is my martial soul." With a flash of light, one end of the staff that Wang Sheng had seized vanished abruptly, and in an instant, the staff thrust forward, piercing through Wang Sheng's arm and striking him squarely in the chest, propelling him backward. Wang Sheng's fighting spirit was undeniable, and his strength evidently surpassed that of his opponent. However, his lack of spirit rings rendered him unable to manifest his martial soul fully. While enhanced by soul power, his agility fell short. Confronted by an opponent wielding a staff, he found himself utterly at the mercy of their reach, unable to mount any effective counterattack. With a swift leap, he roared once more. But soon enough, he was again sent reeling by the staff strike. Nevertheless, Wang Sheng possessed a robust constitution. Having endured many beatings, his resilience was considerably greater than that of an ordinary student. Although he remained firmly on the defensive, it was no simple task for his adversary to render him incapable of fighting. Prior to Xiao Wu and Tang San's arrival at Notting Academy, Wang Sheng had been the sole protector of all the work-study students. Without some measure of capability, he would have been bullied long ago. Yet, Wang Sheng was still overly impulsive. In a direct confrontation, he struggled to close the distance, and it was only at close range that he held a chance of overcoming his foe. Just as Xiao Wu furrowed her brow in concern, a low voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Turning her head, her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. "Tang San, you've returned." Approaching Xiao Wu was indeed Tang San, who had crossed over the academy's back mountain and witnessed the scene unfolding in the woods. Without uttering a word, he quietly joined Xiao Wu's side, his stature modest, allowing him to go unnoticed by those aligned with the formidable Xiao. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, contemplating saying something but ultimately refrained. Noticing his hesitance, Xiao Wu inquired, "What is the matter? Are you going to tell me I'm impulsive?" Tang San shook his head and replied, "We work-study students cannot always be bullied. Engaging in a duel with the leader of the students is a decisive approach. You did well. However, you ought to have waited for my return before issuing any challenges." Thus, the grasp of this situation is indeed broader. Chapter 11. Xiao Wu, so you truly are a rabbit. Xiao Wu shot a glare at Tang San. Recalling the last time she had been struck by a rock, her anger surged anew. "What are we waiting for? Who knows when you'll return? They are already bullying us. That scoundrel Xiao Laoda has the audacity to demand I become his pet rabbit. If I can endure this, then I shall no longer be called Xiao Wu." Tang San frowned, pondering to himself how such a young child could harbor such vile thoughts. It seems he must teach them a lesson, to make them realize that the work-study students are not to be trifled with. With this thought, He brushed his fingers against his waist and shifted his gaze towards the battlefield. That moment, Wang Shang bore multiple bruises, his spirit power diminishing amidst the continuous roars of the tiger, while his opponent remained unscathed, toying with him like a cat with a mouse. Wang Shang's method of attack was still too simplistic. Sensing his spirit power was not yet entirely depleted, he launched one final offensive. Taking 2 steps forward and lunging once more at Lu Long this time, he was resolute. No matter how brutally he might be struck, he was determined to leave a mark on his adversary. Having dealt with Wang Shang for quite some time, Lu Long was well aware of his intentions. As Wang Shang lunged forward, a grave expression crossed Lu Long's face. He swung his long staff, delivering 3 successive strikes aimed at Wang Shang's head and shoulders. If he could repel Wang Shang, now at his weakest, the latter would be unable to mount another meaningful assault. However, in that very moment, Lu Long felt as if his hands gripping the staff had been stung by a mosquito, causing his attack to falter. His strikes, initially calculated, exposed a significant flaw due to this hesitation. Although the first blow landed on Wang Shang's head, Wang Shang pressed forward regardless, causing Lu Long's subsequent blows to miss entirely. For a spirit master wielding a long weapon, being approached by one with a beast spirit was utterly devastating. Even if Lu Long possessed superior strength, the outcome remained unchanged. With a resounding thud, Wang Shang's tiger claw struck Lu Long's head, sending him soaring. Following this, Wang Shang executed a swift maneuver, his right leg delivering a heavy swing of his tiger tail against Lu Long's back, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Lu Long lacked Wang Shang's resilience. With his spirit power concentrated in his staff, his own defensive capabilities were insufficient. Wang Shang's 2 powerful strikes rendered Lu Long unconscious upon impact with the ground. Wang Shang, exhilarated, howled towards the heavens, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. Xiao Laoda, initially observing the spectacle of Lu Long tormenting Wang Shang with great composure, was taken aback when the situation suddenly reversed. It was well known that Lu Long ranked among the top 3 in strength among his subordinates. Had he not acquired his first spirit ring, victory over Lu Long would not have been guaranteed. Xiao Wu mockingly remarked, "Indeed, a withered flower is but a withered flower, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow." "Xiao Laoda, what do you have to say?" Xiao Laoda waved his hand, instructing his other subordinates to urgently remove Lu Long for medical attention. They were merely students of a basic spirit master academy, and with their limited spirit power, no lives were at risk. The first match can be deemed a loss for us. Ling Feng, it's your turn. The second contestant dispatched by Boss Xiao was a slender, upperclassman with a small nose and tiny eyes. His frail physique belied his 12 years, making him appear more akin to the age of Xiao Wu and Tang San. "Call Wang Shang back, I shall take the stage." Tang San whispered into Xiao Wu's ear. Her gaze reflected understanding. She could easily discern that the second opponent was an agile soul master, perfectly capable of countering Wang Shang. Given Wang Shang's prior exertion of soul power, his defeat was all but inevitable. "Wang Shang, return. Let Xiao San take this round. You may rest now." At that moment, Wang Shang had yet to fully recover from the exhilaration of his victory over Lu Long. It was only upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice that he realized Tang San had returned unnoticed. He was acutely aware of his own condition. Despite his triumph over Lu Long, he truly lacked the strength for further combat. Little did he know that had it not been for Tang San's discreet launch of 3 small stones to hinder Lu Long's assault, his earlier victory would have been unattainable. "Are you a work-study student?" Ling Feng inquired, his eyes revealing a hint of uncertainty as he regarded Tang San. The latter merely nodded, urging him to proceed. Although smaller in stature, Ling Feng still towered over the first-year Tang San. This duel would determine who would ascend as the leader of the students. And without further hesitation, he glanced at Tang San's belt before launching himself into the air. With a nimble somersault, he spread his arms wide and glided 2 meters toward the top of Tang San's head. Beast martial soul, Tang San immediately recognized the nature of his opponent's soul. The teachings of the master over the past few days had not been in vain. This student, Ling Feng, was an agile battle soul master. His beast martial soul must be a flying creature. Given his unassuming appearance and attack style, it was likely not a hawk. Thus, it must be a swallow or a crow, as Ling Feng lunged towards him. Tang San remained utterly still, as if his opponent did not exist at all. Ling Feng's speed was remarkable. Among 6th-grade students, he was hailed as the fastest, a close ally of Boss Xiao. His movements were exceedingly deft. and just as he was about to close the distance with Tang San, he executed another flip, forcefully altering his trajectory to come up behind Tang San, both arms poised to strike at his neck. Even as Ling Feng soared overhead, Tang San remained unmoved, in the face of an unknown adversary. Maintaining composure amidst change was the wisest strategy. To be continued, Chapter 11. Xiao Wu, it turns out you are truly a rabbit, Part 2. Had this been before acquiring his first spirit ring, perhaps Tang San would not have been so audacious. However, since gaining that first ring, he experienced a qualitative leap in speed, strength, and reflexes. As a disciple of the Tang sect, his most acute attributes were his instincts and various reactions. Speed was among his advantages. Who could he possibly fear when it came to swiftness? Ling Feng maneuvered in the air, seeking to catch Tang San off guard. Noting that Tang San appeared to be merely a first or second-year student, he felt a twinge of disdain, intending to secure a swift victory and force Xiao Wu to take action. Yet, just as his palms converged to strike Tang San's neck, Tang San finally made his move. With a swift and elegant motion, Tang San executed a striking maneuver, deftly evading Ling Feng's hands. As he leaned forward, his right leg shot backward with a force akin to a broken limb. All while he remained resolutely focused ahead without a glance back, as still as a maiden yet as swift as a fleeing rabbit. Tang San perfected this art to an exquisite degree, his explosive speed leaving the onlookers barely able to perceive the unfolding events. His heel made intimate contact with Ling Feng's chin, propelling him into a third backflip in midair, and then a consecutive series of backflips. With a resounding thud, Ling Feng was sent crashing several meters away, following in the footsteps of Lu Long, and fell unconscious. His chin had been dislocated by Tang San's kick, and this was without Tang San harnessing his inner power. Otherwise, that kick could have shattered Ling Feng's jaw. The Rui Do Zhidan Fei leg technique, a fundamental martial arts move, combined with Tang San's acute awareness, achieved the effect of instantaneously incapacitating his opponent. The senior students from Xiao Laoda's faction widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the scene before them. Ling Feng, among them, ranked second only to Xiao Laoda in strength, yet he was knocked out by a single blow from what appeared to be a first or second-year student, without even having the chance to unleash his signature attack. Xiao Laoda muttered to himself, "Damn, is the tide turning? How can the younger generation be so formidable?" Only upon hearing Ling Feng hit the ground did Tang San slowly retract his elevated right leg, calmly stating, "Next." Xiao Laoda was taken aback, and the student named Xiao Wu, who was part of the working student faction, was equally astonished. Having sparred with Tang San on multiple occasions, she now recognized his significant improvement. Moreover, she discerned that Tang San, once in a combat state, differed markedly from his usual self. Typically, he appeared as a gentle child, but in battle, his strikes became exceedingly fierce. Wang Sheng, disregarding his own injuries, watched as Ling Feng was sent flying by Tang San's kick, erupting into a gleeful laughter. "How about that, Xiao Laoda? Are you convinced now? Our Tang San didn't even use his soul power. I suggest you concede to avoid further humiliation." Xiao Laoda emerged with a grim expression. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, he knew it was time for him to step in. He reflected that, aside from himself, there was no one stronger than Ling Feng on his side. If morale could not be restored promptly, there would be no point in continuing the remaining duels. Only by decisively defeating this young opponent, and then overcoming Xiao Wu could he salvage his honor. Xiao Laoda regarded Tang San with a cold stare. The disdain and contempt that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. Xiao Chenyu, a 6th-year student, possessed the martial spirit of a wolf and was an 11th level one-ring battle soul master. Announcing one's martial spirit and rank was a sign of respect towards the opponent. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from his body, and as the light flickered, his muscles began to swell. His eyes gradually turned a pale green, and his arms rose slowly, claws extended, with his nails sharpening into points. A circle of white soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, signifying the manifestation of his martial spirit. As the leader of the students, Xiao Qinyu now exhibited his astuteness. What is his martial soul? Few within the entirety of the Nodding Academy are unaware of it. Yet the situation is different for Tang San. For him, Tang San's martial soul remains an enigma. By revealing his own martial soul first, he seeks to ascertain Tang San's martial soul prior to engaging in combat. This way, he can prepare himself to some extent. Tang San had heard from his master about the convention of declaring one's martial soul, unless one holds their opponent in disdain and is unafraid of them becoming an everlasting foe. It is customary to announce one's martial soul when confronted with an opponent, as a gesture of mutual respect and skill exchange. Tang San, a first-year work-study student, announced his martial soul as Blue Silvergrass. Identifying himself as an 11th level, one-ringed spirit master, as he declared his martial soul, the senior students behind Xiao Chunyu erupted into laughter, their prior tension dissipating instantly. They scarcely registered the level Tang San subsequently mentioned. Blue Silvergrass is widely recognized as a useless martial soul across the continent. Despite Tang San's own formidable prowess, the disparity in their martial souls rendered any concern about Xiao Qinyu losing to a lower-tier opponent unnecessary. What level did you say you were? Unlike his subordinates, Xiao Qinyu was not so careless. The ruckus behind him had obscured Tang San's declaration of his level, 11th level, one-ringed spirit master. As he spoke, a faint white light emanated from Tang San, and with a flick of his right hand, the ethereal blue-silver grass sprouted forth from his palm, cascading around his feet. A circle of brilliant yellow spirit rings ascended from beneath him, swirling rhythmically around his form. The emergence of the yellow spirit rings struck the senior students like a resounding slap, their laughter freezing in place. Some even gaped at Tang San as if he were a monster. 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Qinyu inhaled sharply. To be continued, Chapter 11, Little Wu, So You Truly Are a Rabbit, Part 3, Hee Hee. Today is Little San's birthday, friends. Please shower him with gifts, thank you. The white spirit ring signifies a 10-year spirit ring, while the yellow represents a 100-year spirit ring. The difference of one level in spirit rings, under conditions of equal spirit power, yields a decisive advantage. This is impossible. The appearance of Tang San's spirit rings utterly overturned the students' understanding of martial souls. First-year students, typically aged between 6 and 7, achieving the rank of Spirit Master at such an early stage is unprecedented in the history of Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy. Moreover, his martial soul is the so-called useless blue silvergrass. Boss, eliminate him. P.S. merely a blue silvergrass. What does it matter if his spirit ring is impressive? A senior student could not help but remark. Fool, be silent. Xiao Qinyu bellowed, interrupting his subordinate. Merely a blue silvergrass? Xiao Qinyu mused, believing it to be far more complex. True, blue silvergrass is deemed a useless martial soul, yet a blue silvergrass that has reached the realm of spirit master possesses a distinct quality. Furthermore, he harbored a 100-year spirit ring. It is utterly inconceivable that he could have achieved this alone. Given that someone has assisted him in acquiring a century-old soul ring and has aided him in reaching the level of a soul master, one must ponder the extent of the power that lies behind this first-year lad. Xiao Qinyu's father is none other than the Lord of Notting City. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such audacity within the academy, where even the teachers seldom intervene in his affairs. Having observed his father's various exploits in the political arena from a young age, he has inevitably absorbed a semblance of that bureaucratic aura, which led him to consider Tang San's background first and foremost. His father had repeatedly cautioned him that in this world, certain prominent families are absolutely not to be trifled with. They are even more formidable than the imperial family. While the royal family may still be concerned with matters of face, those esteemed families are entirely unencumbered by such considerations. Provoking them could result in catastrophic consequences. Are you truly a work-study student? Xiao Qinyu could not restrain his curiosity. Tang San merely nodded lightly. After activating his soul ring, he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. Igniting a fervor within, he now yearned for a worthy opponent to engage in a spirited contest. Eager to ascertain the true extent of his capabilities following this qualitative transformation. Let us commence. At this juncture, the tension was palpable, and Xiao Qinyu remained cautious in his thoughts. Even if he were to triumph over this first-year work-study student, he must ensure that no harm befell him. If Ling Feng's assault was characterized by agility, then Xiao Qinyu's charge was a display of explosive dominance. With the possession of a soul ring, his strength far surpassed that of Wang Sheng. Even though Wang Sheng's martial soul was that of the Beast King, in a situation where martial soul levels were crossed, he was no match for Xiao Qinyu. In the face of Xiao Qinyu's onslaught, Tang San could not afford to be as leisurely as he had been against Ling Feng. The possession of a soul ring and the absence of one represented two entirely distinct concepts. As Xiao Qinyu's body lunged forward, The soul power emanating from him enveloped a 3-square-meter radius around Tang San, a testament to the overwhelming force at play. Devoid of any finesse, it was a matter of sheer confrontation. A direct clash, is it? Very well, let us engage. Although raw power was not the forte of the Tang sect disciples, Tang San was equally eager to gauge the extent of his Xintian skill. He gathered his energy into both palms, slowly pushing them forward to meet Xiao Chunyu's clawed at that moment. A victorious smile had already graced the faces of Xiao Chunyu's subordinates. What did a century-old soul ring matter? This fool was foolishly attempting to clash his hands against the claws of Xiao Laoda, an act tantamount to courting death. They had witnessed Xiao Chunyu effortlessly shatter stones with the force of his claw after activating his martial soul. Xiao Chunyu's hands were significantly larger than Tang San's, and although he hesitated inwardly about employing his claw strength, he believed he could easily crush Tang San's palms, thus concluding the contest. Yet, he wondered if such an action would affect those behind him. The speed of the assault was astonishingly swift. Before Xiao Chunyu could fully contemplate, his claws had already collided with Tang San's palms. With a resounding thud, a burst of azure and white light erupted simultaneously, sending shockwaves that destabilized the spectators beneath their feet. Tang San stood resolutely, unyielding, while Xiao Chunyu was jolted back, his upper body swaying. Almost instinctively, Xiao Chunyu's claws lunged towards Tang San's hands. Having been overwhelmed by the opponent's soul power, the furious and astonished Xiao Chunyu had momentarily forgotten his reservations. Yet, an even more astonishing event unfolded. As his wolf claws clutched Tang San's hands, he distinctly felt that Tang San's grip was as unyielding as iron. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not draw back even a fraction. In the next instant, Tang San pried his hands apart and effortlessly withdrew them from Xiao Chunyu's grasp, countering by seizing Xiao Chunyu's wrist to prevent him from being pushed back. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, his right shoulder colliding directly with Xiao Chunyu's abdomen. The massive form of Xiao Chunyu was sent flying, landing a full 3 meters away. Just as his subordinates were about to cheer, they witnessed their leader being hurled out, and their perception of Tang San underwent a complete transformation. Was this lad even human? The lustrous jade hue gradually receded from his hands, revealing that his Xintian Gong inner strength should surpass his opponent's by a staggering 11 levels of soul power. Tang San calmly stated, "I have matters to attend to. I cannot afford to play with you any longer. Let us conclude this." Blue silvergrass, entangle. As Xiao Chunyu sprang up from the ground, he found that Tang San's strike had not been delivered with full force. Coupled with the protection of his beast martial soul, his defensive capabilities were considerable, and he had sustained no injury. Just in time to hear Tang San's words, he was taken by surprise as over a dozen thick strands of blue-silver grass surged up from beneath him, spiraling upward. Before he could react, they had tightly ensnared his legs. "What is this?" Xiao Chunyu gasped in shock. He struggled with every ounce of strength, but the upgraded blue-silver grass proved to be exceedingly resilient. No matter how hard he fought, he could not break free. To be continued, Chapter 11. Xiao Wu, so you truly are a rabbit. Part 4. Tang San approached Xiao Chunyu step by step, declaring, "There is no need to try. You cannot escape them. My first soul ring is from the mandala snake. Thus my blue-silver grass possesses the resilience of the mandala snake. Naturally, it also carries a hint of its venom. If you believe you still have the strength to fight, I would not mind allowing you to taste the flavor of mandala snake venom. And by the way, I will not provide an antidote." Another dozen strands of blue-silver grass sprouted behind Tang San, the leaves hovering ominously, as if resembling a multitude of mandala snakes poised to strike. Fear began to manifest among the senior students, and Xiao Chunyu's subordinates instinctively retreated in haste. Even if they had never encountered a mandala snake, they had certainly heard of its terrifying reputation. Who would wish to contend with such a dreadful serpent's toxin? Do not unleash the venom, I concede. Despite being the leader among the students, Xiao Chunyu was still only 12 years old, susceptible to the fears of a child, and at that moment, he was utterly flustered. In truth, while Tang San's blue-silver grass did possess venom, it was merely from the first soul ring, having absorbed not an even more formidable mandala snake. Thus, the accompanying toxicity only had a paralyzing effect and was not lethally potent. However, how could Xiao Chunyu dare to test it on his own body? The blue-silver grass quietly receded from beneath Xiao Chunyu, and a familiar gentle smile appeared on Tang San's face. "Since you have surrendered, Let us proceed according to the agreement you made with Xiao Wu. Xiao Qinyu gazed blankly at Tang San, pondering, should I acknowledge you as my superior or her? He could hardly believe that Xiao Wu's strength could surpass Tang San's. A 6-year-old soul master, this was beyond his comprehension. Tang San smiled and replied, of course, Xiao Wu is your boss, I cannot defeat her. Otherwise, I would be the head of the 7th dormitory, not her. Xiao Qinyu's mouth formed an O shape, thinking to himself, you are already so formidable, and she is even more powerful. Are you both truly just 6 years old? Xiao Wu slowly approached Tang San, patted him on the shoulder, and assumed a big sister demeanor. You did well, San, you've worked hard. Tang San chuckled and said, the teacher has asked me to take care of some matters. You can handle the rest on your own. From now on, you will be the big sister of the academy. Xiao Wu playfully punched Tang San on the shoulder and replied, all right, you go ahead. I'll manage what's left. With that, her gaze turned to Xiao Qinyu. What? Are you still unconvinced? Very well, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student. My martial soul is a rabbit, and I am a level 12 one-ring battle soul master. Not only Xiao Qinyu, but even Tang San, who had not yet departed, was taken aback. He too was just realizing that Xiao Wu was also a soul master, and moreover, at a higher level than himself, despite being of similar age. Could it be that she, too, possessed innate full soul power? A crimson glow enveloped Xiao Wu, and under the gentle red light, her eyes transformed into a shade of red, her ears gradually elongated, adorned with soft white fur that rose from the sides of her head. Her stature seemed to grow slightly taller, and a gentle aura of soul power radiated around her. The soul ring rising beneath her feet was, astonishingly, a yellow 100-year soul ring, just like Tang San's. Xiao Qinyu slapped his forehead in disbelief. Sister Xiao Wu, I concede. From now on, you shall be the big sister of our Neuroding Junior Soul Master Academy. Everyone, come over and meet Sister Xiao Wu. A mere level 11 weapon soul master boasting such prowess. This was a level 12 one-ring battle soul master, complete with a 100-year soul ring. Xiao Qinyu knew without a doubt that he was no match for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked with pride at the older students bowing before her, then cast a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Tang San. Aren't you busy? Why haven't you left yet? Just because you possess innate full soul power, does that mean I cannot? Tang San snapped back to reality, scrutinizing Xiao Wu intently. He reached out to touch her soft long ears and nodded. Xiao Wu, it turns out you really are a rabbit. The rabbit's ears are the most sensitive, and as she transformed her martial soul, the effect manifested on Xiao Wu as well. The young girl's delicate face flushed with 2 shades of red, and she raised her hand to strike. Yet Tang San bolted away like the wind. Not to dwell on how Xiao Wu managed the aftermath. Once Tang San exited the academy, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Aside from the concern for his teacher's poisoning, everything else surpassed his expectations. The issues regarding the cultivation of the Xintian skill had finally been resolved, and he had also gained the skill of blue-silver grass entanglement, marking significant progress in his strength. Tang San was confident that with relentless effort in cultivation, the Xintian skill would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Within a decade at most, if I can ascend to the 5th realm of the Xintian technique, it would be considered a modest achievement to be why that time. I would be able to wield the majority of the concealed weapons documented in the Xintian treasure tome. Did not my mentor mention that this world is replete with various martial soul clans? What is to prevent me from establishing a Tang sect anew in this alternate realm? On the Douluo Continent, whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Hall in any city stands as a hallmark edifice. Merely by inquiring with a passerby, Tang San successfully located the Spirit Hall. Having already delayed some time assisting the work-study student in the duel, and needing to return to bring lunch to my teacher, Tang San hastened towards the Spirit Hall, intent on not wasting any more time. Halt, young one, this is the Spirit Hall. You cannot simply barge in. Upon his arrival at the Spirit Hall, Tang San was intercepted by the guards at the entrance. The Spirit Hall in Nodding City is a magnificent dome structure. Its facade spanning over 100 meters in width and soaring to a height of 20 meters, divided into 3 tiers. The entire edifice is adorned in a rich brown hue, and the emblem on the grand entrance features merely a single long sword. Through the master's earlier elucidation, Tang San understood that the singular emblem signifies that the Spirit Hall in Nodding City is of the lowest rank. To be continued, Chapter 12. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 1. The 2 guards at the entrance appeared to be around 20 years of age, their soul power fluctuations barely perceptible. suggesting they had not yet attained the level of Soul Master. It seems that Nodding City is indeed remote. The rank of the Spirit Hall reflects the city's significance within the Heaven Do Empire. Good day, sir. I am a first-year student from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, and my teacher has sent me here to assess my martial soul level, Tang San stated, gesturing to his academy uniform. Upon noticing the emblem of Nodding Academy on Tang San's attire, a flicker of envy glimmered in the eyes of the guards. The first guard to speak said, "Ah, I see. You may enter. Proceed to the reception hall on the first floor and seek out Master Matthew. He will assist you." "Thank you," Tang San replied, hastily making his way into the Spirit Hall. The two guards' envious gazes followed him as he entered, one remarking, "If only I had been able to attend Nodding Academy. Perhaps I too could have become a soul master by now." Should not Nodding Academy possess its own tools for testing soul power? They would only come here for advancement. Why is this child here? Who knows? It's just a young lad. Perhaps his teacher sent him with a message or something, but it cannot be stated outright. The towering dome, reaching an impressive height of 20 meters, exudes an atmosphere of grandeur. As Tang San stepped into the hall of the Spirit Hall, he was immediately enveloped by its majestic aura. The ceiling of the hall is adorned with murals, each small square depicting a variety of martial soul designs. The background glimmers in radiant gold, imparting an impression of opulence while retaining an aura of antiquity. Surrounding the Spirit Hall are vast crystal windows, through which sunlight refracts, casting sparkling rays upon the murals, creating a mesmerizing and dazzling spectacle. In the reception hall. Where might the reception hall be? Immersed in the ambience of the grand chamber, Tang San began to seek the purpose of his visit. The Spirit Hall was sparsely populated, with only a few servants tidying up the surroundings. Just as Tang San pondered how to locate the reception hall and was preparing to inquire someone, he spotted a familiar face, the esteemed Great Spirit Master Su Yuntao, who had once assisted him in awakening his spirit, possessed of the lone wolf spirit. Tang San swiftly approached, and at that moment, he noticed a female spirit master beside Su Yuntao, tall and voluptuous, with a countenance that could be deemed above average. The two were engaged in light-hearted conversation, blissfully unaware of the little figure drawing near. "Master Su Yuntao," Tang San called out. It was only then that Su Yuntao became aware of his arrival. The female spirit master exclaimed, "Why, we have such a small child at the Spirit Hall? Is he yet another young noble here to awaken his spirit?" Su Yuntao did not recognize Tang San at first, as he had assisted many children in awakening their spirits, and Tang San's current attire was far from his previous humble appearance. "Who are you?" Su Yuntao inquired, his expression one of confusion. Tang San hurriedly clarified, "Master Su Yuntao, I am Tang San, the one who awakened the blue silver grass spirit in Saint Soul Village, the one endowed with innate full spirit power." "Ah, it is you. What brings you here?" Su Yuntao exclaimed, suddenly recalling Tang San, for his innate full spirit power was indeed memorable. Tang San replied, "My teacher sent me to the Spirit Hall for an advanced assessment and to test my spirit power levels." Su Yuntao was taken aback. "You have already acquired your first spirit ring? So soon? That uniform is from Nodding Academy, isn't it? Truly, it is the best academy in Nodding City. Your teacher is quite responsible." Su Yuntao's female companion appeared somewhat displeased at being overlooked. "Yuntao, aren't you going to introduce me?" Noticing her dissatisfaction, Su Yuntao quickly obliged. "Cici, this is the child with innate full spirit power I mentioned to you. Though regrettably, his spirit is merely the blue silver grass. Otherwise, the future would be limitless. He has already obtained a spirit ring, thus he is considered part of the spirit masters now. Please wait for me here while I escort him to the reception hall to Master Matthew." Upon hearing Su Yuntao refer to Tang San as possessing innate full spirit power, Cici's eyes visibly brightened. However, when she learned that this innate full spirit power was associated with the blue silver grass spirit, her surprise transformed into a hint of disdain. She nodded and said, "You may go. I will wait for you here." "Thank you." Tang San thought highly of Su Yuntao, considering him a responsible steward of the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao led Tang San up the staircase to the second floor of the Spirit Hall, whereupon arriving at the corridor, Tang San beheld a series of rooms. From this vantage, one could also see directly into the Grand Hall on the first floor. It was evident that this was the administrative section of the Spirit Hall. Eager to accompany Cici, Su Yuntao hastily brought Tang San to a door, entering without knocking. "Who is this, barging in unannounced?" A somewhat aged voice resonated from within the room. "This is a brightly lit office. Behind a spacious desk sits an elderly gentleman, donned in immaculate Soul Master attire, with the standard three-sword emblem adorning his person, signifying his status as a Grandmaster level Battle Soul Master. It turns out to be Yun Tao, and you, my boy, remain as reckless as ever. The cultivation of a Soul Master requires one to concentrate and focus. A more composed disposition would serve you well. Otherwise, you might find yourself, like me, unable to cross the threshold of level 30. Yun Tao expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Master Masayuno, please refrain from your ramblings. This child is here for his advancement assessment. I would appreciate your assistance. Evidently, Yun Tao shares a close rapport with the old Soul Master, who chuckled lightly, but upon his gaze landing on Tang San, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Yun Tao, are you certain this child is here for an advancement assessment and not for a martial soul awakening? Yun Tao replied with a wry smile. I am absolutely certain. This child's martial soul is the one I awaken. He is the one I mentioned, the one with innate full soul power, yet his martial soul is merely blue-silver grass. He has already obtained a soul ring, so I will trouble you with this. With that, he patted Tang San on the shoulder and hurriedly exited. Watching Yun Tao depart, the elder Master Masayuno shook his head in resignation, muttering about yet another young person blinded by love. Alas, Cici is not suitable for him. That girl has aspirations far too grand for him to confine. Tang San stood before Masayuno's desk, feeling a sense of urgency as he listened to the master muttering to himself. Greetings, Master Masayuno. Masayuno smiled warmly at Tang San and said, Child, there is no need to call me master. I am hardly worthy of such a title. You may call me Grandpa Masayuno, 81 years of age. I could easily be your grandfather. The elder's kind and gentle voice instantly endeared him to Tang San, who quickly responded, Hello, Grandpa Masayuno. Masayuno smiled faintly and remarked, Come now, let us proceed with your advancement assessment. You are a very polite child, and it is a pity, though, that your martial soul is blue-silver grass. As he spoke, Masayuno took Tang San's hand as if leading his own grandson, guiding him out of his office and down the corridor towards the inner sanctum of the Martial Soul Hall. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, 3 towering arched doors loomed before Tang San. Masayuno smiled and said, This is the Martial Soul Laboratory where the advancement assessments are conducted. Come along, child. With that, he opened the leftmost door and ushered Tang San inside. Upon entering the room, Tang San was immediately struck by a peculiar sensation. The internal energy of his Xian Tian Gong seemed to pulse gently in sync with a unique rhythm. The room was expansive and lofty, spanning 200 square meters, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window providing ample illumination. Tang San quickly discerned the source of the energy that resonated within him. Embedded in the surrounding walls were numerous black stones, each roughly the size of a fist, seemingly composed of the same material that Yun Tao had employed to assist him in awakening his martial soul. On the ground, a massive emblem shaped like a token is etched, with a long sword descending straight down, precisely pointing towards the entrance of the gate. This emblem is identical to the one hanging outside the spirit hall. The esteemed Master Matuno observed Tang San's attention to the patterns on the ground and smiled, saying, We are situated in the most basic spirit hall, also referred to as a spirit subhall. In this continent, even the smallest of cities boasts a spirit hall of our scale. Above the subhalls lie the spirit branch halls, and one level higher are the main spirit halls. Only large cities can possess a main spirit hall. The capitals of the 2 great empires are home to the 4th-tier spirit sanctuaries. The 5th tier is the Hall of the Pope, which is the most revered place in our spirit hall. Above the Hall of the Pope exists only the legendary Douluo Offering Hall. Only soul masters who reach the Douluo level are qualified to enter there, and it serves as the ultimate sanctuary for all soul masters registered at the spirit hall who exceed the Douluo rank. It is a place that all soul masters yearn for. The 6 levels of spirit halls that Matuno mentioned correspond precisely to the 6 symbols described by the master, and Tang San understood in his heart. Thank you for sharing this with me, Grandpa Matuno. Shall we begin? Matuno chuckled gently, replying, The youth of today are all so impatient. Very well then, let us commence. Unleash your spirit and release your soul rings. Tang San stepped to the center of the ground's emblem, raised his right hand, and focused his mind. The inner force of his Shintian skill intertwined with the warm flow brought forth by his blue-silver grass spirit, gradually emanating from his palm. Robust leaves of blue-silver grass surged forth, cascading to the ground in an instant, while a brilliant century-old mandala snake soul ring ascended from beneath Tang San's feet. Moving up and down around his body, Matuno, who had initially worn a gentle smile, now bore an expression of astonishment upon witnessing the blue-silver grass emanating from Tang San's palm. Is blue-silver grass? A faint blue light flickered in Tang San's eyes, showcasing the unique effect of the blue-silver grass spirit. Is there a problem, Grandpa Matuno? Matuno rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. His attention then shifted to the yellow soul ring around Tang San. A century-old soul ring, and a wonder. Even the blue-silver grass can undergo such a significant transformation. Child, may I ask your name? I am called Tang San. Matuno exhaled deeply, calming the excitement within him. I can assure you. You have an excellent mentor at the Nodding Academy. However, it is already quite an accomplishment for the Academy's mentors to assist you in hunting a century-old soul beast. It is a pity that the potential of the blue-silver grass is rather limited. Otherwise, you might truly become a remarkable soul master, considering your spirit has only recently awakened a few months ago. Matuno picked up a yellow crystal ball from a nearby table and approached Tang San. Infuse your soul power into this, and let me see how far you have progressed. Theoretically, you should be at level 11. Before Matuno could finish the word level, the crystal ball he handed to Tang San began to glow with a soft yellow radiance. The radiance may not be overwhelmingly strong, yet it is remarkably clear. This is the soul power of the 13th rank. Matuno glanced at Tang San as if he were observing a peculiar creature. Could it be that the strength of the soul ring itself, coupled with the enhancement of soul power, has caused such a leap? However, it should not have resulted in a 2-level jump. Child, could you enlighten me as to what soul beast you hunted to acquire this soul ring? Around 6 o'clock, Xiao San, along with Wu Zue and other authors, will engage in an interstellar-friendly match with PLU, a casual game. If anyone is interested, feel free to watch the live stream. Of course, do not have high hopes for my performance. I am merely a novice in the realm of StarCraft. After all, I must write, and I hardly have time to play. The address is .cnsc, to be continued, Chapter 12. The Chaotic Gale Hammer Technique, Part 3, Tang San did not conceal the truth, stating, "It is the mandala snake." Matuno was taken aback. No wonder, no wonder. It is indeed the most troublesome low-level soul beast, the mandala snake. Moreover, it is a century-old mandala snake, which explains such an effect. But wait, your martial soul is clearly of the plant type. How can you utilize an animal-type soul ring? Child, you must be mistaken. Previously, Xiao Laoda and his companions were merely children, lacking a profound understanding of martial souls. However, this Matuno, having worked in the Spirit Hall for decades, is well versed in the fundamental rules of soul rings and quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Tang San shook his head and replied, "Grandpa Matthew, I am not mistaken. Why can't a plant-type martial soul employ an animal-type soul ring? Under certain conditions, this is entirely feasible. My teacher refers to it as the martial soul mimicry theory." Matuno's expression changed dramatically. "May I ask, who is your teacher?" Tang San replied. "Everyone calls him the Master." "The Master? Is he not the one who once published the 10 core competencies of martial souls, only to be expelled from the Spirit Hall later? He is actually in our Nodding City." Upon hearing Matuno's words, Tang San realized that the Master indeed had ties to the Spirit Hall, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Matuno's demeanor suddenly turned serious. "Tang San, would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall?" Tang San paused for a moment. "Grandpa Matthew, I am here to register with the Spirit Hall. Aren't I?" Matuno shook his head, saying, "No, this is different. Registering with the Spirit Hall is something the vast majority of soul masters must do to receive government subsidies. However, joining the Spirit Hall means becoming an exclusive soul master of the organization. Your training as a soul master would directly enter a school established specifically by the Spirit Hall." Tang San shook his head. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have already commenced my studies at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy." Matuno sighed, saying, "Indeed, you are a step too late. Even the Spirit Hall cannot forcibly recruit individuals from an academy. Let it be. This is all the fault of that fellow Su Yun Tao. He should have brought you directly to the Spirit Hall. It is likely that the Master would not agree to your joining the Spirit Hall, after all." Tang San smiled slightly, saying, "That may not be the case. If I had come to the Spirit Hall, I might not have obtained such a splendid soul ring. Isn't that so, Grandfather Matuno?" Grandfather Matuno paused momentarily before replying with a smile, You do make a valid point. Very well, your advancement assessment has concluded. From this moment forth, you shall be a distinguished Soul Master of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the ranks of the Soul Masters. Henceforth, each month you may collect a stipend from the Spirit Hall using the badge I will provide shortly. The Soul Master stipend amounts to 1 gold soul coin per month. Upon reaching the Great Soul Master rank, this stipend will increase to 10 gold soul coins. I shall expedite the report regarding the application of animal spirit rings on plant soul weapons. Thank you. As Tang San exited the Spirit Hall, he found that his 24 bridges under the bright moonlight now bore a specially crafted badge from the Spirit Hall. The badge was circular, with his name intricately carved on the reverse side, while the front showcased 2 interwoven thorns, symbolizing the rank of a soul master. Even Tang San, who hailed from a blacksmith background, could not discern the metal from which the badge was forged. Leaving the Spirit Hall behind, Tang San swiftly made his way towards Nodding Academy, taking a shortcut as directed by Mashuno, which saved him at least half the time. Just as he was nearing the academy, he suddenly heard a familiar sound that caused him to pause involuntarily. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed, ding, ding, ding. It was the unmistakable sound of a blacksmith's shop. From the outside, this forge was significantly larger than his father's, bustling with numerous patrons. The memory of his father's words surfaced in Tang San's mind. Tang Hao had once advised him to seek work at a blacksmith shop to supplement his living expenses. However, with his current obligations as a work-study student, did he truly have time for such employment? Having grown up within the confines of a blacksmith's establishment, Tang San felt a profound attachment to the trade. He cast a lingering glance at the forge before continuing his sprint towards the academy. The master was steadily recuperating, and with the funds provided by him, Tang San procured some food from the cafeteria to share with the master. The master was now able to walk and reassured Tang San that he need not worry about him, advising him to attend classes normally and to spend time with the book the master had given him. After departing from the master's room, Tang San returned to the work-study dormitory, which was no longer desolate. The students were present and animatedly discussing various topics. "Xiao San, you're back!" exclaimed Xiao Wu, reclining against the bed, her back resting against the shared quilt between her and Tang San. "Xiao Wu, lead me to the area we ought to clean," Tang San proposed, as per our agreement. "I shall take on the cleaning duties from today onwards. Keeping one's promises is fundamental to being a person, and I have always upheld this principle." Xiao Wu shot him a sidelong glance and said, "What is there to clean? You're lucky. You won't have to do it anymore." Tang San was taken aback and asked, "Why not?" Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride, replied, "Did you think I, your sister Xiao Wu, would work for free? That rascal Xiao Qinyu has arranged for someone else to handle all the work for us work-study students. We'll still receive our pay without lifting a finger. You've contributed quite a bit as well, so I'll let you off this time." Though Tang San was committed to keeping his word, he was not one to be overly rigid. Chuckling, he remarked, "Well, that sounds rather advantageous. From this moment forth, you shall be known as the illustrious Xiao Wu of the entire Nodding Academy." Sitting up, Xiao Wu embraced her knees, her delicate, rosy face filled with curiosity as she gazed at Tang San, inquiring, "What was the outcome of your assessment at the Spirit Hall?" Tang San replied, "It was successful. I am now a Soul Master." To be continued, Chapter 12. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 4. The other work-study students around them displayed expressions of envy, though it remained merely envy. The scene of Tang San's decisive victory over Xiao Qinyu today was deeply etched in their minds. Even Wang Sheng harbored immense admiration for him. He mused that even if he were to acquire a soul ring, he might still not prevail against Tang San. Xiao Wu, intrigued, asked, "What advantages come with becoming a soul master? Surely it cannot be just a hollow title." Tang San chuckled softly, replying, "There are indeed some benefits. At the very least, I will be able to enjoy better meals in the future. Soul masters receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin? That is quite substantial." Xiao Wu now comprehended the significance of money. Although Xiao Qinyu had asserted that he would cover the meal expenses for the work-study students moving forward, possessing money in her own hands felt far more reassuring. As she spoke, Xiao Wu leaped off the bed, brimming with excitement as she dashed out. "Xiao Wu, where are you off to?" "I am going to register as a soul master. Just think of how many delightful treats 1 gold soul coin could buy. Is there truly a need to rush? How could I not be urgent? Have you forgotten that today is the end of the month? If I go now, who knows, I might even secure 2 gold soul coins for next month. However, could you at least put on your shoes first?" Alas, Xiao Wu ultimately rushed to the spirit hall in her usual fiery manner. Tang San couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, anticipating yet another shock for the venerable Grandpa Mazayuno. For Xiao Wu was indeed a genuine beast spirit battle master, possessing innate conditions far superior to his own pseudo-full spirit power. With no need to continue his work-study duties, Tang San's mind immediately wandered back to the crisp sound of striking metal. Village Chief Jack had once mentioned that attending a mid-level Soul Master Academy would entail considerable expenses, and many household items would need replacing. Earning extra money was undeniably beneficial, and moreover, it was a request from his father. Of greater importance was the opportunity to arm himself, which could only be realized at the blacksmith shop. Through the process of personally forging a hidden weapon, Tang San found that when a concealed device is entirely crafted by one's own hands, the familiarity with the weapon becomes profoundly intensified. Tang San, I apologize for that incident the other day. You are not still upset, are you? While Tang San was lost in thought, Wang Sheng approached him, wearing a sincerely earnest expression. Seeing Wang Sheng's guileless smile, Tang San shook his head, replying with a smile, How could I be? I had forgotten all about it long ago. Brother Wang Sheng, I must step out for a while. I may not return until evening. Wang Sheng nodded, saying, Go ahead, by the way, congratulations on becoming a soul master. Tang San smiled and remarked, It won't be long before you break through as well. Stepping out of the nodding academy once more, Tang San felt a slight weariness wash over him. After returning with his master today, he had yet to enjoy a proper rest, and following several rounds with Xiao Chenyu and his companions. The fatigue was palpable, despite his Xintian skill having ascended to the second level. Nevertheless, he knew he must attend to the matter of the blacksmith shop. If need be, he could always commence work the following day. What he dreaded most was the possibility of being rejected as a mere apprentice blacksmith. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Tang San stepped inside with resolve. As he crossed the threshold, a wave of hot air enveloped him, a characteristic sensation of any forge. Certainly, the temperature of his family's dilapidated blacksmith shop paled in comparison. Upon entry, he was greeted by a spacious hall, where various crafted iron implements hung on the right side. This place offered not just agricultural tools but an array of armor and weaponry. After all, soul masters were a rare breed in this world. Yet the demand for weapons remained high, and their prices substantially exceeded those of farming tools. Gazing upon the weapons, Tang San was reminded of his previous life's endeavors. Back then, the mechanisms and concealed weapons produced by the Tang clan were the backbone of their income. The clan adhered to many strict regulations. Despite selling mechanisms to the outside world, they only offered non-toxic and ordinary items, while the truly secret techniques remained unsold. Nevertheless, the demand for the Tang clan's hidden weapons far outstripped supply. He pondered, what would be the income if he were to establish a factory for crafting concealed weapons in this world? Little one, what brings you here? If you wish to purchase something, you ought to summon an adult. Depart quickly. It's dangerous here. Just as Tang San was lost in thought, a booming voice interrupted his reverie. Looking up, he found a burly man, bare-chested, scrutinizing him. His dark skin was taut over well-defined muscles, and he wielded a large casting hammer, sweat glistening on his forehead. Good day. Sir, I came to inquire if you might need an apprentice. Tang San replied, his youthful voice ringing clear despite the cacophony of clanging metal surrounding them. Most of the blacksmiths paused their work, offering him warm, encouraging smiles. The blacksmithing trade, often seen as one of the most humble professions, typically attracted those from impoverished backgrounds, relying on strength and skill for sustenance. Though their appearances might be rugged, they were generally of kind disposition. The burly man regarded Tang San with a critical eye and said, Youngster, cease your antics. You should leave. This place is unsafe. Do you truly look the part of a blacksmith? Besides, we do not hire apprentices as young as you. You likely couldn't even lift a casting hammer, haha. Realizing he still wore his tidy school uniform, Tang San understood the man's point. How could he possibly pass for a blacksmith in such attire? I apologize, sir, I shall return later. With that, he turned and dashed out. The blacksmith shop was in close proximity to Nodding Academy, and by the time Tang San returned, he had changed into his original attire. A patchwork of small and large repairs that would render him unrecognizable even in the most austere of gatherings. Upon entering, he sought out the same burly man once more. Sir, do you think I am suitable to become an apprentice now? The burly man was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang San's attire, exclaiming, Little one, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Tang San replied earnestly, "Of course not, sir. Allow me to explain. I am a work-study student at the Knotting Academy, and I have free time every afternoon. My father is the blacksmith in our village, and I have been learning the craft of forging from him since I was young. I hope to come here and earn a meal." To be continued, Chapter 12. The Chaotic Hammer Technique, 5. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the man's expression softened, for he too hailed from humble beginnings and felt a surge of sympathy. Furthermore, this child was attending the prestigious Knotting Academy. The man said, "Very well. If you are willing to come, then you may. You can help us with menial tasks, serving tea and water. However, do not expect a high wage, though I assure you, there will be ample food." "What do you say? That sounds wonderful. I accept," Tang San exclaimed with delight. The blacksmiths smiled kindly at him, but the man shot them a glare, declaring, "What are you all staring at? Don't you have work to do? Get back to it. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to some ale." Upon hearing the man's words, the blacksmith's spirits lifted, and they resumed their work, swinging their hammers with renewed vigor. The man raised his own forging hammer, shaping the molten iron before him, and turned to Tang San, saying, "I am called Shi San, with Shi meaning stone. You may address me as third uncle. This blacksmith shop has been passed down in my family. From now on, as you work here, I shall provide your lunch and dinner, and I will also give you 10 copper soul coins, equivalent to 1 silver soul coin. If the profits are good, I may offer you a bit more. Oh, by the way, what is your name?" "Third uncle. My name is Tang San." "Tang San? Ha, how delightful. We both have San in our names, truly a sign of fate. Which village do you hail from?" Tang San replied, "I come from Shenghun village." Shi San inquired, "You mentioned learning the trade from your father since you were young, but you were still quite small. What could your father possibly teach you?" "Certainly the art of forging, third uncle. Do not let my stature deceive you. I possess strength and can forge iron without difficulty." Shi San burst into laughter, calling to his fellow blacksmiths, "Brothers, our new assistant claims he can forge as well. Do you believe him?" The blacksmiths erupted into laughter, for Tang San appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, having only recently gained some height after acquiring his first soul ring. By appearances alone, who could believe he could forge? Feeling underestimated is never pleasant. Tang San insisted, "Third uncle, I truly can forge. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate." Shi San paused his work, resting his forging hammer on the ground. "Very well, if you can lift my hammer, I shall believe you," he said, handing the hammer's handle to Tang San. As the hammer's head was in contact with the ground, he was not concerned that Tang San would drop it. "Third uncle, you are merely removing impurities from this piece of iron, correct? Allow me to assist you in completing it," Tang San said, taking hold of the hammer's handle. Shi San, possessing innate strength, used a hammer significantly larger than the others. Towering half a foot above Tang San at that moment, he became the center of attention in the blacksmith shop, and the other blacksmiths watched him with amused expressions. However, their laughter soon faded, for Tang San had already raised the heavy forging hammer, lifting it horizontally from before him. It was 30% heavier than a standard forging hammer. As the hammer left the ground, Tang San assessed its weight. Although it was somewhat heavier, he could still manage it. Even before acquiring his spirit ring, let alone now, as he watched Tang San slowly elevate the hammer, Shi San's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "What strength! Truly the son of our blacksmith." Tang San fixed his gaze intently on the molten iron in the furnace, exhaling deeply as he swung Shi San's hammer with vigor. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he unleashed a sudden burst of energy from his calves, transmitting power through his body as he turned partially. The enormous hammer traced a wide arc through the air and struck the molten iron with a resounding crash, transforming the smiles of all the blacksmiths into expressions of shock. Following the hammer's rebound, Tang San executed a swift turn, raising the hammer once more, and with another thunderous impact, it descended upon the glowing iron with even greater force. "Uncle, please assist me with the bellows. The temperature is insufficient," Tang San quickly remarked as he readied for his third strike. This time, the forging hammer surged forward with increased urgency, cutting through the air with a whooshing sound. As an experienced blacksmith, Shi San understood the dire consequences of inadequate temperature and promptly crouched beside the bellows, pulling vigorously. What unfolded next would remain etched in the memories of all present. The heavy forging hammer seemed to come alive in Tang San's hands, tracing one rhythmic circle after another through the air, echoing like a symphony of strikes within the forge. They failed to notice that Tang San's hands had turned as pale as jade, and as the metallic clinks resonated, the molten iron danced beneath the hammer's relentless assault. While Shi San exerted himself to operate the bellows, his gaze remained fixed on Tang San with an intensity that transcended mere surprise. The other blacksmiths were acutely aware of the weight of Shi San's hammer and understood the challenge of maintaining a continuous rhythm, especially as each blow grew heavier than the last. A near insurmountable task for anyone, let alone Tang San. With one final, resounding strike, Tang San completed his sequence, spinning twice in place to dissipate the hammer's momentum before allowing it to rest heavily upon the ground, sending a tremor through the forge and its inhabitants. 27 strikes, an uninterrupted barrage of 27 blows, had resulted in no visible change to the shape of the iron block previously forged by Shi San. Yet it had inevitably shrunk in size. What Tang San accomplished, Shi San mused, he himself could achieve, but it would require an entire day of labor. Keep in mind, Shi San had been a blacksmith for 15 years. Observing Tang San, who was slightly breathless and glistening with perspiration, Shi San stammered, "Could this possibly be the cloak hammer technique? The most formidable method of continuous forging in our craft? The cloak hammer technique? What is that?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. Shi San's face flushed with excitement as he explained. The so-called cloak hammer technique is a method of continuous strikes that maximizes the blacksmith's power through the application of force. It is said that the most skilled blacksmiths can deliver 81 consecutive strikes, shaping a block of iron into their desired form. Most importantly, the cloak hammer technique is the most potent casting method for expelling metallic impurities. I had thought it had long been lost to time, yet here I am witnessing it in your hands today. To be continued, Chapter 13. Father's Message, Part 1. To the friends who appreciate Xiao San's works, please support me with your votes. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Thank you. Is it truly the cloak hammer technique? The image of his father's despondent figure loomed before Tang San. Could it be that his father was originally an extraordinary blacksmith? Third uncle, I am unsure if this is indeed the cloak hammer technique. It is what my father taught me, Shi San exhaled, bursting into a hearty laugh. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure this time. The previous employment terms are null and void. For now, you will receive the same wages as everyone else, 1 silver coin per month. If business flourishes, we shall discuss a commission. Thus, Tang San officially became a member of Shi San's blacksmith shop, embarking on a fulfilling life. The courses at the academy held little significance for him. The master's teachings proved far more valuable than the foundational theories presented by the academy's instructors. He had thoroughly perused the book the master had given him, and as he had anticipated, the soul power cultivation methods proposed by the master bore a striking resemblance to the pathways of internal energy cultivation. Of course, this was merely the master's theoretical design, and it still fell short compared to genuine internal cultivation methods, let alone the refined and arduous Shantian Gong of the Tang sect. Xiao Wu successfully attained the title of Soul Master, and after becoming recognized as Sister Xiao Wu by the academy, her life as a working student became significantly more relaxed and enjoyable. Every morning, Tang San would diligently practice his purple extreme magic eyes at dawn, attend classes during the day, work at the blacksmith shop in the afternoon, and then receive the master's guidance in the evening. At night, he would practice the Shantian Gong. Each day was undeniably fulfilling for him. Within a short span of time at Shi San's blacksmith shop, Tang San earned the recognition of his peers. Shi San entrusted him with the task of refining metals. In his spare time, Tang San utilized some discarded scraps to begin his venture into manufacturing hidden weapons. Of course, he only crafted components at the shop. The actual assembly would take place back at the academy. With her formidable strength and the assistance of Xiao Chunyu, Xiao Wu swiftly emerged as the acknowledged leader among all students at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Leading a significantly more leisurely life than Tang San at times, she would even skip classes entirely. Tang San seldom witnessed her training, yet her strength continued to rise steadily. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. A semester spanned an entire year, during which students were not permitted to return home, though family members could visit. Tang San had hoped for his father's arrival on numerous occasions, yet as the semester drew to a close, he saw no sign of Tang Hao. Fortunately, his life was sufficiently fulfilling that he had little time for longing for the Spirit Hall. Shortly after Tang San underwent his Soul Master assessment, representatives from the Spirit Hall came to Nodding Academy to speak with the Master. The Master did not disclose the contents of their conversation to Tang San, nor did he inquire. However, The smile that adorned the master's face, more pronounced than usual, led Tang San to speculate that the relationship between the spirit hall and the master had improved significantly. Xiao Wu, tomorrow marks the beginning of the holiday. Will you be returning home? Tang San inquired while packing his belongings. A year had passed, and he was finally able to visit his father. He had already requested leave from Shi San at the blacksmith shop that afternoon. He had even purchased a brand new forging hammer to present to his father. Since Tang San had joined Shi San's blacksmith shop, the quality of the various weapons and equipment produced had risen to a new level, leading to a flourishing business. Now, Tang San's salary had reached 5 silver soul coins per month, which amounted to half of a soul master's subsidy. Leaning against the bed, Xiao Wu's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy, a stark contrast to her usual vibrant and cheerful demeanor. I won't be going home. Perhaps I'll just stay at the academy. Tang San was taken aback for a moment. It has been a year. Aren't you going to visit home? Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Xiao San, is your home far from the academy? If not, how about I accompany you for a visit? After all, Wang Sheng and Xiao Qinyu have gone to participate in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy's examination, and there's no one to keep me company. Tang San smiled gently. After a year of companionship, he had come to understand Xiao Wu quite well. This lively girl always seemed to fear that the world was not chaotic enough. When she feigned gentleness, she resembled an adorable doll, yet when she erupted in anger, her title of nodding Xiao Wu was certainly well earned. Countless students in the academy had suffered under her wrath. My family is rather impoverished. There is nothing of note to entertain you, he replied. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. You save every month as subsidy and are reluctant to spend, yet you fear hosting me? With a smile, Tang San extended his right hand. Speaking of subsidies, it suddenly occurs to me that someone seems to owe me 6 silver coins. Xiao Wu paused for a moment, her rosy cheeks displaying a hint of embarrassment. A monthly subsidy of 1 gold coin was certainly not insignificant. However, her spending habits were rather extravagant. She would buy anything that caught her eye without consideration of its utility. Now that she had her own bedding, she no longer needed to share with Tang San. Lacking any financial acumen, she had developed a habit of borrowing from Tang San whenever funds ran low. It's just 6 silver coins? I'll return them as soon as my subsidy comes in. But you haven't said whether you're willing to let me accompany you. Tang San smiled. If you wish to go, then go ahead. However, my father does have a rather temperamental disposition. Xiao Wu, undeterred, replied, with my charm, your father will surely adore me. As she spoke, she struck a gentle pose and winked at Tang San. While others might be deceived by her appearance, Tang San had witnessed her volcanic temper far too many times to be swayed. He could only shake his head in resignation, entirely unimpressed by her tactics. There is no need for such charms with me. Fortunately, you are only 7 years old. If you were any older, you might indeed possess the cunning of a fox spirit. To be continued, Chapter 13. A Message from Father, Part 2. Please remember to bookmark and vote. What is a fox spirit? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San chuckled. It is a type of soul beast spirit, specifically designed to seduce men. Xiao Wu paused for a moment, her gaze towards Tang San suddenly taking on a peculiar intensity. In an instant, her emotions shifted dramatically. You scoundrel! How dare you call me a fox spirit? I challenge you to a duel. As she spoke, she leaped from her bed, claws bared, lunging at Tang San. The other students had long since grown accustomed to such antics. The playful brawls between Xiao Wu and Tang San were a common spectacle, and should a day pass without their spirited skirmishes, it would indeed feel rather unsettling. The following morning, as Tang San set out on his journey, he found himself accompanied by a lively young girl clad in the uniform of Nodding Academy, departing from Nodding City towards the Sacred Soul Village. The past year had been extraordinarily fulfilling for Tang San, a time of great satisfaction during which he had successfully broken through the first barrier of the Xintian skill. Through his diligent training, he had made significant progress. By his own estimation, he had now reached a level that could be classified as upper mid-second realm, with his soul power hovering around levels 16 to 17. Within the academy, the only one who could rival his soul power was Xiao Wu. Although he had not observed her training much, their comparisons of soul power always revealed a close contest. At times, Tang San would hold a slight advantage, only to find himself surpassed by Xiao Wu on other occasions. Though they were merely children, neither was willing to concede. Their sparring sessions were inevitable. Initially, senior students like Xiao Qinyu and Wang Sheng would occasionally join, but as Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul powers surged, they ceased to intervene. After all, who would wish to be reduced to a mere punching bag? Thus, while Xiao Wu was officially recognized as the leader among the students of nodding, in practice, Xiao Qinyu and his peers would affectionately refer to Tang San as Little San Brother. In their sparring, Tang San often found himself at a disadvantage, as Xiao Wu's myriad of attack techniques, particularly her agility, made her feel as soft and formidable as a rice cake. Without relying on their soul rings, Tang San would almost certainly be defeated. Even with the aid of his soul ring, utilizing the entanglement and paralysis effects of his blue silver grass, he could only manage a stalemate against Xiao Wu. He refrained from employing the secret projectiles he had been secretly practicing, not only because of their potential lethality, but also because he wished to hone his close combat skills against Xiao Wu. Perhaps due to their mutual training partnership, both advanced in combat proficiency at a remarkable pace. The academy's teachers had grown indifferent to their antics. Despite being mere first-year students, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already earned a reputation as prodigies within the academy. "How much further is it?" Xiao Wu asked, glancing around. "We are almost there. Do you see that mountain over there? Our sacred soul village lies at its foot." As he approached home, Tang San could not help but feel a surge of excitement. If it were not for the regulations of Nodding Academy, which mandated that students return to the academy for residence each night with teachers conducting room checks, he might have already visited his father. After a year apart, he wondered, "Father, how have you been?" Perhaps due to his past life as an orphan. In this life, Tang San cherished this bond of kinship even more. He touched the 24-bridge bright moon night at his waist, where lay the forging hammer he had brought for his father, along with new clothes and a few bottles of fine wine. The small mountain village he had lived in for 6 years was now within sight, and for reasons unknown, a peculiar emotion gradually surfaced within him. If it were to be described in a single phrase, he would say, "There is truly a wonderful feeling in having a home," even if that home consisted only of himself and his father. Before long, the two had entered Holy Soul Village, and Tang San's home was at the village's edge. He raised his hand to point at the dilapidated sign atop the roof and smiled at Xiao Wu, saying, "Look, that is my home." With home now in sight, Tang San's spirits involuntarily soared. Quickening his pace, he hurried to the doorstep in a flurry of 3 steps at a time. The door stood ajar, just as it had when he left, a habit of Tang Hao's, for there was little of value in the blacksmith shop to be stolen. "Father, I'm back," Tang San exclaimed with fervor. Xiao Wu had never witnessed Tang San in such a state of excitement. Standing behind him, she looked on with curiosity in her perception. Tang San was a rather gentle friend, often quiet yet perpetually busy, always engaged in some task. It was only during their sparring sessions that one could glimpse his earnest side. Even when he lost to her, he had never exhibited anger or agitation. As he called out, Tang San swiftly made his way inside. Everything seemed unchanged. The blacksmith shop was as cluttered as ever, perhaps even more so than before, with a disheveled air that instead brought him a sense of warmth. "Oh, Xiao San, you've returned," a gentle voice resonated. Emerging from the inner room was none other than Elder Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Upon seeing him, Tang San momentarily froze. "Grandpa Jack, you're here too." "Where is my father?" Elder Jack, with a faint smile of bittersweetness, handed Tang San a piece of paper, saying, "Take a look at this. It was left by your father. I came to find him this morning, intending to have him join me in welcoming you. But it seems you have already returned." A thread of anxiety wove its way into Tang San's heart as he hurriedly accepted the paper from Elder Jack and lowered his gaze to read. The page bore only a few hastily scrawled lines, the handwriting rough yet brimming with a bold spirit. To be continued, Chapter 13. A Father's Message, 3, Xiao San. By the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not seek for me. It is futile. Though you are still young, you possess the ability to take care of yourself. Only by spreading your wings can a fledgling soar to greater heights. Do not worry about me. You have inherited much of your mother's delicacy in your character. Your father is a man of little worth. As you grow, I must retrieve that which rightfully belongs to me. One day, you and I shall meet again. I wish for you to become powerful, yet I also hope you do not. Your path is yours to choose. If one day you find the profession of a soul master unsatisfactory, then return to Holy Soul Village and, like me, become a blacksmith. Do not dwell on it. Tang Hao. Gazing at the paper in his hand, Tang San found himself in a state of shock. as overwhelming joy was abruptly transformed into helpless despair. "Father has left. Why did you have to go?" Old Jack observed Tang San's dazed expression and forced a smile, saying, "That fellow Tang Hao left without a hint of warning, just the day before. He was here crafting farming tools. Now that he has departed, we will need to find another blacksmith. This man is truly irresponsible." Slowly regaining his senses, Tang San asked, "Grandpa Jack, are you saying that father just left in the past few days?" Old Jack nodded. "Indeed, he must have just left recently, little San. Do not be disheartened. Such a father is not worth your sorrow. Come with me to my home." Tang San silently shook his head, carefully folding the paper and placing it within his bosom. "Thank you, Grandpa Jack, but my home is quite disordered, so I cannot invite you to stay. I still have to tidy up." Old Jack was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the young Tang San to issue an eviction. Sighing, he replied, "Very well. However, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." With a resigned shake of his head, he turned and walked outside. With Old Jack's departure, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained in the blacksmith shop. Tang San remained silent as he began to tidy the cluttered room, organizing each item within. Strangely, the usually lively Xiao Wu kept silent as well, quietly assisting him in putting things in order. Fetching clean water from the outdoor tank to help wipe away the dust within the room, the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Master was in his chamber, engrossed in a book, feeling an emptiness in his heart upon Tang San's return home. After a year of companionship, despite not voicing it, his feelings for this disciple had deepened continuously. Even this morning, as Tang San departed, he had hesitated over whether to visit his family. Ultimately, Master dismissed this notion for reasons he could not articulate. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Master's brows furrowed. Aside from Tang San, no one ever came to see him. "Enter," he said, setting the book aside with a calm demeanor. The door opened, and a tall figure stepped inside. Clad in a simple gray robe, his disheveled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his aged face bore the marks of time. His murky eyes seemed to reflect the fragility of old age, incongruous with his approximately 50 years of appearance. "Greetings, Master," the newcomer spoke in a deep, somewhat hoarse voice. For reasons unknown, as soon as this person entered, Master instinctively tensed, his soul power unconsciously enveloping his entire being. "Who are you?" he inquired, rising slowly, confusion evident in his eyes. The gray-clad man replied nonchalantly, "It has been nearly 20 years since we last met. Given my current appearance, it is no wonder you do not recognize me. My name is Tang Hao." "Tang Hao?" The master's demeanor, usually as tranquil as a still pond, suddenly transformed. His pupils sharpened with acute focus, fixated intently on the individual before him. His hands gripped the table, fingers turning an ashen hue. You are Hao." Tang Hao waved his hand, halting the master's words, and coldly replied, "There is no need to mention past titles. In the years gone by, we shared a few encounters. While others may perceive you as merely a madman, I recognize your unwavering dedication." The master's emotions gradually settled, his rigid visage subtly shifting, revealing my conjecture was not in vain. "Indeed, you are the father of Xiao San. He has returned home. What brings you here?" Tang Hao nodded slightly, responding with a detached air, "It is precisely because he has returned home that I am here. I am aware that you have taken him as your disciple. As a father, I ought to have met you long ago. I am leaving now, and my only concern is him. Thus, I wish to entrust Xiao San to your care. You are departing? Where will you go?" "He is your son." The master glared at Tang Hao, his gaze sharp. Tang Hao maintained his icy demeanor. "He is also your disciple. I must leave. There are numerous matters that require my attention. If he stays with me, he shall not find happiness. I have no other demands. His life is for him to choose. It has been 10 years since I departed from this world. Now he has grown, and there are certain things I must attend to." The master inhaled deeply. "I cannot fathom what has transpired in your life. Yet it is evident that Xiao San is deeply attached to you. Do you not think departing in such a manner is exceedingly cruel to him?" Tang Hao replied coolly, "He has chosen to tread an extraordinary path. Remaining with me would indeed be his cruelty. I have said all I wish to convey. Remember, he is my son, no matter the circumstances." Upon uttering this, Tang Hao raised his hand, causing a dark token to clatter onto the table before the master. The token bore a striking resemblance to the one the master had presented when leading Tang San into the soul-hunting forest, except this one was adorned with a distinct pattern of 6th, chapter 13. A Father's Message, Part 4. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and Tang Hao's towering silhouette vanished. The master stood motionless before the door for a considerable time. Eventually, he lowered his head slowly, his gaze settling upon the token. A bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I never anticipated that my idol would have transformed into this, as the sun dipped low in the west. Two petite figures sat side by side before a blacksmith's forge, clad in identical attire, quietly observing the world around them. The sun's waning rays cast a soft crimson glow upon them, as if branding their forms with a golden-red hue. The girl on the left turned her head to glance at the boy, resting her chin on her hands, poised to speak. Yet ultimately refraining, it was the boy who broke the silence, gripping a brand-new forging hammer in his hand. Xiao Wu, thank you. Thank you for what? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Thank you for always being by my side. Tang San lowered his head, gazing at the ground beneath him, his eyes clouded with a sense of disorientation and haze. Yet he ultimately refrained from allowing tears to fall. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, giving Tang San's shoulder a forceful nudge that nearly toppled him. Not be so melancholic. Your father has merely departed temporarily. One day, you shall reunite. Perhaps his absence is intended to foster your growth and fortify your spirit. If you continue in this manner, would it not betray his heartfelt intentions? A bitter smile flickered across Tang San's face. Perhaps that is true, but why must he deny me even a final farewell? Xiao Wu, with a playful toss of her long braid, responded, without your father, you still have me as a friend. If you insist on seeking a relative, I would gladly assume the role of your sister. Come now, call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. Everyone else does, and you are the only exception. As Tang San beheld Xiao Wu's charming demeanor and her rosy cheeks illuminated by the setting sun, he could not help but smile. That it is indeed a beautiful thing to have companionship when one's heart is at its most fragile. If you wish to be my sister, I shall not object. If memory serves me right, although we share the same birth year, you are a few months my junior. I was born in January, while you arrived in August. Am I correct? Not a chance. I shall be the sister, not the younger sibling, Xiao Wu retorted playfully, raising her hand to playfully tap Tang San on the head. Tang San swiftly evaded, leaping 3 meters away. Xiao Wu, come with me up the mountain. I have something to show you. His expression grew serious, as if he had resolved upon something significant. Xiao Wu, sensing the gravity of the moment, ceased her playful antics, her face adopting a more obedient demeanor as she nodded in acquiescence. Tang San took her delicate hand in his, and together they sprinted towards the hills beyond the village. Their shadows elongated on the ground beneath the golden rays of the setting sun. They reached the mountain summit, where Tang San paused, slightly breathless from exertion, his eyes now veiled in shades of violet. Xiao Wu, this is where I used to practice my cultivation. He turned to her earnestly. I wish to pose a serious question, and I hope you will respond with sincerity. Xiao Wu pressed her lips together, teasingly remarking, you bear a striking resemblance to those old men at the academy. Tang San slowly pivoted to face her, his gaze earnest. Would you be willing to be my sister? I genuinely long for another family member. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Tang San interjected. Please, allow me to finish. I possess nothing. You have seen my family circumstances. I am merely a poor commoner. I cannot offer you wealth or power. You, too, are endowed with innate soul power, yet your background is undoubtedly steeped in mystery. I have refrained from inquiring, fearing that our disparities would render even friendship unattainable. Nevertheless, I truly wish for a sister like you. While I cannot provide the luxuries of nobility, I can offer you my unwavering promise. I shall forever protect my younger sister, ensuring that she does not suffer even the slightest harm. Gazing into Tang San's tear-brimmed eyes, Xiao Wu's own began to redden gradually. What if one day, many wished to take my life, and those individuals were beyond your ability to contend with? A faint smile suddenly graced Tang San's face. Let them first tread over my corpse. Xiao Wu fell silent, and Tang San refrained from speaking further, as the crimson hues of the sunset gradually faded. The stars in the sky began to emerge quietly. Brother, Xiao Wu broke the tranquil silence with a simple word. The tears she had been holding back finally cascaded down at that moment. Tang San, trembling, grasped Xiao Wu's hand and said, Thank you, sister. Though their father had departed, he now had a sister. Tang San looked skyward, silently vowing to the stars above for a lifetime. As night descended, The two children sat atop the mountain, feeling the gentle breeze of the peaks, gazing at the stars and moon above. The tranquil atmosphere and fresh air enveloped them in a comforting embrace. "Can I not call you brother?" Xiaowu turned to Tang San beside her. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" A hint of blush appeared on Xiaowu's face. "Well, I am the leader of all the students at Notting. If I suddenly have multiple brothers, what will they think of me?" Tang San chuckled. "Very well. You may simply call me Xiaosa and as long as I know in my heart that you are my sister." "What significance does the title hold?" As he spoke, Tang San raised his hand, rolled down his sleeve, and removed the wrist crossbow from his left arm. "We are now sworn siblings. I possess nothing of great value. So allow me to gift you this for your protection. It is my very first creation." Xiaowu, intrigued, looked at the wrist crossbow he offered. "What is this?" With this chapter, the childhood segment has reached its conclusion. From the next chapter onward, Xiao San will leap forward 6 years, reaching the age of 12. The overarching plot will gradually unfold. To be continued, Chapter 14. The Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Daimu Bai, Part 1. Tang San smiled slightly and said, "I call it a wrist crossbow. It can also be referred to as a silent wrist crossbow. By merely activating the switch, 3 small arrows within can be launched according to your control, either one at a time or all 3 simultaneously. Due to its minimal sound upon activation, it is challenging for opponents to detect, thus proving advantageous when facing adversaries of similar strength." Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise, "Why have I never seen you use such a device during our sparring sessions?" Tang San replied with a calm smile, "Silly girl, we are classmates and friends. How could I employ such a lethal weapon? Do you recall the time I struck you with a stone? Did you think that was merely coincidence? Look, there's a mosquito over there." Following Tang San's, Xiaowu glanced 3 meters away, where indeed a mosquito buzzed, barely visible in the moonlight. "If I told you that I could hit its left wing without harming its life, would you believe me?" Xiaowu fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "Are you jesting?" A flicker of violet light flashed in Tang San's eyes as he swiftly raised his right hand. A faint shadow vanished quietly, and the mosquito disappeared into thin air. Grasping Xiaowu's hand, Tang San urged, "Follow me." He led her to a towering tree not far away and halted. Without needing Tang San to point it out, Xiaowu could clearly see a 3-inch-long steel needle gleaming under the starlight. Embedded in the tree trunk, it appeared as though something was struggling desperately against it. Lowering her head for a closer look, Xiaowu gasped in astonishment, nearly exclaiming. The needle was piercing through the mosquito's left wing, firmly securing it to the tree, yet the mosquito was remarkably lively, evidently in no danger of dying. How did you accomplish this?" Xiaowu gazed at Tang San in shock. If it weren't for her constant companionship with him, she would have thought this was a premeditated setup. Tang San withdrew the steel needle, and when he opened his palm again, the needle had vanished. "This is my secret, which I refer to as a hidden weapon. Even my father is unaware of it. I merely wish to convey that I possess the ability to protect my sister." Xiaowu, ever intrigued by novel experiences, shook Tang San's hand excitedly and exclaimed, "Oh, dear brother, could you teach me?" Tang San smiled wryly and replied, "With your propensity for violence, if you were to learn hidden weapons as well, who knows how many would suffer as a result? Moreover, mastering hidden weapons is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. The wrist crossbow I provided you is a form of hidden weapon. Focus on mastering it first." Learning the Tang sect's hidden weapons was no easy feat. The primary requirement was a foundation in Shintian skill, and since Xiaowu's soul power was already considerable, it was evidently impossible for her to retrain in Shintian skill. Tang San had secretly resolved to equip her with some mechanical hidden weapons in the future. That would suffice. Tang San personally affixed the wrist crossbow onto Xiaowu's left arm, adjusting it to fit snugly against her arm. He then meticulously explained the usage of the silent wrist crossbow to her and allowed her to practice a few times. Xiaowu instantly took a liking to this precious item. As she wandered off to practice shooting with the wrist crossbow, Tang San slowly lifted his gaze to the stars above, murmuring to himself, "Father, are you truly afraid that I will not grow strong by your side? Do not worry. I shall strive diligently to become a true man. One day, I will make you proud. I have been away from the Tang sect for 6 years. Yet I will forever remain a member of the Tang sect. In this Douluo Continent, I will undoubtedly carry forward the legacy of the Tang sect." Suddenly, his jade-like hands flung outward, unleashing countless strands of silvery light that soared into the heavens, as Tang San's eyes gleamed with a violet brilliance. 5 years later, in the Baloch Kingdom, located south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fasnuo province. It is referred to as a kingdom, yet its area is merely 3/4 that of the Fasnuo province, being a part of the Tiando Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms within it. The king of Baloch, Kandera, is the cousin of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Okura. To the south of the Baloch Kingdom lies a direct border with the Xinglua Empire. Hence, among the 4 great kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, the military strength of the Baloch Kingdom is the most formidable, serving as the very gateway to the Tiando Empire. Originally, the Tiando Empire comprised 10 provinces. However, following the division among the 4 great kingdoms, it evolved into 6 factions. The empire itself directly governs 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms controls one. Additionally, there exists a duchy, subordinate to the kingdoms, occupying the smallest province in the eastern part of the empire. On the surface, the 4 great kingdoms and that single duchy are all under the dominion of the Tiando Empire, yet, in reality, these 5 nations have long since transformed into states within a state, operating autonomously apart from necessary tributes. Were it not for the Tiando royal family's command of substantial military forces, perhaps internal strife would have already erupted. The Xinglua Empire finds itself in a similar predicament. Thus, while both empires appear robust, they are, in truth, on a gradual decline. It is uncertain when the entire continent's landscape may abruptly shift. Within the Baloch Kingdom lie 2 cities of paramount importance. The first is Baloch City, the capital where King Kandera resides, serving as the political and economic nucleus of the entire Baloch Kingdom. The other city is Soto City, located in the kingdom's most fertile region, the Lima Plain, renowned as the Granary of Baloch. Both cities are heavily garrisoned, representing the kingdom's utmost priorities. Soto City is a large metropolis, evident from its 3rd-tier Wuhuan palace configuration. At this moment, just past noon, under the blazing sun, 2 young individuals enter through the western gate of Soto City. They appear to be merely in their teenage years, carrying no luggage, 1 male and 1 female. Chapter 14. The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mubai, Part 2. The boy, clad in simple attire, looks to be around 12 or 13 years of age, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. He is dressed in a light blue outfit that is both practical and neat. Around his waist, he dons a belt adorned with 24 gemstones. His black, shoulder-length hair hangs loosely, and though his looks may not be conventionally handsome, he exudes an approachable charm, consistently wearing a faint smile. If the boy appears calm and ordinary, the girl beside him radiates an aura of extraordinary allure. Her silky black hair is meticulously styled into a neat scorpion braid, cascading well past her calves. She stands slightly taller than the boy, adorned in a snug pink top that accentuates her developing figure. While her bosom may not yet be ample, her slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand, evokes envy among countless women. Her long, toned thighs are enveloped in white trousers, boasting a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful appearance, her round, pert backside betrays a certain allure. Her naturally arched eyebrows frame a pair of large, sparkling eyes, complemented by her slightly rounded, rosy cheeks. Not only is she beautiful, but she also possesses a hint of playfulness, encapsulating the very essence of cuteness, as if the term were tailor-made for her. The boy standing beside her is already overshadowed by her intangible radiance. The girl raised her hand to gently brush her forehead, which bore a slight sheen of perspiration, and with a hint of complaint said, "We've finally arrived at this so-called Soto City. I truly cannot fathom what Master was thinking." Several intermediate spirit master academies had expressed their unconditional willingness to enroll us. Yet he insisted that you take the entrance exam at this dilapidated institution that hasn't even been classified by rank. The boy smiled faintly and replied, "The teacher asked me to take the exam, but he did not extend the same invitation to you. It's not my fault you insisted on coming along. Fortunately, the Baloch Kingdom shares a border with the Fasno province. Otherwise, you would surely have more grievances to voice." The girl shot him an exasperated glance. "You ungrateful soul. It's not as if I did this solely for you. After all, you are my brother." She continued, "Regardless, the exam is not until the day after tomorrow. You must accompany me around Soto City for a couple of days to make amends for the emotional distress I've suffered." The boy chuckled, "The illustrious leader of the Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years, and yet you speak of an innocent heart? If your little followers were to witness this, I wonder if they might leap into the river in shock." The pair, a boy and a girl, were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. who had recently graduated from the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy after 5 years of diligent study. Given their extraordinary talents, Notting Academy had intended to recommend them for direct admission into intermediate Spirit Master Academies, and several prestigious institutions had even sent invitations, presenting them with ample options. However, Master insisted that Tang San decline all offers and sit for the entrance exam at a southern academy in Soto City named Shrek. After 6 years of guidance, Tang San had developed a profound respect for Master, akin to that of a son for his father. He understood that Master S' insistence was undoubtedly for his own benefit, and thus he agreed without hesitation. Over the course of 6 years, the bond between Tang San and Xiaowu had deepened to that of siblings. Naturally, when Tang San chose this path, Xiaowu followed suit. Upon leaving the academy, Master informed Tang San that he would be visiting the capital and would return to find them. The 6 years spent in Notting had been incredibly fulfilling for Tang San. His days were filled with classes in the mornings, work in the afternoons, and training in the evenings, leaving little time for leisure. At 12 years of age, he no longer appeared as frail as he once did. His daily labor in the blacksmith shop had endowed him with a robust physique. Though not overly imposing, beneath his fitted attire lay a body brimming with explosive strength. Xiaowu pouted and insisted. "Regardless, are you going to agree or not?" Tang San chuckled lightly. "It's up to you. However, after such a long journey, are you not weary? Should we not find a place to rest before anything else? It's nearly noon. Let us have a meal first." Xiaowu replied with a grin. "Now that sounds more like it." Tang San seldom contradicted her wishes. Ever since they established their sibling relationship, he had taken on the role of a protective older brother. Although he was often busy, the concern that occasionally slipped through his demeanor brought Xiaowu great comfort. Soto City was significantly larger and far more vibrant than Notting City, with soldiers patrolling the streets and a bustling crowd flowing in every direction. After a light meal, the two began their search for lodgings, and it wasn't long before Xiaowu discovered a rather quaint hotel. The hotel rises 3 stories high, although its scale may not be particularly grand. Its exterior is adorned in a resplendent rose-red hue. The architectural style of the entire establishment resembles a magnificent rose blossom, instantly captivating the eye. "Rose Hotel?" Xiao San suggested. "Let us stay here," Xiaowu pointed out. "Whatever you say," replied Tang San nonchalantly. Over the past few years of working, combined with the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, he has managed to save a modest sum. Xiaowu, indifferent to the amount of money, spends generously. To avoid frequent overdrafts, she simply entrusts all her earnings to Tang San, allowing him to manage their finances, which helps her save a little. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, one is immediately greeted by an enchanting scent of roses, a fragrant aroma that soothes the senses and creates a delightful atmosphere. The interior decor features only 3 colors: white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, unique, and elegant environment that is sure to leave a positive impression. Tang San approached the front desk and requested, "Please arrange 2 rooms for us." The attendant behind the counter quickly stood up, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiaowu, a flicker of envy evident in his eyes. "Sir, are you truly sure you want to book 2 rooms?" Tang San nodded, inquiring, "Is there a problem?" The attendant emphasized, "Indeed, there is only 1 room left." Surprised, Tang San furrowed his brow. In his 2 lifetimes, he had shared a bed with Xiaowu during their childhood without much thought, yet now, with both having matured, he was acutely aware of the propriety surrounding male-female relationships. The attendant reassured him, "Rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious and well-equipped. 2 people will have more than enough space." As he spoke, he cast Tang San a suggestive glance that was ambiguous and unspoken, which Tang San, of course, failed to comprehend. Xiaowu, with her usual boldness, interjected, "Then let us take 1 room. We've always shared a dormitory in Notting. Haven't we? What is the big deal? We can save some money for pretty clothes." Tang San shook his head helplessly. He was not intrinsically stubborn. If necessary, he could sleep on the floor, as he generally practiced cultivation at night, which provided the best rest. "All right then, please proceed with booking that room for me." Just as the attendant was about to process Tang San's request, an unexpected voice interrupted, "I believe that room should belong to me." Both Tang San and Xiaowu turned to see 3 figures approaching from behind them, making their way toward the counter. Among them were 2 young women, adorned in vibrant attire, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, tall and slightly taller than Xiaowu. What was most astonishing was that their features were strikingly identical, revealing them to be twins. Yet, Tang San's attention was not drawn to the two exquisite young ladies. Rather, it was captivated by the young man walking between them. The man stood at approximately 1 meter 80. Towering half a head above him, he appeared youthful, even younger than the two young maidens behind him. With broad shoulders and a handsome visage imbued with a hint of ruggedness, his long golden hair cascaded down his back, nearly reaching his waist. His hair fell straight and smooth, not a curl in sight. Most striking were his eyes. Those were eyes of an otherworldly nature, each possessing a dual pupil. Within the depths of his deep blue irises lay a chilling gaze, emanating a profound coldness from within as his eyes flickered between half open and half closed. An eerie light danced within them. A mere glance from him felt like being sliced by a blade. Such an extraordinarily handsome countenance, coupled with those piercing eyes, ensured that this man would draw attention wherever he went. Upon seeing him, Tang San's first thought was that he was undeniably strong. The twin maidens had linked their arms with one of the mans, who paid no heed to Tang San as his gaze swept over Xiao Wu. A peculiar glimmer sparked in his eyes, though it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Approaching the counter, he looked at the server and inquired, "You must be new here. Is there not a room reserved for me?" The server hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "May I ask who you are?" The man with the dual pupils replied impatiently, "Summon your manager." Feeling a chill run down her spine under his gaze, the server hurriedly rushed to the back to fetch her superior. Tang San calmly remarked, "It seems this gentleman arrived first." The man with the dual pupils did not even turn his head, coldly retorting, "And what of it?" He had no habit of explaining himself to others. While Tang San maintained a relatively mild temper, Xiao Wu was not one to be easily intimidated. In a swift motion, she positioned herself beside Tang San and boldly declared, "You should leave at once." Finally, the man turned around, his icy, sinister gaze landing on Xiao Wu. He nodded slightly, "Very well, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You both emit fluctuations of soul power. You must be soul masters. Why not confront me together? If you can defeat me, I shall leave immediately. Otherwise, I invite you to demonstrate how to roll." Hearing his words, the twin maidens beside him erupted into delighted laughter, showing no sign of concern as they gently released their hold on the man and stepped aside. At that moment, the earlier server emerged from the back, accompanied by a middle-aged man. It was evident that he had overheard the exchange between the man with the dual pupils, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, and his expression was one of urgent anxiety. "Let us not resort to violence. Let us talk it out," he implored. The man with the dual pupils cast a sidelong glance at him. "Manager Wang, it seems your business acumen has improved." Manager Wang wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile as he replied, "Young Master Dai, please do not say that it is entirely the fault of my subordinate. This lad just arrived yesterday and is unaware of the rules. Why, sincerest apologies. I shall arrange a room for you immediately." Turning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he expressed a deep sense of regret. "I apologize, esteemed guests. That room has been reserved by young Master Dai. I kindly ask you to consider another establishment." If it were up to Tang San's disposition, he would have readily acquiesced, for there were numerous hotels to choose from, and he did not mind seeking another. Yet, Xiao Wu, with her tempestuous temperament, was hardly one to easily compromise. "We certainly would not yield. So what now? Such disdainful creatures, looking down upon others. Do you not think that our youth makes us easy to bully?" Dai Xiao let out a cold snort, stating that even if they wished to relent, it would not be so simple. Having insulted him, they could not simply walk away. Dai Xiao, you?" Manager Wang exclaimed anxiously. His face a mask of pleading, a glint of fierce intensity flashed in Dai Xiao's eyes as he commanded, "Less talk, I will bear all losses." Having grown accustomed to being the leader at Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu could not tolerate the arrogance emanating from her opponent and was ready to charge at him. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's shoulder firmly, saying, "Let me handle this." Xiao Wu, dissatisfied, retorted, "Why? I can handle it myself. I have no idea who he is." Tang San furrowed his brow and replied, "As a young lady, you ought to speak more respectfully. Have you forgotten what I previously said? I will always protect you. This matter lies between men." He restrained Xiao Wu not only out of concern for her safety, sensing the opponent's formidable strength, but also because if defeat were to come, he would rather endure humiliation himself than allow Xiao Wu to be insulted. To be continued, Chapter 14. The evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mu Bai upon hearing the words, I will always protect you. Xiao Wu's furious expression softened as she glanced at Tang San and said, Then you be careful. There is no need for disputes. As I said, both of you should come at me together, Dai Xiao impatiently declared. Tang San, calm and composed, stepped forward 2 paces, inviting, Please, instruct me. A flicker of malice shone in Dai Xiao's eyes as he suddenly raised his right fist, charging forward to strike Tang San squarely in the chest. His movement was simple and devoid of embellishment. Yet Tang San's expression shifted, for the momentum of this punch surged to its peak due to the combined force and speed. Without abundant practical experience, how could one achieve such prowess? At that moment, Tang San could not afford to retreat. Should he do so, the opponent's momentum would only swell, amplifying the punch's potency. Thus, rather than retreating, he advanced instead. With a swift step forward, Tang San closed the distance by 3 meters, aiming to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. He too unleashed a right punch, which transformed into a lustrous, milky white. There was a resounding thud as Dai Xiao's body halted abruptly, while Tang San was unable to maintain his balance. Stumbling back 4 or 5 steps before steadying himself, the flicker of surprise crossed Dai Xiao's face. He had not anticipated that this youth, seemingly younger than himself, could withstand his blow. Most astonishing to Dai Xiao was the pain radiating from his right hand. Despite his advantage in sheer force, Tang San's fist felt as solid as if it were forged from bronze and iron. Tang San, too, was taken aback. After all, his punch not only contained the inner strength of his Xian Tian Gong, but his own physical power was also far beyond what one would expect for his age. Years of smithing had endowed him with extraordinary strength, and coupled with the unique properties of the Xian Yu hand, these 3 advantages combined still led to his defeat. The opponent's strength is formidable, yet it is not a violent kind of force. Rather, it is a concentrated one, as if all the power has coalesced into a fist-sized mass, unleashing a shockwave that causes Tang San's internal energy to surge tumultuously. Well, if you can withstand my punch, you have earned the right to be my adversary, Dai Xiao declared coldly, his figure expanding once more. This time, his assault was far from simple. He launched himself from the ground, soaring upwards in an instant, his limbs spreading out in a peculiar manner, seemingly rife with openings. However, his limbs were subtly in motion, as if brimming with innumerable follow-up techniques. Tang San's expression had turned exceedingly grave. He slightly bent his knees, his toes pointed inward, and his calves instantaneously propelled him forward. His left arm circled from the outside while his right arm pushed outward from the inside, adopting a remarkably unique stance. Dai Xiao's strike could be deemed his signature technique. Regardless of how the opponent attempts to block or counterattack, he possesses multiple responses, and the seemingly flawed movements conceal profound offensive strategies, with all 4 limbs serving as lethal weapons. Just as his assault was about to commence, an invisible force suddenly surged from below. This power felt somewhat viscous, lacking in overwhelming impact, yet it was remarkably resilient. Dai Xiao, suspended in midair with no means to leverage, felt his body being inexorably diverted from its original trajectory, causing him to veer to the side, rendering all his attacks aimless. What kind of power is this? A sense of astonishment flickered briefly in Dai Xiao's mind. However, his extensive combat experience enabled him to swiftly twist his waist in the air, executing a horizontal rotation before landing steadily on the ground. At that precise moment, Tang San initiated his attack. He had chosen his timing impeccably, striking just as Dai Xiao's feet touched the ground, an instance when it was most difficult to exert force. Employing the ghost shadow misty steps, Tang San appeared to take 3 light, fragmented steps, positioning himself beside Dai Xiao, and simultaneously thrusting both palms toward Dai Xiao's shoulders. A wicked glimmer flashed in Dai Xiao's eyes. His 4 pupils seemed to shine in unison as he exhaled sharply, retracting his shoulders while his fists shot forward, simultaneously thrusting upwards to strike at Tang San's elbows. The fierce power of his punches produced a series of explosive sounds in the air. Attesting to the tremendous strength contained within Dai, he unleashed his fists. Dai Xiao's right leg shot up instantly, aiming directly at Tang San's chin from such a close distance, showcasing his remarkable flexibility. Should any of his attacks connect, given his superior power over Tang San, it would immediately incapacitate him. But could Tang San allow him such satisfaction? Let us not forget, this was Tang San's primary offensive. As his palms, aimed at Dai Xiao's shoulders, lost their target with the opponent's retraction, Tang San did not withdraw his hands. Instead, they swept downward, once again invoking the pliable potential Dai Xiao had sensed earlier. Dai Xiao's powerful arms were instantly redirected outward, causing his explosive punches to narrowly miss Tang San. Simultaneously, as Tang San's hands swiped out, his left foot advanced forward, his body leaning to the side, his shoulder charging directly toward Dai Xiao's chest. This maneuver deftly evaded the kick Dai Xiao had launched, as if every action had been meticulously calculated. This moment, Dai Xiao's foot made contact with the ground, leaving no room for evasion. The attack was swiftly deflected by the opponent's hands, rendering him at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Tang San's shoulder collided violently against Dai Xiao's chest, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the observing twin sisters. Dai Xiao's body was propelled backward, his upper body arching as he executed a backflip, soaring a full 5 meters before finally descending. Tang San did not pursue, instead watching quietly as Dai Xiao landed on the ground. From the contact with his opponent's chest, he realized he had not gained a significant advantage. To be continued, Chapter 14. The Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai Mubai, Part 5, in the instant of impact. Dai Xiao's pectoral muscles suddenly hardened like iron. Although he was sent flying due to the advantage, his shoulder throbbed with a searing pain. A grimace crossed Dai Xiao's face as he reluctantly acknowledged that he had underestimated the youth before him, who appeared to be several years his junior, yet possessed far greater strength than anticipated. "Shall we continue?" Tang San inquired calmly. Dai Xiao raised an eyebrow, of course. "Very well, you have forced me to employ my soul power. This contest is already a loss for me. However, I cannot be satisfied without engaging you in a proper duel. Regardless of the outcome of the subsequent matches, I yield this room to you today." The glimmer in Dai Xiao's evil eyes was not one of anger or hatred, but rather a peculiar brilliance. If one were to articulate it, the phrase "a hunter's delight" would be most fitting. His gaze resembled that of a man beholding an exquisite beauty, his shoulders quivering slightly as he raised his arms. Tang San's eyes began to shine with newfound intensity as he discerned that Dai Xiao had undergone a transformation. If he had previously exuded an icy disdain, he now radiated a fervent battle spirit. "White Tiger, manifest!" A surge of intense pale light erupted from him as Dai Xiao extended his arms outward, his chest puffed up. A cacophony of cracking bones resonated as his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. Each muscle became distinctly visible, and even the air around him seemed to grow tumultuous. His once golden hair morphed into a striking black and white pattern, predominantly white with a few strands of black standing out sharply. For faint lines emerged on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for King. His hands underwent the most significant transformation, swelling to twice their previous size, entirely covered in white fur. As his fingers flexed, short, dagger-like claws continuously emerged and retracted from his palms, each claw sharp as a blade and measuring a full 8 inches in length, shimmering with an eerie, cold light. Dai Xiao leaned forward, his eyes transforming into a deep, profound blue, reminiscent of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 3 luminous rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings swirled, an overwhelming pressure of surging soul power crashed upon them like tidal waves. "1,000-year soul ring," Xiaowu gasped, her eyes filled with a hint of panic. She wished to rush forward to fight alongside Tang San, but he held her back. "Die in the realm of soul rings. White signifies a decade, yellow denotes a century, and purple represents a millennium. Before us stands a youth known as Dai Xiao, who astonishingly possesses 3 soul rings, one of which is of the 1,000-year caliber. It is noteworthy that he appears to be merely 3 or 4 years older than Tang San and Xiaowu. The presence of 3 soul rings indicates that Dai Xiao's level has surpassed at least 30, classifying him as a soul master of the soul sovereign rank, wielding a formidable beast martial soul. Dai Mubai, martial soul. White Tiger, 37th level soul sovereign. Please instruct me." Amidst the imposing aura of Wei Lung, Dai Xiao proclaimed his martial soul and level, signaling a formal challenge. Confronted with immense pressure, Tang San began to undergo a transformation. The latent violent impulses within him gradually surfaced, his eyes veiled with a faint purple hue. As he slowly raised his right hand, a surge of deep blue light erupted, and a cluster of deep blue grass suddenly sprouted from his palm. Each blade appeared delicate, yet was adorned with serpent-like patterns. The grass no longer retained its previous flat form, but had transformed into a cylindrical shape, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the multitude of fine thorns covering each blade. A milky white light emanated from Tang San, causing the deep blue grass to expand dramatically as if stimulated. In the blink of an eye, it had thickened to the girth of a human arm, resembling a vine. The black serpentine patterns shimmered with a subtle glow, moving with the grace of dozens of large serpents coiling around Tang San's body. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended simultaneously from beneath his feet, swirling above him. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass. 29th Level Tool Soul Master. Please instruct me. Dai Mubai, with eyebrows as white as his hair, raised an inquisitive brow. Is your martial soul merely blue silver grass? Tang San echoed the master's original words. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Dai Mubai was the second most formidable martial soul user Tang San had encountered since entering the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, the only one who had displayed the prowess of a 42nd level tool soul sect when assisting him in obtaining his second soul ring, at the invitation of the Academy's director. Yet, that director had long surpassed the age of 50, while Dai Mubai before him appeared to be merely 16 or 17. In a wonder, with his strength, inner power, and the Xinyu hand, Tang San had suffered setbacks during their initial clash. Such was the absolute disparity in power. This individual could be deemed the most powerful opponent Tang San had ever faced. Acutely aware of the significant gap that a single soul ring could create, especially considering that the opponent's third soul ring was of a millennium grade. The attributes and skills conferred were beyond what his 2 rings could contend with. In this battle, Tang San held no confidence. Perhaps only by unleashing his most concealed abilities could he hope to find a semblance of resistance. Indeed, it is well said. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Let me experience firsthand what peculiarities your blue-silver grass martial soul possesses. Dai Mubai moved. After the manifestation of his martial soul, he seemed entirely transformed, and as his white hair billowed, his body, brimming with explosive power, had already reached Tang San's presence. With a simultaneous flick, the claws attached to his 10 fingers sprang forth, lunging towards Tang San's body. To be continued, Chapter 14. The Evil-Eyed White Tiger Dai Mubai, Part 6. Tang San retreated with remarkable swiftness, employing the ghost shadow perplexing step, narrowly evading Dai Mubai's attack. At the same time, his blue-silver grass martial soul sprang into action, spiraling out in thick, dark blue tendrils that surged towards Dai Mubai from all directions. Meanwhile, Tang San himself appeared to vanish amidst the vines. Dai Mubai's sinister gaze flashed with intensity, his entire being enveloped in a surging soul power. As he waved his hands, he swept away the encroaching vines one by one. He had initially intended to sever the thick tendrils of blue-silver grass directly, but to his astonishment, he discovered that these vines were remarkably resilient. Even with the augmented power of his 37th level soul force, he could only penetrate halfway through the tendrils, unable to completely sever them. Once the vines escaped the range of his claws, they began to heal at an astonishing rate. A faintly sweet aroma of tea wafted through the air among the vines, which seemed inexhaustible, continuously emerging from all sides. Despite Dai Mubai's powers and speed being significantly enhanced by his martial soul, he found himself unable to break free from the confines of the vines. Is this blue-silver grass? Dai Mubai was greatly astonished. He had never anticipated that blue-silver grass could possess such formidable strength. His opponent had 1 less soul ring, yet the blue-silver grass was able to temporarily ensnare him. If they were of equal soul rings, the outcome of this battle would be quite uncertain. Dai Mubai was never a patient individual, but his competitive spirit was exceptionally strong. A brilliant white light surged forth, and his sinister gaze transformed into a brilliant white hue. Among his 3 soul rings, the first suddenly radiated with intense brilliance, forming a protective white shield that repelled the surrounding vines, preventing them from closing in. Immediately following, the second soul ring ignited, and a massive white light coalesced. Accompanied by a fierce tiger roar from Dai Mubai, a creamy white orb of light erupted from his mouth. The abilities associated with Dai Mubai's first 2 soul rings were the White Tiger Barrier and the White Tiger Radiant Wave. Their simultaneous activation unleashed a terrifying power. From an external perspective, Dai Mubai's form was ensnared by the massive tendrils, and just as Xiao Wu was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden burst of white light shot forth from the gaps in the vines, followed by a resounding explosion. The tendrils formed by the blue-silver grass shattered and scattered, and a powerful shockwave wreaked havoc throughout the Rose Hotel's lobby. The martial soul and its host were one. Tang San's complexion turned pale, and he staggered back a step to regain his footing. As the white light gradually receded, it revealed Dai Mubai's formidable figure. While the shattered blue-silver grass began to reassemble around Tang San, albeit in significantly fewer numbers than before. Tang San, the attack power of beast martial souls will always surpass that of weapon martial souls. Although your blue-silver grasses might have taken me by surprise, it ultimately cannot restrain me. Tang San responded with a calm smile. That may not be the case. Suddenly, the second spirit ring on Tang San's body burst forth with radiant light. Dai Mubai's body stiffened momentarily, as a dense layer of creeping vines had appeared around him without his notice. With the brilliance of Tang San's second spirit ring intensifying, the vines grew instantaneously, ensnaring Dai Mubai's form tightly. Although the thorns on the vines were merely an inch long, their relentless tightening inflicted excruciating pain upon Dai Mubai, while simultaneously, he realized that his body was beginning to succumb to numbness. Long before Tang San reached the 20th level, the master had already devised which type of spirit beast he would pursue for his second spirit ring. Tang San's second spirit ring was derived from a plant-type spirit beast known as the Ghost Vine. With a maximum absorption age of 764 years, the Ghost Vine's spirit ring that Tang San acquired possessed at least 600 years of cultivation. The Ghost Vine is an exceedingly fearsome plant-type spirit beast, endowed with potent neurotoxic properties. Once pierced by its thorns, the toxin would immediately disperse, ultimately transforming into pus to nourish the Ghost Vine. Moreover, what instills dread in spirit masters is the parasitic capability of the Ghost Vine. During its assault, it releases numerous minute seeds that latch onto its adversary. Provided the Ghost Vine receives sufficient energy or the seeds absorb ample nutrients, they will flourish upon the host, spreading neurotoxic effects with devastating consequences. To obtain this over 600-year-old Ghost Vine spirit ring, even the esteemed Dean of Nodding Academy, a formidable 42nd level tool spirit master, exerted considerable effort. Utilizing his own martial spirit, which countered the Ghost Vine, he ultimately subdued it, allowing Tang San to deliver the final blow. Upon acquiring the Ghost Vine spirit ring, Tang San experienced a substantial enhancement in all aspects of his attributes. His blue-silver grass became remarkably resilient, taking on an appearance akin to that of the Ghost Vine, though its color and patterns remained unchanged. Furthermore, the toxicity within him transformed into neuroparalysis, significantly amplifying its effects. Even the fragrance wafting through the air proved potent. The spirit ring skill bestowed upon Tang San by the Ghost Vine was the ability to parasitize. Through the infusion of soul power, the parasitic prowess exhibited by the Ghost Vine exceeded its natural capabilities. With soul power injected, the parasitic seeds would grow instantaneously, ensnaring their target in a manner that was nearly impossible to defend against. It could be deemed an exceedingly treacherous control skill. The resilience of the dual-ring blue-silver grass was evident, as Dai Mubai, at 37th level, could not sever it entirely even with his white tiger blade. Ultimately, he had underestimated Tang San and the blue-silver grass, leading to his downfall. Observing the astonishment in Dai Mubai's eyes, Tang San remarked, "My blue-silver grass is toxic. You must have inhaled some earlier, and when you unleashed your soul power to break free from my entanglement, it undoubtedly accelerated the circulation of your blood, hastening the toxin's effects. Thus, although you may not feel any immediate discomfort, your skin has already begun to exhibit signs of numbness, failing to detect the parasitic blue-silver grass seeds. Therefore, you have lost." Dai Mubai gazed at Tang San, enveloped entirely in the grasp of the blue-silver grass, save for his head. The malevolent glint in his eyes flickered ominously. What a formidable blue-silver grass! He conceded, "If I were in your position, possessing only 2 rings, I would indeed be at a disadvantage. My body has succumbed to paralysis, making it exceedingly arduous to extricate myself from the grasp of the blue-silver grass. However, I possess 1 more ring than you. Thus, I shall reveal to you the skill of my 3rd soul ring." The purple aura instantly illuminated, warping the air surrounding Dai Mubai, as his sinister gaze transformed into a blood-red hue. Subsequently, the blue-silver grass entwining him swelled dramatically, and with a thunderous explosion, all the blue-silver grass, including the parasitic seeds, was obliterated into powder. Dai Mubai's body underwent a second transformation. Tang San gasped in astonishment. Could this be the skill of a Millennium Soul Ring? To be continued, Chapter 15. The Art of the Millennium Soul Ring, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Part 1. As Dai Mubai found himself ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass second skill, he finally unleashed the power of his third soul ring. Before Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai underwent yet another transformation. His already formidable physique, augmented by the white tiger spirit, expanded further, with his muscles grotesquely swelling. His upper garments were utterly torn apart, revealing a terrifying outline of his muscular form. Strangely, dark black stripes materialized upon his skin, resembling tiger stripes in their essence. His claws grew larger, the emerging blades gleaming with a bright silver sheen. Most peculiarly, he was enveloped in a brilliant golden radiance, as if he were gilded in gold. His blood-red eyes radiated a bloodthirsty glimmer, exuding the overwhelming aura of a king among beasts. Although Tang San was uncertain of the implications of this transformation, he understood that since it was a third soul ring and a skill bestowed by a Millennium Soul Ring, its effects would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Sensing the impending danger, Xiao Wu instinctively unleashed her own soul ring. Like Tang San, 2 yellow rings appeared around her. Her adorable white ears perked up, and she appeared even more enchanting, her features softened in an alluring manner. The effects of different beast spirits varied. For instance, Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit rendered him more formidable and domineering, whereas Xiao Wu's rabbit spirit bestowed upon her a more graceful silhouette, elongating her legs in a manner befitting her rabbit-like characteristics. Tang San was unaware of the soul beast from which Xiao Wu's soul ring derived. During the summer break following their third-grade conclusion, with the assistance of Master and Principal Nuoding, Tang San acquired his second soul ring. While Xiao Wu returned home, by the time she returned, she had already obtained her second soul ring, another century ring. The bluish-black blue-silver grass surged forth from Tang San's vicinity, as the martial spirit need not emanate solely from the palms. The spiky tendrils darted through the air, obscuring Dai Mubai's vision while simultaneously wrapping around his limbs and neck. With the activation of Tang San's soul power, the first soul ring's binding skill was pushed to its limits. As he launched his assault, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu, who was eager to charge forth, and shook his head in disapproval. The battles between men are not to be interfered with by others. Otherwise, they will only be met with disdain from their opponent. Tang San's psychological age is far beyond the mere 12 years he appears to possess. He deeply understands this truth. Moreover, although he can sense the cold, domineering nature emanating from Dai Mubai, there is no hint of hostility. The moment Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a low, muffled groan escaped his lips. 10 beams of silver light crisscrossed through the air, as the rapidly entwining blue-silver grass came to an abrupt halt in midair. Subsequently, these remarkably resilient strands of blue-silver grass disintegrated into fine powder, dissipating into the atmosphere. Dai Mubai's robust form advanced step by step toward Tang San, his tiger claws unleashing silver blades that flickered ominously, exuding an astonishing pressure. Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive, its tenacity far exceeding my expectations. Even my normal soul power cannot sever it in a single strike. However, what I am employing now is the skill from my third soul ring, the White Tiger Vajra transformation. In order to acquire this soul ring, I endured numerous hardships and ultimately hunted down a 1,000-year-old Vajra tiger soul beast. It not only significantly enhances my strength, attack, and defense, but also grants me the ability of the White Tiger Vajra transformation. Dai Mubai halted his advance when he was still 10 meters away from Tang San and Xiao Wu. Refraining from launching an immediate attack, White Tiger Vajra transformation can sustain itself for half an hour, during which my resistance to abnormal states, alongside my attack power, defense, and strength, will double. With my soul power at level 37, under such amplification, your toxins are insufficient to harm me. Even if your soul skills are exquisite and your control-type martial soul is effective, ultimately, you are not my match. This exemplifies the absolute disparity in power. A crimson glint flashed within Dai Mubai's sinister gaze, and suddenly, his powerful muscles began to contract, the red light in his eyes quietly fading. The effects of the White Tiger martial soul gradually receded. At this moment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat amusing. His clothing was in tatters, the upper garment completely shredded, and his trousers were severely damaged, with numerous tears caused by the spiked blue-silver grass that had ensnared him earlier. As his sinister gaze returned to normal, Dai Mubai cast a profound glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, stating, "I believe we shall meet again soon. When you arrive at Shrek Academy, should anyone trouble you, invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the white tiger with the sinister gaze." With that, he waved farewell to the pair of twin beauties and strode out of the hotel. Unable to contain herself, Xiao Wu called after Dai Mubai's retreating figure. "How did you know we were headed to Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai paused, replying coldly, "You are merely around 12 years of age, are you not? At such an age, possessing soul power above level 20, what else could you be doing at this time if not enrolling at Shrek Academy? 12 years old. Ha! 12 years old, and I am already 15. Tang San, I will be waiting for you at Shrek Academy." As the final word faded, Dai Mubai had already exited the hotel. Watching his departing silhouette, Xiao Wu huffed in dissatisfaction. This person is truly inexplicable. It is evident he is not a good person. Xiao San, even when we arrive at Shrek Academy, let us refrain from engaging with him. To be continued, Chapter 15. The Technique of the Millennium Spirit Ring, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, Part 2. Tang San smiled faintly, his gaze following Dai Mubai's departing figure. "Why? I find this person rather agreeable. Though he may appear somewhat aloof, he is, in truth, quite straightforward." Xiao Wu retorted with indignation. "Agreeable? I believe that's an egregious error. Tell me, what good could possibly come from him bringing two girls to a hotel to book a room? Is it not blatant debauchery? Is he still to be considered a good person? And what of this so-called evil-eye white tiger? I'd say he is more akin to a lascivious tiger." Tang San furrowed his brow. "Xiao Wu, I realize your understanding has grown considerably." Unperturbed by the hint of discontent in Tang San's eyes, Xiao Wu proudly declared, "Of course, let us not forget. I am the leader of the Nodding Academy students." With a resigned shake of his head, Tang San replied, "I shall refrain from commenting on Dai Mubai's personal preferences. However, based on our recent encounter, he possesses commendable attributes. His strength surpasses ours, yet he does not resort to bullying the weak. He even offered us his room and seemed inclined to look after us in the academy." Xiao Wu, puzzled, inquired, "By the way, he kept mentioning that we are 12 years old and he is 15. What does that signify?" Tang San explained. "Before he employed his martial soul, he declared his defeat, partly due to my superior technique and partly because of our age. Once we unleashed our martial souls, he reiterated his earlier statement, emphasizing the age disparity. If my surmising is correct, he was likely weaker than us at the age of 12, which is why he claimed he had lost. My teacher once mentioned that for exceptionally gifted spirit masters, every year until the age of 20 is crucial. A mere year can result in significant disparities in cultivation. We are 3 years apart. Yet the difference in strength isn't as pronounced as our ages might suggest. Hence, he perceives it as a loss, which illustrates his competitive nature." Xiao Wu retracted her martial soul transformation and suddenly whispered, "Brother, if he had truly defeated you earlier, would we have really been forced to leave?" She had not forgotten Dai Mubai's earlier arrogance. Tang San replied nonchalantly, "Even if I were to be expelled, it would only be me. This is precisely why I did not allow you to intervene." He is correct. The disparity of a single spirit ring creates a significant gap in strength. Whether it be spirit power, the attributes conferred by spirit rings, or the abilities granted by his Millennium Spirit Ring, all of it far surpasses our own. After employing the White Tiger Vajra transformation, even if we combined our efforts, we may not prove to be his match. Would I truly let you be expelled? If he insisted upon such a course, I would be prepared to fight to the death in terms of strength. I may not rival him, but should it come to a desperate struggle, I hold a 70% certainty of ensuring that he would perish alongside me." Having uttered these words, Tang San strode toward the counter. Fortunately, his battle with Dai Mubai had not lingered for long. After Dai Mubai activated the White Tiger Vajra transformation, he did not unleash his full might. Otherwise, the Rose Hotel would not merely have suffered superficial damage to its decor. As Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San approaching the counter, she lowered her head, murmuring the words he had previously uttered, "To fight to the death, for the sake of dignity." Manager Wang peeked out from behind the counter, witnessing Tang San's approach, and quickly donned a smile, saying, "Young man, you truly are impressive. Even young Master Dai is willing to concede his room to you. Fortunately, you have not sustained any injuries. Otherwise, we would have had quite the predicament on our hands." Amidst the disarray of the lobby, Tang San managed a wry smile and inquired, "Manager, how much will it cost to restore this place?" Manager Wang hurriedly shook his head, replying, No, this is not your concern. Young Master Dai previously mentioned that all of this is on him. He is a valued VIP client of ours, and you need only to charge it to his account. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to both of you and for nearly causing you harm. I have decided to waive 3 days' rent for you. Should your stay not exceed 3 days, you need not pay it. As he spoke, he handed a gleaming golden key to Tang San, wearing a sheepish grin. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. While he bore no personal loss from the hotel's damage, it was evident that Dai Mubai was affluent, yet he felt a twinge of guilt regarding the rent waiver. For he had indeed contributed to the destruction of the lobby. It would be improper to accept such a gesture. Let us pay the full amount, he insisted. Manager Wang promptly shook his head, stating that cannot be allowed. We have already caused you considerable trouble. Henceforth, your patronage of our establishment is the greatest assistance you could offer us, he continued. Your room is on the top floor, numbered Red Ocean. With a sense of resignation, Tang San nodded and replied, Thank you very much. After enduring a series of tribulations, he felt weariness wash over him and turned to lead Xiaowu upstairs. Having just come from Soto City, where he had engaged in yet another bout with Dai Mubai, he required rest due to the mental strain and depletion of his inner strength, particularly as the blue silver grass had suffered significant damage at Dai Mubai's hands. Once the two ascended the stairs, Manager Wang finally exhaled in relief, murmuring, at last, it is resolved. He then turned to the innocent-looking attendant beside him and sighed. It is entirely my fault for neglecting to inform you. While the other rooms are manageable, the Red Ocean cannot be casually assigned to others. It is reserved long-term by young Master Dai. The attendant replied, But manager, the daily rent for our Red Ocean room is 10 gold soul coins. Are you truly allowing those 2 children to stay for free? The youth today are quite audacious, only 12 or 13 years old, and yet, spare me your chatter and be cautious of your words, Manager Wang retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. What do you understand? Soul masters are of a remarkably noble status. Did you not observe that both children already possess 2 soul rings? At such a tender age, they are already formidable soul masters with limitless potential for the future. They could very well be descendants of a prominent family, someone we cannot afford to offend. Chapter 15. The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring. White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Part 3. The decor of the Rose Hotel easily evokes a sense of fondness, with its simple yet comfortable color palette and the subtle fragrance of roses wafting through the air, providing a refreshing atmosphere for the mind and body. At the innermost section of the top floor, Tang San located the doorplate of the Red Ocean. The upper floor consists of only a few rooms, adorned with doorplates bearing names such as Blue Enchantress, Pink Tenderness, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, and Green Farewell, among others. Deep within lies the Crimson Ocean. It was only later that he discovered the names on the doorplates also represented various hues of roses. The color of the door matched the name on the plate. The vibrant red door was embellished with exquisite dark red crystal rose decorations, alongside which a line of small vertical text read, Crimson Ocean, the Ocean of Love. Even Tang San, usually oblivious, sensed something peculiar at that moment. Turning to Xiaowu, he found her gaze fixed upon him, and he awkwardly remarked, This hotel can't be exclusively a rendezvous for couples. Can it? Xiaowu blinked her large eyes, snatched the key from Tang San's grasp, and declared, Who cares? As long as we have a place to stay. With that, she boldly pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. Tang San followed closely behind, but unexpectedly, Xiaowu halted abruptly, causing him to collide gently with her. Why have you stopped? Tang San quickly retreated a step, creating space between them. Upon asking the question, he had already deduced the answer. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment he laid eyes on the room, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The room was spacious, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. Within the grand hall, all the furnishings were silver, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, while the vibrant red carpet was adorned with embossed rose designs. To their amazement, in the center of the hall stood a colossal heart made entirely of roses. This heart spanned nearly 2 square meters, requiring at least 1,000 roses for its creation. Suspended above it was a delicate satin ribbon inscribed with the words, 1001, You are my only one. In addition to the 1,001 roses, elegant vases filled with fiery red roses were placed throughout the room, and the rich fragrance of roses permeated every corner, creating an enchanting atmosphere that was utterly mesmerizing. Tang San chuckled wryly. It seems my guess was correct. In a wonder Dai Mubai brought a girl here. Xiao Wu, now awake from her shock, turned to him with a playful roll of her eyes. Yet her gaze was filled with delight. Brother, you're so foolish. Is there any girl who doesn't like roses? If you're this clueless, how will you ever find a wife? Tang San rubbed his nose, replying, but I'm only 12. Isn't it too early to be discussing such matters? Xiao Wu stepped forward, plucked a rose, and inhaled its fragrance. This room is beautifully arranged. I've come to quite like it here. Brother, can we come often? Tang San frowned and replied, What do you mean often? We're siblings. What would we be doing in a place like this? He sighed. Well, we must be tired from our journey. Let's take a moment to rest. As Tang San walked toward the bedroom, Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue at him from behind before following suit. Upon entering the bedroom, the two were once again taken aback, as anticipated. The room contained only a single bed, yet this bed, which occupied nearly half of the entire space, was heart-shaped. Delicate, pale pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, concealing the area above the heart-shaped bed, bestowing a dreamlike beauty upon the scene. The bedding adorned with red roses and the pillows embellished with rose patterns all radiated an intense warmth, causing one's heart to race. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and remarked, I realize now that coming here with you was indeed a mistake. You rest here while I take a seat on the sofa outside. Xiao Wu did not dissuade him. With a cheer, she bounded onto the bouncy heart-shaped bed, joyfully tumbling and bouncing about, her excitement uncontainable. Observing her antics, a faint smile crept onto Tang San's face. After all, a little girl is still a little girl. He casually closed the bedroom door behind him and settled cross-legged on the sofa outside, promptly beginning to cultivate his energy. Over the past few years, despite leading a rather monotonous life, he had cultivated excellent habits. Not only had his strength improved, but his resolve had also become notably steadier. Though merely 12 years old, he exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of an adult that, of course, Xiao Wu's description of him could be interpreted as one who ages prematurely. The pure energy of the Xintian skill flowed gently through his body as Tang San's mind began to replay the details of his recent battle with Dai Mubai. Repeating the scenes of combat and analyzing the gains and losses during the fight were qualities that his master had instilled in him as essential for a battle spirit master. Typically, he trained with Xiao Wu, but this time he faced a different opponent, one considerably stronger than himself. Although the encounter was brief, it nonetheless significantly enriched Tang San's combat experience. Given the myriad of martial spirits, it was crucial to engage with soul masters possessing various abilities. His memories drifted back to the moment Dai Mubai utilized the White Tiger transformation, and Tang San pondered the extent of the attack enhancement it provided. The defensive boost, accompanied by a golden aura, likely resembled a protective barrier. Among his hidden weapons, several were specifically designed to counteract such barriers, though he remained uncertain of their efficacy against Dai Mubai. While blue silver grass was not Tang San's greatest asset, it was his hidden weapons that truly defined his prowess. Over the years, with the enhancement of his inner strength, his skills with hidden weapons had also seen considerable advancement. He could now wield numerous types of concealed arms as detailed in the 100 solutions of hidden weapons. However, he never dared to forget the teachings from the Xintian treasure record. Unless in a dire situation, he would refrain from using them lightly. This constituted his secret, one that even Xiao Wu could only partially comprehend. To be continued, Chapter 15. The Thousand-Year Soul Ring Technique, White Tiger Transformation, Part 4, Tang San's cultivation this time extended for a considerable duration, during which he only briefly ventured out with Xiao Wu for a light dinner. The prolonged training was partly due to his Xintian skill reaching the late stages of soul power level 29. Approaching the threshold of level 30, thus, he exerted himself diligently in his training, eager to break through to level 30 and commence his quest for the third soul ring. Another reason closely relates to the encounter with Dai Mubai, who effectively reminded Tang San that no matter how refined one's skills may be, they must be underpinned by formidable strength. In their initial battle, when neither had summoned their martial spirits, Tang San, through his exquisite technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, along with the unique properties of his Xian Yu hand, managed to gain a slight advantage over Dai Mubai. However, once Dai Mubai unleashed his martial spirit, the White Tiger, Tang San found it increasingly challenging to apply his technique effectively. This exemplifies the gap in their respective strengths. After meticulously analyzing Dai Mubai's capabilities, Tang San realized that in order to genuinely overcome him, the most prudent course of action would be to swiftly enhance his soul power, striving to bring it closer to that of Dai Mubai's, at the very least. He needed to possess a third soul ring skill to contend with him. Even the use of hidden weapons, supported by a higher level of Xian Tiangong, would significantly amplify their potency. Xiao San, brother, will you accompany me outside for a little while? Xiao Wu implored, unable to contain her dissatisfaction as Tang San ate breakfast. Staying cooped up in the room, don't you feel restless? Tang San smiled and replied, I am not like you. Your innate talent allows you to continually improve without much effort, while I must rely on diligent practice to get ahead. You've seen it yourself, Dai Mubai is also a student of Shrek Academy. His strength is considerable. If there is one such powerhouse, it's conceivable that there could be a second or third. Shrek Academy is not like our former Nodding Academy. It won't solely be your domain anymore. If I do not strive to enhance my strength, how can I fulfill my promise to protect you in the future? Xiao Wu pouted in displeasure, falling silent as she clung to Tang San's arm. Her large eyes filled with a melancholy gaze that clearly communicated her intent. Should you refuse to accompany me, I shall not let go. Tang San found himself utterly at a loss against her persistence and, with a resigned nod, conceded, very well. We won't be enrolling in Shrek Academy until tomorrow anyway. I will accompany you for a stroll, but we must return by noon, and you must not disturb my training in the afternoon. All right. Xiao Wu's melodious voice brimmed with delight, her earlier melancholy vanishing as if by magic. Her acting skills had reached an extraordinary level. The service at the Rose Hotel was exceptional. As Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped outside, they chanced upon a waiter wheeling in a cart laden with fresh roses. Upon inquiry, they learned that the vibrant red roses in their room were replaced daily. Although roses may not be particularly valuable, in significant quantities, their cost remains considerable. Tang San tentatively inquired about the room rate and realized how astutely he had agreed with manager Wang that their stay would be complimentary for these few days. Once outside the Rose Hotel, Tang San asked Xiao Wu, where would you like to go? Xiao Wu feigned indifference, suggesting they could wander aimlessly anywhere, as long as they were not confined within the room. In her previous life in Nodding, she was often surrounded by a throng of admirers, akin to a little tyrant. The former leader of the students, Xiao Chunyu, had long since graduated to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, yet his family held significant influence in Nodding City. He harbored genuine admiration for Xiao Wu, which led his family to extend her certain privileges, allowing her to thrive in the vibrant milieu of Nodding. Accustomed to the bustling atmosphere, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the solitude of just Tang San by her side. The two ambled towards the interior of the city, and Soto City truly lived up to its reputation as a major urban center. Although it was still morning, the vibrant scene of prosperity was already evident. The pace of life within the city was markedly faster than the leisurely ambience of Nodding City, with the passers-by predominantly exhibiting hurried demeanors. A plethora of shops adorned the streets, and after being tugged along by Xiao Wu through several clothing stores, Tang San began to feel somewhat dizzy and overwhelmed. Fortunately, Xiao Wu fully embraced the essence of window shopping, merely admiring without purchasing, which prevented their shared finances from dwindling. The prices in Soto City were at least 30% higher than those in Nodding City, particularly evident in the goods available, although the quality was somewhat superior. This disparity was, of course, partly due to Nodding City's status as a border town. Were it an inland small city, it would pale in comparison to Soto City. Hey, Xiao San, look over there, Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. When they were outside, she typically referred to Tang San as Xiao San, reserving the term brother for moments when they were alone, claiming it to be a secret between the two of them. Tang San didn't mind her idiosyncrasies and allowed her to be. What now? Another clothing store? Miss, shouldn't we find a place for lunch and then head back? He suggested, gesturing towards the sun poised at its zenith. Xiao Wu grasped his hand, bouncing with excitement. Look over there, it seems to be related to Soul Masters. Only then did Tang San follow her pointing finger, noticing a modest shop not far away. The storefront was unassuming, yet the sign hanging above was distinctly unique. It bore a circular emblem adorned with several special symbols. While the average person might be oblivious to their meaning, both Tang San and Xiao Wu recognized them instantly, for the symbols mirrored those of the Spirit Hall's insignia: a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Together, these three symbols resembled the Spirit Hall's special token held by their master. Curiously, he wondered why such insignia would appear on a shop sign. Let us go take a look, Tang San urged as he led Xiao Wu towards the establishment. The door was ajar, and upon entering, they were greeted by a dimly lit interior. A peculiar wave of energy immediately captured their attention, reminiscent of the aura found within the spirit hall, albeit somewhat subdued, under the tutelage of their master. Tang San understood that this was due to the presence of soul guide devices. These devices emanated soul power fluctuations. If they had not been utilized or bound to a user's soul power, they would exhibit external soul power release. Generally, soul guide devices lacked offensive capabilities, serving only simple supportive functions, yet their rarity made them highly coveted. The soul guides that had been passed down were akin to antiques, as their crafting techniques had long been lost to time. Inside the shop sat a solitary figure with no visible counter. The items displayed on the three walls appeared quite aged, lacking any semblance of value. The lone individual reclined in a wooden lounge chair, eyes closed, swaying gently with the chair's motion. He appeared to be in his 50s. Although not particularly young, his physique was remarkably robust. The sturdy-looking recliner creaked under his weight as it swayed. This man's face was distinctive, with a slightly protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a flat visage, and a somewhat hooked nose. If one were to liken it to an object, it could only be said that his face resembled the sole of a shoe. Despite his eyes being closed, there was an air of cunning about him. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the frames rigidly square, lending an odd impression. Tang San and Xiao Wu entered the shop without rousing him. He continued to breathe evenly while swaying in the recliner. Xiao Wu curiously surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Tang San, are all these soul-guiding devices?" Tang San shifted his gaze from the middle-aged man to the items hanging on the wall and candidly replied, "I cannot say for certain. Unless we were to experiment with each of them using soul power, they cannot be discerned merely by looking." As he spoke, he approached the wall, his attention drawn to a crystal the size of a human head. His gaze abruptly became fixed. The crystal appeared unremarkable, being transparent with large dark yellow impurities within, positioned closest to the door. Yet, this very crystal caused Tang San's heart to race, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He never anticipated encountering such a crystal in a shop like this, in such a location. Xiao Wu noticed Tang San's reaction and exclaimed, "Tang San, what are you staring at that shabby crystal for? It would be difficult to find one worse than this. It has no luster, poor transparency, and lacks any hue. Amethyst is far more precious. You cannot possibly intend to purchase such a thing." To Xiao Wu's astonishment, Tang San nodded affirmatively, stating, "I want to buy this crystal. I just need to know the price." "Not expensive, 100 gold soul coins." A languid, slightly gravelly voice emerged, though it was somewhat slurred due to the speaker's tongue. Fortunately, with only Tang San and Xiao Wu present in the quiet shop, they could discern his words clearly. Tang San remained silent, but Xiao Wu spun around sharply, exclaiming, "For this worthless crystal, you demand 100 gold soul coins? You might as well go rob someone." The middle-aged man in the recliner opened his eyes but did not leave his seat, stating, 100 gold soul coins is the cheapest price I offer here. If you wish to buy, pay up. If not, please leave." After speaking, he closed his eyes again. Furious, Xiao Wu was about to confront him, but Tang San restrained her, saying, "All right, I will buy it." Over the past few years, Tang San had accumulated a certain amount of savings. He lived modestly, with most of his income saved. Especially after reaching the Great Soul Master level, his monthly subsidy from the Wuhuan Hall had increased to 10 gold soul coins. Now, Tang San, combined with Xiao Wu's entire fortune, had over 700 gold soul coins. "Tang San, are you all right?" Xiao Wu raised her hand to touch Tang San's forehead, ensuring he did not have a fever. Tang San cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, then gently shook his head. With his right hand, he deftly brushed against the waist of his attire, and a pouch containing precisely 100 gold soul coins materialized in his grasp. He turned and presented it to the middle-aged man. The man, his eyes barely open, replied, "Your funds are insufficient." Tang San stated, "This is indeed 100 gold soul coins." The middle-aged man's indistinct voice replied languidly, "However, my crystal is priced at 200 gold soul coins. At this moment, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her frustration. "This is extortion. Just moments ago, you stated it was 100, and now it has escalated to 200. No wonder you have no business." "Xiao San, let us depart," Xiao Wu urged. Tang San shook his head at her, then turned to the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you certain there will be no further changes?" That piece of crystal, while seemingly inconsequential to others, held immeasurable importance for him, surpassing even the rarest treasures. He would not hesitate to pay even 1,000 gold soul coins if it meant acquiring it. The middle-aged man lazily replied, "Very well, 500 gold soul coins, and no further alterations. Pay, and you may take it. Otherwise, please leave." From 100 to 200, and now from 200 to 500. Even Tang San's patience began to wane. He stowed the pouch and said to Xiao Wu, "Let us go." Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at the middle-aged man. "We should have left long ago. Dealing with such a deceitful individual is an affront to our intellect." Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Whiskers Needle, Part 1. 500 gold soul coins were not beyond Tang San's means. Yet he and Xiao Wu were preparing to apply to Shrek Academy, where expenses would undoubtedly arise. The tuition fees remained uncertain, and he could not allow his personal desires to hinder their aspirations. After all, they were no longer students entitled to fee reductions. Casting a lingering glance at the murky crystal, Tang San sighed inwardly, resolving to seek another opportunity in the future. He began to make his way outside. "If it is merely a matter of insufficient funds, I can accept 200 gold coins up front and the remainder gradually. A monthly payment of 10 will suffice, albeit with an interest rate of 10%. Xiao Wu found herself repulsed by the man's slurred speech. "Scoundrel, why don't you go die? It is as if you are reaching from beyond the grave, dead set on extorting money." While Xiao Wu was prone to impulsiveness, Tang San was not easily swayed. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's proposition, he was momentarily taken aback. Was he aware of his status as a great soul master? How could he so accurately gauge his income? Tang San was certain that throughout their interaction, the man had not emitted a hint of soul power, making it impossible for him to assess their soul power levels. If he could deduce their martial soul ranks under such circumstances, then this individual was truly formidable. Whereas Daimu by exuded brilliance and sharpness, this seemingly unscrupulous middle-aged man was an enigma shrouded in depth. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's shoulder, shaking his head in a gesture that implored her not to act impulsively. He then turned and walked back into the shop, approaching the middle-aged man. "Little San," Xiao Wu called out in dissatisfaction, but Tang San gestured behind him with his right hand, signaling her to remain silent. The middle-aged man's eyes finally fluttered open, and he caught sight of Tang San up close. His gaze fell upon the belt at Tang San's waist, and he inquired, "Where did you acquire that belt?" Tang San's heart stirred. "It was a gift from my master Dio. You recognize this belt?" The middle-aged man sat up from his reclined position, his eyes gleaming with an odd light as he regarded the 24 Bridges moonlit night at Tang San's waist. Remaining silent for a moment. "You don't intend to negotiate the price again, do you?" Xiao Wu interjected, peering out from behind Tang San. The peculiar glint in the middle-aged man's eyes gradually faded. "So, you are indeed his disciple. You may take the crystal." Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief, brushing his hand across the 24 Bridges moonlit night and producing 2 bags of gold coins, which he offered to the man. "I will bring 10 gold coins every week from now on." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, reclining back in his chair. "No need. The crystal is a gift for you. It is not of any significant value. Now, be off, and do not disturb my slumber." "A gift?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The disparity in the man's demeanor was astonishing. Where he had previously demanded an exorbitant price, he now offered it freely. Subconsciously, Tang San realized that this seemingly sly middle-aged man must be acquainted with his master. While Tang San pondered this, Xiao Wu unceremoniously cradled the crystal in her arms. "Little San, let us go before some people regret their decisions." Tang San, both amused and exasperated, replied, "How can we simply take someone else's belongings?" "Good sir, could you please state a price?" The middle-aged man resumed rocking in his chair, this time without uttering a word. Entirely ignoring him, Tang San glanced at the crystal in Xiao Wu's arms and then at the middle-aged man. If he adhered to his usual temperament, he would certainly not want the crystal. However, this particular crystal was of immense importance to him, and should he miss this opportunity and allow someone else to purchase it, he would likely regret it for a lifetime. Various thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, and ultimately, he quietly placed the 2 bags of gold coins on the ground before leaving the shop alongside Xiao Wu. It wasn't until the two had departed that the middle-aged man opened his eyes once more. The cunning expression on his face vanished, and he muttered to himself in melancholy, "His disciple has come to Soto City at this time. With this level of soul power, seems they are headed to Shrek Academy. Oh master, will you not evade me this time?" Once outside the peculiar shop, Xiaowu could no longer contain her curiosity. "Little San, why do you so desperately seek this crystal? I have never seen you so eager for an object before. Its quality is so poor. What use could it possibly serve you?" Tang San took the crystal from Xiaowu's hands, swiftly concealing it in his 24 bridges moonlit night while ensuring no one was watching. He grasped Xiaowu's hand and urged, "Hurry, let us return to the hotel and discuss this further." The two individuals had not even taken the time to eat lunch, as Tang San hurriedly led Xiaowu back to the hotel. At that moment, his heart was brimming with exhilaration, and his palm, clasping Xiaowu's hand, was slick with perspiration. Although Xiaowu often exhibited a playful demeanor, she transformed into a model of obedience whenever Tang San became serious, accompanying him back to the Rose Hotel. Once inside, he promptly closed the door and swiftly drew the curtains around them, urging her, "Come, follow me to the bedroom." Confused, Xiaowu complied and entered the bedroom with him. Tang San shut the curtains and locked the door, unable to conceal the excitement etched across his face. His expression revealed a hint of obsession, and a flush crept onto his cheeks. Xiaowu instinctively adjusted her collar, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Could it be that he was influenced by the ambience of the hotel, succumbing to primal urges? No, that couldn't he possibly be. He was merely 12 years old. What am I even thinking? He is my brother. How could I entertain such sordid notions? To be continued, Chapter 16. The Superior Crystal of the Golden Dragon's Whiskers, Part 2, unbeknownst to Tang San. Xiaowu's mind was racing with wild speculations due to his peculiar actions. He reverently retrieved a crystal, roughly the size of a human head, from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. Placing it gently upon the bed, he caressed the uneven surface of the crystal as if it were the most cherished treasure. Xiaowu recognized that Tang San was not one to act impulsively. His profound regard for this crystal surely indicated some hidden secret. She crouched beside him, awaiting his explanation. "It is not amethyst that holds the highest value within the realm of crystals," Tang San finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Curious, Xiaowu inquired, "Then what type of crystal is truly precious?" Tang San replied solemnly, "It is known as hair crystal." "Hair crystal? What is that?" Xiaowu gazed at him in astonishment, having never even heard of such a term. It was no wonder she was unaware. This concept did not belong to her world but had been brought by Tang San from the Tang sect. During his time there, aside from crafting mechanical devices, he had also assisted inner disciples in forging various concealed weapons and had developed a deep understanding of the materials used for these weapons, as well as other precious substances. Hair crystal refers to a phenomenon where certain natural crystals, under specific conditions and external influences, develop fine golden threads within them, known as crystal hair or golden hair, akin to the strands of hair on a crystal. Regardless of the crystal's color, should it contain even a single strand of crystal hair, its value would surpass that of the finest natural crystals. Crystals possessing crystal hair are termed hair crystals. While Xiaowu was prone to impulsiveness, she was also quite astute. Observing the large crystal in Tang San's hand, she remarked, "You cannot be telling me that this is a hair crystal. I see no golden threads, and I've never heard anyone mention hair crystals. Even if it were, it would be useless if no one recognizes it. The 200 gold coins you spent seem hardly worth it." Tang San smiled gently and clarified, "No, this is not a hair crystal. Rather, it is a superior form known as board crystal, the finest among hair crystals." Xiaowu, intrigued, questioned, "What is board crystal?" Tang San patiently elucidated, "The golden threads within the crystal are generally sparse and chaotic in quantity. However, certain crystals that have existed for an exceptionally long time may present an opportunity for an increased number of golden threads. When the quantity of these threads reaches a significant level and coalesces within the crystal, resembling a golden plate, such a crystal is referred to as a plate crystal. Owing to its abundant and remarkably organized internal golden threads, the plate crystal is regarded as the pinnacle among crystals. Although this particular crystal appears murky on the surface, a closer inspection reveals glimmers of golden light within. The golden plate inside is obscured by impurities on the exterior of the crystal. Yet I am almost certain that it contains no fewer than 10,000 golden threads. This phenomenon is a miracle that can only emerge from a plate crystal that has existed for at least 100,000 years. To speak of 200 gold soul coins is trivial. I would assert that even 2,000 gold soul coins would be worth it. My desire for it is not driven by the prospect of resale for profit, but rather carries a special significance. Tang San did not directly disclose the nature of this special significance, but instead retrieved his forging hammer from the verses of 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. His hammer was 2 sizes larger than the typical blacksmith S. After using such a large hammer for the first time at the Sure San blacksmith shop, he had never reverted to a smaller size. Xiao Wu, step aside, Tang San commanded softly. Xiao Wu complied and moved to the side. He placed the plate crystal on the ground, and a faint white light gradually emanated from it, infusing his forging hammer with energy from his hands. His expression grew exceedingly serious as he pushed the internal power of the Xintian skill to its utmost limit in a matter of moments. Xiao San, what are you doing? Xiao Wu gazed at him in astonishment, sensing his intentions but failing to comprehend his rationale. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, he half-turned, and the first strike of the cloak hammer technique was unleashed, a blow infused with all of Tang San's internal strength. The white light on the hammer intensified, and a series of explosive sounds resonated through the air. The enormous hammerhead came crashing down upon the plate crystal. Xiao Wu instinctively covered her ears. With a thunderous bang, the entire Rose Hotel quaked slightly, and a crisp, shattering sound echoed beneath the weight of the hammer. In an instant, the plate crystal was reduced to fine powder. However, as the crystal crumbled, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Countless golden specks erupted from within the crystal, scattering throughout the bedroom adorned with a heart-shaped deity. Was as if the entire room had been enveloped in a golden haze. Startled, Xiao Wu hastily summoned her soul power to shield herself from the golden specks. Fortunately, the force of their projection was not strong enough to inflict harm. The dazzling brilliance of the golden light was mesmerizing, and the tinkling sounds it produced were melodious and delightful, with some specks colliding against the walls, others against the windows and doors, and some even landing directly upon the heart-shaped bed. The entire bedroom was completely shrouded in a luminous layer of golden radiance. While the crystal had transformed into a fine powder, as the golden light gradually descended, Xiao Wu noticed that the floor and the bed were now adorned with a layer of golden specks, perhaps a layer of golden granules. Each individual golden grain is remarkably uniform in size, comparable to a grain of rice, perfectly round and shimmering with a faint golden glow. Xiao Wu instinctively picked one up and squeezed it in her hand, discovering that the golden grain was slightly soft yet possessed considerable elasticity. Even with her soul power, she could not flatten it, brother. These can't possibly be pure gold, can they? Even if they were pure gold, they wouldn't be worth as much as your 200 gold soul coins. Tang San was exhilarated, truly exhilarated. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time his emotions had soared to such heights, even more so than when he first obtained the soul ring that allowed his Xintian skill to break through its limitations. To be continued, Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle, Part 3, because he was finally able to acquire a hidden weapon ranked among the top 10 in the Xintian treasure record, and of such high quality. Not even during his time in the Tang sect had anyone possessed such high-quality crystal to forge this hidden weapon. Xiao Wu, quickly, help me gather all these golden grains together. Not a single one should be missed, I will explain later, as he spoke. Tang San took the initiative, employing his internal power to perform the crane-catching dragon technique, sweeping across the floor of the room. Wherever he passed, those golden grains adhered to his palm one by one, which he then placed into an empty space within his 24 Bridges bright moon night. Before long, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Esteemed guest, I apologize for the intrusion. Tang San understood that this was the result of the force he had just unleashed. Fortunately, he had used a shockwave on the crystal, causing no damage to the floor. What is it? The attendant outside replied, there was a strange noise in the hotel just now. Esteemed guest, did you hear it? The attendant had been sent by manager Wang to inquire, as such a loud commotion was not something an ordinary person could produce. Tang San replied calmly, we heard it, but we are unaware of the cause. For the sake of the treasure at hand, he felt compelled to tell a small lie. The attendant did not press further, as he could not enter without permission. The number of golden grains exceeded Tang San's expectations. He meticulously searched every corner, ensuring that no golden grain was overlooked, carefully collecting them all into his 24 Bridges bright moon night. Based on his conservative estimate, he believed there were at least over 20,000 golden grains. Brother, what on earth are these things that have you so anxious? Xiao Wu held the last golden grain in her palm. Gazing at Tang San, having gathered all the treasures, Tang San could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He picked up the golden grain from Xiao Wu's hand and said, Do you remember the hidden weapons I mentioned? The golden strands within the crystal can be crafted into an extraordinarily formidable hidden weapon, and they are naturally formed. The sheer quantity of golden strands within this crystal has allowed me to covet this hidden weapon. Look, opening his palm, Tang San placed the golden grains in his hand, and as the internal power of Shintian's skill surged, a milky white light appeared on the surface of his palm, revealing an extraordinary spectacle. Under the infusion of internal energy from the Shintian technique, the golden particles gradually elongated, transforming within moments into a slender golden thread, so fine that it was several times thinner than a hair and measured over 3 inches in length. Fortunately, its inherent golden hue made it easily discernible in Tang San's palm. That is this what you refer to as hair gold? Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Tang San nodded and replied, Indeed, this is hair gold. Once it is removed from the protective crystal, it automatically coils into a particle. Only with the infusion of soul power can it revert to its form as hair gold. Should it lose the infusion of soul power, it will once again return to its coiled state. Xiao Wu, perplexed, asked, What significance does this hold? Tang San smiled slightly, continuously channeling internal energy as he lifted the hair gold and lightly pricked it against his fingertip. Instantly, a droplet of blood began to emerge. The hair gold, being so delicate, possessed a tip far sharper than that of a needle, and its piercing strength would become extraordinarily potent with the infusion of soul power. Given its diminutive size, one could only imagine the effect it would have if it were to penetrate the human body. As he spoke, Tang San withdrew his internal energy, allowing the hair gold to revert to its original form as a golden particle, which he then made vanish with a simple motion of his hand. Where did it go? Xiao Wu, observing closely, failed to discern how Tang San made the hair gold disappear. With a calm smile, Tang San raised his right hand, and his middle finger flicked out, sending a faint golden light silently gliding into the bedding. An eerie phenomenon occurred. As the golden thread penetrated, the blanket rapidly contorted, and in the blink of an eye, a prominent bulge emerged. The hair gold was remarkably resilient and possessed astonishing elasticity. Once it was devoid of soul power, it would coil back upon itself. Suddenly, Xiao Wu comprehended the situation. She leaped onto the bed, grasping the twisted bulge of the blanket. With a firm squeeze, a glimmer of gold was revealed. She pinched the golden light with her nails, diligently infusing it with soul power, and gradually pulled it out with a soft chime. The golden particle reappeared in her palm. If this were to pierce a person, Tang San said calmly, one can only imagine the consequences. Moreover, I can assure you that once it enters the human body, you would be unable to locate the source from which it could be extracted. To remove it, one would have to excise the coiled muscle entirely. At last, Xiao Wu understood why Tang San coveted this hair gold so desperately. Such a sinister and terrifying concealed weapon was beyond anything she had ever seen or even heard of before. Brother, this concealed weapon is far too malicious, Xiao Wu noted, her voice quivering slightly, her mind already conjuring the horrific effects it would unleash upon entering a human body. Tang San took the golden particle from Xiao Wu's hand and declared, I call it the dragon whisker needle. In this world, whether a weapon is malevolent is not determined by the weapon itself, but by the wielder. Used for righteous purposes, it serves good. Used for nefarious ends, it becomes evil. If it is employed to punish the wicked, what could be more fitting? What he did not mention was that the dragon whisker needle ranked 8th in the Shintian Treasure Records compendium of concealed weapons, and it was not even the most malevolent among needle-type concealed weapons. After all, unless it struck a vital point, the dragon whisker needle would not be lethal. Chapter 16. The Crystal Needle of Dragon Whiskers, Part 4. In the annotations of the 100 Secrets of Hidden Weapons, the dragon whisker needle is described as a weapon specifically designed to penetrate the internal energy of opponents, requiring a substantial amount of inner strength to wield effectively. It strikes when the enemy is unprepared, inflicting immense pain. However, acquiring the necessary materials is exceedingly difficult, and the energy consumption is considerable, necessitating sufficient inner strength for continuous use. With Tang San's current inner strength, he can only guarantee that the dragon whisker needle can deliver the same striking power within a 3-meter range. Beyond that, it would retract before even reaching the target due to insufficient energy. As the distance of the attack increases, the demand for inner strength escalates correspondingly. This formidable and dominantly powerful hidden weapon is not easily utilized. Finally, he possesses a top 10 inner gate hidden weapon, and Tang San is confident that within a certain distance, even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation would be unable to withstand the piercing of the dragon whisker needle. Though Tang San's fingernails are not particularly long, concealing a dragon whisker needle within each is entirely feasible, making it a lethal weapon in close combat. Nonetheless, the dragon whisker needle is not the hidden weapon he yearns for most. The top 3 weapons in the 100 Secrets of Hidden Weapons require the Shintian skill to reach at least the 7th level for usage, which demands long-term dedication to cultivation. Little San. Do you know what I'm thinking? Xiao Wu's big eyes blinked mischievously, causing Tang San to feel a bit flustered. What are you thinking? He inquired. With a playful grin, Xiao Wu replied, I was wondering if I should forfeit my soul power to learn this hidden weapon from you. Your gadgets are so peculiar and truly entertaining. Tang San was left speechless. Entertaining? These were all deadly weapons. Could the hidden weapons of the Tang sect be merely described as amusing? Observing Tang San's helpless expression, Xiao Wu chuckled, brother. Put away your long face. I was just joking. I wouldn't dream of giving up the soul power I have painstakingly cultivated. Painstakingly? You? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu as if discovering a new continent. What are you staring at? Do you think I don't work hard in my cultivation? You just haven't noticed, she retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang San couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Having acquired the precious crystal, he now possessed his first inner gate-level hidden weapon, which greatly uplifted his spirits. The next morning, the two departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had stayed for 2 days. Exiting the city of Suatua through the South City Gate, heading towards their destination. Tang San had a favorable impression of the Rose Hotel, though the prices were rather steep. As he and Xiao Wu left the hotel, the damaged areas in the lobby had already been repaired. Regarding Shrek Academy, Tang San and Xiao Wu had little knowledge. The master had merely instructed Tang San to come here to continue his studies, without elaborating further. Yet, from the master's expression at the time, Tang San could vaguely sense that the relationship between this academy and the master was somewhat extraordinary. Given their ages, Tang San and Xiao Wu were expected to attend a mid-level Soul Master Academy. However, considering their current strength, they were not far from graduating even from a high-level academy. If Shrek Academy were merely a mid-level institution, was there really a need to come here? Tang San firmly believed that the master would not engage in pointless endeavors. Since he had sent him here, there must be a compelling reason behind it. Little sister, do you know where Shrek Academy is located? Upon leaving Soto City and continuing south along the road, one is greeted by vast expanses of farmland. Soto City, renowned as the granary capital of the Barak Kingdom, certainly lives up to its esteemed title. However, aside from the sprawling fields, there appears to be no sign of any academy structures within the visible horizon. The master had instructed Tang San that the academy would be visible shortly after exiting the southern gate of Soto City. As for the specifics, I am not entirely certain, but let us press onward to the south. We are bound to find it eventually. Since Dai Mubai is indeed a student of Shrek Academy, it serves as proof of the institution's existence. Brother, Xiao Wu suddenly called out in a playful tone. Tang San seemed to grasp her intent, responding with a hint of exasperation. You are not a child anymore. It's not as if you cannot walk. Xiao Wu giggled and retorted, no matter, you are my brother after all. As she spoke, she took a running leap and playfully pounced on Tang San. Having grown accustomed to her antics, he effortlessly supported her with his hands, slightly leaning forward as he hoisted her onto his back. Xiao Wu's form was light, posing no burden to Tang San. Though her cultivation was on par with his, she still delighted in having him carry her. With a sense of contentment, she pointed out various sights around them, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the AI. In those moments, a warm sensation surged within Tang San, a warmth reminiscent of home. The physical closeness provided a heart-to-heart connection, filling him with a profound sense of fulfillment. Affirming that he was not alone in this world. 6 years had elapsed since he departed from Holy Soul Village to attend the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and in that time, he had not seen his father. Tang Hao had been gone for 6 long years, not only failing to return but also disappearing without a trace. Whenever the night grew quiet, thoughts of his father would resurface, bringing with them a dull ache in his heart. Despite having lived 2 lives, he remained deeply yearning for familial bonds. In Tang San's heart, Xiao Wu filled the void left by Tang Hao's absence. He doted on her as though she were his own sister. During his time in Notting, his sole respite came from watching Xiao Wu. Regardless of her actions, he silently observed her, savoring the warmth that blossomed within him. Xiao Wu's radiant smile and genuine joy continually inspired Tang San's spirit. Even the most tedious of training would fade away upon witnessing her cheerful countenance. "Brother, look over there. There is a small village." While being carried by Tang San, Xiao Wu's sweetness was at its peak, and she affectionately referred to him as brother rather than the casual Tang San. Following the direction of her finger, Tang San glanced ahead and spotted a small village approximately a mile away. With the aid of his purple extreme magic eye, he could distinctly discern that the village comprised around 100 households, smaller in scale than Holy Soul Village. The village was encircled by a wooden fence, seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, a considerable crowd seemed to have gathered, leaving one wondering what had transpired. Tang San smiled and suggested, "Let us inquire. Perhaps the villagers might know the whereabouts of Shrek Academy. It ought to be quite renowned." Xiao Wu pointed ahead and playfully urged, "Brother, speed up." Tang San, slightly vexed, playfully smacked her on the rear before quickening his pace towards the village. As they approached, both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed something amiss. Indeed, a multitude of youths, mostly of their age and accompanied by their parents, congregated at the village entrance. A table was set up, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. To their astonishment, a somewhat tattered sign hung from a wooden archway at the entrance, inscribed with 5 simple characters, "Shrek Academy." Above these characters was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, appearing somewhat adorable. The old man seated at the table also bore a similar green circular badge, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Could it be? Xiao Wu exclaimed as she leapt down from Tang San's back, her eyes wide in disbelief as she scrutinized the sign. Turning back to Tang San, both shared a moment of astonishment. Even the noting Junior Soul Master Academy was far grander than this, and this clearly resembled an ordinary village. The wooden archway was not only diminutive but also lacked even a third of the size of Noting Academy. Is this truly a Soul Master Academy? Brother, could Master have made a mistake? This does not resemble an academy at all. Could it be a deception? Tang San chuckled wryly. Now that we are here, let us observe further. At that moment, in front of them, there were approximately 100 applicants, many of whom wore frowns, evidently sharing Xiao Wu's sentiments. One young man, flanked by his parents, heard his mother exclaim, "Is this truly the so-called Soul Master Academy, the one that claims graduates can become barons of the empire?" The father, uncertain, replied, "This is what the people from the Spirit Hall said. It should be accurate, shouldn't it? Yet, this academy does seem rather dilapidated." The young man protested, "Father, I refuse to attend school here. It's too embarrassing. I would rather go to Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius in Junior Academy." The father furrowed his brow and remarked, "Since we have already arrived, let us wait a while. Perhaps this is some sort of test. The true academy may not be here." Such dialogues echoed throughout the queue, with disappointment etched on the faces of many youths and their parents. Tang San did not linger on the applicants for long. His gaze was drawn to the front of the line, where the registration was taking place. Enhanced by the effects of his Shintian skill, his vision and hearing sharpened, allowing him to catch snippets of conversation. The elderly man behind the table, tasked with overseeing the registrations, appeared lethargic, his attire described charitably as simple, resembling more of a village elder than someone of academic stature, lacking even the spirited demeanor of old Jack from Holy Soul Village. At that moment, a young boy approached the desk to register. The elderly man lazily remarked, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The boy's father hastily retrieved 10 gold soul coins and placed them into a box fashioned from a few nailed wooden planks. The boy extended his hand as instructed. The elder pinched the boy's hand twice, shook his head and stated, "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The boy was momentarily stunned, turning to glance at his father, pondering that few teenagers are as mature as Tang San at such a tender age. His father quickly interjected with a smile, "Teacher, my son has just recently celebrated his 13th birthday. Might you consider making an exception?" The elder, somewhat impatient, replied, "Do not disrupt those waiting behind. Are you unaware of the academy's rules? We only accept children under the age of 13. Anyone over that age is not eligible. You may leave." The boy's father pressed, "What about our registration fee?" The elder retorted without hesitation, "Once registered, it is non-refundable." Even a clay figurine has its limits, and the boy's father could not contain his anger, exclaiming, You are clearly trying to swindle us. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was in such disarray, we would never have come. The elder shot him a glance and coolly said, Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Please handle it. Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, declaring, if you want a refund, you must first defeat me. This individual was Dai Mubai, who had previously remained unnoticed by Tang San due to the crowd blocking his view. Unlike the day Tang San and Xiao Wu first encountered him, there was a hint of resignation on his face. Without further ado, Dai Mubai summoned his soul power, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 of a century and 1 of a millennium. The surging soul power created an invisible pressure in the air, and his cold, menacing gaze fell upon the father and son. Chapter 17. The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 1. Among Soul Masters. Soul rings are the ultimate form of authority. Witnessing the 3 soul rings, including 1 of a millennium, adorned on Dai Mubai, the boy's father turned pale, muttering a resigned acknowledgement of misfortune as he hurriedly led his son away. Dai Mubai returned to his seat, casting a cold, threatening glance at the remaining boy and parents in line, making it abundantly clear that the pressure of 3 soul rings was not something an ordinary person could withstand. In that moment, he no longer resembled a spoiled young master, but rather a formidable enforcer. As this scene concluded, the queue diminished by a third. No one wished to squander their money, especially considering the unremarkable appearance of Shrek Academy. Another boy approached the elder, accompanied by both parents. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, and the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder pinched the boy's hand, casting a dim gaze upon him, and stated, just right at 12 years old. Release your martial soul. Let me see. The boy nodded, unleashing a light green soul power that emanated from within, with 100-year yellow soul rings swirling rhythmically around his body. The aura of the century-old spirit ring was palpably potent, as his martial spirit manifested, a thick, elongated vine coiling around his body in a serpentine manner. This martial spirit bore a resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass. Yet it was not merely grass. It was an actual vine, akin to Tang San's second spirit ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxic properties. The elder shook his head and stated, unqualified, you may leave. The boy's parents, initially brimming with confidence, froze in disbelief upon hearing the elder's assessment of their child. The mother could not restrain her inquiry. Why? My son is an outstanding student at the junior academy. Did you not see that his spirit ring is a century-old? Spirit masters with a century-old ring are not common. The elder replied coolly, while the first spirit ring being a century-old is indeed commendable. He is merely an ordinary individual. The boy's father furrowed his brow, perplexed by the elder's implication. Growing somewhat impatient, the elder rose from behind the desk, addressing the boy's parents as well as the queue of applicants behind them. If you wish to enroll in Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. Coming here without comprehension only results in a waste of your registration fee. There is still time to reconsider. Do you know the meaning of Shrek in the name of our academy? Most of the applicants looked bewildered at the elder's words. He continued coldly, Shrek refers to a type of monster, a rather peculiar existence even among spirit beasts. The essence of Shrek Academy is that we are a school for monsters. In other words, we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Those over 13 years of age, or whose spirit power has not reached level 21, need not waste their time here. Initially, Tang San shared the same disillusionment as Xiao Wu regarding Shrek Academy, but upon hearing the elder's words, his interest was piqued. An academy that only admitted monsters? The term monster could also signify genius, could it not? As he pondered this, the elder suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to tremble involuntarily. A rich crimson light burst forth from the elder, and a long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifying of all, 6 spirit rings rose from beneath him, their dazzling brilliance capturing the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, comprising 1 10-year ring, 100-year ring, 3,000-year rings, and 1 10,000-year ring. This elder, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, was, in fact, a superlative spirit master of the 60th rank. 60 was no trifling matter. Even in the entirety of the Barak kingdom, such a powerful spirit master was exceedingly rare. The elder's staff struck the ground with a deep, resonant thud, causing nearly everyone to stagger momentarily. He waved dismissively at the astonished family of 3, Next, as the brilliance of the spirit rings receded and all spirit power vanished in an instant, the elder reverted to his previous languid demeanor, as if the overwhelming aura of the spirit emperor had never belonged to him at all. If there were some parents who previously felt indignant due to the elder's words, now everyone presents a demeanor of silent trepidation. Who dares to offend a soul emperor-level powerhouse? Especially one possessing a soul ring that has existed for 10 millennia. It is well known that, in times of war, the strength of a soul emperor can equate to that of 1,000 exceptional warriors. The disdain and contempt reflected in the eyes of the parents and the enrolled students dissipated in an instant. A teacher responsible for the enrollment possessed a strength exceeding level 60. One must ponder, to what extent is the faculty of Shrek Academy formidable? Yet, soon, most parents displayed expressions of regret, quietly leading their children away. Achieving over level 20 soul power by the age of 12, as the elder had remarked, indeed seems a standard attainable only by monsters. The previously lengthy queue, which had exceeded 100, dwindled to merely a handful of registrants in the blink of an eye. The elder appeared unperturbed by the number of students, continuing with his enrollment duties. Those who remained evidently possessed confidence in their ability to pass the elder's scrutiny, as the subsequent applicants showcased soul powers exceeding level 20, each bearing 2 soul rings. After paying the enrollment fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second round of assessments. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. To be continued, Chapter 17. The Academy that only accepts monsters, Part 2. As they observed the registrants ahead, Xiao Wu's spirit soared, and she whispered excitedly in Tang San's ear. This academy seems quite intriguing, especially that statement from the teacher about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. It's simply splendid. Tang San smiled and replied. Now you no longer doubt the teacher's admonitions, do you? Shrek Academy is far from ordinary. Having reached the front of the line, they could now see Dai Mubai, who sat behind the elder. Dai Mubai was not only responsible for maintaining order, but also for escorting the qualified students into the academy. At that moment, he finally spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu, his cold visage breaking into a slight smile as he nodded toward them, gesturing towards the elder with open palms, adopting an expression of helplessness. He was evidently conveying that this enrollment relied on their own efforts, and he was unable to assist them. As they exchanged glances, a soft exclamation suddenly pulled Tang San's focus back. The elder in charge of the registration wore a look of astonishment, standing before a young girl who had just withdrawn her outstretched hand. This girl was unaccompanied by parents, standing alone. Clad in a simple white dress that exuded a sense of purity, her neat bob cut made her appear petite, standing half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. With her back turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, her face remained unseen. Yet the skin visible at her neck revealed an exceptionally fair and delicate complexion. May I have passed the preliminary test? The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a touch of bravado, yet it possessed a softness that evoked a sense of tenderness. Tang San could glean from Dai Mubai's gaze toward the girl that she must possess remarkable beauty, for the gleam in Dai Mubai's wicked eyes radiated not mere coldness, but rather a predatory light akin to that of a wolf, specifically, a wolf embellished with allure. The astonishment etched on the old man's face gradually subdued, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are your family members aware of your presence here?" The girl refrained from directly answering his question, instead offering a smile. It is said that education knows no boundaries. As long as I meet the academy's criteria, you have no reason to deny my admission. The old man hesitated for a moment before waving his hand toward Dai Mubai, saying, "Take her inside." The wolfish glint in Dai Mubai's eyes swiftly dissipated, restoring his usual frigid demeanor as he led the girl into the academy. The remaining candidates quickly passed the old man's initial assessment, and at last, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. At this juncture, Dai Mubai, having escorted several applicants, returned to the old man's side. Suddenly, Tang San noticed a shift in Dai Mubai's gaze. He was staring intently at a direction behind him, seemingly witnessing something extraordinary. Instinctively, Tang San turned to look, and though he did not display the same loss of composure as Dai Mubai, a tremor ran through him. Behind him and Xiao Wu stood a solitary candidate, a girl who appeared to have arrived not long ago. She seemed even younger than both Tang San and Xiao Wu, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her face slightly bowed. She stood at a height comparable to that of the previous girl in a white dress, her complexion similarly fair, However, this girl emanated an aura of distinctiveness. Her voluptuous figure was strikingly disproportionate to her age. Were it not for her youthful visage, she might easily be mistaken for an adult, particularly due to her pronounced bosom, which would undoubtedly captivate the attention of all men. A quintessential example of youthful beauty coupled with a provocative physique. Contrasting her alluring form was the girl's expression, which bore an icy indifference. A purity of coldness reflected in her deep black eyes, devoid of any spark of vitality, clashing with her otherwise strikingly beautiful countenance. Her limbs were long and well-proportioned, her hands naturally hanging by her sides, exuding an unsettling chill that was difficult to endure. "Are you registering or not? If not, do not linger here." The old man's voice jolted Tang San back to reality. A sharp pain in his hand made him turn, discovering Xiaowu glaring fiercely at him. "Let us register together." Enduring the pain in his hand, Tang San placed the 20 gold soul coins he had meticulously prepared into the wooden box. Extending his hand alongside Xiaowu's, the old man first pinched Xiaowu's hand, nodding in approval, "Your age is appropriate." When his hand shifted to Tang San's, the old man involuntarily let out a soft gasp. Seemingly disbelieving, he squeezed Tang San's hand several times, his expression transforming into one of peculiarity. Lifting his gaze to Tang San, he asked, "Have you practiced any soul skills?" The reason the old man squeezed the applicant's hands was to ascertain their true age through the structure of their hand bones, a process that could not be falsified. Yet, when the old man squeezed Tang San's hand, it felt remarkably pliable, making it difficult to discern the skeletal structure within. Tang San felt a jolt in his heart and nodded, replying, "Indeed." The elder furrowed his brow and instructed, "Lift your calf." Heeding the command, Tang San raised his calf and placed it upon the table. The elder pinched his calf through the fabric of his trousers several times, prompting Tang San to immediately experience a sensation of soreness and numbness. The elder nodded at him and remarked, "The muscle development is commendable. The bone age is appropriate. Very well, now unleash your martial souls." Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling the soul power within them. Blue and red lights surged forth, accompanied by the emergence of their respective century-old soul rings. Rabbit ears sprouted, and soft white fur appeared on Xiaowu's hands, her physique elongating gracefully. The martial soul, the jade rabbit, manifested. Meanwhile, from Tang San's palm, the most ordinary blue-silver grass began to sprout, rapidly transforming into the vine reminiscent of his battle with Dai Mubai on that fateful day. Infused with the effects of the soul rings, the elder cast a cursory glance at Xiaowu before fixating his gaze upon Tang San, seemingly astonished by the blue-silver grass. "Can blue-silver grass be cultivated so swiftly?" Tang San smiled faintly and replied, "Master, is it not true that you only accept monsters here? Would I not qualify as one?" To be continued, Chapter 17. The Academy that only accepts monsters, Part 3. A rare smile graced the elder's face. "Indeed, a little monster. Mubai, lead them inside." "Yes." Dai Mubai approached, offering Tang San a smile, though his eyes seemed to linger behind him. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Tang San and Xiaowu followed him into Shrek Academy, which was situated in that very village. "I knew you would both pass smoothly. The subsequent examination should pose no issue," he remarked, unable to resist glancing back towards the academy entrance. Xiaowu retorted, "What are you looking at? Are you hoping to trouble some young girl?" Dai Mubai frowned and replied, "What do you understand? I sense that the aura emanating from that girl is strikingly similar to mine. Not only in resemblance but also in a complementary manner. It is exceedingly rare to encounter a martial soul that resonates so harmoniously with one's own. Yet, if such a connection exists, the power of our martial souls would be exponentially enhanced when combined. This is what is referred to as martial soul fusion technique." Xiaowu burst into laughter. "So, does that mean the girl's martial soul is a mother tiger?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Dai Mubai's face as he said, "That is a possibility." As they entered the village, the surroundings were dominated by wooden structures, aptly described as simple and unadorned. After a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to an open space, encircled by wooden houses. This clearing spanned approximately 500 square meters and was perfectly situated at the heart of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had successfully passed the preliminary examination stood ahead, their palpable fluctuations of soul power causing the air to tremble irregularly. Dai Mubai pointed towards the line of candidates, saying, "You will conduct your second examination here." The teacher will instruct you on what to do. I must step out for a moment. If that girl's martial soul truly complements mine, I will do everything in my power to win her over. With that, Dai Mubai hurried away, while Tang San and Xiao Wu followed his instructions and joined the queue behind the other candidates. At that moment, a soft, gentle voice resonated through the air. Selling sausages, selling sausages? Step right up, take a look, don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and sweet. Priced affordably and generously portioned. Only 5 copper coins each. Once you savor Oscar brand sausages, you are assured an easier time passing your entrance exams. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads and noticed a person not far away, pushing a cart while calling out his wares. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, and several students had already formed a queue to make their purchases. The vendor, clad in simple gray attire, with neatly cropped hair and a full beard, possessed a striking pair of large, charming eyes that roamed over the girls in the examination line. Naturally, Xiao Wu could not escape his gaze. It was hard to believe that such a soft, gentle voice could emanate from someone with such a rugged exterior. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and said, "There are still a few people ahead. You didn't have much for breakfast? Would you like to try a sausage?" Xiao Wu tilted her head and replied, "It smells quite good. Let us give it a try." Nodding in agreement, Tang San instructed Xiao Wu to wait in line while he approached the cart. As he drew closer, he noticed that the sausage vendor was of similar height to himself. The wooden sign affixed to the cart bore the words "Sausage Specialty." Upon seeing a customer approach, the vendor immediately greeted warmly, "Would you like a sausage? Oscar brand, honest and fair. The taste is guaranteed." Tang San smiled and replied, "Excuse me, sir, could I have 2? The vendor's expression suddenly stiffened. "You? What did you call me?" Tang San was taken aback. "I called you sir. Is there a problem?" The vendor chuckled wryly. "Of course there's a problem. A significant one, brother. I'm only 14 this year and you call me sir? You're only 14? Tang San gazed in astonishment at the individual before him. The vendor affirmed, "That's right. My name is Oscar. I'm 14 years old, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You can't judge me solely by my dense hair and call me sir." Tang San was left speechless, contemplating Oscar's thick beard, internally reasoning that such hair could hardly be described as merely dense. "You are truly only 14? Tang San couldn't help but inquire. Oscar nodded emphatically and stated, "Absolutely, I'm a student at the academy. Ask anyone, and they will confirm my age." Tang San mused to himself, "No wonder it's called a monster academy. A 14-year-old youth with such a beard is indeed a rare phenomenon." Oscar retrieved 2 bamboo skewers from his cart, threading them with sausages measuring nearly 10 centimeters in length, which had been roasting over a charcoal grill, emanating a rich aroma. Tang San produced a silver coin and handed it over, saying, "Senior, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness." Oscar replied softly, "No worries, just visit my sausage specialty more often." Tang San readily agreed, "No problem." Just then, Dai Mubai approached with the last student registering, the cold girl he had been observing intently earlier. As soon as Oscar laid eyes on Dai Mubai, a grimace of distress appeared on his face. "Big brother Dai, would you care for a sausage?" "Get lost," Dai Mubai replied irritably, shooting him a glare. "You are truly bringing disgrace upon the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within these premises. Do you wish to make everyone wretch?" Tang San? "This sausage is inedible." Confused, Tang San inquired, "Why?" Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. "Xiao Ao, fetch a new sausage." Oscar's demeanor instantly became awkward. "Big brother Dai, is that really necessary? After all, we've been classmates for several years. Your actions might instill resentment in the new junior students." With a disdainful snort, Dai Mubai declared, "I am merely offering a warning to Tang San. He is my brother and must not fall for your tricks. Hurry up, lest I take matters into my own hands." Clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand and, with a rather sleazy tone, proclaimed, "I possess a grand sausage." A yellow light suddenly coalesced in the palm of his hand, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath Oscar's feet. Soon after, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's grasp materialized in his palm. When Tang San heard Oscar's declaration of "I possess a grand sausage," he momentarily froze. The ambiguity of that statement was truly overwhelming. Setting aside the quality of the sausage, whether it was edible or not, he found himself unable to partake, especially since this sausage was intended for Xiao Wu. Sensing the growing ire in Tang San's gaze, Oscar hastily clarified, I had no choice. When utilizing a food-type martial soul, one must employ different soul incantations to effectuate changes in the food. What I said was merely the incantation, not something I intended to shout. Moreover, the quality of my sausage is beyond reproach. Tang San swiftly returned the sausage to the carbon stove. You may keep your sausage for yourself, Daigou. Thank you for the warning. A monster, indeed a monster. Tang San found himself both amused and exasperated. Thankfully, he had refrained from eating that sausage, or he would have been sorely embarrassed. The icy young woman brought in by Dai Mubai merely cast a cold glance at Oscar before striding toward the line. Oscar, with an innocent shrug toward Tang San, lamented, alas, such a delicious sausage and yet no one to enjoy it. Dai Mubai shot him a warning look. Be cautious. Take your sausage selling outside the academy, Tang San. I will lead you through the examination. Upon returning to the queue, Xiaowu noticed Tang San's empty hands. Where is my sausage? Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a knowing glance and could no longer contain themselves. Bursting into laughter, the icy young woman stood behind Xiaowu, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes as she softly remarked, boring. Xiaowu was utterly perplexed by their laughter. What on earth is going on? Is the sausage not tasty? Tang San swiftly covered Xiaowu's mouth and pulled her close, recounting the earlier events in a hushed tone at her ear. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiaowu's charming face instantly flushed a deep crimson. You boys are truly incorrigible. How can there be such peculiar martial souls? Dai Mubai chuckled and replied, we are in a monster academy, so it is only natural that martial souls are as diverse as they come. However, Oscar is indeed a unique specimen within our institution. His martial soul possesses no offensive capability, yet among food-type martial souls, it is considered exceptional, for he provides meat. It is just that the incantations he utters when summoning his martial soul are utterly revolting. Those who know him would never dream of consuming the sausages he produces. Perhaps due to his food-type martial soul, his hair is far more abundant than that of an average person, and should he skip a day of shaving, he would resemble his current state. Thus, he has earned the nickname Uncle Sausage within the academy, while he amusingly refers to himself as the sausage specialist. This time, even Xiaowu couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, Uncle Sausage is truly a delightful martial soul. Dai Mubai patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, come, I shall escort you through the examination. There is no need to stand in line. Tang San hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? Dai Mubai reassured him, rest assured, I am not showing favoritism. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve. As he spoke, he led the two towards the front of the queue. The individual overseeing the second round of examinations was also an elderly instructor. Having previously gone to purchase sausages, Tang San had yet to glean the details of the examination process. Dai Mubai approached the instructor, whispered a few words in his ear, and gestured towards Tang San and Xiaowu. The instructor nodded and replied, very well, take them directly to the fourth stage. If they pass, they will be accepted. Dai Mubai returned to Tang San and Xiaowu, ready to guide them deeper into the academy. However, the candidates waiting in line were not pleased. A male candidate protested, teacher, what is the meaning of this? Why are they allowed to skip ahead to the fourth stage while we must pass through each level? The elderly instructor responded calmly, if your soul power also exceeds level 25, then you may proceed directly to the fourth stage without wasting time here. Yet, since your current soul power registers only at level 21, you must pass through each stage one by one. The male candidate, perplexed, inquired, do they truly possess soul power above level 25? That is impossible. We are only 12 years old. How could anyone achieve such high soul power? Those standing here all have soul power exceeding level 21 and are under the age of 13. In a typical junior academy, individuals like them are undoubtedly the stars of the institution. However, arriving at Shrek Academy, they faced repeated setbacks, which inevitably altered their spirits. Dai Mubai snorted disdainfully, just because you cannot, do not assume that others cannot either. When I entered the academy, my soul power was already level 25. Tang San, show them your soul power. As he spoke, he picked up a white crystal from the table and tossed it to Tang San. This testing crystal varies in color according to the level. This white crystal is specifically designed for testing soul power below level 30. Should the soul power exceed level 30, the crystal would shatter under the pressure. At that moment, Tang San comprehended why Dai Mubai had asserted that passing this stage was the treatment they rightfully deserved. Clearly, this phase was designed to evaluate the precise soul power of the candidates. He remained silent, accepting the white crystal and directly channeling his Shintian skill energy into it. In an instant, a brilliant white light emanated from Tang San's hand, transforming the white crystal into a dazzling gem. Its intense radiance illuminating every facet, symbolizing the imminent attainment of level 30. The instructor overseeing the assessment exhibited a hint of amusement on his face. It appeared that Shrek Academy was about to welcome yet another remarkable prodigy this year. With a smile, Tang San passed the crystal to Xiao Wu, not wishing for any gossip to tarnish her reputation. He held unwavering confidence in her abilities. Once again, the same white light blazed forth, effectively silencing the other candidates, their gazes towards Tang San and Xiao Wu morphing into expressions of incredulity. Achieving level 29 at the tender age of 12, was such a feat even conceivable for a human? However, the title of prodigy was not solely bestowed upon Tang San and Xiao Wu. A clear, melodic voice broke the silence. Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the second and third rounds. The speaker was a young girl who had previously captured the attention of the instructor during the first round. Now, Tang San and Xiao Wu truly beheld her appearance, short hair framing her exquisitely pale face. Although her figure did not possess the fiery allure of the icy girl, it was harmoniously balanced, exuding an ethereal quality that suggested she was a well-educated noblewoman. If the last girl to enter resembled an iceberg, then this one was akin to a gentle spring breeze, her soft smile touching everyone around her. She approached Xiao Wu with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Instinctively, Xiao Wu handed her the crystal. A bright white light emerged once more. Though not as intense as that of Tang San and Xiao Wu, it undoubtedly surpassed the standard of level 25, appearing to hover around level 26. Just as she was about to inquire with the testing instructor about proceeding directly to the fourth round, she suddenly noticed that the crystal in her hand had vanished. Another figure had silently appeared beside her, and moments later, the brilliant white light shone again, even more radiant than when she had infused her soul power. Representing a level 27, the newcomer was none other than the cold girl who had arrived last, following Dai Mu by. The testing instructor's face revealed an unmistakable astonishment. Prodigies appeared each year, but this year was particularly exceptional, 4 in total. Well, it seems I might have a chance for a raise, he mused. Mubai, please take these 4 to the fourth round. Yes, Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a glance filled with complex emotions at the cold girl before turning to enter the academy. This time, no other candidates dared to voice any objections. Their prowess had spoken volumes. Among the 4 candidates, only Tang San and Dai Mubai maintained a relatively amicable relationship, and as they walked inside, Tang San inquired, Brother Dai, are there only 4 stages in the entrance examination? Dai Mubai nodded and said, there are a total of 4 stages. You have already experienced the first stage, which involves eliminating candidates whose soul power does not exceed level 21 or who are older than 13. This stage tends to filter out the most candidates. The second stage consists of soul power assessment and martial soul identification. Possessing formidable soul power alone does not suffice to demonstrate future potential. This stage primarily evaluates the martial soul. Only those whose martial soul possesses ample developmental potential and has been cultivated in the correct direction during previous training can advance to the third stage. Of course, if the martial soul is exceptionally peculiar, it may still qualify. For instance, Xiao Ao was selected this way initially. Tang San easily comprehended Dai Mubai's words, as the master had imparted a wealth of knowledge on this subject. Even with identical martial souls, the chosen developmental paths differ, leading to varying future achievements. The second stage is essentially a screening of the candidate's martial soul strength and whether the first 2 soul rings conflict, potentially affecting future cultivation. Dai Gu, but my martial soul is blue silvergrass, which is considered to have the least developmental potential. Why? Dai Mubai laughed heartily and replied, you needn't be so modest. Am I not aware of your capabilities? The Academy has a rule. If a candidate's soul power exceeds level 25 upon registration, regardless of their martial soul, they can directly pass the assessments of the second and third stages. Just like the adage, one force can overcome 10 weaknesses. Even if your martial soul's quality is somewhat inferior, your superior soul power will still enable you to become a formidable soul master. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Xiao Wu inquired, what does the third stage entail? Dai Mubai explained. The third stage tests a candidate's proficiency in utilizing their martial soul. Mere possession of soul power and developmental potential is insufficient. One must also exhibit a degree of control over their martial soul. The higher the rank of the martial soul, the more challenging it becomes to control, leading to potential complications. If a candidate cannot achieve a certain level of control over their martial soul, it indicates a lack of diligence on their part. Such students are also not accepted by our academy. Tang San immediately grasped his meaning. Dai Mubai was correct. Certain martial souls are indeed difficult to control. Much like his second martial soul, that peculiar hammer, which is immensely heavy and increases in weight as his soul power rises. Tang San pondered that even employing the cloak hammer technique in peak condition, he could only swing that hammer thrice. Before Xiao Wu could ask further, Dai Mubai proceeded to elaborate on the fourth stage's assessment. The fourth stage tests practical combat experience. Some candidates may possess commendable martial souls and adequate control over them. However, if they have been raised in noble households, shielded from the harsh realities of the outside world, they lack understanding of combat. Such candidates are also not admitted. The Academy's director has stated unequivocally that pampered individuals are to be excluded. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the four individuals accompanying him fell silent for a moment. It was Xiao Wu who broke the silence, exclaiming, "Are you selecting students or prospective spouses? This is exceedingly stringent. No wonder the teacher at the entrance mentioned that you only accept monsters. Only a monster could possibly pass these 4 examinations. May I inquire how many students are currently enrolled at Shrek Academy? How many new students are admitted each year?" It is now Dai Mubai's turn to wear a wry smile. Since the establishment of Shrek Academy, over the past 20 years, we have accepted a total of 42 students, averaging just over 2 each year. If all 4 of you are admitted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the Academy had not received any new students for 2 consecutive years. At present, including myself, there are only 3 students studying at the Academy. 3. Aside from the cold girl, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the graceful girl exclaimed almost simultaneously. Dai Mubai chuckled self-deprecatingly, stating that throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent, we might well be the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of students. Even after your admission, the number of students at our academy will never surpass that of the teachers. Tang San remarked, "How can the academy survive under such circumstances? Without students, there would be no income." Dai Mubai replied, "Otherwise, why do you think the academy is situated in such a small village? It is precisely due to a lack of funding. If my family had not sponsored some, the academy might have closed its doors last year. If we fail to enroll new students this year, then the 3 of us currently studying will be the last cohort of Shrek Academy. Then why doesn't the academy relax some of the entrance exam requirements? I see that there are quite a few applicants," the graceful girl queried, puzzled. A hint of respect crossed Dai Mubai's face as he recounted. "The esteemed dean has stated that we should prefer quality over quantity. And no matter the circumstances, even if Shrek Academy were to close, we would never accept the inept, only those with exceptional talent. Do you know what the graduation requirements are? We are neither a mid-level Soul Master Academy nor a high-level one, as our criteria differ significantly. We only accept students under the age of 13, and they must possess extraordinary talent. The graduation requirement is to surpass level 40, and this must be achieved before turning 20, reaching the rank of Soul Master. The Academy has admitted a total of 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14, upon leaving the Academy, became figures of global renown. Among them, the most outstanding has already become the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. The others who did not graduate were unable to reach level 40 before turning 20 or tragically perished while hunting soul beasts. The dean has stated that if one does not exceed level 40, they should not venture out to bring shame upon us.as. He spoke the last words. Dai Mubai's emotions clearly intensified, revealing his deep respect for the dean of Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled and expressed to Dai Mubai, "I am truly grateful to be here." Dai Mubai sighed and said, "The royal family of the Ballot Kingdom originally intended to sponsor the academy but demanded that graduating students pledge allegiance to the royal family, a request that was outright refused by the esteemed dean. Our Shrek Academy stands apart from other institutions and has faced significant exclusion, which has led us to our current state." Tang San suddenly realized his profound desire to meet the director referred to by Dai Mubai. He was eager to discover what manner of person could have so persistently dedicated 2 decades to establishing such an academy. Upon arrival, Dai Mubai halted his steps. At that moment, they found themselves in a different clearing, considerably smaller than the previous challenge area, measuring only around 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, sat dozing in a chair. "Teacher Zhao, I've brought some candidates for the 4th round of assessment." This year, there are candidates for the 4th round, and 4 of them, no less. The middle-aged man opened his bleary eyes, gazing with mild astonishment at the four young individuals before him, as though he had encountered something utterly extraordinary. Dai Mubai continued, not only have they all reached the fourth round, but they have also been exempted from the second and third round assessments. Teacher Zhao's eyes brightened, and he rose from his seat. Though not tall and possessing an ordinary appearance, he exuded an undeniable robustness. His stature, slightly shorter than 12-year-old Tang San's, still conveyed a sense of formidable strength. His broad shoulders resembled fortress walls, and his jacket could barely conceal the impressive musculature that seemed forged from steel. Although his expression was amiable, his imposing physique imparted an inherent sense of authority. All four have surpassed level 25. Quite impressive. It seems there are many little prodigies this year. This is the final round. If you succeed in my assessment, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily surmountable. Practical experience is an essential facet of every soul master's prowess. What I will be assessing is your capability in this regard. His smile swept across Tang San and the others, his gaze warm as he regarded the quartet. I'm Zhao Wujia. Since you four have bypassed the second and third round assessments, I shall personally engage with you. Now, I grant you the time of 1 incense stick to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After the incense burns out, the test will commence. The challenge entails that you four must collaboratively withstand my attacks for the duration of 1 incense stick. As long as one of you endures until the end, you will pass. I hope you understand that attempting to outpace my assault is futile. No one can escape this range through mere speed. Furthermore, I must remind you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my attacks. Coordinated teamwork is your only avenue to success. Teacher Zhao, is this really appropriate? Dai Mubai voiced hesitantly. Zhao Wujia shot him a stern glance, retorting, what is inappropriate about it? The director is absent. I hold the highest authority in the academy. What I say goes now. I shall light the incense. You have little time, so prepare yourselves with that. He produced an incense stick from seemingly nowhere, effortlessly igniting it with a flick of his finger, and planted it firmly into the ground without so much as a tremor. Having completed these actions, Zhao Wujia settled back into his chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. Tang San and his three companions felt no particular trepidation regarding the testing method proposed by Teacher Zhao. However, Dai Mubai wore a grave expression and said to the four of them, come closer. The four gathered around him. With a serious demeanor, Dai Mubai continued, this time. I cannot assist you. I never anticipated that Teacher Zhao would take matters into his own hands. Xiao Wu chuckled and remarked, could it be that this Teacher Zhao is a formidable soul emperor, just like the teacher at the entrance? Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, not at all. Xiao Wu laughed again, then we have nothing to fear. After all, the four of us are nearing level 30, with 4 against 1. As long as our strengths aren't too disparate, surely we can withstand his first wave of attacks for at least the duration of an incense stick? Dai Mubai shot her a glance, his expression akin to that of someone gazing at a fool. If you think Teacher Zhao's attacks can be easily withstood, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor of the 60th level. He is a soul sage of the 76th level, with a beast martial soul and a battle martial soul. He serves as the vice president of the academy, his overall strength second only to that of the president. Tang San and his companion's pupils contracted simultaneously at the mention of 70-6 in their minds. They could not fathom how, being less than 30 themselves, they could stand against a soul sage who could easily dominate even against an army of thousands. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, he is 76, but he looks much younger than the teacher at the entrance. Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly, age is never an indicator of ability. Time is of the essence. I will briefly inform you of Teacher Zhao's strengths, after which you must immediately devise a strategy to counter him. Otherwise, it is unlikely you will withstand even his first wave of attacks, let alone for the duration of an incense stick. The expressions of Tang San and his companions grew serious. Facing a 76th level soul sage was not a trivial matter, and the legends of the Holy Soul Village from which Tang San hailed. There was mention of a soul sage, but that was merely a tale. Now, this soul sage stood before them, poised to evaluate them. Dai Mubai sighed. Originally, Teacher Zhao was only to supervise the 4th trial. Your opponent was supposed to be me. As long as you could endure for the duration of an incense stick against me, you would pass. Yet today, he appears to be in a peculiar mood and insists on personally intervening. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the Great Strength Diamond Bear, a powerful beast martial soul. His defenses are impenetrable, terrifyingly robust. Even soul masters of the same level find it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses and inflict damage upon him. Although speed is not Zhao's forte, the disparity in soul power between you and him is insurmountable. You cannot possibly outpace him in that regard. Zhao's greatest strengths lie in his offensive power and defensive capabilities. In the academy, he is known as the immovable king. Not only the four of you, but even if you included me, we might not withstand a single incense stick's worth of his attacks. I can only hope that when Teacher Zhao engages you, he does not take it too seriously. The phrase "no weaknesses" succinctly encapsulated Zhao Wujia's formidable prowess. Suddenly, a girl with short, beautiful hair gasped. He is indeed the immovable king Zhao Wujia. He vanished from the continent for 10 years, and I never imagined he would be teaching at Shrek Academy in the past. The formidable Zhao Wuji, known as the Unmoved King, had a conflict with the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall sought to punish him, yet he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. Ultimately, that incident faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were all formidable soul emperors, at least of level 60 or above, while Zhao Wuji was likely only in his 60s at that time. Now, he must be even more powerful. Dai Mubai nodded silently and remarked, at the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Zhao unleash his full power. Therefore, you should prepare yourselves accordingly. Among Teacher Zhao's 7 soul rings, the first 2 are century-old. The third and fourth are millennium, while the last 3 are all 10,000-year rings. Furthermore, all 7 rings enhance his offensive and defensive capabilities. You can surely imagine the terror he embodies. Now, let us introduce ourselves, stating our names and abilities to determine how we might best collaborate to withstand Teacher Zhao's assessment. Tang San was the first to speak. I am Tang San, with the weapon Spirit Blue Silvergrass, a 29th level control system battle soul master. Seeing Tang San speak, Xiao Wu followed suit as the second, saying, Xiao Wu, Beast Spirit Rabbit, 29th level assault system battle soul master. The short-haired girl hesitated for a moment before introducing herself. Ning Rongrong, Weapon Spirit 7 Treasures Glaze Tower, 26th level support system weapon soul master. The final cold girl remained indifferent, stating in a flat tone, Zhu Zhuqing, Beast Spirit Nether Cat, 27th level agility attack system battle soul master. Once the 4 had introduced themselves, including Dai Mubai, their gazes converged upon one individual, the short-haired girl, Ning Rongrong. Tang San expressed his surprise. Your spirit is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Does that mean you hail from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, a spirit passed down through generations, is a legacy that only direct descendants of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect could possibly possess throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Chapter 18. The Unmoved King Zhao Wuji, Part 3, Master's singular evaluation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower as a weapon spirit is succinctly encapsulated in one phrase: the most powerful support spirit across the continent. It serves as the finest companion for all battle-type soul masters. Among the 6 insignias of the Spirit Hall, one of the 3 absent from the Master's token is indeed the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, underscoring the esteemed reputation of this sect within the realm of spirit masters. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, Stop staring. I am no different from ordinary people. I ran away from home. Let us first overcome the challenges before us. My spirit is the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, with 2 soul rings. It can enhance both speed and strength attributes for everyone, with an approximate boost of 30%, sustained for the duration of an incense stick. A 30% enhancement is already a commendable figure. Yet Tang San understood that the reason Master referred to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower as the strongest among support spirits is precisely because with each additional soul ring, not only does it grant an additional attribute enhancement, but it also amplifies the effects of all previously acquired enhancements by an additional 10%. In other words, if Ning Rongrong's soul power exceeds 30 levels, not only can she amplify one additional attribute, but the enhancement effect of all attributes will increase to 40%. This pattern continues, reaching a staggering 80% increase across 7 attributes at level 70. The implications of such an effect are truly formidable. Should a soul master equipped with a 7 Treasure Glazed Tile act as a support, they could nearly double their own strength in an instant. The greater the soul master's prowess, the more pronounced the amplification effect of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile becomes. In any region of the 2 great empires, the appearance of a soul master from the 7 Treasure Glazed sect instantly makes them the target of contention among all soul master organizations. drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Fortunately, the amplification effects of the 7-treasure glaze tile do not stack. Thus, if two soul masters of this sect are present, the effect is determined solely by the one with the higher soul power. The most significant weakness of the 7-treasure glaze tile martial soul is its lack of offensive capability, necessitating protection from battle soul masters. However, there are certainly many willing to serve as guardians of the 7-treasure glaze sect, including at least 2 top-tier soul masters, the title Douluo. Throughout the continent, the 7-treasure glazed sect undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 sects. As for the amplification effects of the 7-treasure glaze tile at levels 80 and 90, only the core members within their sect are privy to such secrets, which remain the sect's greatest mystery. Dai Mubai inhaled deeply and remarked, "Your combination is quite commendable, as there are no redundant martial souls among you. How to withstand Teacher Zhao's attacks is for you to decide." Tang San pondered for a moment and replied, "Ning Rongrong will be responsible for assisting the 3 of us. Thus, Xiaowu will take on the primary offensive role, while I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks, attempting to restrain him as much as possible, simultaneously supporting Xiaowu in her frontal assault. Zhu Zhuqing, I would ask you to engage from the flank, utilizing your speed to create diversions." Both Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, while Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance with Tang San and ultimately gave a slight nod, consenting to his proposal. Given the limited time, they could only employ such a straightforward strategy. As for its effectiveness, they could only ascertain it through practical combat. Regardless, they had never encountered such a formidable opponent, and only through engagement could they truly gauge the extent of their adversary's power. "Have you reached a consensus?" Zhao Wujia's booming voice echoed, prompting the 4 to turn and observe that the incense on the ground had burned down to its end. "Teacher, we are ready to begin," Dai Mubai affirmed, giving a nod to Zhao Wujia as he swiftly stepped aside to watch. Though this was an uneven battle, witnessing Zhao Wujia in action was an invaluable opportunity for a power-oriented soul master like himself. Zhao Wujia stood once more, clasped his hands, and flexed his wrists, the sound of cracking bones resonating ominously, increasing the invisible pressure manifold. Producing another stick of incense, he was about to ignite it when Ning Rongrong took the initiative. The 7 treasures spun with radiance. Her body twirled gracefully in place, and vibrant hues erupted from within her, coalescing into a towering 7-colored pagoda that now rested in the palm of her right hand. The luminous treasure shimmered with an air of nobility, and with a smile gracing her lips, Ning Rongrong appeared ethereal, as if floating from the heavens. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, silently swirling around her. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. The first soul ring rose, enveloping the 7-treasure pagoda above, and under Ning Rongrong's left hand's guidance, 3 beams of colorful light simultaneously emerged, shrouding Tang San and his companions. Instantly, a wave of warm energy surged from their limbs and bones, and the trio felt an invigorating power coursing through them, as if their inner soul power was bubbling and rushing forth. Zhao Wujia looked at Ning Rongrong with a hint of astonishment. To his surprise, among this year's candidates, there was one from the 7-treasure glazed tile clan. Indeed, this would surely excite that old ghost. Floundered as he spoke, the incense in his hand had already been lit, and he casually tossed it to the ground, where it embedded itself. The 7 treasures are esteemed, the second being speed. Again, 3 beams of colorful light floated forth, and Ning Rongrong's second soul ring took effect. The lightness of his body made Tang San feel as if he had lost all weight, and he inwardly praised the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda as truly deserving of its reputation, living up to its status as the foremost auxiliary martial soul. Both speed and strength increased by 30%, instantly making him feel a significant boost in power. At that moment, Zhao Wujia moved, not charging towards Tang San and his companions, but rather crouching slightly, his fists crashing down towards the ground. Chapter 18. The Unmoving King Zhao Wujia, Part 4. This is not good. Tang San gasped. At the moment Zhao Wujia initiated his attack, he understood precisely what his opponent intended to do. The master had once stated that if one were to encounter a soul master from the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, the first priority must be to neutralize them without delay. Zhao Wujia's assault was evidently not directed solely at Ning Rongrong. His clear intention to unleash an area attack was aimed at interrupting Ning Rongrong's auxiliary effects from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. A long, blue-black vine suddenly lashed out. Lacking sharp thorns, it merely conferred the effect of Tang San's first soul ring. The vines swiftly entwined around Ning Rongrong's waist, and as Tang San leapt, he also lifted Ning Rongrong into the air. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled violently, and a wave of earthy yellow ripples surged towards Tang San and his companions. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly. Xiao Wu leapt forward, while Zhu Zhuqing darted from the side, both evading the shockwave. Tang San nearly jumped simultaneously with Xiao Wu, their leap heights almost identical. "Xiao Wu, go!" Tang San called out, raising both hands before him. Xiao Wu didn't he even need to see. She instinctively knew where Tang San's hands were positioned. Having been together for 6 years, they had already developed a profound tacit understanding. The tips of her toes barely touched Tang San's palms, and propelled by his push, she shot downwards towards Zhao Wujie like an arrow. Offense is the best defense. Passively enduring Zhao Wujie's full power would leave them with no opportunity. It was better to attack in place of defense, perhaps buying them some time. Zhao Wujie, seeing that his fists striking the ground had yielded no results, wore a smile on his face instead. As the agile Xiao Wu lunged forward, she did not flinch or evade. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her back, adopting a posture that suggested she was inviting the oncoming assault. Naturally, Xiao Wu seized this opportunity without hesitation, her body curling in midair as she propelled herself forward. Just as she was about to reach Zhao Wujie, her lithe form unfurled, having completed the manifestation of her martial spirit in an instant. Her feet simultaneously struck the sides of Zhao Wujie's neck. 2 muffled thuds resounded as Xiao Wu's feet landed precisely on Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Yet he remained unfazed, his body not even swaying slightly. A grin spread across his face, as if to say, "Is that all you've got, little girl?" With a haughty snort, Xiao Wu retorted, "Is that all the strength you possess? Allow me to demonstrate true power." Her feet seemed to adhere to Zhao Wujie's shoulders, and with a sudden inward motion of her toes, she struck the carotid arteries on either side of his neck. Her entire body twisted with all her might, spinning in the air. While it appeared that Xiao Wu's strength alone could not move Zhao Wujie, she was not the only one exerting force in that moment. Zhao Wujie suddenly felt a constricting sensation enveloping him, as thorny vines ensnared his body with frenzied intensity, binding his arms and legs in a tight grip. The vines constricted sharply, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the vines rising from the ground thrust his body upward, lifting his feet off the ground, and no matter how strong a person may be, without a solid foundation, stability is unattainable. Zhao Wujie's body began to spin in midair, propelled by Xiao Wu's feet. At that moment, he was ensnared in Tang San's blue silver grass, resembling a large blue-black dumpling. With Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower providing support, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were now channeling soul power that exceeded the 30-level threshold. Xiao Wu's body spun rapidly in the air before executing a backward flip, forcibly dragging Zhao Wujie along with her. As her hands pressed against the ground, she performed a scissor kick. If this maneuver were executed on an ordinary person, their neck would likely snap under the force of Xiao Wu's legs, culminating in a headfirst impact to the ground. Chapter 18. The Unmoved King Zhao Wujie, Part 5. Upon her transformation, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes shifted colors, her left eye a deep emerald, her right a clear blue. Her long hair fell gracefully against her back, leaving a faint trail of illusions in her wake, making it difficult to pinpoint her precise location. Her strikes were executed with remarkable precision, targeting vital points, compelling Zhao Wujie to unleash his martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing timed her assault with impeccable finesse, striking just as Zhao Wujie exerted his strength to shatter Tang San's blue-silver grass and momentarily relaxed after pulling Xiao Wu back. Otherwise, her attack would not have been potent enough to breach Zhao Wujie's defenses. However, once Zhao Wujie completed the manifestation of his martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks lost their efficacy. His body felt as if it were forged from steel. Even her fiercest claw strikes could only tear through his attire. For the first time, Xiao Wu's graceful techniques met their match. Regardless of her exertion, she found herself incapable of shifting Zhao Wujie even slightly. Even after executing a backflip and targeting the joints of his legs, her efforts proved futile. In a state of great urgency, Xiao Wu found herself utterly at a loss against her opponent. It was not that her agility techniques were lacking in strength, but rather that Zhao Wujie completely countered them. The skill associated with Xiao Wu's first spirit ring required her to maintain a supple grip on her adversary to unleash its lethal effect. However, the disparity in strength between her and Zhao Wujie was insurmountable. Even with Tang San's assistance, she could not hope to control him. Unless her spirit power reached a level comparable to Zhao Wuji's, her techniques would be ineffective against a soul master who specialized in raw power. As the blue-silver grass was shattered, Tang San's complexion turned pale, yet he hesitated not for a moment. With a swift dash, he lunged forward, and thick vines reappeared around Zhao Wuji, momentarily impeding his impending strike. This was the effect of the second soul ring skill of the blue-silver grass, which created an opportunity for Tang San to position himself right before Zhao Wuji. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing quietly appeared behind Zhao Wuji, her claws poised to grasp his throat and ear, targeting the most vulnerable areas of his anatomy. Seizing the moment before Zhao Wuji could extricate himself from the blue-silver grass, Tang San unleashed a powerful punch towards Zhao Wuji's chest. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed, as he did not rush to free himself from the vines. Instead, he puffed out his chest, evidently curious to gauge Tang San's strength. A flicker of determination ignited in Tang San's eyes, and Zhao Wuji's laughter abruptly ceased as he was astonished to discover that Tang San's seemingly full-force punch landed on his chest with an almost feather-light touch. His focus on concentrating spirit power at his chest caused him to misapply his strength. While the combined might of Tang San and Xiao Wu was insufficient to move Zhao Wuji, the dynamics shifted when it came to his own strength. Tang San's right fist suddenly morphed into an open palm, and at the precise moment Zhao Wuji miscalculated his strength, he executed the skill Control the Crane and Capture the Dragon, pulling Zhao Wuji forward and causing him to stagger. Simultaneously, Tang San thrust his right foot forward, kicking at Zhao Wuji's toes. Even with Zhao Wuji's formidable spirit power, he found his balance compromised. Tang San's timing was impeccable, rivaling that of Zhu Zhuqing. Utilizing the finesse of Control the Crane and Capture the Dragon, he effectively harnessed both his own strength and that of Zhao Wuji, leveraging it to lift him off the ground. For the first time, Zhao Wuji was completely airborne, allowing Xiao Wu's skills to finally take effect. Her long legs swiftly entwined around Zhao Wuji's waist, while her hands gripped his ankles. The radiance of her first soul ring blazed forth, as she spun Zhao Wuji's body violently in the air for 3 full rotations, sending him crashing headfirst towards the ground. Although Zhu Zhuqing's prior assault had not succeeded in causing substantial damage, it had inadvertently disrupted Zhao Wuji's ability to respond effectively. Together, the trio finally executed their coordinated strike. Just as a thick vine formed from the blue-silver grass ensnared Xiao Wu's waist right before Zhao Wuji's impending impact with the ground, he was sent spiraling downwards, while Xiao Wu was lifted gracefully by Tang San's blue-silver grass, soaring through the air with a delicate twist as she descended. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Wuqi's formidable body collided heavily with the ground, causing his entire head to become ensconced within the earth. Xiao Wu gracefully descended, landing precisely on Tang San's shoulder, balancing herself with one foot poised on his right shoulder and her arms extended to maintain equilibrium. Gasping for breath, she had exerted all her strength in the previous attack. Had it not been for Tang San's deft control, she would not have been able to execute her devastating technique, which combined the powers of 2 spirit rings. Tang San, do you think we struck too hard? Xiao Wu inquired nervously. Tang San shook his head, replying, Teacher Zhao has yet to unleash his spirit abilities. He cast a glance at the incense on the ground, which had burned down to merely 1/3 of its length. Despite their earlier combined assault, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had truly given their all, employing every skill at their disposal. The blue-silver grass parasitically entwined around Zhao Wuqi was swiftly retracted by Tang San. He did not wish for his blue-silver grass to be annihilated by the opponent once more. Although the spirit power consumed by the blue-silver grass was minimal, its destruction still significantly drained Tang San's own spirit energy. Zhao Wuqi pushed against the ground, extracting his head from the earth. Previously overlooked, his form under the spirit possession was now clearly visible. His entire body was shrouded in a thick layer of brown fur, standing at an astonishing height of over 2.5 meters, with muscles bulging prominently. His brownish-yellow eyes exuded a commanding aura, while 7 spirit rings pulsated rhythmically around him. To be continued, Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 1. Zhao Wuqi's large hands had become remarkably hefty, resembling oversized fans, as Tang San noted. Zhao Wuqi had not utilized his spirit power until Zhu Zhuqing sought to exploit his weakest point. He had not even considered employing spirit possession. For a soul sage of his caliber, Level 76. The several soul masters in their 20s appeared exceedingly feeble. He merely intended to engage in playful sparring with these children, merely seeking to stretch his limbs. However, overconfidence often incurs a price. Due to his underestimation, combined with the fact that Tang San and his companions, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, had surpassed the 30-level mark, their flawless cooperation, unpracticed yet perfect, quickly led to the indomitable king of unmoving suffering a setback. Brushing the dirt from his head, Zhao Waoqi grumbled. It seems I've underestimated you kids. I must take this more seriously. Xiaobai, what are you laughing at? Come see me for a practical lesson tomorrow. Dai Mubai, who had been quietly chuckling at Zhao Waoqi's disheveled appearance, found his amusement abruptly extinguished upon hearing Zhao Waoqi's words. Children, let us continue, Zhao Waoqi announced, striding purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The duo's previous harmonious collaboration had left a profound impression on him. Xiao Wu, meteor hammer, Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu's toes tapped against Tang San's shoulder, propelling her forward once more, this time with her feet leading the charge, aimed directly at Zhao Waoqi's head. Simultaneously, dozens of strands of blue-silver grass erupted from around Tang San, ensnaring Zhao Waoqi from various directions. Zhao Wujie raised his hand and struck towards Xiao Wu. Yet, to his astonishment, her body had not even reached him when she suddenly altered her trajectory, causing his palm to meet only empty air. Xiao Wu swept past him from the side, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Wujie's shoulder. It turned out that the so-called meteor hammer was merely a variation of the concealed weapon, employing the entanglement of the blue-silver grass. Tang San manipulated Xiao Wu's body to execute agile movements in midair, launching an attack. Regrettably, Zhao Wujie's defensive prowess was exceedingly formidable. Despite lacking distinctive evasion skills, it was no easy feat to unsettle his physique. Conventional concealed weapons are categorized into 4 major types: hand-thrown, mechanical launch, tethered, and drug spraying. Weapons like the meteor hammer, red rope lasso, and flying claws fall under the tethered category. Although they lack the intricate mechanisms of other types of concealed weapons, they possess unparalleled offensive power and unique effects that others cannot match. Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's kick, a flicker of seriousness finally manifesting in his amber eyes. These children were destined to become his students, and if he allowed them to continue unimpeded, he would lose face, rendering his future guidance futile. Zhu Zhuqing was not idle. Seeing Zhao Wujie charging towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, the 2 yellow soul rings enveloping her glowed simultaneously. Her blue and green eyes suddenly narrowed, and she surged forward with silent acceleration, her body instantly lifting off the ground. Wrapped in soul power, she coiled in midair, spinning rapidly as she rushed towards Zhao Wujie. Within her twirling form, claw shadows danced, revealing her second soul ring skill, Phantom Claw of the Abyss. Utilizing her rapid rotation and the piercing attack of her feline claws, she unleashed a barrage of over 100 strikes upon the enemy in a remarkably brief span, all targeting the same location with astonishing force. The moment Xiao Wu's kick connected with Zhao Wujie, Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claw of the Abyss struck him from behind. The Phantom Claw whirled like a serrated gear, swiftly slicing into Zhao Wujie's back. A furious roar erupted, and a glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Wujie's eyes as his fists clenched tightly. The first yellow soul ring among his 7 suddenly ignited. A brilliant golden light erupted instantaneously, sending Zhu Zhuqing, who had unleashed the Phantom Claw, hurtling through the air with a pained cry. Dai Mubai, moving with remarkable speed, appeared beneath her as she fell, catching her in his arms, only to discover that she had been rendered unconscious, her arms dislocated. Xiao Wu suffered a similar fate. Having struck Zhao Wujie, her body was lifted by Tang San's blue-silver grass just as Zhao Wujie's counterattack commenced. The blue-silver grass that surged forth from Tang San coiled around Zhao Wujie's body at that precise moment. Amidst the intense golden light, all efforts turned futile. Although Xiao Wu did not experience the close-range contact that Zhu Zhuqing did, she too was propelled into the air, and the blue-silver grass, whether close or distant, was repelled back from Zhao Wujie's vicinity, with the nearby strands shattering completely. 3 muffled groans resonated almost simultaneously. The most severely injured was Zhu Zhuqing, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The violent shockwave caused Xiao Wu to spurt a mouthful of fresh blood in midair, her entire body succumbing to a wave of soreness and numbness, as she was directly plummeted into Tang San's embrace by the blue-silver grass. Although Tang San bore the lightest injuries, merely feeling as if his insides were ablaze under the pull of the blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu's injury shattered his composure. What Zhao Wujia had unleashed was none other than his first spirit ring skill, the immovable king body. Despite being merely a century-old spirit ring, the same spirit skill, when wielded with varying spirit power, yielded disparate effects. With the might of his 76th level spirit power, the skill granted by this century-old spirit ring manifested with sufficient potency, shattering the combined assault of Tang San and his companions. This exemplified true strength, the true prowess of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong's heart raced in urgency. The incense had only burned for a little over half its length, yet her 7-treasure glazed tile provided various auxiliary attributes but did not include healing. With only 2 spirit rings, the additional effects she could offer were limited, rendering her frantic efforts futile. Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 2. Zhao Wujia's speed suddenly escalated, seemingly closing the distance to Tang San in a single step. His enormous hand rose, and simultaneously, his second spirit ring illuminated with a resounding laugh. With the infusion of spirit power, his palm transformed instantly into a golden hue, doubling in size as it surged towards Tang San. At that moment, Xiao Wu remained nestled in Tang San's arms. He could not allow her to take the blow for him and hastily pulled her aside. Yet, this simple action cost him the chance to evade. Just then, Xiao Wu's second spirit ring glimmered to life, her eyes suddenly turning a blood-red hue, fixating intently on Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and in his astonishment, the descending palm strike slowed considerably, with his spirit power diminished by half. The golden light in his eyes flared brilliantly. Astonishingly, she possessed a confounding spirit skill. The crimson light in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed with the golden light in Zhao Wujia's, and before he could utter a sound, he collapsed, unconscious in Tang San's embrace, blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Seizing the opportunity afforded by this respite, Tang San instinctively employed his ghost shadow perplexing track, evading Zhao Wujia's attack range. Zhao Wujia's palm did not truly descend. He had no intention of harming these children. Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Tang San called out anxiously, hastily channeling his internal energy into her. Yet, Xiao Wu remained utterly unresponsive. Zhao Wujia did not pursue further, standing there as he remarked, "She is fine." Although the effects of confounding spirit skills are remarkable, the disparity in our spirit powers is far too great. The backlash from her own spirit power has led to this outcome. Just as the toxicity from your blue-silver grass is ineffective against me. Let her rest for the night. She will awaken restored by morning. Turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, Zhao Wujia smiled and said, "I suppose I need not intervene further, little girl from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. You have lost. You all were simply too inadequate, unable to withstand even the duration of a single incense stick. This illustrates the gap in strength." Cradling the soft, cloud-like form of Xiao Wu, Tang San slowly lifted his head, his dark eyes devoid of emotion yet profoundly deep. He gently turned while holding on to Xiao Wu and approached Ning Rongrong. "Could I trouble you to look after Xiao Wu for a moment?" Ning Rongrong paused for a brief moment, retracting her 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, and cradled Xiao Wu in her arms. Although her martial soul was of an auxiliary nature, every soul master possessed soul power, rendering their physical capabilities far superior to those of ordinary individuals. Thus, carrying a girl like Xiao Wu was no great feat. After entrusting Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San turned and walked towards Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was taken aback. "What, do you wish to continue?" He scoffed. "You probably wouldn't withstand even one of my attacks. My second soul ring ability, the mighty Vajra Palm, is not so easily countered." Zhao Wujin certainly would not deny the 4 children before him entry into Shrek Academy, simply because the incense had not yet burned out. On the contrary, he was greatly impressed by the strength they exhibited. Each individual showcased unique abilities, and astonishingly, they managed to coordinate so seamlessly without prior practice. Their futures were undoubtedly boundless. Compared to the only 3 existing students of the academy, they were only stronger, not weaker. His slightly harsh words were intended to prevent these children from developing arrogance due to their innate talents. Shrek Academy had seen instances where pride led to slow progress in the past, and Zhao Wujin hoped to steer these promising youths away from such a path. However, he did not anticipate that Tang San would return, and that sheer courage earned Zhao Wujin's admiration. Tang San shook his head, stating, "I do not wish to continue the current test with you." Zhao Wujin, somewhat disappointed, replied, "Then does that mean you concede?" Tang San shook his head again. "No, I wish to engage you in a serious match. Let us start anew. Please light another stick of incense, if I can endure for the duration of one stick. Then I ask that you permit the four of us to enter Shrek Academy together." Zhao Wujin looked at Tang San with a half-smile. "And what if you fail to endure? Do not forget, the four of you attacked together just now and still lost." Tang San could make decisions for himself, even for Xiao Wu, but he could not decide for the other two. He turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zihuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's dislocated arm had been set by Dai Mu Bai, and she had regained consciousness, though her breath was weak. Despite her reluctance to remain in Dai Mu Bai's embrace, she found herself lacking the strength to rise. Ning Rongrong smiled gently at Tang San. "Tang San, we are comrades. My father taught me from a young age that we must never abandon our comrades. If it comes to it, we can leave together. After all, we have already lost the test. The academy in the capital will surely not turn us away." Tang San then looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed too weary to speak but nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Though it was their first meeting, the trust among comrades imbued Tang San with unparalleled strength. Turning back to face Zhao Wujin, he declared, "If I lose, then we shall leave together." Zhao Wujin gazed at the children before him, growing increasingly fond of them, and laughed heartily. "Very well. Let me see what hidden powers you possess to withstand my onslaught, as you wish." The third incense stick was once again lit, inserted into the ground beside him. Tang San stood there with an unsteady stance, his entire being gradually gathering power. At this juncture, he had no intention of concealing his strength any longer. The injury and unconsciousness of Xiao Wu had profoundly affected his emotions, filling him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. As an elder brother who failed to protect his sister, what right did he have to bear the title of brother? He could not seek justice for her. To be continued, Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 3. Though it was their first meeting, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's mutual trust led Tang San to decide to reveal his true power to them. As for Dai Mu Bai, for reasons unknown, he felt a sense of trust towards this youth whose soul power surpassed his own. Tang San vividly recalled a line from the overarching principles of the Xintian Baolu. "Never attempt to play the pig to eat the tiger, lest you truly become the pig." Now, he fully comprehended the meaning behind that phrase. Had they been facing an enemy instead of a teacher from Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu might have faced dire consequences. Moreover, he had yet to unleash his ultimate move. Would he not regret it for a lifetime? Thus, Tang San resolved to no longer hide his abilities, wishing to gauge his strength through the formidable figure of Zhao Wujin, the immovable king. Without the additional power and speed provided by the Seven Treasures glazed tower, Tang San distinctly felt a slight heaviness in his body, his arms trembling slightly as he endeavored to adapt to his current state. Simultaneously, his hands gradually turned a pale white, as translucent as jade. A faint stream of energy seemed to circulate between his 10 fingers. With his head slightly bowed, he concealed the fact that his eyes had completely transformed into a deep purple hue. Zhao Wujin perceptibly sensed a subtle shift in Tang San's aura. Although his soul power had not increased, an inexplicable sense of danger emanated from the soul sage-level youth. Could it be that a mere 29th-level child could instill such a feeling of peril? Zhao Wujin found it hard to believe as he activated his first soul ring ability, the immovable king, and strode purposefully towards Tang San. His pace was not swift, yet each step was remarkably steady, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. "Teacher Zhao, be careful," Tang San suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head sharply. The purple light in his eyes flared intensely, startling Zhao Wujin and causing him to momentarily hesitate. After all, an attack based on the allure of one's gaze is among the most difficult soul techniques to resist. He had nearly fallen victim to it when facing Xiao Wu. However, Zhao Wujin soon discovered that the purple light in Tang San's eyes bore no offensive intent. In that brief moment of hesitation, Tang San's hands, which had been hanging at his sides, gracefully elevated beside his waist. With a series of rapid hisses, 10 beams of cold light erupted from the tips of his fingers, targeting Zhao Wujin's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen. Remarkably, each of the 10 attacks was aimed at a different vital point, all meticulously chosen for their lethality. The jarring sound of piercing air startled Zhao Wujia. Among all his abilities, agility was his greatest weakness. Although his speed increased somewhat after the manifestation of his martial soul, His enormous physique and formidable defensive power typically led him to confront opponents head-on. Faced with the sudden and remarkably precise 10 beams of cold light, Zhao Wujie reacted swiftly, raising his bear-like paws, one above to shield his eyes and the other below to protect his lower body. With a low growl, his entire soul power surged forth, fully activating his immovable king body. After shooting out the 10 beams of cold light, Tang San did not pause for a moment, swiftly retreating while executing his ghost shadow perplexing steps. 10 explosive sounds erupted almost simultaneously as the beams struck Zhao Wujie's body. Yet, amidst the overwhelming golden radiance, they were all deflected, inflicting no harm upon him. Tang San was inwardly astonished. He was aware that he had released 10 bone-piercing needles, which were considered heavy among small concealed weapons. Coupled with his internal force and the penetrating characteristics of the needles, it was remarkable that they failed to inflict even the slightest injury on Zhao Wujie. Highlighting the sheer strength of his defenses, Dai Mubai's assertion that he had no flaws was not without merit. With a swift turn of his body, Tang San launched another 10 beams of cold light. No flaws, indeed? A glint of coldness flashed in Tang San's eyes. The so-called lack of flaws was, in fact, riddled with vulnerabilities. By exploiting just one, he could find his opportunity. As he retreated, Tang San's hands danced like butterflies flitting among flowers, flicking and launching a continuous barrage of cold light aimed at Zhao Wujie's vital points. Zhao Wujie's astonishment exceeded even that of Tang San. He had never encountered such an opponent before. If their strengths were equal, he knew he would have been defeated. The concealed weapons Tang San unleashed were not only accurate but also targeted multiple different positions simultaneously, making evasion exceedingly difficult. With an array of hidden weapons, willow leaf blade, flying locust stone, money dart, bone-piercing needle, Tang San's technique created a storm of projectiles. Some flew straight, others at angles, and some even circled behind, yet all ultimately aimed for Zhao Wujie's body. Zhao Wujie could distinctly sense the formidable penetrating power of these concealed weapons. If he did not fully activate his immovable king body, he too might fall victim to them. However, after a brief exchange, Zhao Wujie believed he had discerned the attack power of Tang San's concealed weapons. Radiating the golden light of his immovable king body, he charged towards Tang San. Zhao Wujie barreled toward him. Raising his enormous great-strength diamond palm, Tang San remained completely unflustered. With a swift change of footwork, he retreated rapidly, while the blue-silver grass extended to obstruct Zhao Wujie's advance. Though the resilient blue-silver grass could not completely hinder Zhao Wujie, it was capable of delaying him momentarily. The omnipresent entanglement of the grass ensnared Zhao Wujie's feet repeatedly, both slowing his momentum and conserving Tang San's internal energy. Relying on the blue-silver grass and ghost shadow perplexing steps. Although Tang San's absolute speed did not match Zhao Wujie's, Zhao Wujie was unable to catch up to him, as the great strength diamond palm struck only empty air on several occasions. To be continued, Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 4. Friends who appreciate Xiao San's works, please show your support with a vote. Thank you. After Tang San launched the first round of hidden weapons, he did not continue to attack with them but instead maneuvered around the arena, evading Zhao Wujie's strikes. The reason Tang San insisted on facing Zhao Wujie alone was partly due to his concern about accidentally injuring others with his hidden weapons, and partly because an individual has greater freedom of movement and fewer reservations. At this moment, those watching from the sidelines were left somewhat dumbfounded, especially during the time when numerous hidden weapons flew from Tang San. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Whether it was Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, or Dai Mubai, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts as they realized that if they were in Zhao Wujie's position, they might have already been hit. Tang San's hidden weapons were extraordinarily diverse, and their flight paths were exceedingly peculiar, making it incredibly difficult to dodge them. Even Ning Rongrong, who hailed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and was well-versed in various techniques, could not identify the family to which these hidden weapons belonged, yet she could fully sense their formidable power. The incense burned unknowingly, and within this short time, a third of its length had already vanished. Zhao Wujie, who was pursuing Tang San, suddenly halted, laughingly scolding, "Well, you little monkey, you certainly are slippery. Do you think you can stall for time this easily?" Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. The third soul ring on Zhao Wujie's body, a purple thousand-year soul ring, suddenly expanded, but instead of channeling its power into his body, it floated downward, directly merging with the ground. In an instant, Tang San felt as though his feet had sunk into a quagmire. His body became unexpectedly heavy, as if his weight had doubled. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie showed no signs of being affected, striding towards him with a faint smile in his eyes, as if to say, "This time, I shall see where you can run." What a formidable soul skill! Under the influence of gravity, Tang San's speed was noticeably reduced. Despite the exquisite nature of the ghost shadow perplexing steps, evading Zhao Wujie's attacks became increasingly challenging. He narrowly dodged Zhao Wujie's powerful golden iron palm several times. Zhao Wujie glanced at the burning incense beside him, which had already burned down to nearly half its length. Anxiousness crept into his heart. As the dignified king of Unmoved, struggling against a mere 12-year-old child was indeed quite taxing. If this were to reach the ears of other teachers, it would surely become a subject of ridicule. This child was certainly a formidable opponent. However, it seemed that the exam should be drawing to a close. With this thought, Zhao Wujie's fourth soul ring illuminated once more. The purple light dazzled, and astonishingly, the fourth soul ring detached itself and flew out, as if it possessed a will of its own, chasing after Tang San's form and directly enveloping him. What does this mean? Tang San's heart jolted. However, when the purple thousand-year light ring enveloped his body, it did not bring him any discomfort. Zhao Wujie chuckled heartily, declaring that it was time to conclude. The fact that he had compelled me to utilize 4 soul rings bestowed upon him the qualification for admission. As soon as he finished speaking, his powerful legs exerted immense force, propelling his entire being off the ground. Tang San hastily shifted his position, yet to his astonishment, the airborne Zhao Wujie pivoted in accordance with his movement, descending directly towards him. Unbeknownst to him, this was Zhao Wujie's 4th soul ring ability, position tracking. Once locked on by his 4th soul ring, he could instantly close the distance within 100 meters with the force of his leap. This skill might hold little utility for soul masters of other cultivation styles, but for the strength-oriented Zhao Wujie, it was exceedingly advantageous. By utilizing position tracking to swiftly bridge the gap between himself and his opponent, he maximized his power and offensive capabilities. To expedite the conclusion of the battle, he had resorted to this skill. A glint of cold light flashed in Tang San's eyes. It appeared that his plans would have to be expedited. Realizing he could not evade Zhao Wujie's descending form, he resolved not to evade further. As Zhao Wujie plummeted towards him, he promptly activated his 2nd soul ring skill, parasitism. During the earlier moment when the blue-silver grass had obstructed Zhao Wujie's advance, the seeds of parasitism had stealthily nestled upon him. Now, they erupted into action, ensnaring Zhao Wujie mid-air. Tang San had chosen the perfect moment to unleash parasitism, just as Zhao Wujie was about to land, thus preventing him from launching an immediate counterattack upon touching down. Raising both hands simultaneously, a resonant clang echoed as 6 cold beams of light erupted from his sleeves, the powerful crossbow bolts slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's face. Although Zhao Wujie possessed formidable defenses, the sudden onslaught of the potent bolts startled him into activating his immovable king body. With a resounding crash, amidst the spreading golden light, he not only broke free from the entanglement of the blue-silver grass, but also sent the 6 crossbow bolts hurtling away from him. What was Tang San most adept at? At least up to this point, it was certainly not hand-thrown concealed weapons, but rather the mechanical contraptions he had devoted his previous life to studying. The unexpected barrage of crossbow bolts sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Zhao Wujie's brow. While his immovable king body deflected the bolts, the force of their impact left a stinging sensation on his face, a testament to the might of the crossbow mechanism. Employing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon simultaneously, Tang San utilized the momentum generated by Zhao Wujie's immovable king body to leap back, narrowly evading a palm strike aimed at him. As he drew in his arms, his chest muscles rippled, producing a resonant buzzing sound from his torso. A spray of glistening steel needles, shrouded in a dense mist, erupted from his chest, perfectly meeting Zhao Wujie's charge. Tang San, a master of mechanical concealed weapons, had designed his devices to activate without any switch, relying solely on muscle contraction for initiation, rendering them utterly unpredictable. To be continued, Chapter 19. Tang San's Concealed Weapons, Part 5. The tea-scented mist caused Zhao Wujie to feel a wave of dizziness, naturally diminishing the efficacy of his immovable king body's defenses in that very moment. Zhao Wuji acutely sensed a pang of pain piercing through his chest. Upon lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that the barrage of steel needles shot forth by Tang San had indeed penetrated the defenses of his immovable king body, embedding themselves deep into his chest. A paralyzing wave of agony surged through his nerves and into his brain. Poison. Zhao Wuji's heart sank in alarm. He hastily summoned his immovable king body once more, forcefully expelling the steel needles from his flesh. However, the toxin had already infiltrated him through the dual channels of respiration and blood. The Tang sect was not solely adept in hidden weapons. Their mastery of poison was equally unparalleled. Although Tang San had not had many opportunities to gather toxic substances over the past few years, he had not squandered the venom from the mandala snake. The toxin extracted from its fangs was employed in this very concealed weapon, manifesting its utmost effectiveness at this crucial juncture. This hidden weapon, known as Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow, was one of the few that could breach Zhao Wuji's protective aura. Nonetheless, Zhao Wuji's immovable king body boasted formidable defensive capabilities, and the 64 steel needles fired by Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow could only barely pierce his skin. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Although the speed of the mandala snake was not enough to render Zhao Wuji incapable of resistance, it compelled him to allocate some of his soul power to impede the spread of the toxin, thereby granting Tang San a greater window to breathe. However, Zhao Wuji's momentary pause did not afford Tang San the opportunity to flee. Instead, he charged directly at Zhao Wuji. With a flick of his fingers, 10 slender beams of golden light flashed through the air, almost imperceptibly, as a master of hidden weapons. Timing the launch of his projectiles was of paramount importance, and Tang San undoubtedly excelled in this regard, selecting the precise moment when Zhao Wuji had just expelled the steel needles from his body, leaving his defenses vulnerable. With the keen insight granted by his purple demon eye, Tang San was not only able to discern every movement of his opponent, but could also perceive the fluctuations of Zhao Wuji's soul power surrounding him. How else could he so astutely identify his opponent's vulnerabilities? This was the greatest utility of the purple demon eye. The 10 golden beams of light forcefully pierced through the defenses of the immovable king body, silently embedding themselves into Zhao Wuji's form. Zhao Wuji felt a simultaneous surge of agonizing pain from multiple points on his body. Even with his resilient nerves, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his body convulsing in torment. You! Zhao Wuji's anger flared, a low growl escaping his lips as his fifth soul ring, radiating a profound black hue, suddenly illuminated. His fierce roar reverberated throughout the entire Shrek Academy, sending tremors through its very foundations. Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him from all directions, his body uncontrollably propelling towards Zhao Wuji, as if the immense force threatening to crush him to pieces was beyond his capacity to withstand. Zhao Wuji invoked the fifth soul skill of his great strength Diamond Bear martial spirit, gravitational compression. Was Tang San to succumb so easily? Certainly not. With a swift bow of his head, accompanied by a sharp crack, a 7-inch long crossbow bolt shot forth from his back, racing towards the gaping maw of Zhao Wuji. Even when ensnared by the opponent's control, he maintained such precision that it was nothing short of astonishing. With a heavy flower crossbow, he unleashed a medium-sized bolt. With the control of his back muscles, he launched a single strike. Yet, due to the considerable size of the crossbow bolt and the formidable elasticity of its mechanism, its destructive power is exceedingly formidable among the category of concealed weapons, far surpassing that of a sleeve arrow. Simultaneously, Tang San's feet collided, and from the tips of his toes emerged blades approximately 3 inches long. One foot soared to kick towards Zhao Wuji's throat, while the other silently targeted his vulnerable areas below. In such a disadvantaged position, his ability to execute such an offensive response is undoubtedly terrifying. The rapid firing speed of the crossbow was astonishing. Zhao Wuji scarcely had time to raise his hands before the powerful bolt pierced through the defense of his immovable king body, hurtling straight towards his mouth. In this dire moment, Zhao Wuji showcased the formidable combat experience of a soul sage, remaining utterly composed. He clenched his teeth, successfully biting down on the crossbow bolt. The impact of the bolt was immensely powerful. Although he managed to hold it in his mouth, his teeth were jolted loose by the force. At the same time, a sweet fragrance emanated from the arrow, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. There was only one crossbow bolt, and how could Tang San refrain from adding a little something to it? The bolt was hollow, containing a small amount of mandala snake venom. Once the arrow penetrated the enemy's body and was subjected to pressure, the venom would instantly be released. Although the bolt had not yet pierced Zhao Wuji's flesh, the pressure from his teeth had sufficiently activated the venom, which was unceremoniously delivered to him. Spitting out the bolt, Zhao Wuji raised his hands to block and deflect Tang San's dual foot assault, at which point Tang San had already been forced into his immediate vicinity. "Are you a hedgehog?" Zhao Wuji roared. However, having bitten into the mandala snake's toxin, his tongue felt slightly numb, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. Not even during his time in the Soul Master realm had he ever suffered such a significant loss since arriving at Shrek Academy. At that moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, ready to erupt. Yet, Tang San's offensive was not yet fully concluded. Unexpectedly, a small black hammer appeared in his left hand. After Zhao Wuji had deflected his legs, Tang San swung the hammer towards Zhao Wuji's face. The fragrant mist enveloping Zhao Wuji's mind caused a momentary dizziness, and the defense of his immovable king body naturally diminished by half. It was at this precise moment that Zhao Wuji distinctly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down in horror, he discovered that the barrage of steel needles shot forth from Tang San's chest had penetrated through the defense of his immovable king body. Embedding themselves deep into his chest, the paralyzing agony surged through his nerves, transmitting the sensation to Zhao Wuji's brain. "Poison!" Zhao Wuji exclaimed inwardly, alarmed. He hastily summoned the strength of his immovable king body once more, forcibly expelling the steel needles from his body. However, the venom had already entered his system, propelled by both respiration and blood circulation. The Tang sect was not solely reliant on concealed weapons. Their expertise in poison was equally unparalleled. Though Tang San had not had many opportunities to collect toxins in recent years, he had not wasted the mandala snake he once encountered. The venom extracted from its fangs had been applied to this particular concealed weapon, manifesting its utmost effectiveness at this critical juncture. The concealed weapon nestled against his chest was one of the few devices capable of penetrating his protective barrier, known as Han Sha Xiying. Naturally, Zhao Wuji's formidable defense as the immovable king rendered him nearly impervious. The 64 steel needles discharged by Han Sha Xiying could only manage to breach his skin with great difficulty. Yet, this was sufficient. Although the speed of the mandala snake was not enough to incapacitate Zhao Wuji, it compelled him to allocate a portion of his soul power to thwart the spread of the toxin, thereby granting Tang San a precious moment to regroup. However, Zhao Wuji's momentary pause did not deter Tang San from advancing. Instead, he charged directly at Zhao Wuji. With a simultaneous flick of his 10 fingers, 10 delicate beams of golden light flickered through the air, almost imperceptible to the naked EYSM master of concealed weaponry. The timing of launching such projectiles was of utmost importance, and Tang San undoubtedly executed this flawlessly, choosing the precise moment when Zhao Wuji had just activated his immovable king form, rendering his defenses momentarily vulnerable. Thanks to the insights afforded by his purple magic eyes, Tang San was able to discern every movement of his opponent and even perceive the fluctuations of Zhao Wuji's soul power. How else could he so expertly exploit his adversary's weaknesses? This was the true power of the purple magic eyes. The 10 golden rays forcefully pierced through the defenses of the immovable king, silently embedding themselves within Zhao Wuji's body. He was suddenly beset by intense pain from multiple areas, causing even his resilient nerves to flinch as his entire body convulsed in agony. "You?" Zhao Wuji's anger flared, emitting a low growl as his fifth soul ring, radiating a profound black hue, illuminated with sudden brilliance. The resounding roar reverberated throughout the Shrek Academy, shaking its very foundation. Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure assailing him from all directions, rendering his body uncontrollably propelled towards Zhao Wuji, as if the force surrounding him sought to crush him entirely. This was a power beyond his capacity to withstand. Zhao Wuji unleashed the fifth soul skill of his mighty golden bear martial soul, gravity compression. Did Tang San simply yield to this? Certainly not. He abruptly lowered his head, and with a sharp crack, a 7-inch crossbow bolt shot forth from his back, hurtling towards Zhao Wuji's gaping maw. Even under the control of his adversary, he maintained such precision that it was nothing short of astonishing. Utilizing a back-mounted flower crossbow, the medium-sized bolt was launched through the muscular control of his back. It was a singular strike. But due to the bolt's considerable size and the powerful elasticity of its mechanism, its destructive capability was formidable, far surpassing that of a sleeve dart. Simultaneously, Tang San's feet collided, and from the tips of his toes extended blades approximately 3 inches long. One foot soared towards Zhao Wuji's throat while the other stealthily targeted a vital area below. In such a dire predicament, his ability to execute such a response was undeniably terrifying. The propulsion speed of the back-mounted flower crossbow was astonishingly swift. Zhao Wuji barely had time to raise his hands before the powerful bolt pierced through the defenses of his immovable king form, heading straight for his mouth. In this critical moment, Zhao Wuji demonstrated the formidable practical experience of a soul sage. Remaining utterly composed, he clenched his teeth just in time to catch the bolt in his mouth. The impact of the tightly bound floral crossbow was extraordinarily formidable. Although Zhao Wujin managed to clamp down on it, his teeth were rattled and loosened by the force. Simultaneously, a sweet fragrance wafted from the crossbow bolt into his mouth, inducing a sudden dizziness in his mind. The tightly bound floral crossbow was singular, so how could Tang San refrain from employing some clever trickery upon it? The bolt was hollow, containing a small quantity of the venom from the mandragora snake. Once the bolt penetrated an enemy's body and was subjected to pressure, the venom would immediately be released at that moment. Although the bolt had not pierced Zhao Wujin's flesh, the pressure applied by his teeth was sufficient to trigger the release of the venom, which was unceremoniously delivered to him. Spitting out the bolt, Zhao Wujin swiftly raised his hands to parry, neutralizing Tang San's dual foot assault, at which point Tang San had already been compressed to his front. "Are you a hedgehog?" Zhao Wujin bellowed in fury. However, having ingested a mouthful of the mandragora snake's toxin, his tongue felt somewhat numb, rendering his speech somewhat slurred. Never had he suffered such a significant setback. Not even during his previous endeavors in the Spirit Master realm. In an instant, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, and he was on the verge of erupting. Yet, Tang San's assault was not yet fully concluded. Inexplicably, a hammer appeared in his left hand, a small, jet-black hammer. After Zhao Wujin deflected his legs, Tang San swung the hammer towards Zhao Wujin's face. Chapter 20. Oscar's Great Sausage and Small Sausage, Part 1. It was far from over. Zhao Wujin simmered with indignation, resolved to teach this little hedgehog a lesson. He raised his right hand to shield his face while his left hand struck towards Tang San's chest. Of course, he did not exert much force. He merely sought a small act of retribution after having suffered such a significant loss, as he felt quite uncomfortable otherwise. Naturally, as he unleashed this strike, he had already retracted his Millennium Spirit Ring technique, gravitational compression. Otherwise, Tang San would have been crushed outright by the force of the technique. Two muffled thuds resonated almost simultaneously. Tang San was propelled away by Zhao Wujin's blow, one of the sounds being his own groan as he soared through the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Having devoted all his ingenuity and inner strength to his previous attacks, he was now nearing exhaustion and could hardly withstand Zhao Wujin's strike. It was a stroke of luck that he did not lose consciousness from the impact. Dai Mubai gently set Zhu Zhuqing down, and in a flash, he caught the flying Tang San. The other groan belonged to Zhao Wujin. Having initially believed that this was merely another of Tang San's hidden weapons, he thought it would be a simple task to block the swing of the hammer. However, when the hammer struck his palm, he realized something was amiss. The seemingly small hammer carried tremendous weight. Despite Zhao Wujin hastily channeling his spirit power, he had been careless, and under the dual influence of the mandragora snake's venom and the pain coursing through his body, his spirit power was insufficient. As the hammer collided with his palm, it then rebounded to strike his face, causing blood to spurt from his nose. With his palms scraping against his features, he became a veritable canvas of chaos, resembling a grotesque visage. The force of the blow left him dazed, and the small black hammer, having completed its task, vanished without a trace. Tang San, supported by Dai Mubai, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Despite his grievous injuries, anyone observing the surface would hardly believe that Zhao Wujia had emerged victorious from their recent clash. This is not to imply that Zhao Wujia's strength was lacking. After all, he had engaged with a fellow contender and was understandably cautious, fearing he might seriously harm Tang San. Additionally, he was curious to gauge the extent of Tang San's capabilities. While Zhao was proficient in strength, he was not particularly adept at tracking, and coupled with the immense unpredictability of Tang San's hidden weapons, it led to a significant miscalculation, resulting in Zhao suffering a considerable setback. His pride was undeniably wounded. In a true confrontation, Zhao Wujie could have effortlessly unleashed the abilities of his fifth spirit ring, which would have undoubtedly resulted in Tang San's demise, as the disparity in their strengths was substantial. Had it merely been an examination, Tang San would not have exerted himself so fiercely. However, the unconscious state of Xiao Wu ignited a fierce determination within him. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Zhao Wujie further catalyzed his explosive response. Not only did the individuals present witness this unprecedented display of Tang San's full might, but even Xiao Wu had never seen him unleash such power before. Dai Mubai, observing the bloodied visage of Zhao Wujie, felt an urge to laugh but restrained himself, instead calling out loudly, "Oscar, Oscar, come here quickly. You have business to attend to." Amplified by his soul power, his voice resonated throughout the academy, ensuring that no one would miss it. Many years later, when Dai Mubai, the formidable leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, had achieved great success, he would be asked who he deemed the most formidable among them. Without hesitation, he would reply, "It is the soft-boned Douluo, Xiao Wu." The rationale was simple. She was the Achilles heel of the Thousand Hands Douluo, Tang San. Provoking Tang San directly might not pose an immediate threat, but inciting Xiao Wu's wrath would unleash a terrifying force. Transforming Tang San from the Thousand Hands Douluo into the Thousand Hands Azura, Dai Mubai, known for his charm and romantic exploits, humorously dubbed the world's greatest playboy by his peers, had never dared to provoke Xiao Wu, for he was wise enough to avoid facing an enraged Tang San. This entire scenario served as a stark reminder of that wisdom. "Where's the business? Where's the business?" Oscar's distinctively soft voice, laced with excitement, approached swiftly, and soon he appeared before the group. Perhaps due to his eagerness, he had abandoned his cart and rushed over. "Xiao Ao, come here," Dai Mubai called out to him. Oscar hurriedly approached. "Boss Dai, did you call for me?" Dai Mubai nodded and instructed, "Quickly, bring out some sausages. They are all injured." Oscar beamed with delight. 5 copper soul coins for each. "Don't forget to settle the bill for me later. I have a big sausage." With a flicker of light in his peculiar soul incantation, a fragrant sausage materialized in his hand. Dai Mubai gestured towards Tang San. "Here, eat this." Although Oscar's words were somewhat off-putting, the efficacy of his sausages was undeniable. These were sausages enhanced by the effects of his first spirit ring, designed to accelerate the recovery of physical injuries. While the sausage itself posed no issue, the mere thought of Oscar's comment made Tang San's stomach churn, leading him to hastily wave his hand. "I'm not severely injured, just a bit fatigued. A brief respite will suffice." "You should allow him to share the sausage with others." Upon uttering these words, he immediately settled into a lotus position, channeling his energy to restore his breath. Tang San's abstention from eating does not imply that others should follow suit, particularly a certain individual who has suffered a significant embarrassment. "Oscar, come here. I would like one of each, sausage and cured sausage." Zhao Wujie's voice was somewhat indistinct. It is hardly surprising given his condition. Although he managed to suppress the toxin with his pure soul power, the moment the toxin struck, his tongue had swollen considerably. Oscar blinked his enchanting eyes and inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to our Shrek Academy and know my name? You insolent fool. Do you wish to be punished?" "I am Zhao Wuj." Zhao Wuj's fury nearly choked him, almost causing him to spit blood. To be continued, Chapter 20. Oscar's Grand Sausage and Small Cured Sausage, Part 2, today. He has suffered a great loss. He merely wishes to tend to his injuries swiftly and intimidate the few children before him into silence. Otherwise, his reputation as the unmoved king will be irrevocably tarnished. Oscar was quite curious about what had caused Zhao Wuj to be in such a state, for he was well aware of Zhao Wuj's formidable strength. However, he quickly caught the knowing glance from Dai Mubai. Being an exceedingly astute individual, Oscar promptly concealed his astonishment, approaching Zhao Wuj with an air of nonchalance as if nothing had transpired, eagerly presenting the sausage he had just crafted while reciting a rather humorous soul incantation that left the onlookers bemused. "I possess a small cured sausage." Although Oscar did not appear lewd, the moment he uttered that incantation, he transformed into the epitome of absurdity. A small cured sausage, no thicker than a pinky finger, appeared in his grasp, which he promptly handed to Zhao Wuj. Zhao Wuj, unceremoniously, devoured both the sausage and the cured sausage, his countenance instantly brightening. Dai Mubai stifled a laugh as he returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side, only to receive a piercing glare from her. Zhu Zhuqing was gravely injured. Yet her eyes conveyed a clear message to Dai Mubai. Should you dare allow that lewd uncle with the grand sausage to approach with his offering, you are doomed. Dai Mubai made a gesture of helplessness, shaking his head at her, reassuringly indicating, "Fear not, I would never allow you to consume anything from that fellow. I could never bear it." Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, her eyes closing as she refused to look at Dai Mubai. After consuming Oscar's grand sausage and small cured sausage, Zhao Wuji's visage improved considerably. His garments, severely tattered from the previous battle, were hastily torn apart to wipe the blood from his face. Oscar's grand sausage had healing properties, while the small cured sausage was effective in dispelling abnormal conditions. Both were exceedingly practical. The numbness induced by the mandala snake poison gradually dissipated, though the excruciating pain caused Zhao Wuji's facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Glancing down, he observed multiple swollen areas on his skin, each resembling a walnut, with sharp, piercing pain emanating from these bulges. "Teacher Zhao, have we passed the test?" Standing to the side, the only complete Ning Rongrong among the 4 candidates pointed at Zhao Wujia's back and inquired. Zhao Wujia turned around only to find that the incense he had lit had long since extinguished. With an angry huff, he conceded, "Consider yourselves fortunate." That moment, he no longer wished to linger, as the sensation of being a laughingstock was rather unpleasant. Just as he was about to depart, a somewhat feeble voice called out, "Teacher Zhao, wait a moment." Turning his gaze, Zhao Wujia saw that it was Tang San, who had just been recuperating. After a brief period of rest, Tang San seemed to have regained some vitality and managed to rise unsteadily from the ground. "Little hedgehog, do you have further business?" "You have already passed my test," Zhao Wujia remarked, his heart filled with conflicting emotions towards the boy before him. Although he had suffered considerable embarrassment and sustained minor injuries due to this child, the combat potential and willpower Tang San exhibited were undeniably extraordinary. Tang San replied, "Teacher Zhao, I apologized, I was too impulsive earlier. However, your strength is exceedingly formidable to me, compelling me to exert all my effort. Allow me to assist you in removing the hidden weapon within you, lest it adversely affect your health." The 10 dragon whisker needles concealed in Tang San's fingertips were currently embedded in Zhao Wujia's body, and the swelling injuries were not easily resolved. Since the dragon whisker needles were naturally formed from golden hair, despite being metallic, they were not attracted by magnets. Moreover, once embedded within the body, they became entangled. Even with Tang San's intervention, it was only feasible to extract them if the injuries were still fresh. Otherwise, if they penetrated deeply into the flesh, the only recourse would be to surgically excise the affected area. Fortunately, Zhao Wujia's immovable king body offered remarkable defense, and as Tang San had already expended considerable internal energy during their confrontation, the dragon whisker needles had merely grazed the surface of his skin. Had they penetrated further, rescue would have been impossible. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujia's expression softened slightly, and his face flushed with embarrassment. After all, he was a soul sage, faced with a child who had not yet reached level 30. Employing the 5th spirit ring was undeniably an act of bullying the weak. Nevertheless, this little hedgehog was indeed impressive. His myriad of bizarre attacks had truly opened Zhao Wujia's eyes. Tang San approached Zhao Wujia and first assessed the positions of the dragon whisker needles on him. Noticing that most were entangled beneath the skin and had not penetrated deeply, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. After battling Zhao Wujia with all his might, the anger in his heart had dissipated. He felt a twinge of regret. After all, the man was a teacher, not an enemy, and his earlier actions had been somewhat excessive, that of course, in the face of the overwhelming pressure Zhao Wujia had exerted, it was impossible for him not to give his all. With his right hand transforming back into a jade-white hue, Tang San's fingers deftly tapped several times at one of Zhao Wujia's wounds. With a swift motion, a golden needle tip emerged from beneath the skin. Grasping the needle tip firmly, Tang San pulled with determination, successfully extracting one of the dragon whisker needles. Zhao Wujia has truly incurred a grave penalty. The dragon whisker needles, upon piercing his flesh, immediately contorted and entwined with his skin and muscles. The agony induced by this external extraction was such that even the unflappable, immovable king could not suppress a grimace of pain. Once Tang San withdrew all the dragon whisker needles, a thick steam began to rise from Zhao Wujia's body, drenched in sweat from the excruciating torment. Nevertheless, he exhibited remarkable fortitude, managing not to utter a single sound. To be continued, Chapter 20. Oscar's Grand Sausage and Little Sausage, Part 3. After consuming another sausage provided by Oscar, Zhao Wujia's wounds began to heal rapidly, and the pain diminished somewhat. Tang San, having scarcely regained a portion of his internal energy, soon found himself utterly depleted once again, collapsing without uttering a word. Fortunately, Oscar was by his side and promptly caught him. Zhao Wujia, possessing formidable strength, suffered only superficial injuries which posed no significant threat. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, he had almost recovered to 90% within a short span of time. Observing Tang San unconscious in Oscar's arms, Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow and instructed, "Mu Bai, you are responsible for accommodating these 4 new students. Classes commence tomorrow. As for the weapons scattered about by Tang San, no one is to touch them. Some are laced with poison. We shall wait for him to awaken and tidy up his own mess." With that, Zhao Wujia turned and departed. As Zhao Wujia disappeared from sight, Oscar assisted Tang San to lean against Dai Mu Bai, glancing at him, then at the severely injured Zhu Zhuqing, and finally at Xiao Wu, who lay unconscious in Ning Rongrong's embrace. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "What happened to Teacher Zhao today? Is it that time of the month? Why is he taking it out on the new students?" Dai Mu Bai retorted. "Why not raise your voice a bit louder so that Teacher Zhao can hear you? He is likely brimming with pent-up frustration and searching for an outlet. As for that time of the month, I would say it's you who is overdue, a full 30 days in fact. You might get a day off, but in February, you'll be short 2 days." Oscar grumbled in mild discontent. "Must you speak so lewdly? There are ladies present. Get lost. With your grand sausage uncle around, how could there be any lack of lewdness? Let us first settle them before discussing anything else." As they spoke, Dai Mu Bai lifted Zhu Zhuqing from the ground, seemingly oblivious to her icy glare that could kill. Oscar glanced at Dai Mu Bai, then at Ning Rongrong, muttering, "Why is it that you all carry beautiful women, while I am left with a man?" Dai Mu Bai shot him a sidelong glance. That's merely a matter of character. When Tang San awoke from his slumber, the sky outside had gradually darkened. Blinking his bleary eyes, he discovered himself lying in a wooden cabin. The room was modest, approximately a dozen square meters, with another bed beside his own. Oscar sat on the bed, murmuring to himself about something unknown. "Where is this?" Tang San's voice was somewhat hoarse, accompanied by a persistent feeling of emptiness within. Upon seeing him awake, Oscar replied, "This is our dormitory. You will be sharing it with me from now on. Your name is Tang San, correct? Today, you truly showcased your prowess, even causing the formidable Teacher Zhao to suffer a significant setback at your hands." Oscar, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, blinked and gazed at Tang San, excitement unmistakably gleaming in his eyes. And what of Xiao Wu? How is she faring? This was the question Tang San yearned to know most dearly. Oscar reassured him, "Rest assured, she is well. She is sharing a room with the beautiful Ning Rongrong. A single night's rest should suffice for her recovery. That Ning Rongrong from the 7-treasure glazed tile school is indeed stunning." As he spoke, he swallowed hard, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with intrigue. Struggling to sit up, Tang San was acutely aware that after such a substantial expenditure of inner strength, complacency was his greatest adversary. If he did not restore himself promptly, he risked diminishing his cultivation. "Hey, Tang San, we shall be roommates from now on. How about we introduce ourselves? I am Oscar, a level 29 weapon soul master with the martial soul. Sausage, I am affectionately dubbed Sausage Specialist. You may call me Sausage Specialist Oscar, or simply Xiao Ao." Tang San chuckled softly and replied, "What about Uncle Big Sausage then?" "Bah, bah. What Uncle Big Sausage? I shall shave my beard tomorrow and reveal to you my handsome, dashing, and ethereal side. A few lovely junior sisters have arrived at the academy. I cannot afford to remain so disheartened. That fellow Dai Mu Bai has clearly taken an interest in that frosty beauty, so Xiao Wu is yours. I can only reluctantly pursue Ning Rongrong." "We are merely friends," Tang San interjected, frowning slightly, as he found Oscar's manner of speaking somewhat disconcerting. With a lecherous grin, Oscar responded, "All right, enough of the pretense. We are all men here. Who doesn't he understand the unspoken? I never expected you, at such a young age, to have captivated a beautiful girl. With you two, a solitary man and woman, traveling to the academy together, surely something must have transpired. Dai Laodao mentioned that it was due to Xiao Wu's injury that you fought so fiercely against Teacher Zhao. You say you are just friends. Who would believe that? Worry not, for I, Xiao Ao, am a man of principles. One must not be disrespectful to a friend's wife, or rather, one must not deceive a friend's wife. I will never harbor any intentions toward your Xiao Wu. Faced with Oscar's sparkling peach blossom eyes, Tang San felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He could not be bothered to explain further and directly entered a state of cultivation, beginning to replenish his inner strength. As the night grew deeper and silence enveloped the entirety of Shrek Academy. It became evident that, just as Dai Mubai had predicted, apart from Tang San and his 3 companions, no other candidates had managed to pass the first 3 rounds of the examination. This marked a year of unprecedented enrollment at Shrek Academy. As the vice principal, Zhao Wujing had his own quarters, and at this moment, he sat alone in his room, somewhat despondent. He had changed into a clean outfit, and though his wounds had healed, the psychological impact of his defeat weighed heavily upon him. He had never anticipated that a mere desire to stretch his limbs would lead to such humiliation. In the past, he would have thought nothing of it and would have swiftly eliminated Tang San. However, his position had changed. He was now a teacher, and Tang San was a student. Thus, he could only swallow his indignation. To be continued, Chapter 20. Oscar's Large Sausage and Small Sausage, Part 4. Meanwhile, he held great admiration for Tang San. In terms of innate talent, this Tang San was even stronger than Dai Mubai. It was merely that his martial soul was somewhat weaker by nature. Otherwise, he could potentially become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Clenching his right fist and striking it into the palm of his left hand, Zhao Wujie sighed helplessly. What bad luck I have encountered with such a little hedgehog. It seems I will need to train him properly. After uttering the last phrase, a hint of wicked amusement appeared on Zhao Wujie's face. Zhao Wujie contemplated how to rigorously train Tang San. An unexpected voice suddenly caused the smile on his face to freeze. It is worth noting that, as a rank 76 soul sage, he was a figure of high standing within the soul master community of the Douluo Continent. His soul power had grown formidable enough to create a wondrous aura around his body, allowing him to discern even the sound of leaves falling within 100 meters radius. Yet at this moment, he sensed no one nearby, and the voice seemed to pierce his ears as if spoken directly beside him. This level of power had raised Zhao Wujie's vigilance. He did not recognize the voice, but he was certain that the approaching individual was at least his equal in strength. Who is it? He abruptly stood up, his eyes gleaming with cold light. In the past, his reputation within the soul master community had not been favorable, and he had acquired numerous enemies. After years of seclusion within Shrek Academy, he had enjoyed a semblance of peace, yet suddenly, a formidable opponent had emerged at this moment. Come out, a barely perceptible aura locked onto Zhao Wujie. Without hesitation, he leapt through the window and stepped outside. His soul power surged to its peak as he remained on high alert, simultaneously scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement. Who was Zhao Wujie? The Unmoved King, a notorious figure known for countless killings. The provocation from an unknown adversary, coupled with the pent-up frustration from earlier in the day, ignited his fury. With a powerful push of his feet, he swiftly pursued the direction from which the aura emanated. In a matter of moments, he had exited the confines of Shrek Academy and entered a nearby forest. The trace of the aura vanished as he arrived. Come out, I know you are here. Zhao Wujie called out in a deep voice. Concurrently, he swiftly activated his martial soul, the 7 soul rings encircling his body pulsating rhythmically, radiating dazzling brilliance, particularly the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings that appeared astonishingly profound. A shadow cloaked in black gradually emerged from behind a large tree. The figure was entirely shrouded in dark clothing, even wearing a black hood. From the exterior, it could only be discerned that he was a tall man. Who are you? Zhao Wujie demanded coldly, having completed the manifestation of his martial soul, the great power King Kong Bear, exuding a wild aura that commanded respect without the need for anger. The cloaked figure did not directly answer him but merely stated, "To encounter the unmoved king in this modest place, I simply wish to spar with you. It has been a long time since I last engaged my muscles." As he spoke, the figure cloaked in black slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, a dark radiance coalesced within his palm, transforming into an enormous artifact. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings silently manifested around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Unlike Zhao Wujie's soul rings, which pulsated rhythmically, these 9 rings remained motionless, enveloping the black-clad figure entirely. The mere presence of 9 soul rings was a terrifying sight, particularly the last one, which subtly shimmered with a faint red hue amidst the darkness. Had the master been present, he would have discerned that, despite both being 10,000-year soul rings, the disparity was immense. For instance, the soul rings derived from a 10,000-year soul beast could not possibly compare to those from a 90,000-year soul beast. The red-tinged black color signified that this soul ring had reached at least the standard of 90,000 years. Upon witnessing the black-clad figure unleash 9 soul rings, Zhao Wujie felt as though a chilling wave had washed over him, causing his entire being to shudder. As a soul sage, he was acutely aware of the vast differences in power among high-ranking soul masters. Above level 60, even a single level of difference could create a notable gap in strength. While it appeared that he and the figure before him were separated by roughly 20 levels, he understood that the chasm between them was even greater than that between Tang San and himself. The phrase titled Douluo was difficult for Zhao Wujie to utter, causing even his unmoved king body to tremble. If he represented a high-tier existence among soul masters, then the title Douluo epitomized the pinnacle of their kind. The previously exuded arrogance dissipated entirely, and Zhao Wujie hastily bowed in deference, inquiring about the identity of this esteemed senior. "Please, spare me the jest. I am unworthy to engage in a spar with you." The black-clad figure replied with a cool demeanor, "What is there to be unworthy of? During the day, you bullied those children quite adeptly, did you not? I find the sensation of bullying others rather enjoyable. Allow me to indulge in a bit of that with you." Naturally, one could interpret this as an act of tyranny over the weak. Without any overt display of dominance, the black-clad figure, wielding the colossal artifact, advanced step by step toward Zhao Wujie. Thoughts raced through Zhao Wujie's mind. On the continent, titled Douluos were exceedingly rare, each distinguished by name. The titled Douluo before him evidently possessed a weapon spirit, and those who cultivated a weapon spirit to such a level were exceedingly few. Who could this individual be? Suddenly, the black-clad figure halted 10 meters away from Zhao Wujie. "Since you are here, why not reveal yourself? What difference does it make between 1 and 2? As shadows flickered, another figure materialized beside Zhao Wujie. Upon the arrival of this person, Zhao Wujie's expression visibly softened. "Big brother, this esteemed senior." The newcomer gestured for Zhao Wujie to remain silent, compelled to release his own martial spirit in the face of the intangible pressure. A pair of immense wings unfurled from his back, enveloping him in a layer of plumage. His orange-yellow eyes, with vertically slit pupils, mirrored the colors of Zhao Wujie's, as 7 soul rings, identical in hue, materialized around his form, swaying rhythmically. Having witnessed the Haotian crown, this individual did not exhibit any intent to engage in combat. Rather, he respectfully bowed to the man in black. Zhao Wujie's inhaled sharply. Upon hearing his companion's words, he finally discerned the identity of the figure before him. His heart constricted. Good heavens, when had he offended such a formidable being? This person was none other than the titled Douluo, renowned as the strongest soul master in the realm. Their martial soul development trajectories were entirely aligned. Yet in comparison, his own power was but a flickering firefly. The man in black spoke with an icy demeanor. "No need for excessive formalities. I have come seeking trouble, cat-eagle martial soul. Level 78, truly deserving of the title of main combatant within the former Golden Iron Triangle, Flander. This Shrek Academy, is it yours?" Flander nodded and replied, "Indeed, Your Excellency. May I inquire what grievance Zhao Wujie's has caused you? Might you grant me a modicum of leniency?" The man in black coldly retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. Step aside. Otherwise, I shall deal with you as well. Zhao Wujie's, I offer you a chance. I will refrain from utilizing my martial soul. If you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick in my presence, I shall depart without a word. Otherwise, you will be compelled to fulfill a task for me." Zhao Wujie's forced a bitter smile. "Your Excellency Haotian, I truly do not comprehend how I have offended you. Could you please elucidate the matter?" His intent was clear. Even in death, he wished for clarity. However, Flander, standing beside Zhao Wujie's, shamelessly sidestepped, clearly unwilling to intervene any further. The man in black scoffed, "Need I even speak? If the young are struck down, the elders must naturally rise to seek justice. It is but a matter of natural order. Begin." The colossal weapon in the man's grasp and the 9 soul rings upon him vanished simultaneously. Yet, in the next instant, he stood before Zhao Wujie's. The sounds of collision, the surge of energy, muffled groans, and anguished cries echoed through the forest. Flander, with his wings extended, could not help but cover his eyes and turn away, unable to bear the sight. There was no need to kindle an incense stick. The entire confrontation concluded within a mere 10 breaths. The man in black stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing had transpired, his dark attire remaining unblemished by even a single crease. In stark contrast, the unfortunate Zhao Wujis lay sprawled on the ground, his head swollen considerably, his eyes transformed into a deep shade of black. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. "Zhao Wujis, do you understand now?" the man in black stated. Only then did Flander dare to approach, helping the prostrate Zhao Wujis to his feet. To Flander's surprise, Zhao Wujis bore an expression of gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Excellency Hao Yin, for your guidance." The man in black acknowledged them with a nod, his lips moving as he uttered a few low words. Both Zhao Wujis and Flander nodded in unison, their faces reflecting a serious demeanor. "What transpired earlier serves as compensation for you. I shall trouble you both in the future." The tone of the man in black softened, yet remained remarkably calm. Beneath the obsidian mask, a flicker of tenderness emanated from his profound gaze. Upon uttering these final words, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. Zhao Wujia remained rooted in place, alongside Flanders, both unable to move for an extended period. His body could barely stand without Flanders' support. "Flanders, you truly lack loyalty. Just because he asked you to stand aside, you complied without question? Were it not for the good intentions of His Majesty, I fear my corpse would already be cold," Zhao Wujia lamented. At that moment, both of their martial souls had been withdrawn, and beside Zhao Wujia stood a tall elder whose speech bore a slight lisp. Had Tang San and Xiao Wu been present, they would have immediately recognized this elder as the cunning proprietor from whom they had purchased the spirit crystals for 200 gold soul coins. Flanders retorted, somewhat exasperated, "What do you understand? If he truly harbored malice, even with my assistance, would we not both meet our end? Have you not heard of his formidable reputation? A man who dares to confront even the Pope. What fears could he possibly possess? He already stated that should he triumph, you would undertake a task for him, hence he would not genuinely harm you. How could you not grasp this? I merely did not anticipate that he would be." Zhao Wujia sighed wearily. "I am well aware of your meaning. You wish to avoid provoking him. However, after enduring such a beating, am I not entitled to voice my grievances? Nevertheless, his power is indeed terrifying. Even without the enhancement of my martial soul, I remain far from his match. I suspect his soul power has already surpassed the 95th level, drawing perilously close to the 100. I dare say there are few across the continent who could stand against him." Flanders responded, "What title Douluo is not formidable? You are fortunate this time. Let us return. While today has been rough for you, receiving his guidance, particularly in the same category of soul power, will yield significant benefits." As night deepened, the students of Shrek Academy remained oblivious to the tumultuous events that had transpired on this seemingly tranquil evening. As for Zhao Wujia's battered visage, recovery would not come swiftly. To be continued, Chapter 21. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 1. At dawn, Tang San had already risen early, as his daily practice of the purple extreme demon eye had become an essential ritual. Moreover, there were several important tasks that required his immediate attention. Exiting the dormitory he shared with Oscar, he noticed that the sky had yet to brighten. After a night of rest, Tang San's internal energy had fully replenished. Following Oscar's guidance, he hastily made his way to the open ground where Zhao Wujia had evaluated them the previous day, diligently retrieving his concealed weapons. These armaments were not easily crafted, and he was reluctant to discard them carelessly, especially the meticulously constructed crossbow bolt and the poison needle shot from the hidden sand shadow. The labor and time invested in their creation had been considerable. Fortunately, most of the concealed weapons he had employed the day before remained intact. Utilizing the sharp perception afforded by the purple extreme demon eye, he swiftly located each item and returned them to their rightful places. During his years in Nodding City, Tang San had thoroughly armed himself, and yesterday's battle with Zhao Wujia marked his first earnest attempt at showcasing his skills with hidden weapons. As he retrieved his concealed armaments, he pondered the gains and losses from this confrontation. Zhao Wujia's defensive prowess was truly astonishing. Fortunately, his speed was not overwhelming, and he did not exert himself to the fullest. Otherwise, Tang San would have had no chance whatsoever. How should he confront such formidable opponents? What strategies could he employ to achieve victory against such enemies in the future? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Tang San's mind. He understood that his mastery of hidden weapons was still insufficiently refined, and such advancements could not be achieved overnight. The foremost hidden weapons listed in the Xintian Treasure Records array of concealed weaponry almost all required a formidable inner strength as their foundation. If he were to contend with a powerhouse like Zhao Wujia at his current level, there was but one course of action: to devise powerful mechanical hidden weapons. For instance, the three most terrifying mechanical hidden weapons of the Tang sect, Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, Storm Pear Blossom Needles, and Peacock Plume, were all exceedingly challenging to fabricate, with each demanding the utmost standards regarding materials. Under the present circumstances, it was simply impossible to create them. Moreover, although Tang San had previously crafted all three, requiring at least a year to reproduce any one of them, this was contingent upon a smooth procurement of materials. With a despondent sigh, he shook his head in resignation. Given his current situation, the manufacture of these three hidden weapons was equally unrealistic. It appeared that he could only strive diligently to enhance his strength with hidden weapons gradually. Simultaneously, he needed to better equip himself. He should seek opportunities to procure some poison, but the mandragora snake venom was too singular in nature. After gathering all his concealed armaments, Tang San leaped atop a rooftop, practicing amidst the gradually appearing purple aura in the east. Pressure was also a form of motivation. Following the battle yesterday, he felt a vague sensation that his spirit power was on the verge of breaking through from the 29th to the 30th level. Once he could reach the 30th level and fully cultivate that spirit power over a certain period, he would be able to hunt the third spirit beast, thus acquiring an additional spirit ring. At that moment, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. When the sun rose, Tang San returned to his dormitory, this time. Oscar remained bundled in his quilt, soundly sleeping. In the morning, he had been roused by Tang San's inquiries about the low points of yesterday's exam. Even drooling in his slumber. "Little Ao, wake up," Tang San nudged Oscar. "What is it? Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar mumbled groggily. Tang San frowned and replied, "Get up already, it's late. Don't you know that the early bird catches the worm?" Oscar, somewhat helplessly, opened his eyes and gazed at Tang San. "I'm not like you guys. You are battle soul masters, while I am a tool soul master, specifically of the food type. I don't need to engage in such complicated cultivation like you. Brother, please don't disturb me. Let me sleep for a bit longer." Tang San, in resignation, said, "Then first tell me where Xiao Wu lives. I want to check if she is all right." Oscar Dao remarked, upon exiting our dormitory, "Take a left and walk approximately 30 meters. There lies a wooden cabin, the residence of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. However, I must caution you. The academy has stringent regulations prohibiting male students from indiscriminately harassing female students. Breaching these rules could lead to severe consequences. Shrek Academy occupies a third of this village's area, with the remaining portion designated for the villagers' habitation. It is advisable to avoid venturing into that area. Indeed, Shrek Academy is not financially affluent. The institution merely leases a third of this village's land for basic construction. The so-called school buildings are merely the former wooden houses of the villagers. Fortunately, we are in close proximity to Soto City, making it relatively convenient for shopping." Tang San had just departed from the dormitory, feeling a twinge of hunger in his stomach. Yet, in comparison to Xiao Wu's well-being, this concern was relegated to a lesser priority. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's dormitory. Should he enter directly? If it were only Xiao Wu, it would pose no issue. After all, they had shared the same dormitory for an extended period and were akin to siblings. However, the presence of another female made the situation somewhat delicate. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from entering and softly called out, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu." Not long after, the doors swung open, and Xiao Wu emerged, still clad in the same attire as yesterday. Aside from her slightly pale complexion, she appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing her, Tang San exhaled in relief. "Xiao Wu, are you feeling better?" Xiao Wu gestured for silence, indicating that Rongrong was still in her training and should not be disturbed. "Let us speak over there," she suggested. For reasons unknown, Tang San felt that Xiao Wu's gaze held a different quality today. He could not quite articulate what had changed. Chapter 21. The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 2. It turned out that Xiao Wu had awakened from her unconsciousness in the dead of night, and Ning Rongrong, worried for her well-being, had kept vigil by her side. Upon awakening, she recounted the events that transpired the previous day. Tang San affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and said, "It was my fault yesterday. I failed to protect you." Xiaowu shook her head and playfully stuck out her cute pink tongue. It was that teacher who was too formidable. How could I blame you? She replied. This place is entirely different from nodding. It seems everyone here possesses great strength. Thankfully, there hasn't been a Soul Douluo level powerhouse appearing. Tang San, intrigued, inquired, how do you know there are no Soul Douluo level soul masters here? Teacher Zhao is merely the vice principal. Perhaps the principal is of that caliber. Xiaowu hesitated for a moment and evasively replied, I am merely speculating. After all, how could a Soul Douluo be content to reside in such a small place? Tang San accepted her response without suspicion and refrained from pressing further. He took her soft hand and suggested, let us seek something to eat. I presume you are also hungry. Certainly, I am quite famished. Xiaowu nodded, her lively demeanor returning as she playfully linked her arm with Tang San's. As newcomers, both were unfamiliar with Shrek Academy, especially after their fainting spells from the previous day's battle. With no other recourse, they could only search for the rising smoke, hoping to locate a place that offered sustenance. The village was not large, and as they strolled along, they unwittingly ventured beyond the boundaries of Shrek Academy. While the vicinity of the academy was tranquil, the villagers on the other side were already bustling with activity, rising with the sun. A customary practice for ordinary farmers, they depended on agriculture to sustain their families. Uncertain of where breakfast at the academy might be, Tang San resolved to procure some food from the village to satiate their hunger. Accompanied by Xiao Wu, the duo sought a farmhouse to purchase provisions. They spotted a young man and woman not far ahead, embroiled in a heated argument. The youthful pair appeared quite young. The girl seemed to be around 14 or 15, possessing an unremarkable yet vibrant countenance, clad in simple farmer's attire, indicative of a villager's child. The boy she was quarreling with looked even younger, seemingly of a similar age to Tang San and Xiaowu. Though he was short and plump, he exuded a sense of robustness. With short hair and small eyes, his chubby cheeks gave him a somewhat endearing appearance. Most amusingly, he sported 2 tiny tufts of hair above his lip, reminiscent of freshly sprouted whiskers. The girl regarded the chubby boy with a hint of trepidation, declaring, Ma Hongjun, don't seek me out again, I will not be with you any longer. The boy retorted in an odd tone, Suehua, have I treated you poorly? Why must we break up? Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged glances, both perceiving the mirth in each other's eyes. Indeed, children these days were quite precocious, discussing breakups at such a tender age. They paused. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, Thua's face flushed suddenly. You have been quite kind to me, yet I simply cannot endure you. We are incompatible. Please find someone else. Besides, I am several years your senior, I beg you. Do not seek me out again, Hongjun, incensed, retorted. What do you mean you cannot endure me? I truly do not comprehend what you women are thinking. A breakup is fine, but if you ever approach me again, I shall sever all ties. Otherwise, it is out of the question. As he spoke, the chubby boy reached out to grasp Tsuehua's hand. She recoiled like a frightened rabbit, yet Ma Hongjuan's speed was swift, and he managed to seize her hand. Tsuehua pleaded, no, please do not. Just let me go. Are you even human? Unable to bear the scene any longer, Xiaowu leapt forward, commanding, stop. Both Ma Hongjun and Tsuehua turned in surprise to face her. The boy's small eyes blinked, and his whiskers trembled as he exclaimed, what a beautiful girl. Do you wish to take her place as my girlfriend? Very well, I accept. How absurd. Xiaowu fumed, delivering a kick that freed Tsuehua from his grasp. You little rogue, at such a tender age, you ought to learn better. Under the bright sun, do you truly intend to forcefully abduct a maiden? At her words, Ma Hongjuan's expression darkened. This is our affair. Mind your own business. If you are not interested in being my woman, then be gone. Seeing Xiaowu poised to retaliate, Tang San stepped in front of her. You are Ma Hongjun, correct? Please refrain from provoking this young lady any further. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, Tang San was reluctant to allow Xiaowu to act recklessly. Moreover, he sensed that the chubby individual before him was not as simple as he appeared. Hongjun snorted disdainfully, questioning, what are you to meddle in my affairs? Tang San's expression darkened. Who do you think you are? Ma Hongjun twitched his whiskers and retorted, whoever meddles is whom I am. Tang San, unable to tolerate such an insult despite his usually good temper, sprang into action. With a swift movement, he executed a technique known as ghost shadow perplexing steps, directing a kick towards the chubby one's chest. The force behind his kick was subtly restrained, skillfully controlled. If the chubby one were merely an ordinary person, he would only be sent tumbling. However, should he possess any special abilities, Tang San's kick could unleash its full power at any moment, as Tang San had anticipated. The chubby fellow was indeed formidable. Without hesitation, he met Tang San's kick head-on, raising his fists defensively, shimmering with a faint purple glow indicative of soul power. Tang San's kick abruptly halted mid-air, shifting from a strike to a stomp aimed at the chubby one's abdomen. The chubby one displayed remarkable agility, simultaneously bringing his fists down to smash against Tang San's foot. With a resounding thud, Tang San withdrew his foot, while the chubby one staggered back a few steps. The two had managed to exchange blows almost equally, revealing that the chubby one's soul power was only slightly inferior to Tang San's. The chubby one, momentarily stunned, realized, "So, you are also a soul master. No wonder you dare to meddle in my affairs. Allow me to show you what true strength is." With that declaration, he summoned his phoenix spirit. Upon hearing the word phoenix, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a shiver run through them. Among the beast martial spirits, a few were exceptionally powerful, one of which was the phoenix, also known as the colorful bird. The phoenix martial spirit not only endowed its host with the ability to fly, but also granted formidable fire-based offensive capabilities, making it a top-tier combat spirit. A purplish-red light surged forth from the chubby one's body, causing his short hair to suddenly lengthen and converge towards the center, transforming into a mohawk style. Although wings did not manifest, the intense warmth radiating from the purplish-red glow was palpable. Two yellow soul rings simultaneously rose from beneath him, and long plumes extended from his exposed, muscular arms, which had morphed into claw-like appendages. Seeing his appearance, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Is there really a phoenix that fat? He looks more like a clumsy chicken to me. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's appearance indeed seemed somewhat comical. With his rotund form, arms adorned with long purplish-red feathers, and upright hair, if one were to claim he was a phoenix, few would believe it. He resembled more a plump Hien Ma Hongjun, evidently incensed by the remark, roared in fury, "Who are you calling a clumsy chicken?" Raising his hands, the first soul ring on his body suddenly glowed, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of fine purplish-red flames directed at Xiao Wu. The intense heat distorted the air around them, and while the purplish flames appeared to be mild, they shot forth like an extending line of fire. "Be careful." With a swift motion of his right hand, Tang San summoned a long, azure vine that gracefully coiled around Xiao Wu's slender waist, pulling her horizontally to his side, narrowly evading the fiery breath unleashed by Ma Hongjun. However, it was evident that Ma Hongjun had no intention of letting them off so easily. The flames from his mouth remained ablaze at a length of 5 meters, pursuing Xiao Wu's form as if it were a 5-meter-long fiery weapon. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand and retreated hurriedly, while several strands of blue-silver grass quickly spread out along the ground. Through a brief observation, he discerned that the temperature of Ma Hongjuan's flames was exceedingly high, yet it bore a significant flaw. Its range was limited to 5 meters. As long as he could restrict Ma Hongjuan's movements, dealing with him would not be overly difficult. Indeed, just as Ma Hongjun prepared to give chase, he felt an abrupt stiffness in his feet. His legs had been tightly ensnared by the blue-silver grass, a sharp pain radiating from his skin followed by a wave of numbness. Surprised, Ma Hongjun looked down to see the encroaching blue-silver grass and immediately activated his second spirit ring skill without hesitation. With a loud explosion, fierce purple flames erupted from his body, causing his corpulent figure to expand explosively, spreading outward. The blue-silver grass entwined around him ignited violently upon contact with the purple flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Tang San felt a jolt of shock. He realized that Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit seemed to be the nemesis of his own. Although the blue-silver grass had become remarkably resilient under the influence of both spirit rings, as a plant, it was still exceedingly fearful of fire, at least for the time being. Ma Hongjun, enveloped in purple flames, appeared increasingly formidable, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged toward Tang San and Xiao Wu, spewing flames like a descending fire deity. "I'm coming," Tang San exclaimed, but before he could grasp her, Xiao Wu had already darted forward. Her fluffy rabbit ears quivered slightly with her swift movements, her entire being radiating a brilliant red glow, her spirit power fully unleashed. Tang San's fingers danced gently as he readied several concealed weapons, his eyes shimmering with a violet hue. prepared to act without hesitation should Xiao Wu find herself in peril. Though this rotund adversary possessed formidable powers, Tang San was aware from their previous encounters that his spirit power was still somewhat inferior to his own. Incapable of blocking his hidden weapons like Zhao Wujia could. Noticing Xiao Wu charging toward him, Ma Hongjun felt elated and unceremoniously unleashed a torrent of flames, which carved a circular path in the air, sealing off all routes of advance for Xiao Wu. "You little brat," he thought, daring to call me a mere chicken. "If I don't show you my true colors, then I am not the evil fire phoenix." However, he mused, she was quite beautiful, so it would be best not to scorch her. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the intensity of the flames he spewed diminished slightly. They were enough to cause harm, yet not lethal. Xiao Wu sensed the drop in temperature of the purple flames and pondered. Was this rotund fellow showing her mercy? Very well, then I shall be gentle with you as well. Just as Ma Hongjun believed that Xiao Wu would be injured by his first soul ring ability, Phoenix Fire Line, she suddenly curled her body in midair, gracefully twisting as if her supple form had transcended the limits of the human physique, effortlessly slipping through the gaps of the flames he had unleashed. As her body unfurled once more, she found herself beside Ma Hongjun. What prowess did Xiao Wu possess? Without the use of concealed weapons, Tang San could at most ensure a stalemate with her, unable to allow her to close the distance. Despite Ma Hongjun's second soul ring ability, Blazing Phoenix, providing all-encompassing defense accompanied by an offensive capability, Xiao Wu had already projected her soul power outward, effortlessly withstanding the onslaught for a brief period. As Tang San witnessed Xiao Wu approaching Ma Hongjun, he had already retracted his concealed weapon. 24 Bridge Minjuai, as the outcome of the battle had become utterly inevitable. To be continued, Chapter 21. Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 4. Indeed, Xiao Wu granted Ma Hongjun no opportunity to react. With a swift turn, she had positioned herself behind him, her hands planted on the ground as her legs whipped up instantaneously, clamping around his neck as she activated her first soul ring ability. Waist Bow. Xiao Wu's entire form resembled a grand arc of a bow. The radiance of her first soul ring enveloped her completely, and then, like a bowstring drawn taut, she propelled Ma Hongjun's body away with tremendous force. The effect of the waist bow soul skill, an instantaneous enhancement of her waist strength by 100%, with a 50% increase in bodily resilience. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, each subsequent level further amplifies the waist bow's effect by 1%. This meant that after activating the waist bow, Xiao Wu could augment her waist strength by a staggering 119%. The explosive elasticity was sufficient to hurl any non-strength type opponent below the 50th level of soul power. However, the efficacy of the waist bow hinged upon proximity to the adversary. Otherwise, mere strength would be futile. It was unfathomable that Xiao Wu, with a waist smaller than Ma Hongjun's thigh, could generate such immense force. Considering that Ma Hongjun had tempered his flames, Xiao Wu showed restraint, opting not to smash him into the ground, but instead propelling him into the air, allowing him a moment to regain control. Yet, she evidently overestimated Ma Hongjun's ability to manage his body, and the hefty fellow tumbled clumsily through the air before landing with a thud, utterly disoriented. "Stop, please, don't fight anymore," suddenly interjected the maiden Tsuehua, hastening towards Ma Hongjun. The flames that had enveloped him seemed to extinguish upon impact, and he groggily struggled to rise from the ground. Tsuehua brushed off the dirt from Ma Hongjun's body, asking, "How do you feel?" Ma Hongjun grunted, "I'm not dead yet. Little rabbit, come at me again." Xiao Wu abruptly leapt into the air, and with a whoosh, flung her shoes away. Though her soul power neutralized most of the effects of Ma Hongjun's second soul ability, Blazing Phoenix, the shoes that had clamped around his neck were still tainted by the purple flames. To Xiao Wu's surprise, the purple flames possessed a viscous quality, clinging stubbornly and refusing to extinguish upon contact. Unable to endure the situation any longer, she could only cast aside her shoes, standing barefoot with her delicate, fair feet planted firmly on the ground. "Tsuehua, what on earth are you doing?" Xiao Wu gazed at Tsuehua's concerned demeanor towards Ma Hongjun. Feeling somewhat perplexed, hadn't this rotund fellow been bullying her just moments ago? How could it have turned to this? Tsuehua pleaded, "Please, do not fight. In truth, Hongjun is a good person. It's merely that we are not suited for one another. So, I must end our relationship. You may leave. I will clarify things with him," Hongjun retorted angrily, Mind your own business, step aside with that. He shoved Cuihua aside and lunged towards Xiao Wu once more, but he refrained from employing his second soul skill, wary of causing harm to Cuihua. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment rang out, "Tang San, fatty, what are you doing?" Both Tang San and Ma Hongjun turned towards the source of the voice, only to see Dai Mubai, clad in pristine white attire and impeccably groomed hair, striding towards them. Xiao Wu huffed, "What is going on? You might as well ask him. This fatso is bullying a girl in broad daylight, and we cannot stand idly by. He deserves a lesson." Dai Mubai's stern visage suddenly broke into a smile. "Xiao Wu, I believe you are mistaken. Cuihua, have you reached your limit with him as well?" Cuihua's face flushed crimson as she nodded and promptly fled. This time, Ma Hongjun made no attempt to stop her, his expression one of utter dejection. Tang San approached Dai Mubai, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What exactly is happening here?" Dai Mubai turned his gaze toward the rotund youth, asking, "Would you prefer to explain yourself, or shall I do it for you?" Ma Hongjun shot Dai Mubai a sidelong glance, lowering his head as he replied, "You go ahead." Dai Mubai laughed heartily. "What is this? The fatso is feeling shy? Very well, I shall take it upon myself to explain." He then turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, stating, "Do you recall when I mentioned that there are only 3 students in the academy, including myself?" Tang San suddenly understood. "You mean he is?" Dai Mubai nodded. "Indeed, the fatso is the 3rd one. He was the last to enter the academy. Even after you two, although I did not witness the earlier incident, I could easily surmise what transpired. However, we cannot solely blame Fatty. The fault lies with his rather inferior martial soul. Ridiculous. Your martial soul is the inferior one. My martial soul is a phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial souls were all poultry, mine is still a phoenix, haven't you heard? Even in a chicken coop, a golden phoenix can emerge." Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly. Dai Mubai's smile remained intact. "A phoenix, is it? Very well, let us accept it as such. Tang San, the fatso possesses a rather peculiar martial soul. The dean mentioned that his martial soul is a mutated one." "A mutated martial soul? What 2 martial souls did this mutation arise from?" Tang San inquired further. He had heard Master speak extensively about mutated martial souls. Once a martial soul undergoes mutation, it can lead to one of 2 outcomes. Either it becomes extraordinarily powerful, or it is significantly weakened. Master himself had suffered from the trials of a mutated martial soul. The martial soul of the current Ma Hongjun evidently fell into the category of beneficial mutations. Dai Mubai remarked, "Not only I, but even Ma Hongjun himself is likely unaware in his village. Nearly everyone possesses a martial soul that is a harmless poultry with no offensive capabilities." Uncertain of the cause, when he arrived here, his martial soul underwent a mutation, endowing him with innate fiery abilities. The portly fellow did not enroll on his own accord. Rather, he was discovered by the dean in their village 3 years prior and subsequently brought here. He is likely around the same age as you all. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, the rotund individual possesses formidable flame capabilities, characterized by an unusual nature, exceedingly high temperatures coupled with a strong adhesion, making it exceedingly difficult to extinguish. The dean remarked that, following the mutation of his martial soul, he truly has the potential to become a phoenix. However, this martial soul bears a significant flaw. While the mutation grants him immense soul power, it concurrently imposes certain effects on his physique. This results in his abilities in matters of intimacy becoming exceedingly potent, with impulses tenfold that of an ordinary person. Should he merely suppress these urges without proper guidance, he risks the peril of being overwhelmed by this malevolent fire, potentially leading to his own demise. Ma Hongjun hastily added, "When the evil fire surges, it cannot be contained." Chapter 22. The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. Flanders, Part 1. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, their gazes transforming into expressions of incredulity. Although Tang San possessed considerable knowledge regarding mutated martial souls, encountering someone like Ma Hongjun was a first. If this plump individual is indeed of a similar age to them, he must be merely 12 years old. It is utterly shocking that a 12-year-old boy feels compelled to seek out women to prevent his martial soul from backlash. Dai Mubai continued, "Thus, this fellow often experiences a burning desire. Without some form of release, he would have perished long ago. Despite the inherent strength of his martial soul, this insatiable fire is not easily mastered." Xiao Wu frowned, however. He cannot harm innocent girls. That would be a rogue's behavior, Mei Hongjun retorted angrily. What do you mean by harm? It is a mutual desire between us. Although my urges are somewhat heightened, I have never forced anyone against their will. It is always consensual. I am not a rogue. Tang San looked toward Dai Mubai, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Ma Hongjun never coerces others. That girl, Sue Hua, was genuinely his girlfriend. Xiao Wu huffed. Not coercing others? Then why did she break up with him? The plump boy's face flushed, and Dai Mubai's expression grew awkward. Clearing his throat, Dai Mubai awkwardly explained, it is simply that he often cannot contain his evil fire. Enduring his needs 3 or 4 times daily is not something an ordinary girl can manage. Thus, during his year at the academy, he has changed girlfriends several times, and inevitably, they all ended the relationship. Were it not for his identity as a soul master, finding a girlfriend would likely be a challenge. In terms of capabilities in that regard, few can truly compare to this portly fellow. His nickname, Evil Fire Chicken, originated from this very circumstance. Mei Hongjun irritably corrected him. It's Evil Fire Phoenix. Tang San, wide-eyed, remarked, truly, this is the Monster Academy. Even mutated martial souls like this exist. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered, indeed, there are all sorts of people. Hongjun fixed his gaze upon Dai Mubai and remarked, if I were to possess a face akin to yours and Xiao Ao's, one that could charm multiple girlfriends simultaneously, would I find myself in this predicament? You need not belittle yourself. Do not assume I am oblivious to your daily escapades, juggling 3 dates with different girls. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with mischief as he furtively glanced behind him, lowering his voice to say, Fatty, while one may indulge in food, one must exercise caution with their words. Keep your voice down, Hongjun chuckled heartily and retorted, aren't you the one who takes pride in shamelessness? What has prompted this sudden change? Have you taken leave of your senses? Dai Mubai shot him a glare. Enough of your nonsense. There are some things that must remain unsaid. If you tarnish my reputation further, do not blame me for being ungracious. Tang San could not restrain himself, asking, Ma Hongjun, without a girlfriend now, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your cultivation? Ma Hongjun shrugged. What else can I do? My life is paramount. Perhaps I shall consult the dean for a solution. Xiao Wu interjected, I am utterly famished. Where do we dine at the academy? Dai Mubai replied, follow me. The 4 of them made their way back into the confines of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led them to the cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was merely a result of an agreement between the academy and the village, employing a few villagers to manage the meals. Though the breakfast was somewhat simplistic, it was plentiful, ensuring no one left hungry. Upon their arrival, Ning Rongrong and the aloof girl Zhu Zhuqing were already present. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat pallid, yet seemed to have recovered from any previous discomfort. Perhaps due to their recent collaboration, the 2 girls acknowledged Tang San and Xiao Wu with nods. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, while Ning Rongrong's expression radiated warmth, her smile revealing 2 charming dimples that made her all the more endearing. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened as he fixated on the 2 girls, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, behave yourself. It would be wise to rein in your desires, Hongjun retorted angrily. Why should I? Are you planning to intervene again? I must say, Dai, even as the leader, you ought to leave some scraps for your brothers. Dai Mubai nudged him once more, casting a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed oblivious to their antics, calmly enjoying her breakfast with her characteristic frostiness. Xiao Wu settled beside Ning Rongrong, giggling and engaging her in conversation. From Ning Rongrong's surprised glance towards Ma Hongjun, he realized they were discussing him. Deflated, he slumped down, expressing his frustration with the breakfast laid out before him. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and remarked, Xiao Ao is once again indulging in sloth. He is perpetually lazy. Aside from Xiao Ao, it appears everyone is present. For the time being, we shall cohabitate and study together. Let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves. Allow me to introduce you. This rotund fellow is another student of our academy, Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the phoenix. Oh no, I meant to say, the grass. Upon hearing the term phoenix, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, but it merely lingered on Ma Hongjun for a fleeting moment. Her eyes gliding past Dai Mubai, seemingly infused with an additional chill, Hongjun remarked, by the way, Boss Dai, I heard that the new student caused quite a stir for Teacher Zhao yesterday. Who might that be? Dai Mubai replied, you've already crossed paths with him. However, you are fortunate not to have endured the same treatment as Teacher Zhao as he spoke. He gestured towards Tang San, and Ma Hongjun looked at Tang San with incredulity, saying, "But your soul power, while slightly stronger than mine, doesn't seem to exceed 30 levels. How could you possibly have caused trouble for Teacher Zhao, who is a formidable soul sage at 76 levels? I find that hard to believe." To be continued, Chapter 22. The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flander, Part 2. Tang San smiled and replied, "It was merely luck. His strength was his own, and he did not require the validation of others." Dai Mubai then proceeded to inform Ma Hongjun of the names and martial spirits of the 4 new arrivals, though he did not elaborate much on Tang San's true capabilities, subtly hinting that it would be wise for Ma Hongjun not to provoke him. After the introductions, Dai Mubai continued, "From now on, we shall all live and cultivate together. There is no need for excessive formality in how you address one another. With your arrival, we now total 7 members in the academy. Xiao Ao and Fatty call me Boss Dai, as I am slightly older than them. You may call me Mubai.as for Ma Hongjun. You can simply refer to him as Fatty. Oscar, that fellow, you can call Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. And Tang San, how about I call you Xiao San from now on?" Tang San nodded in agreement, indicating his approval. Though his acquaintance with Shrek Academy was still in its infancy, he already felt a burgeoning sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each possessed distinct traits that did not evoke any aversion within him. Before Dai Mubai could speak of himself, Ning Rongrong cheerfully interjected, "You can just call me Rongrong. That is how my family and friends address me." Her smile remained radiant on her face, and her simple words effortlessly bridged the gap between her and the others. Naturally, there was no need to alter Xiao Wu's name. As Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, she stood up and declared, "I am full," before turning to exit. Ma Hongjun, taken aback, turned to Dai Mubai and said, "Boss Dai, aren't you renowned for your prowess among women, dubbed the killer of young maidens? Why does this newcomer beauty refuse to even spare you a glance?" Dai Mubai could only offer a wry smile and shake his head, choosing not to elaborate. Tang San then addressed Dai Mubai, saying, "Mubai, since we are all newcomers, could you enlighten us about the Academy's rules and curriculum?" Dai Mubai reluctantly shifted his focus from Zhu Zhuqing and replied, "There aren't any particularly stringent rules in the Academy. Tio put it simply, we do not condone acts of debauchery, but we encourage combat and gambling." A smile flickered across Tang San's face. Indeed, the Monster Academy lived up to its name, with its teaching methods vastly different from those of the Nodding Academy. Dai Mubai explained, "The instructors believe that combat is the most effective means to hone one's martial spirit and to significantly enhance practical experience. Gambling is a psychological contest, offering substantial benefits in enhancing mental fortitude, as well as one's observational and judgmental faculties. Naturally, moderation is key. Tio put it succinctly, battles should not result in fatalities, and one need not worry as long as they do not gamble away their trousers. As for the course arrangements, I cannot predict the future, as our curriculum is subject to change at any moment. After all, we are but a handful of students, and the number of instructors often exceeds our own. Consequently, the Academy will adjust the courses based on our individual circumstances. However, I can assert with certainty that the most vital aspect of today's lesson is, indeed, the collection of fees. The annual tuition for the Academy amounts to 100 gold coins. For you, esteemed Soul Masters of the Great Soul Master rank, this should pose no challenge whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu could not contain herself and interjected, "Dai Lauda, you mentioned yesterday that the school is impoverished. But why is the Academy in such dire straits? The teachers we encountered included those of over levels 60 and 70. Based on their ranks, the subsidies they receive from the Spirit Hall must be astronomical, surely sufficient to support such a small institution. According to Xiao Wu's calculations, the subsidy for Soul Masters is 1 gold coin per month, 10 for Great Soul Masters, 100 for Soul Venerables, 1,000 for Soul Sects, and 10,000 for Soul Kings, with Soul Emperors presumably receiving a staggering 100,000 gold coins monthly. Not to mention the formidable Zhao Wujia they faced yesterday, who, as a Soul Sage, would command a monthly stipend of 1 million gold coins, a truly daunting figure. Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, "If it were as you suggested, the Academy would indeed have no concerns regarding revenue. However, the reality is quite different. The subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall are allocated by the Empire and distributed by the Spirit Hall itself. These subsidies are only granted up to the Soul Venerable rank. Each month, one receives a mere 100 gold coins, as I do now. Beyond the Soul Venerable level, not only does the subsidy not increase, but it also ceases altogether. This means that Soul Masters ranked above Soul Sect, including soul sects themselves, cannot receive any subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Each month, when you go to the Spirit Hall to collect your subsidies, you undergo a soul power assessment, which determines whether your soul power exceeds level 40. Once you surpass that threshold, the subsidies are immediately terminated. This revelation piqued Tang San's curiosity as well, prompting him to wonder why this is the case. Shouldn't soul masters of higher rank be deemed more valuable? Dai Mubai explained, however, we must consider the practicalities. Though being a soul master is a noble profession, the actual number of true soul masters is relatively small. Yet, it remains a significant group. You must have calculated that if the subsidies were dispersed proportionally, a soul sage would receive 100,000 gold coins monthly, which amounts to 1,200,000 gold coins annually. What an enormous sum that is! Without delving into other regions, if we consider the income of our academy's teachers based on their strength, should the Empire fully fund these subsidies, the annual income of our academy's instructors could rival 1/10 of the total income of the entire Soto City. What a staggering figure! In the entire Empire, although high-ranking soul masters are few, distributing subsidies in this manner could potentially collapse the entire Empire. Thus, the Empire stipulates that the distribution of subsidies serves merely to encourage and assist lower-ranked soul masters in their cultivation, enabling them to swiftly enhance their prowess. However, upon reaching the formidable rank of 40, one is considered a sufficiently powerful soul master, fully capable of pledging allegiance to the Empire or enlisting in the military. In such cases, the Empire shall bestow appropriate rewards. Of course, soul masters also possess the freedom to choose, as aligning with certain families can yield substantial income. In Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander, Part 3. As Dai Mubai spoke, admiration shone on his countenance. The esteemed instructors of our academy are soul masters who refuse to seek refuge under any formidable authority. This indicates that prior to the academy's establishment, they all traverse the path of solitary independence. They cherish freedom and abhor constraint, even dismissing the noble titles offered by the Empire. Consider this. Under such circumstances, what income could they possibly attain? Xiao Wu inquired, why do they refuse the noble titles provided by the Empire? Surely, with a title, there should be some form of income. I recall that upon reaching level 30, one could attain the title of Baron conferred by the Empire, while level 40 grants the title of Viscount. Beyond that, there are no further titles. Ning Rongrong answered her question on behalf of Dai Mubai, stating that accepting a noble title from the Empire incurs the obligation of loyalty to the Empire. In the event of war, under the Empire's decree, as a noble, one must obey orders and head to the battlefield. Although the title of nobility may appear appealing, it similarly serves as a constraining shackle. Many powerful soul masters decline noble titles precisely to avoid being compelled to serve any faction. That moment, a series of ringing sounds echoed from outside. Dai Mubai promptly rose, declaring, that is the bell summoned by the dean. He then instructed, Fatty, take them directly to the training grounds. I shall fetch Zhu Qing. With that, he hastily departed the dining hall. Hongjun observed his retreating figure and muttered, it seems Dai Lauda has changed somewhat. I have never seen him care so much for a woman before. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, how old are you, yet you speak of women? Ma Hongjun snorted and replied proudly, though I am not of advanced years, I have had my share of experiences with women. Now, let us be off. The dean does not appreciate tardiness. As he spoke, he seemed to shiver slightly, evidently recalling past missteps. By the time the four arrived at the training grounds, Oscar, still bleary-eyed, had already made his appearance, munching on a sausage he had crafted himself. Oscar had undergone a remarkable transformation, most notably characterized by the absence of facial hair. Upon seeing him, Tang San nearly failed to recognize him. The clean-shaven Oscar bore an entirely different visage. Previously, Ma Hongjun had remarked that both Dai Mubai and Oscar possessed rather unappealing faces, a comment born of jealousy. In that moment, Tang San finally grasped what Ma Hongjun had envied. While Dai Mubai was undeniably handsome, particularly with his captivating dual-colored eyes, he still paled in comparison to the freshly shaven Oscar standing before them, with deep-set peach blossom eyes that impart an air of profundity. His face resembles a crown of jade, strikingly handsome and harmonious. His brows, perfectly proportioned in thickness, frame a visage adorned with a smile that exudes a devil-may-care attitude, reminiscent of a dashing nobleman. Yet, even the most handsome of noble scions would appear less than dignified gnawing on a sausage. What about your beard? Tang San inquired, stepping beside Oscar and gesturing towards his face. Oscar chuckled, hastily consuming the sausage in his hand, and replied in a hushed tone, "Aren't there a few new beauties around? If I don't present myself with a bit more flair, how will I catch their attention? This is an area where you lack experience, isn't it?" Big Brother Dai has clearly taken a liking to that frosty girl. While Xiaowu is yours. The rotund fellow's fiery demeanor won't charm the ladies, so my target is Ning Rongrong. You won't be competing with me, will you? Tang San tapped his forehead and asked, "May I inquire about your age?" Without hesitation, Oscar replied, "I'm 14. Why? My father had me when he was 14. Tang San suddenly realized that if one were to test psychological resilience, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be an excellent venue. Setting aside the teachers, each of the students was a veritable anomaly. Even he himself possessed secret skills that were not of this world. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing soon arrived. The latter maintained a noticeable distance from him, and Dai Mubai's expression was evidently quite grim. Oscar, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked, "It seems Big Brother Dai has once again met his match. His usual charm with the ladies may finally face a setback this time." While they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from another direction of the arena. Upon seeing him, Tang San and Xiaowu were momentarily taken aback. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctly shaped face. His chin protruded slightly. Cheekbones were broad, and his facial structure was somewhat flat, complemented by a hawk-like nose. If one were to liken his visage to an object, it would resemble the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes were closed, he bore a shrewd expression. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses with a rigid square frame. Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the cunning merchant, uncle?" Oscar responded with astonishment, "What cunning merchant?" "This is our esteemed principal, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flanders. He is a soul sage of rank 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul, which is relatively rare among battle soul masters. The rotund fellow is his direct disciple." Xiaowu murmured, "Thank goodness he is only 78. I never imagined that the iconic phrase, 'We only accept monsters, not ordinary people,' would originate from him. Uncle Sausage, do we have any soul masters at the level of Soul Douluo in our academy?" Oscar shook his head, saying, "Please call me Oscar the Sausage Specialist. Do you think Soul Douluo can be found just anywhere? Across the entire continent, there are no more than 100 individuals of that rank, all supported by empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for title Douluo, the two great empires combined have only about 10. They are not easily encountered." To be continued, Chapter 22. Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander, Part 4. Xiaowu seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. "That is good." Tang San glanced at Xiaowu and asked, "Xiaowu, what is the matter with you?" Xiaowu shook her head and, with a hint of concealment, replied, "It's nothing." "Xiao San, do you think that Uncle Jianshang will still remember us?" Tang San replied with a wry smile, "It has only been 2 days. He should not have forgotten. However, since he is the dean, he should not hold a grudge against your offense." Oscar chuckled softly and remarked, "You are mistaken there. Our Dean Flander is notorious for his grudges, that of course. His greatest virtue is his protection of his OWNIT that moment." Flander's gaze unexpectedly drifted towards their direction, landing squarely on Oscar. A glint of amusement flickering in his eyes, Oscar's expression turned to one of alarm. "Oh no, he might have overheard my words. This is bad." Flander approached the 7 students and came to a halt. His voice, gravelly yet magnetic, resonated. "This year is quite splendid. We have welcomed 4 more little monsters. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome to your arrival. Shortly, each of you is to hand over 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances." Dai Mubai, Dean. Dai Mubai stepped forward, seemingly filled with respect, even a touch of admiration for Flander. Flander continued, "For new juniors have arrived. Please inform them of the Academy's regulations. Then, return and rest, striving to restore yourselves to peak condition. The first class will commence tonight." Oscar and Ning Rongrong, however, were exceptions. "You two, come with me." Oscar's expression instantly fell, unwillingly approaching Flander to pay his respects. His countenance brightened somewhat when he saw Ning Rongrong standing beside him. Flander waved his hand and said, "The rest may go and rest. Remember, before nightfall, ensure you are in optimal form. Do not blame me for not having warned you. The teaching at this academy is unlike any other. You may even face danger." Zhu Zhuqing walked away without looking back, and Dai Mubai did not pursue her this time. Mei Hongjun quickly vanished from sight. Tang San, however, was not in a hurry to leave. He wished to observe how this dean conducted his teaching. Oscar and Ning Rongrong possessed auxiliary martial souls, which likely explained their exemption from tonight's class. What puzzled Tang San was why the lessons were to be held at night. With Tang San remaining, Xiaowu naturally did not rush to leave either, standing quietly beside him. Flander, unconcerned, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each individual possesses their own method of cultivation. With different martial souls, the approaches to training vary immensely. In the Douluo Continent, there are few martial souls that are entirely identical. Thus, what the Academy aims to teach you is not merely how to cultivate your martial soul, but how to utilize it effectively, and how to preserve yourselves and assist your comrades in future battles. Flander's words struck Tang San as somewhat familiar. Upon careful reflection, it appeared that the master had articulated something akin to this, albeit with greater detail than Flander. Oscar seemed to have heard similar sentiments before, bowing his head in tacit agreement, while Ning Rongrong nodded emphatically. Flander continued, "Both of you are support-type soul masters. One enhances attributes while the other wields a food-type martial soul. Soul masters of your kind require the protection of companions, whether on the battlefield or in daily life, for survival can be daunting without such safeguards. Oscar, enlighten me on how a support-type soul master can better preserve oneself in the heat of battle." Without hesitation, Oscar replied, "One should strive to stay behind one's allies, utilizing the surrounding terrain and structures to mitigate risks, while keeping as far away from danger zones as possible." Flander nodded in agreement, stating, "You speak wisely, yet there is an aspect you have overlooked. As a support-type soul master, the ability to retreat is an essential quality. A support soul master who cannot flee is not a commendable one. And what does retreat require? It requires stamina. Although as soul masters, your soul power grants you an edge in physical prowess compared to ordinary individuals, the adversaries you might face are likely battle soul masters. Thus, as support-type soul masters, you must also engage in physical training. At critical moments, even a single additional step could mean the difference between life and death." Oscar, well acquainted with Flander, silently chuckled to himself as he listened to the director's grandiloquent speech, realizing he could not escape today's ordeal. Indeed, after his lengthy discourse, Flander nodded at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, declaring, "Your lesson today will be focused on physical training. From this moment forth, you are to run 20 laps around the entire village. If you have not returned by lunchtime, you shall forfeit your meal. You may utilize your martial souls for assistance. Now, off you go. Oscar, lead the way." "Understood," Ning Rongrong replied, dashing outside without a moment's hesitation. Oscar cast a wistful glance at Tang San and the others before following suit. Though the village where Shrek Academy resided was modest in size, Oscar understood that Flander referred to the entire village, including the farmland. A single lap would cover at least 3 kilometers, and 20 laps constituted a rather daunting distance. Even with soul power beyond level 20, completing this task before noon would be a torment for a support-type soul master. For a battle soul master of level 20 or higher, such a distance would also present a considerable challenge. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong sprinted away, Flander pointed to Tang San, instructing, "Come with me." Tang San nodded and gestured to Xiaowu, who wished to follow, before striding after Flander into the academy. Flander's office, which also served as his residence, was situated not far from the training grounds where Tang San had sparred with Zhao Wujin the previous day. The room was adorned in a rather simplistic manner, merely housing the essentials. Flander settled behind his desk, casting a glance at Tang San, his eyes suddenly reflecting a complex glimmer. "Is the master well?" he inquired. Tang San nodded and replied, "The master is doing well." Flander gazed at him in surprise. "You are his student? No wonder he entrusted you with this belt." Upon seeing Tang San wearing the belt that day, coupled with his age, Flander had anticipated Tang San's arrival at Shrek Academy. Though he had not expected him to be the master's disciple, he once confided in me that he would eventually cultivate a genius soul master who would astonish the continent. It appears you are his chosen one. Tang San raised his hand and, with a stroke across the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, presented a letter to Flander. Before setting off, the master instructed me to deliver this letter to the dean after passing the academy's assessment and being admitted. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a fleeting sadness crossed Flander's eyes, accompanied by a hint of a smile. He remains as stubborn as ever. That is indeed his style. That so, he has finally decided to reach out to me? As he spoke, he gradually unsealed the envelope, extracting the pristine letter within. Tang San observed that Flander's hands trembled slightly as he opened the letter. The contents of the letter remained unknown to Tang San. He could only watch as Flinder's expression shifted dramatically. At times, he appeared elated. At others, enraged. A myriad of emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, played across his face. Well, you old rascal. Must you prove something? What is there to prove? Are you not aware that? In fact, Flinder seemed to descend into a frenzied state, muttering incomprehensible words. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Tang San. Since you are his testament, you must not disappoint him. Off you go. Prepare for tonight's lesson. It will not be an easy task. Having fulfilled the task assigned to him by the master, Tang San felt an oddity about Flinder, yet he had little inclination to ponder it further. Following his battle with Zhao Wujia, Tang San had identified numerous weaknesses within himself. With time at a premium, he deemed it more prudent to focus on cultivation. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were currently racing outside the academy. Oscar, how far is this lap? Ning Rongrong's voice carried an air of exasperation. Initially, she had been filled with confidence. Although she was a support-type soul master, her father had always emphasized the importance of physical training at home, echoing Flinder's prior admonishments. Consequently, her physique was quite robust. While she could not rival combat soul masters, her prolonged training had not only endowed her with a healthy body but also made her particularly adept at running. Yet, since leaving the academy under Oscar's guidance, she had yet to complete a single lap, and considerable time had already elapsed. At this pace, it was questionable whether they would even be able to eat dinner, let alone lunch. Furthermore, her stamina was dwindling, making it impossible to maintain such a speed indefinitely. Oscar chuckled ruefully. I mentioned from the outset that this task was utterly impossible to complete. However, do not fear, for the two of us, both auxiliary soul masters, shall not suffer hunger in each other's company, shall we? Would you care for a bite to eat? Ning Rongrong cast him a sidelong glance. Despite her youth, her enchanting gaze held a hint of allure. Oscar, under her scrutiny, felt his resolve waver, and with a sheepish grin, he whispered as if presenting a treasure. I have a splendid sausage and a flash of brilliance. A delectable sausage appeared in his hand, which he extended toward Ning Rongrong. This sausage of mine has the first soul ring skill of recovery. It not only promotes healing but also restores stamina. Do have a taste. With my sausage's support, we need not worry about food, whether we run 20 laps or even 200. Ning Rongrong regarded Oscar with an odd expression before suddenly declaring with surprising boldness, I have 2 thick slices of bread. Thank you very much. With that, the 7-treasure glazed tower floated gracefully into view, enhancing agility and propelling her forward with remarkable speed. Oscar stood momentarily stunned. It was hard to believe that such an elegant young lady as Ning Rongrong would utter such a forthright statement. Even Tang San and Dai Mubai, present in that moment, would surely find it astonishing. They were unaware of the role Ning Rongrong played within the 7-treasure glazed sect, and she herself could no longer contain her true nature, revealing a glimpse of her character in the 7-treasure glazed sect's grand hall. At the northern side, the main seat facing south was a finely carved chair made of rosewood, adorned with a large piece of jade inlay. The jade, a vibrant green, emanated a gentle warmth, truly a piece of exquisite warm jade. Seated upon the rosewood chair was a man whose visage resembled that of a jade crown. With a straight nose and square jaw, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance in his immaculate white robe. He appeared to be in his 40s, with soft eyes that conveyed kindness, presenting the image of an ordinary man. His flowing black hair cascaded casually over his back, everything about him exuding an effortless grace. Devoid of any pretense, at that moment, he was observing a young man clad in white attire, kneeling before him. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled, the young man said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. It is perhaps for the best that this little ancestor goes out to hone her skills. Otherwise, the 7-treasure glazed sect would surely be turned upside down by her. And how fares Shrek Academy? Please forgive me, sect master. Within Shrek Academy, there is at least one soul sage and several soul emperor-level experts. My abilities are insufficient to conduct a thorough investigation. However, I have delivered the letter you entrusted to me to a teacher there. It will undoubtedly reach the hands of their principal. A smile graced the middle-aged man's face as he mused. Flander, oh Flander, you truly are an idealistic individual. I am eager to see how you will educate my daughter. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little witch learn some sense. Very well, you may leave now. Yes, sect master. The young man swiftly retreated. A deep and resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, as if emanating from all directions, causing the very walls to tremble. Fengji, are you truly at ease leaving Rongrong outside alone? Is the education imparted by Shrek Academy superior to our own? No, I must fetch Rongrong back. I cannot rest easy with her out there. As the voice subsided, an elder with hair as white as snow, yet possessing a visage as delicate as that of an infant, emerged from the back room and boldly seated himself in a chair beside the sect leader, Ning Fengji. A look of helplessness crossed Ning Fengji's face. Sword uncle, considering your affection for her and that of Dragon uncle, I cannot allow this girl to remain within the sect. You both indulge her far too much. Her behavior at home has become unmanageable. Perhaps exposure to the outside world will instill some discipline in her. Sword uncle retorted with displeasure. Who says we spoil Rongrong? You only see her playful side and overlook her obedient nature. You have many sons, yet this is your only daughter. Are you truly willing to part with her? Ning Fengji firmly replied. Sword uncle, regardless of the circumstances, I will not seek her out, nor will you or Dragon uncle. You need not worry about Rongrong's safety. The headmaster of Shrek Academy is none other than the foremost expert of the Golden Iron Triangle. He would surely recognize the martial spirits of our seven-treasure glazed tile sect. With his protection, Rongrong shall be unharmed. Sword uncle huffed in anger. If anything happens to Rongrong, I shall hold you accountable. Feeling somewhat tense, he added, I shall seek out Old Bone Dragon for some exercise. In the entirety of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, and indeed throughout the Douluo Continent, few dared to speak to Ning Fengji in such a manner, and this elder was evidently one of them. Although Ning Fengji appeared to be in his 40s, in reality, he had surpassed the age of 60. Rongrong was his youngest child and his only daughter. As night fell, the headmaster of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flender, stood upon the grand playground, surveying the 7 students before him. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and the composed yet icy Zhu Zhuqing were all prepared for their evening class, each brimming with vitality. However, Flender's attention was not focused on them but rather on the other 2 students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flender's gaze bore a sharpness that deterred anyone from meeting his eyes. Strangely, on this day, Tang San noticed the absence of other instructors, including Zhao Wuji. It seemed that only the 7 students and this headmaster remained within the academy. Oscar cleared his throat, nodded, and replied, Headmaster, I have finished. Flender scoffed, I asked about all of you, not just you. Oscar turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was gazing back at him with a pair of beautiful, innocent eyes. Gritting his teeth, Oscar nodded and said, Yes, we have all completed our laps. Flender smiled, a smile that, if evaluated by Tang San, could easily be described as sinister. Excellent, Oscar, I did not expect you to display such camaraderie. Come here. Flender gestured to the space in front of him. A fleeting smile of bitterness graced Oscar's face, yet he refrained from casting another glance at Ning Rongrong and strode purposefully to stand before Flander. Flander's right hand slowly ascended, lightly patting Oscar's shoulder. I admire your spirit of camaraderie. Therefore, I shall require you to run 20 more laps, so I may gauge the depth of your friendship. You shall not dine until you complete them. I have sealed your soul power. So do not attempt to break free. Off you go. Oscar said nothing. He merely nodded in silence and turned to run outside. Flander's gaze shifted to Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others. Do you not comprehend why I am compelled to do this? Why I insist he continues to run? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, well acquainted with Flander's temperament, remained silent, while Zhu Zhuqing, with her naturally icy demeanor, merely regarded him with indifference. Tang San and Xiao Wu, however, instinctively nodded, genuinely perplexed by Flander's motivations. A chilling smile lingered on Flander's face, for he was indeed deceiving them. Regardless of whether his lies were for the sake of friendship or some other rationale, they remained lies. You are all still children. Deception is the worst of virtues. I hope you come to understand this. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Tang San and the others to Ning Rongrong, who appeared innocent and pitiable. Tell me, have you completed the assignment I set forth this morning? Ning Rongrong shook her head earnestly, replying, I have not. The distance was too great, and I was hungry. I could not persevere. Flanders smiled slightly and remarked, So, you ventured alone to Soto City, indulged in a grand feast? and strolled through the commercial street before returning to find Oscar. Is that correct? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Were you watching me? Flanders' expression turned. I see why.as the dean. I must be accountable for every student in this academy. If Oscar lied to spare you from punishment, it is somewhat excusable. However, your transgressions are inexcusable. Departing the academy without permission, disobeying its directives, and compelling a senior to lie on your behalf. Any of these infractions are unbecoming of an exemplary soul master. Had this been a battlefield, the consequence would be singular, military justice, resulting in death. Chapter 23. The True Nature of the Witch, Part 2. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, the gentle expression on her face gradually fading, her lips curling slightly as an air of disdain and contempt emerged. This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy. Flander nodded. Indeed, it is merely an academy, yet it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with two choices. Point 1. Pack your belongings and leave this place immediately. You are unworthy of being part of this institution. The other. Prove to me that you possess the qualifications to remain here and demonstrate your commitment to abide by the rules henceforth. Ning Rongrong smiled, and although she was merely 12 years old, she could not deny the charm and beauty of her smile. Yet, that seemingly innocuous expression evoked a sense of trepidation. Flander, who do you think you are? Merely a modest soul sage. Upon the utterance of these words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were all rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom that such a seemingly gentle young girl would express herself in such a manner. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's countenance had shifted from one of tenderness to an air of disdain, exuding an aura of superiority. Flanders, unperturbed by her remarks, offered a slight smile and remarked, "Indeed, I am but a humble soul sage. However, you, at this juncture, are still leagues away from my standing. Even if you are the most gifted individual of this generation in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you remain merely a great soul master. There exists an insurmountable chasm between us. If you find this place unworthy, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like yourself." Ning Rongrong let out a cold laugh. "You wish to expel me? It will not be so simple. Since I have arrived, I have no intention of departing hastily. Flanders, I advise you to refrain from meddling in my affairs. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear." Flanders replied with a calm smile, "If I were to fear consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I hold the authority here. Mu Bai, esteemed principal." Dai Mu Bai stepped forward, his gaze towards Ning Rongrong still filled with incredulity. He vaguely understood that the current Ning Rongrong was her true self, yet yesterday she had concealed it remarkably well. Flanders continued, "Please retrieve this Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her out of here. Should she resist, you have my permission to employ any means necessary." "Flanders, how dare you?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her hands on her hips, displaying an exceptionally fierce demeanor for a 12-year-old girl in all my years. "You are the first to dare address me in such a manner." Flanders chuckled softly, "Your father may be reluctant to discipline you, but that does not mean I share the same sentiment. You are neither my daughter nor my treasured eye in my eyes. Every student here surpasses you. The 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul is indeed one of the most powerful support-type souls, yet regrettably, you only bring it shame. You speak falsehoods." Ning Rongrong's chest heaved with indignation. She had always known herself to be the most outstanding disciple of her generation in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. She had numerous elder brothers, yet none had achieved the remarkable feat of breaking through to the 20th level before the age of 12. Even her father, the sect master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, had proclaimed her the only prodigy in centuries with the potential to elevate the 7-treasure glazed tile school to the 8-treasure glazed tile school. How could she possibly endure being belittled by Flanders? "Am I speaking falsehoods? Then pray tell, which among those present do you consider yourself stronger than?" Flanders retorted disdainfully. Ning Rongrong replied, "As a support-type soul master, I cannot compete with the combat prowess of those battle soul masters. However, my contributions on the battlefield surpass theirs. With my assistance, the overall strength of a soul master team would experience a significant enhancement." Flanders shook his finger at Ning Rongrong. "No, you are mistaken. Each individual present holds greater significance on the battlefield than you. They possess the potential for survival in combat, whereas you do not die in light of your demeanor. Should you find yourself on the battlefield, you would merely serve as cannon fodder. It is inconceivable." The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect's Seven Treasures Glazed Tower spirit stands unparalleled across the realm, unmatched by any. Why do you perceive yourself as inferior to them? Flender replied coldly. It is due to your heart. Your impatience and arrogance have blinded you. You hold yourself in excessive regard. Even your father would not consider himself unrivaled. Without exceptional companions, even an ordinary soul master could vanquish him. Given your character, do you believe you can find a partner to whom you can entirely entrust your back? Ning Rongrong paused momentarily. Though spoiled since childhood and possessing a somewhat peculiar disposition, she is exceptionally astute. Flender's words, though harsh, had resonated with her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Flender slowly approached Dai Mubai and the others. Due to the exchange of words between him and Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai had refrained from taking Ning Rongrong's belongings. Flender pointed at Dai Mubai and said, "He is 15 years old. With the White Tiger Spirit, a battle-type soul master, he possesses innate dual pupils, is at level 37, and has 200-year soul rings along with 1,000-year soul ring. He is the youngest student in the history of Shrek Academy to reach the rank of soul ancestor at the age of 13. Ask yourself, can you break through the 30th level barrier at such a tender age? If anyone could surpass Mubai, it certainly would not be you." Tang San and Xiao Wu, at merely 12 years of age, have already attained the level of a 29th ranked Great Soul Master. They are the ones who might surpass Mubai. You were present during Tang San's battle with Zhao Wujia. You should be acutely aware of the disparity between a Great Soul Master and a Soul Sage.